Chapter 2001, Spear God. He shouldn't be this strong, Peacock said softly. He could feel the pressure of Leonel's steps, and none of this was like what the report said it would be. Like he had said earlier, they already felt that sending this many was overkill. It was just that to compensate for any error in judgment, plus taking into account that they might hide away in the Dream Pavilion, the Invalids had decided that it was best to send a large army. What they didn't expect was that not only would Leonel not huddle up and hide in the Dream Pavilion like they assumed he would, but he would come to match their might in a relentless fury, all on his own. Or so it seemed. Yip, yip, little Black Star suddenly appeared on Leonel's shoulder. Leonel hadn't called him out, but the little guy had sensed the agitation and chose to make an appearance. Without even the need to exchange a word between the two of them, they seemed to have already formed a tacit understanding, and they suddenly split into two. Leonel flickered toward Apex and Peacock while Black Star dove into the army. The carnage of the two of them combined seemed multiplicative of what Leonel was capable of alone. Their tacit understanding allowed all variables to be handled ahead of time, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, Leonel had already appeared before the two variant Invalids. "You go handle the beast, I'll deal with him," Peacock spoke. "Don't order me around," Apex said indifferently. Leonel had already attacked. Judging by the conversation between the two, neither seemed to fear Leonel anymore because of Bull's death. This might have been because Invalids didn't feel emotion the same as everyone else did, or it might have been because they were truly that much stronger than Bull. But to Leonel, the answer didn't matter. His spear strikes seemed fueled by his fury. Domain descended and suppressed the two variant Invalids, while Universe layered with Leonel's absolute domain. His blade seemed to warp physics to his whims. It wasn't just a distortion of time and space anymore, but it carried a variability and unpredictability that came when laws weren't just distorted, but they outright broke. The momentum of his spear would change sporadically in an instant. A strike from the left might suddenly deviate and pierce toward their legs. His spear somehow seemed to be both everywhere and nowhere at once, and the instant these two faced it, the next words of their argument died down. Peacock hurriedly formed several rainbow-colored feathers that took aim to defend him, while Apex suddenly punched out thrice in quick succession. A battle erupted between the trio and became very obvious, very quickly, that their skill paled in comparison to Leonel. It was like Leonel had truly become a god of the spear. He didn't think to move. His spear did the thinking for him. He moved from swift and fierce to gentle but firm. He changed stances on a whim, and his spear seemed capable of both being endlessly flexible and hard to track, and rigid and unmoving at the same time. Leonel still remembered a time where others had looked down on him for lack of his skill in the spear. He still remembered the humiliation he faced at the hands of Ameri when he was told he wasn't worthy of the spear domain ring at all. But since that time, he had changed. He was no longer the Leonel who had picked up the spear for no other reason than it was the most convenient weapon at the time. He was a man who could feel the stroke of his spear in his breath and listen to its rhythm in his heart. His raw power was far beneath these two, and yet he toyed with them like children. Cuts and gashes began to appear across the bodies of the two Invalids. They could see nothing more than a blur of silver, crimson, and gold streaking through the air, that and a pair of eyes as deep as an abyss. Leonel was shorter than the both of them despite being just over 6'9", and yet at that moment he might as well have been a looming giant. Crimson plumes of fog billowed off of him in waves, and his spear blade became like the connecting lines of a constellation. Every stroke was immaculate and beautiful in its purpose. The auspicious air in the surroundings had grown to the point that it didn't even look like they stood in an in-between world any longer. Rather, it looked as though they were standing in the middle of a bronze and crimson sun, solar flares echoing out in all directions and filling the surroundings in a blanket of ancient light. Bang, bang, bang! Peacock stumbled backward as Leonel's spear tip split into three. They divided themselves across time and space, and in that moment it looked as though he was about to hit three different locations at once, two aimed at Apex and the last aimed at the flailing Peacock. Apex had no choice but to defend himself, feeling that this situation was quickly getting out of hand. Leonel didn't even allow them the opportunity to catch their breath. He seemed to be both everywhere and nowhere. His shadow was impossible to trace. And then it happened. The three blades, once aimed toward different locations, suddenly converged. They formed a line of blades in the air, vanishing from their originally intended targets and appearing before Peacock's forehead all at once. The variant Invalid's eyes opened wide, but it was already too late. PCHU, PCHU, PCHU. His forehead was pierced 3 times so quickly that it almost sounded like a single hit. Each successive blow opened the wound larger until the last blew his head into a rain of blood and gore. Leonel swept his spear out and destroyed what remained of Peacock's body, blowing it into a fine mist of crimson before it could even turn to motes of light. Chapter 2802. Worth. Chapter 2802. Worth. Apex's eyes opened wide. Bull's death hadn't hit him very hard. He was objectively the weakest of them, and they were also sharp enough to see that Leonel had used what looked like a once-used technique to deal with him quickly, especially since right afterward Leonel's aura seemed to plummet. However, what he didn't expect was that Leonel didn't even need to use that technique to deal with them. The suppression around him doubled the instant Peacock died, and he realized just the sheer level of terror that Leonel was able to inflict. He wasn't even sure how such a domain could be possible. Even so, fear wasn't Apex's immediate emotion. He couldn't see the wounds on his body, and when he looked at Leonel, there was a deep light that seemed to exude an inhumane air. What was the most shocking about Leonel was that his spear seemed to be so strong, and yet Apex only realized now that he hadn't sensed any spear force even a single time. "You are strong," Leonel responded with nothing more than a spear. He never paused even a single time, and his hatred had yet to be vented. His spear danced once more, another relentless barrage erupting around Apex like firecrackers. There was just one left, and victory should have been easy. He should have been able to take Apex down even easier than he had Bull. He already understood his combat style, and by now, his controllability index had a predictive model for the variant Invalid that was more than 99% accurate. And yet, after a trio of exchanges, Leonel realized that something was wrong. Apex was still holding up. His situation wasn't much better than when he had been fighting alongside Peacock, but it wasn't any worse either. Leonel realized this instantly. Most would have taken several more exchanges, but the moment Leonel got to 3, he indifferently changed his tactics. Apex had the very same tattoos as the barbarian race. This was the first thing that Leonel had realized the moment he saw this man. Back then, Leonel had planned to take out both Somnus and Talon at the same time. According to his calculations, they should have been together. But Talon deviated from that plan and ended up staying behind in the Owlin race's territory for a bit before leaving later on. Leonel had found this odd. Back then, his predictive abilities were already quite extensive, and afterward, they only got better, especially with his breakthrough in the use of auspicious air. When he recalculated his deductions from back then, there was still a better than 90% possibility that Talon should have appeared with Somnus. But he hadn't. Why was that? Leonel wasn't sure at first, but this quick exchange with Apex had already given him an idea. Apex was an invalid of the barbarian race, and after becoming a variant of great power, he didn't seem to have exhibited any special abilities. Bull was practically made of metal, though that was his downfall. All Peacock and Apex saw was him use finality to kill him. What they didn't see was the manipulation of Earth Force that did him in. Peacock had fallen to Leonel, but his abilities were also quite exceptional. On the surface, it looked as though he was just manipulating sharp feathers to assault Leonel from all sides, but the reality was that his rainbow-colored force was actually multifaceted and layered. It had a mimicry ability that seemed capable of storing one ability for every one of the colors it exuded, and this mimicry seemed to extend well into illusions and tricks of the eye, blending attack, defense, and even assaults on the mind all into one. It was an exceptional ability, just absolutely useless before Leonel. So what was Apex? Just a man who could punch things hard and happened to be battle-thirsty? No, there was something being missed here, and after the third exchange, Leonel understood what it was. Premonition. Apex's predictive ability without Peacock in the picture had actually increased. Now he didn't need to predict the actions of 2 people at once, but rather just a single one. It could be said that Apex was the perfect counter for Leonel. Leonel's battle style had always been built off the back of forcing his enemy to make a mistake and then capitalizing, but Apex seemed to be able to allow the smaller mistakes and avoid the large ones outright. How do you counter someone who could see the future? Honestly, at the moment, Leonel was truly infuriated. He wanted nothing more than to wipe all of these invalids out, and he didn't want even a single piece of their power. They were all worthless to him, and he wanted nothing to do with them. But right now, he could no longer justify it. Elorin. Leonel couldn't keep his rage out of his voice, but it didn't seem to matter at the moment. He and Elorin were not close to begin with. Kill him, and you'll improve. Leonel turned and began to walk away, but before he vanished, he paused. If you can't kill him and you let him escape, there's no need for you to return. Elorin didn't say a word as Leonel vanished. He knew that Leonel wasn't mad at him currently, but he also knew that Leonel didn't have a very good impression of him to begin with. How could he have one of a person who would kill his own grandfather? These were still things that Elorin didn't regret, and it could be said that he and Leonel stood on opposite sides of things, but that didn't mean that they couldn't use one another. Elorin had been under Anastasia's teachings all the while, and if Leonel and Ina were first in resource consumption, it wouldn't be a surprise to say that he was third. If he couldn't defeat this level of opponent by now, even after how much Leonel had done for him, it really wasn't worth it for him to return. Chapter 2803, Brewing Storm. Chapter 2803, Brewing Storm. Leonel tried to take deep breaths to calm himself down. His mood wasn't the best right now, and that was because he knew that there was much more to come. What he needed was a method of dealing with all of this swiftly and decisively. Because of his previous plan, he ended up having to rope in the Cloud race and force them to face the ire that the Nomads should have. But as a result, the Nomad race was still scot-free right this moment. He had been waiting for the Nomad race to eventually make a move, but what he didn't expect was that the Invalids would suddenly appear like this. Of course, Ina and he had already spoken about her leg and the issues that it might bring. However, it could be said that this moment was probably the most inconvenient of them all for such a thing to happen. According to his calculations, there was only a small likelihood to begin with that this would come back to bite them, and yet here they were. Leonel's steps came to a pause, and he closed his eyes. The crimson fog around him slowly receded, and the rushing rivers of his blood slowed down. The wave of fatigue hit him soon afterward, but after several deep breaths, his body recovered quickly, eventually shimmering as though he had just woken up from a deep rest. His current strength was greater than even he expected. He was reluctant to take out his spear force just now, but what he didn't know was that even without his skill in the spear could be said to have touched upon a new realm entirely. He was already used to battling those with greater strength than his own to begin with. Apex and the other variant invalids were probably around the demigod level in terms of raw talent, and they were 2 dimensions above him, but he was still able to crush them. In terms of raw strength, he was beneath them, but even then it wasn't far off. In terms of skill, though, he existed on a plane all to himself. They couldn't even be mentioned in the same sentence. After his recent breakthrough, Leonel had already reached the demigod level in terms of raw talent as well. When it came to comprehension and raw skill, he was capable of leaping 2 dimensions to do battle against other geniuses at the demigod level. If it was a weak demigod, one of poor talent compared to the rest of their race, he could probably kill an 8th-dimensional one with the same level of ease. If he really went all out and gave it everything he had, for a short burst he could probably match an 8th-dimensional genius of the demigod level as well. As for those of the mortal level, he hardly even considered them. For a mortal talent to match him, they would have to have a creation state force. Anything less, and they would be felled just like the Invalids had been. Of course, if there was a demigod genius who had grasped a creation state force at the 7th dimension, it was also unlikely that Leonel would be a match for them. But taking a step back, Leonel had realized something peculiar the more battles he fought. Was the overall comprehension abilities of everyone in existence really so poor? Or was it that he and his wife were on a level all to themselves? He had met several demigods until now, but even the genius of the Owlins, Minerva, had only had a higher life state force when Leonel met her. Of course, he didn't believe that he was a match for her even now, and that was without knowing what kind of improvements she had undergone, but he still found it odd. Was there a trade-off for having that much talent? The same force in the hands of different people weighed completely differently. A 9th-dimensional human with an impetus state force was no match for a 7th-dimensional spiritual with the same level of force. That was the gap in raw talent, one that couldn't be filled with just comprehension alone. Could it be, then, that those with greater talent struggled with comprehending higher state forces? Was this the advantage of being human? Leonel's thoughts wandered to the technique that Ina had gained from the Gathering of Kingdoms Stele. Recalling the details of that technique and how well it could change the fate of the human race, he felt that his deductions were quite accurate. Footsteps suddenly echoed from behind Leonel. He didn't look back, but eventually a bloodied Aloran stood to his side in silence, his usual white tracksuit practically pasted onto his body by the crimson liquid. "You were faster than I thought you'd be," Leonel said, his tone less forceful than before. "It took 3 days," he replied. Leonel pursed his lips and then nodded. It had only been 3 hours in Leonel's estimation, but he doubted that Aloran would lie about this. It seemed that either he was being vaguely philosophical about how he saw time versus others, or his time force had become far stronger. "And your gains?" Leonel asked. "I will need some time to digest them, but the change is fairly large. I feel less restrictions on my ability index." Leonel nodded again. Finding a variant invalid with the perfect pairing ability for yourself was probably more beneficial than even using the help of the tablets. At the very least, it took more effort and time to get the same results from the tablets. "All right, you can go back. We'll likely have to go to battle soon, and you'll have more opportunities to get stronger." Aloran didn't say anything more and simply entered the segmented cube. His life was consumed by training these days, and he wouldn't have it any other way. Leonel closed his eyes again and stood there. What kind of backlash would wiping out this invalid army bring? He couldn't just sit on his hands and hope for this problem to go away. Chapter 2804, Dangerous. Chapter 2804, Dangerous. The only path forward seems to be to take drastic measures, Leonel thought to himself. Right now, he still couldn't reveal that he had the life tablet. He also couldn't reveal that he had the silver tablet, or else that would cause problems of its own. The former he couldn't reveal because doing so would be as good as admitting that he had triggered a war gods were involved in. The latter he couldn't reveal for much the same reason. According to the world, it was the wise tablet of the cloud race, and they were currently facing assaults from all sides because of it. Did he feel bad about using the same trick twice? Absolutely not. If it wasn't broken, why bother to fix it? But that did put him in a bit of a bind. The first thought he had was to raise the Dream Pavilion to the top 100. If he did so, then all this nonsense would be irrelevant because the ratios and formula would begin to tilt to his side. By then, he could finally use the large swaths of contribution points he had to exchange for another large-scale protective formation. That way, the human race could hunker down and be safe for at least a short while. Unfortunately, this idea had its problems. For one, trading for such a barrier would almost certainly drain the rest of the contribution points that the vast Dream Pavilion had. Was it worth it to trade their quick pace of progression for security that might not even be permanent? But that wasn't even the main problem, frankly. Reaching the top 100 without the use of a life tablet was a tall order. There were just too many problems all around, and it was difficult for even Leonel to wrap his head around them all. However, panic wasn't the emotion Leonel was feeling right now. Instead, he felt the calm of a brewing storm. In this whirlwind of chaos, there lay opportunity. The trouble was how much he should try to take advantage of it. This time, there was no gathering of kingdoms or gathering of minds to give him a convenient platform. If he wanted one, he would have to create it himself. Leonel's gaze flickered before he took a step and vanished. Aina looked up when Leonel appeared before her, a questioning look in her eye. It's fine, Leonel shook his head. Doesn't sound like it's fine. I'm more mad at the audacity than the strength, Leonel explained simply. Aina smiled but didn't respond. How is it? Leonel asked. Slow. It's harder to look at the world and grasp it at a lower dimension. My ability index is weaker, so I can't see the complete picture as easily as I should be able to. Leonel nodded. This was the real loss they had suffered after the Flora drama. Without her 8th dimensional strength, it was ironically difficult to tell when Aina would make it back to her true strength. That said, there was something else they gained other than Flora's defeat, and that was proof that Somnus's information was truly potent. I think we're going to have to step it up a bit, Leonel said after a while. In what way? Well, there are 2 ways to get the bubble what it needs. The first is to enter the top 100, but there is another method. The Dreamforce experts? Aina asked. Yes. They've been under us for a while, but we've never had them officially join the Dream Pavilion despite them training beneath its influence. I'm going to speed up their growth a bit. We'll use the Forgetful Orbs, and if my experiment goes well, I'll assassinate a few top-level Dreamforce experts to use my King's Might on. Isn't that dangerous? Yeah. But I think it's about time the human race has more than just you and me. Chapter 2805, Now We Wait. Chapter 2805, Now We Wait. Leonel appeared in a world of ice. He wore a fluttering cloak of white that would have looked perfect for an assassin if not for its bright shade. Every time the wind rebuffed against it, it would radiate a delicate sky blue light that made it look absolutely magical. He was still experimenting with cool uniforms, and he had to admit that he quite liked this one, especially when the white gloves and snowboarding goggles matched with it. 7 out of 10, Leonel thought to himself. We can still do better, much better. All this said, he didn't just wear this outfit for the sake of the looks. It was truly cold in this world. This place was under the control of the nomad race, a special variant of them with skin that looked drained of all blood. They were especially lanky, and it looked as though they were in a constant state of hibernation. This wasn't much different from Patriarch Khafra, but whereas the latter's situation was almost certainly caused by a technique of some sort, for the former, they were naturally born this way. Leonel had come here for a very specific reason, and that was obviously to kill. He had used Somnus's information to pinpoint a few likely locations where the nomads were involved in Flora's plot, though he wasn't here just for revenge. As he had said to Aina, he needed to speed up everyone's growth a bit. What weighed the most heavily on the Dream Pavilion's scale were Impetus State Dreamforce users. Well, this wasn't actually true. Obviously, Life and Creation State users were even more important. But it wasn't realistic for Leonel to suddenly come out with a bunch of them, and even if he could, it would be foolish to do so. However, if Leonel could create a few hundred or maybe even 1,000 Impetus State Dreamforce experts, that would be a game changer and shift the vast Dream Pavilion's formula enough that he could finally purchase some top-of-the-line stuff. In order to do that, he had used the souls of Gems and the other deputy heads in an experiment that worked better than anything he expected. He used Assimilate on the souls and the Forgetful Orbs. His goal was to create a forgetful state that could find a balance between what the deputy heads had comprehended and what the person absorbing the new orb had comprehended. This way, they could easily make the comprehension their own, giving everyone a shortcut to progression. It had worked, almost too well. Well enough that Leonel almost understood why so many had ganged up on the Fox family. It could be said that that side of his family comprised nothing but monsters. What Leonel hadn't considered, though, was the fact that most Fox could do nothing of the sort. Even if they knew of the 3 most powerful techniques, that didn't mean they could use or understand them. There was a reason Leonel had almost died earning the recognition of the Golden Tablet before he could do anything with it. There were only a handful of Fox capable of doing what he had done and was currently doing. There it is, Leonel thought to himself. The icy wind whipped against his cloak as he pulled up the scarf that covered the lower half of his face. His snowboarding goggles flickered, and images flashed by until he had peered into the Dream Pavilion that hung high in the skies a long distance away. Now we wait. It took over a day before Leonel saw his target. The old nomad left, soaring through the skies on one of his large palms with a substantial amount of speed. It looked as though he was tearing through the wind itself. Fast. Leonel's eyes narrowed. More than likely headed for the city, there will only be one suitable spot to catch him. Leonel shot forward. From high above, he blended into the snow so well that the Dreamforce expert didn't see or sense him at all. Time ticked by, and when Leonel felt it was right, he suddenly sprang upward. A bow formed in his hand, and the skies were almost instantly blanketed by a rain of arrows. From afar, it might have even looked like a meteor shower had fallen onto the mountain range. The nomad was taken aback by the sudden attack, but he reacted fast, looking for a place to dodge to, only to realize that Liami's rain of arrows seemed to have an almost mysterious quality to them, as though they were both separate and together at once, as though they were the cogs in a machine rather than a... Random burst of attacks. Beautiful. It was the one word he could use to summarize it. Bang. 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 The nomad had no choice but to take the attacks head-on, a frosty energy coming from him as he surged to prepare for a counterattack. What he didn't expect was for Leonel to suddenly appear behind him even amid his large hands of God. Leonel had already swapped his bow for a spear, thrusting toward the nomad's back with a swift momentum. The nomad didn't understand what was happening. There was a strong spatial force around all of his hands of God. Suddenly teleporting by him shouldn't have been possible, and even in the case it was, he should have at least sensed it before it was too late. An eruption of water force blanketed the region, and a shimmering ice armor that almost looked like it was carved of diamond appeared on the nomad's back. The nomad was sent flying forward as Leonel's spear bent into a crescent moon. Boom! Boom! Plowing through the mountain range, the nomad was beaten like a rag doll. He tried to stand to his feet quickly to escape, only to run the spear blade that appeared before him right through his own forehead. Chapter 2006, you? Chapter 2006, you? Leonel grabbed out at the air, pulling the nomad's soul into his grasp. After a quick look around, he vanished. He was really tempted to ask Anastasia to blanket the world and find any good resources for him, but in the end, he stifled it. Although he had just killed their Dream Pavilion head, there were other Dreamforce experts here. Anastasia couldn't even hide from human ninth-dimensional experts, let alone this level of expert. If he started leaving a hallmark of a strong sense sweeping over a world right after a Dream Pavilion head died, then it would end up eventually coming back to bite him. He thought about maybe using it to pretend to be some great, untouchable expert, but in the end, he shelved that idea as well. Minerva likely knew enough about the segmented cube to draw the distinction, and unlike the rest of the world, she likely knew by now that the segmented cube was certainly in his possession once more. Next target. News of Dream Pavilion. Heads falling spread quickly. It wasn't something that could be hidden, and by the time Leonel had killed half a dozen, his seventh target was already on high alert. Unfortunately, he had to keep going. This wasn't nearly enough. He would need to kill 3 dozen at the very least before he was satisfied, so he switched his targets from the nomads to the cloud race. There were simply too many Dream Pavilions, 9999 in total, and each one of them needed at least one life-state Dreamforce expert, or else they would end up in the same state the vast Dream Pavilion had been in the past, where they would have to give up ownership. This gave Leonel a large population to pick from, and with Somnus's information, he was able to find the location of their bubbles with ease. Just when everyone felt that only Dream Pavilion heads were dying, Leonel switched his style again and targeted more powerful Dream Pavilions with more than one life-state expert on their roster. He moved through the bubbles with a precise ease, and no one seemed capable of catching his shadow. Even when there were ambushes set up, it didn't matter in the slightest. With the setup of the Dream Pavilions, everyone knew immediately when a pavilion head fell. Dreamforce experts were rarely schemed against. Although their overall combat prowess was weak, everyone knew that their intelligence and auxiliary abilities were top flight. None of them could be underestimated. But it didn't matter to this assassin. And soon, the situation came back to bite Flora once again. There was only one person on the run who had the power to cause this sort of travesty and still leave unscathed. The worst part was that although Leonel had targeted members of the Cloud race that Flora was supposedly using, the ratio of Cloud race members to those of other races was so substantial that it looked more like she was just trying to cover her tracks. By the time Leonel vanished into the wind, not to appear again for a long while, it could be said that the number of Flora's pursuers had truly skyrocketed as she gained the ire of the entire mortal race world as well. Not all members of the mortal race were weak, they had their gods as well, and there were some on the verge and close to reaching that level. And unlike the gods that couldn't descend, they very much could. It was like Flora had picked up a rock to throw it at Leonel, only to end up shattering her own foot. Leonel returned to the human bubble not much over 3 months later, his pockets filled to the brim with life-state Dreamforce souls. Then he got to work, carefully fusing the forgetful orbs and the souls together, creating a new treasure. All this time, he had been thinking about one fatal weakness of this method, and that was the matter of paths. If one wasn't a sovereign, a path didn't matter. All you had to do was follow the Force, and it would tell you everything you needed to know. But if you weren't a sovereign, forming a dharma and an idol in the future was impossible. Without knowing what his grandfather was doing, Leonel couldn't casually risk the futures of all the Dreamforce experts of the human race just for the sake of short-term gains. This was why he needed to get like-state souls. By using the powerful comprehension and then dumbing it down to the impetus state, he could get the benefits of both worlds. That way, if there were any capable of comprehending a sovereignty in the future, they wouldn't find themselves strapped by their foundation. Essentially, he was using more than he needed to in exchange for a lesser result, so that he could help these fellows out in the future. Rather than ruining their futures, he was actually giving them a sudden boost right at the start. This has promise, Leonel thought to himself. The location was unknown even to most currently present. A man with a belly that reflected like polished brass beneath the light sat on a throne. His skin was as golden as the metal, and the tattoos that covered his body were a crimson contrast. He looked like what a Buddha and gangster might look like if they fused into one, but his aura was much less amusing than his description, especially the opaque white orbs that were his eyes. He looked down as he listened to the report. The world trembled around him even though he said not a single word. My disciple is dead? He put almost no force into his words, and yet it sounded like an avalanche, his bellow akin to meteors falling from the skies. He didn't seem to have much of a reaction to these words. Instead, he looked to the side. You were the one who said that Apex must seal himself, correct? An elder by the side suddenly trembled. Chapter 2807, the right? Chapter 2807, the right? The elder fell to his knees, his sparse white hair falling loosely from his age-speckled scalp. The wrinkles on his face told a tale just as old, but it was those pale white orbs that, murky and milky in their depths, painted the image of a man long past his prime. Even so, the one emotion that pulled all invalids together was the fear of death. They felt for nothing, and wanted for nothing than constant improvement and survival. When Apex's master turned his gaze to this old man, all of that carnal sort of need came rushing forth, and he acted in the only way he thought might save his life. Apex had been suppressed, but it was necessary. The actions of the invalids this time around were risky. They were the public enemy of the world, maybe even more so than the envoys of creation and destruction, or at the worst on equal footing. To make such a large move without preparation was foolhardy, and this elder was right to make his suggestion. This seal had helped them reduce their odds of being exposed. Unfortunately, the cost seemed to outweigh the gains. They had lost not just one variant invalid, but 3. Worse than that, they had lost several seedlings with good odds of taking their next step of evolution. Somehow, not a single one of them had survived. Apex's master looked away from the kneeling man as though he wasn't there. His mood was unreadable, his expression the picture of indifference. Without the irises and pupils of a human, there was no humanity to grasp onto. What is the situation with the war? Is it time yet? Apex's master moved on without giving a verdict. The various ministers and variant invalids beneath him scrambled to give their reports, detailing of battles across existence. The scope seemed wide and all-consuming. The battle is in a stalemate, your lordship. However, there is a report that Minerva has succeeded in killing a Void Race member. This will escalate the conflict to new realms. There were already reports that a true genius would descend soon, but they seem to have been delayed. It's said that the weapon-idle battlefield has revealed itself, and this has taken top priority over other matters. Apex's master was indifferent to all the reports until this one. His head rose and the orbs of his eyes shifted, landing on the variant invalid who had just spoken. The weapon-idle battlefield wasn't something to be unceremoniously dismissed. Even the gods themselves would be interested, even if they had already formed their own idols. The humanoid races all saw this battlefield as their greatest treasure. If the life tablet was the magnum opus of the god-beasts of creation, this battlefield was the kernel of humanoid hope and prosperity. No one knew what had triggered its sudden rise, but to those of the present age, this was less important than its immediate use. How long? 2 words, simple and direct. According to the reports, your lordship, it will still take another few decades to come into range. The location is exposed, but it would take an expert of your lordship's caliber to travel the distance through the void. Though Lord is mighty, I would also advise against it. The god races are certainly monitoring paths to the region, and while one is no match for your lordship, the humanoids are shameless and have no bottom line. Apex's master fell into silence, looking away without another word. The reports continued, and soon news of Flora was mentioned. Our ally in the Dream Ashuras has been targeted once more. She has come by more than once to ask for aid. During the most recent occasion, she brought us information about the Blood Sovereign. The implication is that she has more to give. Kill her. Once again, another 2 words spoken just as indifferently. But this time, they were met with silence. Apex's master looked up and found that his entire cabinet had been frozen in time. His senses, however, told him a different tale. They hadn't been frozen. His sense of time had instead been distorted to such a profound extent that it only seemed to be so. But this wasn't an application of Time Force, it was one of Dream Force. An application so profound it was hard to say if there was another in the world capable of it. Demoness. The word sent a shudder through the world. Existence seemed to fear this title as though it might corrupt and destroy everything. Existence was already tending toward destruction, but only insofar as it would allow it all to be reborn once more. Another Big Bang, another existential impetus to bring light to an all-new world. The reason Existence feared this woman was because she seemed primed to be rid of this cycle, uprooting and shattering it from its very core. A woman with beauty beyond words appeared as a shimmering mirage in the skies. Her eyes were a bright purple that looked as though a star had exploded within them. Her nose was a delicate slope, and her lips looked as though nature's brightest cherries had been graced by her gentle kiss. The woman's hair flickered between a pink and violet color, a twin pair of horns curving up and back on her head, more like a pair of horns than a demon's pride and joy. What was odd was that while her face was as clear as day, her body was obscured, almost like it was too obscene and blood-boiling to be casually shown. This was a woman who stood at the pinnacle of the world both in beauty and power. This was a goddess. She looked down at Apex's master, a gentle smile on her face that could melt one's bones. Pride exuded from her every orifice, and even while looking at the leader of the variant Invalids, and even with a face carrying such a gentle caress to the eyes, it still felt like she was gazing upon an ant. Little Zephy, who gave you the right to kill my descendants? Chapter 28008. 2. Chapter 28008. 2. Maybe the only person in existence who dared to call him such a thing was this woman right here. His name was Zephyrian. He was a mighty warrior, a man who struck fear in the hearts of even the gods. And yet this was also a woman he didn't dare to offend so lightly either. Only a fool would believe that the demoness was here for the sake of protecting her descendant. She almost certainly had ulterior motives, and what those were remained unknown. The demoness continued to smile when Zephyrian didn't reply. Instead, she spoke herself once more. Know your place, little Zephy. It wouldn't be nice for us to have a falling out. Without another word, the demoness vanished and the variant Invalid Emperor's grasp on time returned. He didn't believe that the demoness had ever displayed this sort of power before. Even if she was scheming, she would do so in a way where many wouldn't understand her bottom line. If you thought yourself to have seen the true strength of the demoness, assume it was 20% and you'd have a far better outcome. This display of power, though, it was completely unlike her. Almost as though this time it wasn't a ploy or trick, as though this time she was truly enraged. Zephyrian fell into silence and turned a deaf ear to his surrounding cabinet members. He wasn't sure what to make of this. Leave the dream Ashura be, he finally said many hours later. He didn't bother to check if his cabinet realized he was referring to something from over half a day ago by now and simply vanished. Leonel watched as the various Dreamforce experts of the human race took his new creations. Some of them were orphans, some were heads of households, some had been gangsters, and others nuns. He had taken them all in, not giving them a choice one way or another. In the past, his morality would have won out, and he would have given these people the right to self-determination. But there wasn't time for that. There hadn't been time for that in a long while already. He took them first and didn't bother to ask questions later. By now, it had already been over a year since he had Anastasia find them. They had long since acclimated to the situation, and today they were shocked to receive such an opportunity. One after another, they began to break through. After a year of guidance, most of them had already reached the third or fourth layered state, the latter being a step away from quasi-impetus, which was a step away from the impetus state. There were a handful that had already reached that quasi-impetus state, and there were even two that had reached the impetus state all on their own, Syndra and Eamon. Eamon had been guided by Leonel for a long time already. His progress couldn't be understated, and though his talent was weaker than Syndra's, he had a certain plasticity to his mind that made him very adaptable to both his circumstances and that of the state of the world around him. Syndra, however, was on another level. Her ability to incorporate light and dream forces together was exceptional. Her ingenuity had also shown Leonel the flexibility that light force could have. Syndra hadn't awakened to her Snowstar Order status until late in life, so she had a lot of patchwork and guesses making up her foundation. When she gained the talent to fill in those holes, she didn't lose the creativity that came with it, instead succeeding in forming an all-new powerful path. Leonel's bar for these two versus everyone else was vastly different. In fact, he hoped that these two might form their sovereignties today. If their dream pavilion had not just one sovereign, but three, they would leave the pavilions beneath the top 100 far behind. Leonel watched intently as they took the modified forgetful orbs, standing in silence as their auras began to grow and magnify. From the lower impetus state, they moved to the middle, then to the higher, then the peak. Time ticked by, and 3 days passed in what felt like the blink of an eye. Syndra's aura began to wane, and Leonel shook his head. It seemed that she wouldn't take that step. He should have known. She was a Snowstar Order, not a Y-Star Order. Her use was rooted in battle, something that she was a skilled expert in. Not all Dreamforce experts were weak in combat, but most experts in combat did not have Dreamforce for a reason. The two weren't mutually exclusive, but there also wasn't significant overlap. This is fine. Her gains are huge anyway. Bang! Leonel's gaze sharpened as he turned his attention to Eamon. To his shock, Eamon hadn't formed a sovereignty, but he had broken into the life state. This was out of Leonel's expectations. He hadn't expected anyone to take that step. Eamon must have received a bout of inspiration from somewhere. This last step was taken by him alone. The forgetful orb didn't have the juice for such a change, and yet Eamon wasn't finished. A flickering crown came into and out of existence atop his head. It was nowhere near as resplendent as Leonel's own, but it was no doubt the hallmark of a sovereignty. Is this related to his ability index? Eamon had an analytical ability index not much different from Leonel's own. The trouble was that it was a lower level, and rather than granting perfect control over one's body, it granted limited control over one's soul. Even so, it gave Eamon the ability to draw connections and conclusions that most would be unable to. This was an excellent pairing ability with his talismans, but Leonel didn't expect that it would suddenly help him to make such a great breakthrough. A grin appeared on Leonel's face. It seemed their vast dream pavilion would have two sovereigns from now on. Chapter 2809, 3 years. Chapter 2809, 3 years. Eamon slowly opened his eyes. The shock within their depths, no less than Leonel's, had been a moment ago. Soon, this shock was replaced by pleasure and excitement. His heart threatened to beat out of his chest, and his teeth were practically chattering as though he was cold rather than just trembling from his exhilaration. Leonel smiled, genuinely happy for him and the Dream Pavilion both. Another life-state sovereign was huge for tilting the balance of the formula. In fact, this might be enough, and the drastic measures he had planned wouldn't be necessary. It almost made him want to stir more trouble just to gather more forgetful orbs. He had used them all up in this endeavor, and the outcomes weren't bad at all. There were a total of 187 talents that Leonel had picked up, not including Aemon. Of course, over 1,000 had reached the lower impetus state, over 150 had reached the middle, and there were still a few dozen who had reached the higher. Syndra and Aemon were the only ones to reach the quasi-impetus state, though Aemon had obviously superseded that, leaving Syndra as the only one at that level. But beneath them, there were still 3 others that managed to make it to the peak impetus state. Although their overall numbers were still far lower than more than half the Dream Pavilions in existence, when it came to the raw number of those in the impetus state, they had comparable numbers to as many as 80% of the Dream Pavilions. The only Dream Pavilions in the top 1 to 2,000 would have more impetus state experts, but where they really tipped the scale was with the addition of Leonel, Aina, and Aemon. Aemon was at the lower life state now. Aina could match Leonel's comprehension and was at the higher life state. In addition, Aemon was a sovereign, which was an additional boost. As for Aina, she could copy Leonel's comprehension, but from their experience, they had realized that her actively using Leonel's sovereignties was a detriment to her. A sovereignty was like a fingerprint, a unique path taken on by each individual expert. Taking on Leonel's sovereignty would be like Aina changing the person she was. Even if she was willing, it would have an overall negative impact on her overall strength unless she was just willing to be a perfect mirror of Leonel. That was something neither of them wanted. Like this, the vast Dream Pavilion had 3 life-state experts and 2 sovereigns. Of course, Leonel had another trick in his back pocket, and that was to use captives from the cult to make up the numbers. He was actually quite confident that he could bring a few of them to the life state if it came down to it. But in the end, he didn't have to go so far. That said, come out here. Leonel raised a hand, and the handsome Somnus appeared. He was beaten and ragged, his gaze listless. Leonel gave him a slap on the back that woke him up. Don't pretend around me, I don't have the patience for it. Somnus subconsciously flexed beneath the weight of the attack, but that was the wrong choice. It just exposed him quicker. With that slap, Leonel branded Somnus as a member of the Dream Pavilion, and like that, they had gained yet another life-state expert. Somnus wasn't just an expert, though. He was a convenience shield, even if he didn't have the Dream Pavilion head. From what Leonel could tell, Somnus was only at the lower life state, another example of how higher races seem to be slower at progressing their forces. That said, Somnus had more than one life state force. It was just that Leonel had yet to bother to learn what the second was yet. There was a reason why Leonel wasn't very afraid, though. With his King's Might awakened once more, branding Somnus's soul was easy. He could have just killed Somnus and turned him into a loyal servant that way. The trouble with that was that if he didn't want Somnus to disappear after 24 hours, he'd have to find an object he could assimilate him with. He only could imagine how valuable that item would have to be to match not only a demigod, but an exceptionally talented one at that. Leonel had never run into anyone with 2 life-state forces aside from him and his wife, even amongst the demigod geniuses. Somnus was clearly special. Realizing his plight, Somnus played his role. He didn't look much different from a human, aside from his horns and the sparse scales beneath his eyes. With how obedient he was under Leonel's commands, it made him easy to accept for everyone. Who didn't like a handsome face? It also helped that Somnus was maybe a little too charming. Perfect. This should be enough. Leonel left everyone to their tasks and entered the main pavilion. Soon, he was before the exchange. He had already calculated everything, but with how complex everything was, he still preferred to check with his own eyes. Only then did he exhale a breath of relief. Good. Now, before those bastards change anything, Leonel went all out and spent 80% of his remaining funds on a barrier. It was hard to look at the long string of numbers and gain anything out of their meaning. At some point, the digits surpassed a point of human comprehension. Instead, Leonel looked at it another way. Even 1% of these funds could easily fund Leonel's current consumption for a century. He had essentially just given up 80 centuries of prosperity for a barrier that would be unlikely to last for more than a year. But he needed to do it. Time wasn't his friend right now, and if he could buy some, it was the best thing to do. And yet, he wasn't done spending yet. With another 20%, Leonel bought information. It was about time to pave the path to the 6th dimension. This world wasn't waiting around for him, so he would have to give it a huge surprise. There's just 3 years' worth of points left. That's how much time I have left. Chapter 2810, Refine God Realm. Chapter 2810. Refine God Realm. Leonel clenched the orb of information in his hands. For it to be worth as much as 20% of their available funds, a fourth of the price to protect 6 fused bubbles, one could imagine how valuable this information was. It didn't guarantee success, but after scanning through his options, Leonel felt that there was no better path for him to take. Refine a world with God Realm potential using your natural force art. This was what his father asked of him to reach the sixth dimension, and it was a tall task. The more he understood about the world, the more difficult he found that this task was. Not only did he need to find a world capable of becoming a god world, but he also had to elevate his natural force art to the point of being able to resonate with the entire world and then consume it. What he had done during the challenge sequence, specifically in clearing the Force Art Tower, was a mirror of what his father was asking for. The trouble was that it was on a much smaller scale. The trials in the Force Art Tower were specifically tailored so that they could be deciphered in this way. The world itself was formed of Force Arts. They weren't real to begin with. However, the world that Leonel would have to find wouldn't be fake. It would be real in every sense of the word. That meant that he wouldn't just have to analyze Force Arts. He would be forced to analyze the world itself and interact with forces that he had no concept or affinity with. It was a fundamentally different ask, and a task so impossibly difficult that it was hard to imagine how it could possibly be only the sixth dimensional requirement. He was worried to even check what the seventh dimension asked of him, but much like with every other time, his father refused to allow him to even see it until he had completed the previous tasks. This information that Leonel had gotten was related to this task. However, it wasn't one might expect at all. It was information related to an incomplete world. This didn't make any sense on its face. An incomplete world was, quite literally, the furthest thing from a god world. Even the human bubbles were better than it. However, Leonel had remembered hearing something quite important when he first met Elrion. To the gods, incomplete worlds were a form of currency. Why was that? Why did the mighty gods take interest in the least common denominator of existence? What use could they have for them? At first, he thought that it was similar to what the humans used it for, experimentation. But that didn't make sense. Leonel had learned that incomplete worlds couldn't sustain the birth of even demigods, let alone gods. Their laws couldn't withstand it, and their regulators wouldn't allow it. Even Elrion had been suppressed when he entered the dimensional verse, so that got Leonel thinking. If they couldn't use it for experimentation, then what for? If they couldn't observe their own race, then what would be the point in observing lesser races? There was nothing that would be remotely useful to them. After a long while of getting nowhere, Leonel took a different approach. He systematically went through the history detailed in the Life Tablet, slowly building an understanding for himself until it clicked. The purpose of the gods in using incomplete worlds wasn't for experimentation. Rather, incomplete worlds provided a blank canvas for growth. An incomplete world was exactly that, incomplete. It was a world that missed maybe one step or several steps away from becoming a complete world. With special methods, it was possible to mend this world and harness it into a form that would become more than useful. In fact, such a mended, incomplete world would become the most valuable commodity in the world, a blank slate with laws that were not inferior to the highest order worlds. So the question was then, why go so far? Why not just take over the weaker worlds? Why go through so much trouble? This was the next thought that Leonel had, but this ended up clicking into place as well. The point was the blank canvas. While mending such a world, its laws could be tweaked to meet the exact specifications of the god in question. Imagine for a moment a world perfectly conducive to dimensional cleanse, one that could practically replace all the layers of the technique for Leonel. If such a world was in his possession, did it mean that it could progress for him? Maybe it would create a new race of beings perfectly in tune with the method, and over millions to billions of years of evolution, he could even see uses for the technique he could never imagine himself. This was just one aspect, though, the blank canvas aspect. But there was another, and that was potential. His father's dictionary had said very clearly that he didn't need a god realm. He needed one with the potential of one. What did this mean? A complete world was set in its potential. Improving it was highly difficult, and that was why even gods of a lower race had to transcend and enter the god realms instead of just creating a new god realm for themselves. An incomplete world was like a child in the womb, malleable and full of potential, not yet set in its ways. In this situation, even an incomplete world with poor potential could still be adjusted somewhat, bringing it to a new level. It just depended on how much you were willing to invest. What Leonel had just bought were the coordinates to an unclaimed in-between world. Its potential was rated as the absolute lowest, meaning even if it had succeeded in becoming a complete world, it would have been no more than a mortal realm. But this was all Leonel could afford. If he wanted to use it to enter the sixth dimension, he had a lot of work ahead of him, and just 3 years to do it. Chapter 2811, Pick Your Poison. Chapter 2811, Pick Your Poison Now. Everything was set. It was time for him to go. Of course, he would be bringing his wife along. He couldn't bear to separate with her. But that wasn't the case for everyone else. Leonel brought them all in for a meeting and smiled. Everyone, I'll be leaving for the next 3 years. It might be longer, but I will do my best to ensure that this doesn't happen because we don't have such breathing room. According to my calculations, the barrier should last at least that long. In that time, I hope that the human bubbles will gain some cohesiveness to it. If there's a need for you to go outside the barrier, you're all adults and I won't stop you. If that's the way you choose to train and progress, I will respect your decision. At the very least, in the next 3 years, there won't be any issues with resources or things of the like. Leonel bid everyone farewell and then set off with Aina. The rest would be up to them. This was the only path for him to get stronger. If he didn't take it, everything would be for naught. Unless he gained the strength to fight with God soon, nothing would change. Aina exhaled a breath after hearing Leonel's plans. The two walked hand in hand through a desert plain, their destination a nomad race teleportation platform that would bring them closer to their destination. As for the way afterward, that would have to rely on Anastasia. The trouble was that since traveling through the void had no force for Anastasia to pull on, they would have to fund it themselves. What happened to the other incomplete worlds, though? Weren't they under the control of the humans? We could just take one of them. Leonel nodded. I considered that as well, but there are a few problems with that. First, after they harvested everyone, they basically imprinted those worlds already, ruining them. They basically fused those worlds and their complete worlds to complete the harvest, and that changed them from incomplete worlds to something stuck in between. Second, I went to speak to Vivek about it just to see what the situation was and if it was salvageable, but Vivek said they lost contact with them a long time ago. He believed they were lost to the void once again after I caused the 6 bubbles to fuse back when we escaped the cult. The bubbles fusing together changed all their coordinates. That meant they had no idea where the incomplete worlds were now. Who knew what happened to them? Even the gods couldn't reliably find things in the void, let alone the humans. The third issue is mostly speculations, but I'm pretty sure their disappearance has something to do with my grandfather. I would bet a pretty sum on it. Aina nodded. She knew that Leonel always had a good reason for things, but making him explain things to her had become a guilty pleasure of hers, especially since she knew he couldn't be bothered to explain things to anyone else. It made her feel special and a little bit willful. Leonel smiled, sensing her good mood. This time, he wasn't wearing what he had worn to assassinate the nomad in the snow. Instead, he was wearing a tannish gray outfit. He wrapped a scarf all the way around his face, neck, and head, leaving 2 exposed strands that billowed in the scorching heat. A puffy pair of pants pressed against his skin beneath the harsh winds. They scrunched up around his calves and were tied down by a cloth belt around his hips. The look was complete with a poncho that hung loosely from his shoulders. Honestly, he liked this uniform a bit less than his previous white assassin's wear. He only rated it at a 6. Soon, the couple had made it to the teleportation platform and used it. It was only after this that Leonel became serious. Although he had bought this information, that didn't mean he was the only one to do so. In fact, he could see the number of people who had before him, and he had no guarantee that no one would buy it after him. There were 2 people in total. This wasn't the only issue he would face, either. Leonel had the body of a demigod now. He was no longer technically immortal. Even if he was only in the 5th dimension, just because of this, he would face suppression from the incomplete world's regulator. It wasn't to the point of killing him like it had his father, but it wouldn't be pretty either. Every moment he spent in this world would likely be agonizing. He wished that this was all he had to worry about, but unfortunately his mind was sharper than that. He had spent a ridiculous amount of money on information that others couldn't easily access. So, the question was obvious. Who else would dare to do this? The ancien wasn't the answer obvious. If he was lucky, it was a demigod. If he was unlucky, it was a god. A real god. The trouble was that even if it was a demigod, demigods weren't even remotely on the same level as gods. Weaker demigods couldn't afford to spend any amount of money on these endeavors. That meant that if it was a demigod that had taken action, they were almost certainly in the 9th dimension. In fact, Leonel would go as far as to say that it was a guarantee. If it was a member of the younger generation, then it would almost certainly be a god. Of course, those of the 9th dimension couldn't step into an incomplete world to begin with, so if it was a demigod, they would be sending in weaker individuals to monitor the situation. But if it was a god, they would almost certainly be entering themselves. It was a pick-your-poison sort of situation. One way or another, his life would almost certainly be on the line. There was no escaping it. Chapter 2812, another. Chapter 2812, another bought it. The voice was a bit gloomy, but it was difficult for it not to be in the situation. They already didn't have much room to maneuver and had been preparing for so long, but now there was another obstacle in their path. Who? Don't ask stupid questions. You know we can't see that. If Leonel was here, he would lament that he was right too often. Sometimes it was nice to be wrong, especially in a situation like this one, but it seemed that he wouldn't be so lucky. Both speakers were members of the demigod barbarian race, and both of them were 9th-dimensional monsters with presences that could have caused the surrounding air to tremble. Luckily for Leonel, the surrounding air was only reacting so fiercely because they were 2 demigods standing in a mortal realm. In fact, they were in the very same desert world that Aina and Leonel had just walked through. Unluckily for Leonel, this didn't change the fact both were obscenely powerful. You already know that this transaction is locked on both sides. Maybe only the top 3 dream pavilions could take a look at who it was, but if we could ask them for help, would we be in this situation? The shorter barbarian leapt up and slapped the much taller on the back of the head, feeling irritated. The bigger barbarian didn't even fight back, seemingly used to this sort of treatment. There's no other choice than to just move forward with the original plan. We have a few years' advantage. It'll be hard for any outsiders to get a leg up on us. The truth was that they had found this world before it was even listed on the Dream Pavilion Exchange. However, when they noticed the fact it had been listed, they had no choice but to buy it first, hoping it would be a deterrent to others. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Not long afterward, a second party bought this information, and now there was a third. There was no telling if there would be any more. We can stick with the original plan, but we'll have to speed it up a bit. The situation on the other side is becoming murky, and the moment Zephyrian makes his appearance, we'll have truly run out of time. The barbarian race will be screwed. The two solemnly looked ahead, realizing they had no room for error. Leonel had said that incomplete worlds couldn't birth demigod or god races. He had also said that invalids could only come from in-between worlds, so how was it that both Apex and his master were invalids of the barbarian race? This was a secret that only the highest echelon of the barbarian race was aware of. Send in that annoying brat Talon. We don't have time to waste. The Void was a place that was difficult to describe. On the one hand, this was because the title of Void was enough to encapsulate everything, but on the other, it felt like it still wasn't enough. Stepping into the Void for the first time, Leonel felt this cognitive dissonance quite clearly. Laws ceased to be. There was no up or down, there were no objects or things in the normal sense, and one even vaguely felt that life itself wasn't worth living. It was like staring into the maw of a void beast, and yet this felt more grandiose, larger, and though less imposing, far more ubiquitous and all-consuming. It was easy for a person's mind to collapse into a place like this. At least anarchic force was something. It had a purpose, and it could take action. But the void was nothing but existential dread. It was akin to a reminder that it was possible for there to simply be nothing. The world didn't necessitate the existence of something, and it was just fine with wiping everything out and leaving nothing more than a blank slate. It was this reality that the root of the existential dread was based on it. At that moment, Leonel felt happy that he had Ina by his side for more than one reason. The feeling of her hand in his seemed to be the only anchor he had in the vast nothingness. Even taking a breath couldn't bring him any solace when there was no air to breathe in to begin with. With a look of determination, Leonel pressed forward, and the duo eventually reached a barrier. This was a good sign. At the very least, this barrier was something. It was tangible, and it wasn't the void. This meant the incomplete world they were aiming for should be on the other side. Now, they just had to withstand the ire of the regulator. The couple pressed forward, holding one another's hands tightly as they began to force their way through. Instantly, a chain lashed against Leonel's body. A searing pain made his eyes go red, but it wasn't just because of the pain itself, but what it reminded him of. Was this the pain his father had experienced? No, it was likely far worse than just this alone. Feeling the chains digging into his skin, lacerating it and drawing on his blood, he remembered his father's final moments. Those thoughts spurred him on. He couldn't allow this to happen again. The next time someone came for his family, he would be strong. Strong enough to block in wind and rain, to palm the skies with a hand and split the earth with a stomp. He pulled Ina into his arms, protecting her from the rage of the regulator. Deep in his eyes, a cool indifference smoldered like an undying ember. His heart shone brightly and his dream force flickered, his mind becoming sharper and sharper. His determination formed into the point of an arrow and pierced through the shadows, and soon he had walked out from the fog. Standing at the edge of an unknown universe, he suppressed the roar he wanted to unleash within himself. 3 years. In 3 years, this world would be his. Chapter 28-113, Simple and Not. Chapter 28-1/3, Simple and Not. Leonel took a breath and looked at Ina to check her condition. All things considered, she was doing far better than he was. She was only in the 4th dimension right now, and that was a huge plus. The regulator didn't lash out much at all, other than being a little pale. She was doing fine. He, however, well, it was hard to find a single location on his body that wasn't injured, and that was just on the surface. The chains of the regulator had no sense of space or distance. They could appear whenever they needed. The wounds that could be seen with the naked eye were only the most obvious. The lacerations on his inner organs were where it got particularly bad. He had been skewered like Swiss cheese, and there was hardly a part of his body, whether inner or outer, that was safe. The worst part was that the chains had not vanished. They were still flickering into and out of existence. I need to deal with this. Ina was checking Leonel at the same time she checked her, and unlike Leonel, she didn't sigh in relief. If anything, her mood got worse. Leonel looked absolutely horrible. It was as though he might collapse any moment now. I'll be fine, Leonel said with a smile. You don't look like you're going to be fine. We don't have to do this. We can find another way. If I break through again, I can start focusing on force pill crafting again. Maybe I can concoct a pill that can replace what you need. Leonel smiled. In the world, Ina was probably only one of a select few who dared to say something like that. What kind of pill could replace the refinement of an entire world? Have you noticed? Leonel asked. Noticed what? You're in the 4th dimension, so it seems the regulator didn't target you much, but it isn't as though I'm some sort of powerhouse. I'm only in the 5th dimension. So why is the gap between what the two of us experience so large? Ina blinked in confusion before her eyes widened. Yeah, Leonel nodded. I'm pretty sure there's a method of weakening the assault or obscuring the eyes of the regulator. Remember, the 4 great families managed to enter somehow. Yet, everything in history seemed to say that 9th dimensional experts couldn't enter at all. There were 2 examples of 9th dimensional existences succeeding in entering incomplete worlds. The first he had seen was Sean Ray's ancestor, a monstrous existence who just directly suppressed the regulator. Though, to be fair, he was only capable of doing this for a short time. The reason he left so quickly was definitely because he couldn't do this indefinitely. The second was obviously the four great families. What was interesting was that the methods of the four great families were somehow far more sophisticated than the Void Race member. You could say that this was because the four great families had preparation, while the Void Race ancestor had shown up on a whim after feeling that his descendant was in danger. But was that the full picture? Was it even part of it? There was something truly mysterious about the four great families, and Leonel happened to have an infallible memory. He might not have understood the inner workings of the Force Arts back then, but he had a clearer picture of them now. On top of that, his father had left him a hint. He was meant to use a natural force art to refine this world. This was obviously something he could only do after ensuring this world had reached the standard of God realm potential, but it was a clue nonetheless. Wasn't a natural force art all about resonating with the nature and matching its attunement? In that case, a subtle bronze aura began to radiate from Leonel. When it appeared and force arts began to flicker in his eyes, the chains began to lag, spending more time in an incorporeal state than they did a corporeal one. Leonel exhaled a breath of relief as some of the pain ebbed away. His body mended itself to some extent, and the weight on his shoulders lessened considerably. All right, I'm good to go. Ina looked at him with a skeptical glance, but it was clear that she had relaxed a small bit too. Even so, the worry didn't fade completely. Are you sure? You seem weak, Leonel chuckled. You're right. My body right now is probably closer to the first time I became a fifth-dimensional expert than the second time, but my body is one thing. My comprehension and force manipulation are another. That said, this is only because I have a worse than superficial understanding of this world. This is just a stopgap measure so that these chains stop ripping me apart. The more I understand about this world, the weaker the suppression will get, and the closer to my previous strength I'll approach. Still, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to defend ourselves. The strongest existences in this place should be just eighth-dimensional. There were surely geniuses that could match those of complete worlds, but they should be few and far between. Ina exhaled. All right, what do you want to do? There are a few thoughts I have about how to get this world to God realm potential, but we'll have to get a lay of the land first. This was what Ina was most worried about. How was it even possible to allow such a weak world to reach such capabilities? She didn't even know where to start. Then there was the fact that even if they succeeded, who was to say the fruit of their labor wouldn't be plucked by someone else? Leonel grinned. It's either simple or difficult. It depends on how you want to look at it. Ina looked at him skeptically once again. What's with that look? Don't you know your husband's a genius? Leonel's grin widened. If we want to raise the standard of this world, we just have to fix all of its faults. When you look at it like that, isn't it obvious? What do incomplete worlds have that complete worlds do not? Ina's brows shot up. Subdimensional zones. Leonel beamed. Simple, really. We just have to clear them all, including the ones that mutated and swallowed up entire worlds. Then, we'll take it from there. Chapter 2814, Show Me. Chapter 2814, Show Me. Leonel and Ina ran into their first awkward situation quite quickly, almost comically so. Neither had any way of knowing much information about the incomplete world until they stepped into it. The problem was that while the Dream Pavilion provided the coordinates and the orbiting formula, they provided nothing else. The coordinates were, of course, the exact location it had originally been found at. The orbiting formula was one calculated based on the unique characteristics of every world, whether complete or incomplete. Essentially, it allowed you to pinpoint its location as a function of time. Though an orbiting formula could change, or more accurately, certainly would over the course of a world's life. Such changes only occurred over the course of millions to billions of years. For now, Leonel had no worries about the formula being incorrect anytime soon. This aside, while they had such information, what they didn't have was any knowledge of what was going on inside. So, they didn't realize that they had ended up in a non-human domain until they touched down on a planet and found themselves surrounded by Oryx. The race itself was a surprise as well. That was because, from Leonel's understanding, the Oryx were a very niche and uncommon race. He had happened to stumble onto a small population of them on Valiant Heart Mountain, and Elthor, their prince, had even become a huge part of his people's combat strength. But it wasn't the kind of race he expected to find elsewhere. As far as he knew, there were no Oryx in complete worlds, at least not ones born there naturally. Interesting. This was the first thought Leonel had when he and Ina were surrounded. Well, surrounded was a bit much. There were only 3 Oryx, and they were in the middle of the wilderness with no backup to speak of. Plus, the strongest of them was only in the 6th dimension, while the 2 weakest were in the 5th. Leonel could imagine why they were so confident, considering Ina was only in the 4th and he was in the 5th, but he didn't really take them seriously at all. The scent the trio gave off was, expectedly, quite suffocating. Elthor usually suppressed his pheromones because he knew humans didn't like it, but usually, the stronger the scent, the more talented the Oryx. Leonel had studied them for quite a while, so he knew that these 3 weren't very talented at all. Since this was a 6th-dimensional fold of reality, though, they were likely among the strongest talents there were. None of this was why Leonel found this matter so interesting, though. Existence was still creating new races, pitting them against one another and seeing which could come out on top. It felt like the end of the world was coming closer and closer with the northern star looming overhead, but the truth was that existence likely wouldn't be going anywhere for several more million years. Who knew how many new races could rise and fall in this time? For the Oryx to appear in the dimensional verse and here too, could it because existence was prepping to create a new official mortal race? It could be said that all incomplete worlds at least had one or two races that rarely or never appeared elsewhere. This was the simple product of evolution, taking tiny liberties here and there. This essentially meant that for one race to appear multiple times, it meant that they had survived the countless years of evolution to still end up in the same state. The only mortal races that could successfully accomplish this were the ones that Leonel and Ina encountered the most often: the human race, the nomad race, the cloud race, the spiritual race, the rapax race, and finally, the dwarven race. To the wider world, humans and the dwarven race were comically weak, but when one was speaking about evolution's victors, humans had earned their place. No one could take that away from them. And now, maybe the Oryx were starting to take steps toward becoming the seventh mortal race? Could existence withstand that? The sixth-dimensional Oryx roared at Leonel, his vertical eye splitting on his forehead as the fur that covered its lower body bristled. A heavy axe with blades that spanned half his pointed toward Leonel in a threatening manner. Leonel shook his head, realizing they were mad because he was ignoring them. My dream force didn't translate immediately. Seems I have to be more deliberate. Roar, get down human or I will cut you at the waist. Leonel pursed his lips. This threat was actually quite a big deal to Oryx. Their lower bodies were covered in fur and could be considered quite bestial, but their upper bodies were mostly human, aside from their third eye and horns. When they entered their monstrous beast form, their lower halves consumed the rest of their bodies, so it could be said that it was the most important to their combat, at least until they awakened the abilities of their third eye. This wasn't all either, and likely not the main reason the insult was so potent. Their strong pheromones came from the fur in their lower extremities. Although some of it came from their hair as well, their fur was the best at trapping it. Telling a male Oryx you were going to cut them at the waist was no different from telling a human you'd castrate them. With their strong vitality, the Oryx just might survive being cut at the waist, but then they wouldn't be able to attract women. At that point, they might as well die. If this Oryx was using this insult, it could be said that he was very upset already, and Leonel found it a bit amusing. With a thought, a wooden spear appeared in Leonel's palms. He smiled lightly, and a confident sort of sharpness exuded from his body. Let's dance then. Show me what that axe can do. Chapter 2815. No. Chapter 2815. No. Leonel took a step forward and struck out with the wooden spear. He used just a single arm, but the blade still seemed to sing. It had been a while since he used a wooden spear, and somehow it felt to resonate more with him. A spear from his Emulation Spatial Force and Scarlet Star Force was powerful, but it was precisely because of that it lost the most integral parts of what it meant to be a spear. His strike didn't have to be perfect. His Emulation Spatial Force made the blade sharp enough to cut through anything. It didn't have to be powerful. His Scarlet Star Force could blaze through anything. But now, with a simple, unadorned spear in his hand, a white cloth fluttering around where the polearm and blade met, if he wasn't perfect, he really would be cut at the waist. The Oryx had never felt something like this before. It was just a simple strike, but it somehow felt like there was no perfect response to it. He couldn't dodge it, he couldn't block it, he couldn't counter, there was no perfect response. In the last moment, the Oryx unleashed a roar and lashed out. It wasn't like the warrior of the Oryx to simply bow down and accept death. If he couldn't find a counter rooted in skill, he would just have to brute force his way to victory. Oh? The digitigrade legs of the Oryx seemed firmly rooted into the ground, almost as though he had become an ancient tree. Earth force fueled his attack, and he swung down with all his might, borrowing momentum from the planet they stood on. If the strike hit, Leonel's spear would indeed be blasted to smithereens. He didn't dare to use his spear force so casually anymore, so the wooden spear had no protections aside from the simple wood it was cast from. Of course, this was from a tree in Anastasia's world, so it was ninth-dimensional in character, but it had no other sorts of special qualities to it. Even if it wasn't shattered, it would definitely be heavily damaged, but Leonel's reaction wasn't so fierce at all. His wrist tilted just the slightest bit, and the Oryx missed his spear by a hair. Sparks flew as metal clashed against metal. Leonel's wrist tilted once more, and the Oryx's axe was sent flying overhead. At the same time, his spear blade pierced through the Oryx's tough outer skin, slipping between two ribs with ease. The blade stopped at that moment, causing the fifth-dimensional Oryx that wanted to take action to freeze as well. Leonel smiled. It's best you don't move. If I press just a little harder, I'll puncture his lung. If I press a little harder than that, I'll skewer his heart. You wouldn't want that, right? The waves of dream force made the Oryx feel as though Leonel were speaking their language, and this made them more shocked than maybe even the swift defeat of their leader. Now, tell me, where is this place? Who rules this domain? Leonel wasn't sure that this dimensional verse even had domains. He had only come into contact with other incomplete worlds for a short time, but it was still enough for him to know that not all of them had the same setup. Some had already been conquered entirely by one race alone. Some only had two races leading the charge. The number that were like Leonel's own and had multiple races divided across several domains were actually a bit rarer in number. Usually, one race or a handful would get the leg up in evolution and then take over most of everything, leaving scraps for everyone else. The reason Leonel still asked this question, though, was because these few didn't seem surprised enough that he was human. Unless they were a bit slow and didn't notice until now, this was a pretty good bit of information to go off of. This is the Oryx domain. The leader didn't understand how Leonel didn't know the answer to this question, but he still answered anyway. Leonel was a bit surprised as well. He knew that the leader wasn't misinterpreting his question, calling this single planet a domain or something like that. That was because the way his Dreamforce translated was the same way his father's Silver Dictionary translated. He was hearing the meaning of their intentions, not their arbitrary understanding of the word. If this Oryx had said domain in their language, but actually meant city or planet or even penis, that was the word that Leonel would hear. This was also why it was very difficult for people to lie to him these days. What shocked Leonel was that this world actually had a substantial enough Oryx population that they controlled a domain to themselves. What are the other domains? Leonel asked. Who rules them? The leader frowned, but he still answered once more. The Rapax race and the sea gods. Leonel blinked. Sea gods? What was that? Once again, these people had different words for their races, but his Dreamforce had still translated those terms into Rapax and Oryx, so the fact he had said sea god couldn't have been a mistake. He truly meant sea god. Which of you three is the strongest? The Oryx leader roared. He would have even beat his chest if not for the fact there was a spear sticking out of it. Technalsis word. Leonel raised an eyebrow and chuckled. So, the sea gods. The leader froze, and hints of embarrassment and defiance appeared on his face. In the end, though, he didn't refute. Interesting, two new mortal races, each substantial enough to own an entire domain to themselves, and there are no humans in this world? But why? There's no human domain? Leonel asked. But why did you recognize us? There is no human domain, but there is a small human empire. It has managed to hang on, though it's hard to say if this will last for long. Chapter 2816, the hard part. Chapter 2816. The hard part. Leonel raised an eyebrow at this information and soon got the information he wanted. It seemed that there had once been a human domain in this dimensional verse, or rather the sea god verse as they called it, but it had been invaded and, unlike in Leonel's world, they hadn't managed to withstand the blow. Unsurprisingly, many of the great powers had retreated to their territories in hopes of protecting their foundations instead of going all out to meet the enemy together. This happened in Leonel's world as well. The difference was that this sea god verse didn't have a Leonel Morales or his father to pick up the slack. So, the stupidity of the humans ended with their powers being wiped out systematically, one after another, until now there was just one bastion of the human race left. In truth, Leonel and Ina's appearance wasn't all that surprising because many humans had fled their domain. Ultimately, if they had to make the choice between the Rapax, sea gods, and Oryx, the Oryx were the best choice. The sea gods were too cruel, and the Rapax had a culture that was difficult for humans to grow used to. The latter couldn't necessarily be considered cruel, but the end result of their actions wasn't too far off. The sea gods enslaved humans and treated them little differently than cattle, but the Rapax had a military and battle culture that placed a great deal of pressure on their own citizens, let alone humans. In the end, the Oryx were the best choice, but the Oryx domain also wouldn't allow a large number of refugees to suddenly swarm their lands and start taking up their resources either. That was why the leader had become hostile the moment he saw Leonel and Ina. Their worlds were obviously the ones most targeted by humans. The weak humans wouldn't dare to casually step into the 8th dimensional fold of reality of the Oryx, so they obviously spread themselves across the weaker ones to try to get a foothold. The Oryx armies couldn't possibly deal with them all. In the end, this was the result. Interesting, and kind of bad news at the same time. Leonel molded over, realizing that this situation wasn't the best for him. If a new race like the sea gods had managed to rise up in this dimensional verse, it could only mean that this verse was very conducive to their growth. Well, the problem with that was in the race's name. If they were a race of water force experts, Leonel was truly screwed. This was because that would mean that comprehending this verse's laws so that its regulator would stop hounding him mean that he needed to comprehend the one force he had basically abandoned. How unlucky, he muttered to himself. He wasn't too worried about their water force restraining his Scarlet Star Force. Everything in this world was relative. Even if these people could use the Void Star Force he had abandoned, the strongest water force there was, would their force manipulation match up to his own? The main issue was that refining this world with his natural force art required understanding of every aspect of it, including the aspects that allowed a sea god race of all things to thrive. There was no escaping water force, it seemed. Well, let's take it one step at a time. First, I have to see if it's actually possible to help heal this world to a state where it has God realm potential. Only then should I think about how to refine it and make it my own. I also have to be cautious with my next steps because the two buyers before me will certainly have their fingerprints all over this. If they were going to try to take over this domain, their main target would definitely be the sea god race. Since I'm late, I have to take a different approach. Leonel's thoughts landed on the so-called final bastion of human freedom. It seemed that he was going right back to his roots, protecting the human race. He let out a sigh. It seemed he couldn't escape it. Sometimes he felt that his childhood naivety about wanting to become a king who protected always came back to bite him. The universe had taken him a bit too seriously. Where was the leeway for being young and immature? You three come with me. Leonel forced them into the segmented cube. He couldn't leave behind any traces, so he had to wipe their memories first. The Emperor's Might Tablet had a method of doing this, but Leonel had never used it before, so it was a bit difficult to manage. The best he could do was rely on Anastasia to stabilize some things for him and suppress these three so that he could work. Soon, he sent the three Oryx back and changed his sights toward what remained of the human bubble. It would have been easy to find the direction with Anastasia. He could just ask her to scan the whole verse. The trouble was that it would certainly be sensed by the wrong people now that there were members of the complete worlds around. He could only use the brute force method and get himself some maps. Leonel ended up spending the next few days planet hopping, stacking maps like ladders, always relying on lower quality maps to find his way to stronger planets where he could get himself higher quality ones. Soon, he had made his way to this world's ancient battlefield. This is where the hard part starts. Beyond this location was the human domain, but only in part. Much of it had been swallowed up, so there were definitely far more sea gods than there were humans over there. He had to find a way to find the location of this last bastion of human life discreetly. Shit, Leonel cursed. Sneaking into this ancient battlefield was too difficult. It had the most security of all locations across worlds. It seemed he had been found. Or, more accurately, he had been tracked from the beginning. Chapter 2817. Careful, Chapter 2817. Careful, Leonel had already sensed the presence of these people. It was just that there wasn't much he could do. He wasn't Little Blackstar, unfortunately, and he also didn't dare to take the little guy out so casually in this world either. Blackstar and Kira had been spending all their time near the Void Beast corpse. It could be said that of Leonel's subordinates, if Aloran cost the most money, these two had the greatest improvement. A close second to that would probably be Emna, who spent much of her time refining her blade again and again. The trouble with that was that they had reached a demigod standard even before Leonel had. Their path of growth was clear, and the Void Beast corpse had more than they could study in a lifetime. The only race that even had Void Beast corpses on hand were the gods, and unless you had standing equal to Shan Ray or better, it was a pipe dream to hope that you could spend your time studying one. On top of that, Blackstar was at the 7th dimension. The backlash he would face would probably be even harsher than Leonel's own. There was some leeway to this, but it was mostly just speculation on Leonel's part. The regulator worked using anarchic force, the very force that little Blackstar was quickly growing more and more proficient in. So there was a chance that Blackstar could withstand the backlash even better than Leonel, even if it was worse for him. But Leonel had long treated Blackstar like a little brother and a cherished pet. If he didn't have to make him suffer at all, that was for the best. As for his wife, she would probably kill him if he said anything remotely similar to her, so he could only let her bear the brunt after accessing the risks. This was all to say that there was simply no avoiding all of this, especially since their actions were so curious in the first place. They had noticed Leonel already, their ancient battlefield protected by an organization not too different from the Void Palace that Leonel was used to. But they didn't attack him immediately. It was as though they were waiting and biding their time for something. It wasn't until it looked like Leonel would escape into the distance that they took action, and that intrigued him. What were they biding their time for? At that moment, a surge of power came over from the distance. A few quasi-7th dimensional and one Tier 1 7th dimensional existence. Leonel nodded. This was almost the perfect mirror of the dimensional verse. This was around the strength of the truly elite disciples of the Void Palace as well. There were 6 of them, and with the dense fog of the region almost another thing much like the Void Palace, they had closed off the areas of retreat quickly. They had been nearby the entire time, and though Leonel felt that he could have escaped, he was more interested in why they had acted the way they had. Understanding this was important for how he would proceed. Plus, they also might know the exact location of the last bastion of the human race as well. The Oryx all stood tall. The 7th dimensional one loomed at over 3 meters, while the others were at least 2.5 meters tall. Rather than the usual brown fur that coated their lower bodies, 3 of them had striking red fur, 2 had jet black fur, and the last had fur Leonel had only seen from Elthor, a beautiful white. Well, in reality, Elthor's lower body was entirely human, unlike this Oryx. He only showed that fur when he entered his full beast mod, but this still reminded Leonel of that nonetheless. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and come with us, the white-furred Oryx spoke coldly. Leonel gave Ina a look, and she just shrugged. He couldn't help but chuckle at that. My wife is becoming such a passenger princess. What can I say? I've gotten used to being pampered. Ina blinked innocently. The Oryx didn't understand what they were saying because neither used Dreamforce to project their intentions. Not wanting to take the risk, the white-furred Oryx signaled for an attack. The 3 red-furred Oryx shot forward simultaneously. Each one wielded a halberd just as crimson as their fur, but what was interesting were the runes that rotated around their tips, making them look particularly sharp and striking. Leonel protected Ina to his back and readied his spear. His gaze flashed with a dangerous light as he took a step forward. Compared to the first Oryx he had fought in this world, these six were on another level. Not only were they part of a Void Palace equivalent place, making them absolute geniuses, but their dimensions were also far higher. Also, from what Leonel could see, there was a special aura radiating from their third eyes that made him think. In the dimensional verse, to become a member of the Void Palace, you had to follow the God Path. Could it be that these Oryx were following a similar path, one tailored for their third eye? He had to be careful of that. Leonel thrust out his spear thrice in quick succession, meeting the exact tips of their halberds for a brief instant every time. The deviations in their weapons were precise and delicate. Leonel seemed to barely move them off course a centimeter or two, but by the time their momentum carried them over to Leonel's body, their halberds slipped by him as though they had missed on purpose. One crashed into the ground between his legs, and the last two crisscrossed over his shoulders, missing his throat by a hair's breadth. Leonel didn't even flinch at the near-death experience, his leg lifting and kicking downward at the halberd that had been pierced into the ground. The strength caught the Oryx off guard, causing him to lose control of his weapon. Chapter 28118. Interesting. Chapter 2818. Interesting. The red-furred Oryx saw his life flash before his eyes. The moment he lost control of his halberd, he understood that he had lost all rights to protect himself. If he tried to hold on to it, he would basically be presenting his neck to Leonel. If he let go of it, he would have nothing to use to protect himself. No matter how he looked at it, he was truly finished. The other Oryx were shocked by the result. But the three red-furred Oryx had all surrounded Leonel from the front and both sides. There was no easy path for them to interfere with what was happening. The two red-furred Oryx that had missed over Leonel's shoulders could only pull their halberds back with as much speed as they could muster, trying to hook their blades around Leonel's neck and cut his head off from the back. Although they were meant to capture him alive, it was better for this human dead than their companion. Unfortunately for them, Leonel was entirely unmoved. He pulled a hand away from the shaft of his spear and struck a palm upward, colliding with the exact location the two halberds crisscrossed. They were both sent upward at the same time, the blades leaving a sharp wind up the back of Leonel's skull, but missing entirely nonetheless. At the same time, the hand that remained on his spear wasn't slow in the slightest. It pierced right through the final red-furred Oryx's chest, leaving him clutching at his heart and falling back. Right then, the two red-furred Oryx found their halberds intertwining in the air. The hook of their blades latched onto one another, and because they had been pulling so hard, they ended up fighting against one another. Their strength was too even, and not expecting the sudden reverberating force, they not only lost control of their weapons in the air, but they both stumbled forward. Leonel pulled his spear out of the heart of the fallen Oryx, bracing it against his hip and sweeping it out in a wide arc. From a third party's perspective, it looked as though the final two red-furred Oryx had stumbled into his blade all on their own, disemboweling themselves. 3 Oryx fell to the ground in quick succession. From start to end, Leonel hardly moved his feet. The only time he did was to stomp down in the middle Oryx's halberd. Other than that, he was perfectly still, as though nothing could faze him at all. Perfectly at peace, perfectly unbothered. The eyes of the final 3 Oryx opened wide. They hadn't expected this sort of result at all. In their eyes, it was fine if Leonel won, but he had done so with great ease and such grace that they couldn't fathom the real limits of his strength. Was it possible for someone to have such a grasp of timing, to have such untouchable skill? Just who was this human? Leonel didn't find it all very surprising at all. In fact, he quite missed this style of combat. In the distance past, this was how he fought all the time, using his controllability index to calculate and time every movement. He was finding that in this new world, he was relying on the strength of his forces more and more. While it was true that Ina's style of combat worked for her, and she had reasons to favor it over his style, but was that him? In a lot of ways, not being able to use his spear and bow force so freely anymore was actually a positive for him. It returned him to his roots. The difference was that the Leonel in the past relied purely on calculation and lacked in skill and understanding of his spear. The Leonel of today, however, awed everyone with every stroke of his spear. In the past, he had tried to fuse these two paths into one, but when he never truly understood the latter, how could he ever? Now, his skill in the spear stood near the pinnacle of existence. He might not be in the creation state, nor did he have a dharma or idol just yet, but he still had the confidence to put up his blade against anyone. Leonel's grip shifted, and he pointed out his spear toward the final 3 Oryx. Come. The 3 Oryx let out a furious roar. Leonel stomped a foot, sending the 3 dying red-furred Oryx flying out of his way. One of the halberds was kicked up, and Leonel lashed out with a leg, his foot colliding with its butt and sending it flying forward at tremendous speeds. The halberd seemed to blink through space, appearing before the white-furred Oryx in the blink of an eye. The black-furred Oryx didn't expect their leader to suddenly be delayed, but that didn't slow their own attacks. Both of them raised up a pair of heavy sabers. Leonel was finding that sabers were rarer than he thought. The only person he knew who used one was Noah, and though Emna somewhat used a saber as well, there was a subtle difference between blade force and saber force. However, these 2 Oryx were quite proficient. The both of them seemed to have reached the 3rd layered state and had 7th dimensional saber force. This was quite a surprise. That meant that if they had kept their saber force at the 6th dimension, it would have been in the 4th layer, just a step away from the impetus state, which was the minimum requirement to enter the 9th dimension. The fact they were in the 3rd layer and had a saber force that was beyond their quasi-7th dimensional realm meant that they weren't suppressing themselves. They were exceptional geniuses. Even Leonel's own spear force was still in the 7th dimension, though he was obviously far ahead of them in force manipulation nonetheless, being at the quasi-creation state. Still, for an incomplete world, this was excellent, interesting. Chapter 2819, a woman called, Chapter 2819, a woman called. Leonel couldn't deal with these two as casually as the first, and the white-furred oryx was already prepared to parry away his first assault. Leonel grabbed out with his earth force and suddenly slightly changed the direction of the halberd flying toward the white-furred oryx. The man was taken aback, realizing his fist was about to miss the mark. At the same time, Leonel took another step forward. The two black-furred oryx were relying on absolute strength to overwhelm them, a fury fueled by their hatred of him for what he had done to their companion. It was harder to deal with such a thing without exhibiting some more of his strength. He had some leeway because it was doubtful that anyone would be coming to support these 6 in short order. If Leonel was correct, this outpost was theirs to manage, and they probably wouldn't have thought it necessary to send a message back. In that case, he could take a less forceful and speedy approach to the situation. His spear danced, using 3 or 4 attacks to counter just one oryx. Light force wrapped around him, and several clones began to appear around him. In that moment, mirrors of gold filled the ancient battlefield, and Leonel seemed to enter and vanish from one, instantly appearing in another without any time passing by at all. This was the technique he had been playing around with after his spar with Syndra. In this world, it was probably better to use less of his true calling cards. The world knew him best for his dream sovereignty. After that, his destruction, spear, and bow sovereignty were close seconds. This didn't mean that Leonel wouldn't use them if he absolutely had to, but there was no point in doing so against opponents this weak. It wasn't yet time to go all out, and he certainly wouldn't expose himself as Leonel Morales just yet if he could help it. Luckily, he had plenty of abilities. The white-furred oryx let out a roar as a tendon in its arm was cut. It had managed to save itself from a fatal injury, but now one of its arms hung limply by its side, unable to move. At the same time, the two black-furred oryx were being swiftly overwhelmed. Leonel used his speed to stifle them, attacking them from all sides until their bodies were littered with wounds. Leonel had started off skillfully crushing them, and now he suddenly erupted with strength that was beyond their understanding. The white-furred oryx rushed forward to support his men, only for a golden mirror to appear to his back. Leonel stepped out of it with a calm gaze, severing the white-furred oryx's spine in a single thrust. A mournful howl came from his lips and he fell to the ground, his body convulsing but his legs not listening to his commands. Leonel vanished again, his spear becoming akin to a golden whirlwind. In the middle of the ancient battlefield, it looked as though the leaves of a golden tree were falling down in a trickle. It was an absolutely gorgeous sight. Light force was capable of pulling on the heartstrings even when it was being shattered. Soon, Leonel stood in the middle of the battle, exhaling a calm breath as he slowly lowered his blade. All 6 oryx lay dying or close to it, but none had breathed their last just yet. It could be said that they were truly strong of vitality. In that way, they were a lot more similar to beasts than they were to humanoids. Leonel walked forward and bent down by the paralyzed white-furred oryx. He helped the oryx flip over and then looked into his eyes. Now, do you plan on telling me why you followed me for so long and didn't attack? This time, the oryx could understand Leonel loud and clear. A look of defiance was clearly reflected in the white-furred oryx's eyes, but Leonel had already expected this. He had only been in this oryx domain for a short time, but he had seen their overall culture. They were warriors, much like the rapax. Although their methods were much less cruel, they all took honor very seriously, so Leonel hooked a thumb over his shoulder, pointing toward the dying oryx. Tell you what, you tell me why, and I'll save you and your companions. They don't really have much time left, you know. It's probably best if you hurry up. If they die first, I can't really help you anymore, now can I? Struggle appeared in the depths of the white-furred oryx's eyes, but soon it became resolve. If he did this to save his companions, then he would be tarnishing their honor. At that point, they would rather die anyway, so what would be the point? Leonel chuckled. He could have expected this as well. Seems I don't have a choice. Leonel reached down and killed the white-furred oryx. He would have preferred to not do this, but there was no other choice. Arise. Soon, Leonel had a group of 24-hour minions, and he came to understand the situation. It seemed that the humans weren't just resting on their hands. They were actively trying to find ways to survive rather than sitting on their hands. It turned out this final human empire was known as the Fleeting Cloud Empire. They were an odd mutation of offspring between humans and the last remnants of the cloud race that had been wiped out from this world many generations ago. As such, they had a few abilities in the cloud race as well, though not as perfect. They were using those abilities to infiltrate and wreak havoc, trying to find a path out for themselves. Ultimately, they had assumed that Leonel was one of these people, and they wanted to see what his intentions were. None of this was what was most interesting to Leonel, though. What truly caught his attention was when his Oryx summons mentioned a leader of the sea gods in passing, a woman they called Wise Sea Order. Chapter 2820, Reminded. Chapter 2820, Reminded. Leonel wasn't sure what to believe when he heard this name. It felt like it could both be a coincidence, and yet too coincidental at the same time. If it had been a name like Wise Sea God or Intelligent Sea Order, it would have been fine. But the simple swapping of star for sea made him pause, especially when it was his Dreamforce doing the translating right now. If he could speak the language of the Oryx and this was just a quirk on their part, it was one thing. But for his Dreamforce to translate it in this way and elicit such emotion in him, it could mean that these two titles were truly mirrors of one another. But the question was, why? Were there tablets in this world as well? He guessed that could be possible. There was no reason for the dimensional verse to be the only incomplete world the cult and the other envoys were dabbling in. Why Star Order was an anomaly. Leonel still hadn't figured out. Of course, this time he was referring not to the title but rather to the man. He had just upped and disappeared, somehow slinking past Leonel's safeguards and even out of Anastasia's world without any of them realizing. On top of that, he had taken away two savants with him as well. Candle and Vice were huge parts of Leonel's trump cards. If he had the life tablet and two savants under his belt, just how much more powerful could he make the two of them? But that much was beside the point. The core of it was that because of Wise Star Order's existence alone, there might even be an organization that was the antithesis of the cult. How else could the silver tablet appear in Valiant Heart Mountain, or a bronze tablet appear in the Luxnix? The fact that a member of the cult had only a black tablet made it all even weirder. How was it that an incomplete world had stronger tablets than the complete world it was an offshoot of? On top of that, none of these things seemed related to the Pluto or the Fox. It was clearly a third party dabbling in these matters, so who was to say that they hadn't dabbled here as well? Leonel wasn't entirely sure what was going on, but what was certain was that he would need to see this Wise Sea Order at least once. One way or another, if he wanted to claim this entire world, he would not only need to understand it, but he would need to subdue it. That was easier said than done, though, not just because of the suppression he was facing, but because of the other characters moving in the dark. But for now, he could only take things one step at a time. He stored the Oryx summons into the snow globes and then rushed away. There would certainly be people who noticed their deaths, but this wasn't his problem for now. His only goal was to make it to the last bastion of human power, and now he knew where that was. Emperor Fleeting Cloud was an old man. Though he didn't have a foot in the grave, his wrinkles were clear and defined, and his white hair had a more wispy and dry quality to it than a 40 or 50-year-old man would have. He seemed to be in his 60s, still a bit vibrant, but also clearly beyond his peak. The heaviness of the current circumstances only made his condition seem worse. He had no choice but to project an outward feeling of confidence. That was his duty to his people. But what he exuded and how he truly felt were two different matters entirely. Watching his court ministers argue about the same thing for the 10th time today, he released a deep sigh in his heart, closing his eyes for a moment. Outside the final capital of the Fleeting Cloud Empire, there was an army. No, it was armies. There didn't seem to be a single old soul in sight, as though the sea gods had chosen to unleash their children on this last bastion of humanity. And maybe they had such a right, because the title of Sea God Race didn't seem to be empty, at least if their appearances were everything one should go by. The shortest of them were 2 meters tall, but they had such immature and doughy-eyed features that it was clear that they were teenagers at best. The tallest of them cleared 3 meters, but this was hardly the most imposing part of this race. In reality, there were many larger, many who were taller, many who looked more imposing from just a silhouette alone, but they were beyond this. Their skin was tinted a slight greenish blue, ranging from pale greens to pale sky blues. Beneath their eyes, along their forearms, and down their shins, for those where it could be seen, there were gorgeous, polished scales. On first look, these scales seemed to look like refined emeralds or glistening sapphires. But when you took a deeper look, you could find whole worlds within them, seas of green and blue rising up to form tsunami-like waves or gently bobbing in the wind. Their ears were pointed like elves, long and angular, and their eyes seemed slit but not quite. Rather than looking sharp, their pupils looked like small pills of black, their irises reminding one of exploding stars of green and blue, while their hair wasn't much unlike this at all. They didn't look like a mortal race at all. It seemed as though they had been plucked out from the god realm and then deposited here. When Leonel laid eyes on them for the first time, he couldn't help but feel a strong feeling of danger in his heart, a feeling that shouldn't come from a mortal race, especially not only of an incomplete world. They reminded him of the Pluto. Chapter 2821, Sneak In. Chapter 2821, Sneak In. People would likely call Leonel ridiculous if they knew what he was thinking. But this was what he felt from the bottom of his heart. The sea gods weren't as imposing, and their blood certainly wasn't as potent, but the feeling and momentum they gave him was similar to a miniature Pluto race. It wasn't just because they shared the same blue-tinted skin, but it was something deeper. Even though they were just standing there and talking, their presences alone exuded a great deal of might. Leonel could hear their heartbeats synchronizing like waves, the thrumming enough to make a third-dimensional existence's eardrums burst. They didn't send their powerhouses, but it honestly doesn't seem like they need to. This sort of status quo had remained for a long while. I wonder why the sea gods haven't just ended it. The humans almost certainly have something that's making them hesitant. Either that or they're trying to bait out something else. Now Leonel was wondering how to get in. Right now, the land was in an odd situation. At the center of the several armies there was a city. The trouble was that the city took up practically a tenth the size of the entire planet. It was absolutely huge. Well, it takes up 10% now. Usually a capital city of a domain would take up an entire planet, if not an entire solar system or network of planets. It wasn't normal for one to be so reserved. Obviously, they had been forced to retreat back to this point. The good news was that the city walls were tall, and the protective force arts were excellent by the metrics that Leonel had seen of this world at least, but that was pretty much where all the good news stopped. For one, it looked like the sea gods were turning the city into an island. The ground that did remain was sloshy and waterlogged, but there were already large segments that had flowing quasi-rivers and lakes. This would be bad even if the water was fresh. After all, there was only so much water plants could intake. Any more, and they would all die. But it was even worse that all this water was salt water. Leonel didn't know where the sea gods were pumping this water in from, but it was devastating for the ecosystem. The second issue was that just because the sea gods weren't attacking didn't mean that they weren't pressuring the humans in some way. There was only so long food could last, only so long unrest could be suppressed, only so long before the last human empire crumbled beneath its own weight, both figuratively and literally, which led to the third problem. The city would probably begin to sink at some point or another. The foundation it was built upon wasn't designed to withstand this odd rush of water, and even if the Force Art managed to protect it somehow, succeeding in something that it wasn't designed to do in the first place, who was to say that the water level wouldn't just keep rising until it covered the whole city? Even if the Force Art protected the city from the water spilling in, what would happen if it continued to rise? What would the citizens feel like they were entirely submerged in water? What if they were buried so far that sunlight couldn't reach them? What would it feel like to be plunged into a perpetual darkness? These tactics by the sea gods seemed designed to break their spirits. They didn't seem to just want to kill all the humans, they wanted to crush them until there was nothing at all left. What was even more interesting than all of this was that security was lax, almost too lax. Leonel had been caught by sixth-dimensional Oryx on the ancient battlefield, and yet here he had managed to slink his way all the way to the capital without being stopped. It seemed the sea gods almost wanted humans to be able to sneak back to this location. Was it as simple as a trap to deal with them all at once, or was it related to what he had learned about their partial cloud race ancestry? Leonel stood in a tree in the far-off distance, the salty waters lapping at its trunk. He closed his eyes for a moment, wondering how best to go about this. There were too many variables in this incomplete world. Without laying his eyes on the situation, it was impossible to plan ahead of time, and even now that he could see it, he knew it wasn't the whole picture, so that was its own problem. He was so worried about this that he had no choice but to place Ina in the segmented cube. Alright, first I'll just have to sneak into the city, then we can take it from there. He was tempted to hide in the waters, but if he was correct, this was the worst option available to him. The sea gods should have a huge advantage in detecting things in the water, so he took an unconventional approach, avoiding the waters entirely. Emulation spatial force sparkled around him, but more was a deterrence. The main character became his light force. He refracted the surrounding light at a quick pace. The trouble with using light force or emulation spatial force to hide yourself was that there were too many perspectives to consider. So long as you were a bit off in the eyes of just one person, it might be enough for you to investigate. Second, Leonel didn't want to impersonate the sea gods for now. For one, this was supposedly something the humans were capable of, so they would be on guard and have prepared measures against it. And second, how would he justify sneaking into the city if he was one of them? Like this, Leonel inched closer to the city walls. Now, he had another problem to face. Chapter 2822, Talk. Chapter 2822, Talk, the path forward was easy. Once again, the sea gods didn't seem to have any fail-safes, nor were they vigilant. They seemed to almost be inviting him to enter the city. Now the trouble was exactly how should he do that? The Force Art was comically easy for Leonel to decipher, and he had already found several weak points. But there was a difference between breaking a Force Art, entering without anyone knowing, and even further entering without compromising it. These were 3 levels of difficulty, with the last being the most difficult. Entering without alerting anyone and also leaving the Force Art in the same state he had gotten it in took a bit of time. But Leonel was prepared enough to do this. He leapt up and onto the city walls, latching onto locations that deftly dodged the detection modules. Finding the flaw he was targeting, he pressed a hand against it. His emulation spatial force spread, and soon the Force Art was subtly changed. He slipped right through. At the moment, Leonel covered the planet in his internal sight. Although there was a risk that there was someone from the demigods or gods hidden in the army, he felt the risk was worth it. For one, covering a single planet with internal sight wasn't impossible in an incomplete world, and they wouldn't necessarily assume he had come from elsewhere. After all, Anastasia could cover the entire universe. Second, the information that he could get back from doing this was far more important. Plus, this was why he had waited to slip into the city first. No one noticed, Leonel said after a while. This should have been obvious to him, but for some reason, the sea gods just made him feel like there was more to them than met the eyes. Am I being too cautious? Leonel frowned, and he touched down into the city. He shook his head, feeling that he should trust his senses, but also feeling that he had no reason to justify such thoughts either. Leonel turned his attention to the city. It was well built, but there was nothing too special about it. The most interesting thing was the fact that it carried the feel of a spiritual city, having a huge overlap between greenery and residential buildings. It was the same as the outside. According to his estimations, the entire planet had certainly once been a city, and yet there had still been so many trees and vegetation around. It was clear to him that there were certain reverberations across space-time that caused certain things to appear again and again. Much of the architecture back on Earth was one-to-one comparison to things he had seen in wider existence. The apartment buildings and compounds in Godland City were the perfect example. It was an interesting phenomenon that Leonel didn't quite understand. It made sense that the same sort of races would appear again and again across the incomplete worlds. There were certain characteristics that evolution would always favor when the net was cast wide enough. It was still a bit difficult to accept, but it was within his range of tolerances. The fact that architecture was so well replicated, though, left him curious. These humans are also a bit different. Leonel had kept his invisibility activated as he slipped through the city, and he noticed that these humans were indeed slightly off-kilter from the humans he knew. They looked normal, except for the fact that some of them had hair dancing with runes, and others had opaque eyes of foggy whiteness that almost made Leonel mistake them as invalids for a moment. But no, in reality, these were just novel manifestations of the Cloud Race's Cloud Figure. The Cloud Figure was the bundle of white fog and runes that acted as the Cloud Race's hair. Many of their best abilities came directly as a result of this evolutionary quirk. But this is still odd. Spirituals tend to mate with humans a lot, but what could have happened here for humans and the Cloud Race to practically create an entirely new race of humanoids? Leonel silently observed the city for 3 days. He wasn't in a rush to make a move because if he was correct, this place would have to be where his campaign started from. Right now, he wasn't in competition with this world. He was in competition with the two that bought the information before him. According to his estimates, if one wanted the best way to conquer this incomplete world, that would obviously be to turn the sea gods into a puppet. If Leonel tried to do the same, he would find himself on his back foot without room to maneuver. There was a good chance that the two groups had already taken a piece of that pie. If he tried to triple dip, he would end up getting exposed and crushed. That was exactly why he had to do exactly what no one could expect. He would turn the humans of this world into its overlords, and this time he wouldn't disappear halfway through. The weight of what happened to the Morales still loomed heavy on his conscience. He wouldn't allow it to happen again. Leonel's figure flickered, slipping into what could only be described as an imperial chamber. It was lavish and well-furnished, and in the center of it all, an old man slept in the midst of silk pillows and covers of lavender. The Emperor tossed and turned, sleep not coming to him. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, only to find Leonel sitting in a chair at the foot of his bed. The Emperor's heart practically beat out of his chest as he stood on the bed, ready for battle, but the soft pliability of the mattress made it difficult to get a firm base. His breathing slowed as he regained his wits, staring at Leonel deeply. If this man wanted to kill him, he would surely be dead already. Calm now? Leonel asked. Good. We have some stuff to talk about. Chapter 2823, Frog. Chapter 2823, Frog, who are you? Emperor Fleeting Cloud didn't relax his guard entirely. He didn't bother to raise the alarm. Something told him that not only would he fail, but even if, by some miracle, it all worked out, the human race would just end up suffering even more devastating losses. What surprised him the most was that this boy seemed to also be a human as well. But this ironically put him more on edge. If the human race had someone so powerful, would they even be in this situation? Leonel smiled and didn't rush the Emperor. However, he also didn't seem to have any intention of explaining himself so swiftly either. In Leonel's views, although he was quite sure that the two parties that arrived before him were likely involved with the Sea God race, or at least one of the other two races that weren't on the verge of collapse, it wasn't a 100% certain. It was also possible that this emperor was a spy set by another party, placed here to make the wrong choices at the right times to speed up the collapse of the empire. Of course, this was a slim possibility, which was why Leonel had appeared so boldly anyway, but that didn't mean that he would be casual about everything else. Right now, the two parties knew that a third party had bought the information as well, but they didn't know who had done so. The fact Leonel was a human could act as a nice smokescreen at the right time if it turned out that this man was a spy for another party. This was also why Leonel didn't just directly kill him and turn him into a puppet. That might alert an enemy of his plans. That said, he had observed this empire in silence for 3 days. He was being overly cautious only because he only had this one chance and couldn't afford to mess it up, but he was still fairly certain that the Emperor was trustworthy. At the end of the day, the Emperor was a man that had ruled over trillions at one point in his life. Though his empire had crumbled, he had lived a long life and was more well-adjusted than most. In the end, he calmed and took a step down from his bed. At the very least, he could have more solid footing like this. Good, Leonel smiled. I have a question for you then. How much do you want this empire of yours to survive? Emperor Fleeting Cloud's pupils constricted into pinholes. They trembled like a faint light in the void. What do you mean by this? Don't I mean exactly what I've said? The Emperor fell into silence before taking a breath. If the sea god race has come here just to taunt this old man, feeling free to do so, but I will die on my feet, as will the rest of my empire. Humans are not cowards. Leonel's pale violet eyes burned for a moment before they focused. Humans, huh? Not the cloud race? The Emperor frowned. Leonel could feel his visceral distaste for this, and it amused him and intrigued him at once. It seemed that these humans truly disliked the cloud race for some reason. We are the human race. The Emperor didn't explain anything further, but this was enough for Leonel to confirm something. This man wasn't a spy, and if he wasn't aware of it. This wasn't the reaction of a man who had lost pride in his race. But now Leonel was curious about the history between these two races. How was the human race both so integrated with the genes of the cloud race, and yet so hateful of them at the same time? Good, then I will ask you again. Do you want your empire to survive? Emperor Fleeting Cloud took a deep breath, realizing that Leonel was likely not from the sea god race. Of course I want my empire to survive. Without Fleeting Cloud, humans will have no home. We will become slaves and never have the right to raise our heads up again. Leonel nodded slowly. The Emperor also spoke like he had no idea there were humans outside of this incomplete world. That was another plus. Then I can give you an opportunity. However, if you're going to grasp it, it will depend on you. Who are you? He couldn't help but ask this question once again. Leonel grinned. Just a human. I don't believe you. Well, you don't really have much of a choice, now do you? I've already said it. I would rather... die then. Leonel sat there smiling. He reclined in the chair, but an overwhelming suppression descended. His king's might took shape, and a fluttering violet fog became the long, winding body of a dragon. It wrapped around Leonel's body, a powerful head leaning over his shoulder. It opened its mouth and roared. To the world, it was entirely silent, but to the Emperor, it felt like he was caught in a storm, a beast descending from a swirling cloud of lightning to open its maw right in his face. He felt small, like a human looking up to the surface from the bottom of the ocean, like a man staring at the stars in the depths of space, like a child seeing the wider world for the first time. Fear gripped him to an existential level, and he fell to his knees. Tears of blood began to fall from his eyes as veins popped across his face. The difference between himself and Leonel couldn't have been clearer at that moment. What the old man didn't know was that until Leonel flung himself free of a bit more of the regulator's suppression, a battle with an eighth-dimensional overlord like this old man would take quite a bit of effort, though he felt he would win in the end. However, this emperor no longer felt this way. Right now, he was a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 2824, Disturbance. Chapter 2824, Disturbance. Emperor Fleeting Cloud gasped for breath like a fish out of water. The instant the suppression vanished, his muscles loosened. If not for a last bout of strength, and the fact his body was exceptionally clean as an eighth-dimensional expert, he might have even lost control of his bowels. After awakening his King's Might lineage factor once more, Leonel had begun finding other ways to maximize it. It had to be remembered that arise, breathe, and assimilate were just the three most powerful and feared methods of the lineage factor. There were still dozens of other methods, including Emperor's Gaze, which Leonel had used quite often in the past, and this much more powerful method. Leonel's own mother's Emperor's Might manifested like a dragon. In the past, Leonel had assumed that this was just Aliénor's preference. What he didn't know was that the dragon's might in legend was actually a bastardization of Emperor's Might. The mythologies of Earth had twisted the true origins. In reality, Emperor's Might, the technique, not the lineage factor, was placed among the second-tier abilities of Emperor's Might. It was created by observing the celestial storm race, a powerhouse amongst god beasts. The thing was that the celestial storm race didn't have dragon's might. It was a conception created by the fox for a beast that seemed capable of ruling the skies. This legend then became lost in translation, and dragon's might eventually became something that human fantasy writers often used as a foundational ability of the mythical creature, when in reality it was something manifested by the fox alone. This wasn't the only technique created based on the god beasts. In fact, there were 4 in total. Although the fox never managed to replicate anything for the void beasts or infinity beasts, they had done so for the 4 celestial god beasts, and this was just one of them. Not killing yourself? Leonel asked curiously. He gazed down at the man that had fallen to his knees. The Emperor was heaving as though trying to empty his stomach, but there was nothing left in there. He hadn't been in an eating mood in the last several weeks, so he hacked and wheezed nothing but stomach acid and air. It took him a long while before he managed to calm down. The dragon around Leonel dissipated and vanished into plumes of violet smoke. The best part of these abilities weren't their strength, but rather the fact that according to what he had come to understand about their history, unless you were well informed in the Emperor's Might lineage factor, these 4 celestial abilities wouldn't be recognizable. There's no need to be excessively foolish. Leonel spoke lightly. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead. If I wanted to destroy the entire rest of the human race, I would do so. If you want to accuse me of using you for something, you should first figure out your position, and second figure out what I could possibly want from you. Leonel stood to his feet. Now, do you want to win this war or not? The Emperor looked up, his eyes red with both unwillingness and fear. But in the end, he pressed it down. There was no other choice in this matter and no other steps to take. Yes, Talon scratched his ass, a bit annoyed by the fact that he had been brought here. But these folks were way too powerful for him to snub his nose at yet. He had spent the last several months in his crafting lab and had hardly made any attempts to train at all. Even so, he had still improved by leaps and bounds. It could be said that his loss to Leonel had truly lit a fire under him, and he was more than a little annoyed that he had to come to an incomplete world of all places now. Who didn't know that incomplete worlds had limited laws that made progress nigh impossible? Plus, he was already in the 7th dimension, so even with the methods they had, the backlash he would receive for entering would be harsh. He shook his head and crossed the barrier. The red Samoan-like tattoos across his body erupted as the black chain lashed out. He hissed beneath the pain, but after his dimension fell to the 6th, everything stabilized. Not bad, all things considered. Too bad I look like a walking dead. All his tattoos had been covered in chains, his bronzed skin had paled, and his large belly had shrunk. In fact, it wasn't just his belly. He had gone from a fairly rotund man to a sack of bones in his estimations. Though what was a sack of bones to him was, in reality, shredded beyond compare to most others. His body was even more vascular than Leonel's own. Shaking his head, he took out a talisman and tore it. A portal appeared before him that he stepped into. When he appeared on the other side, he saw one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen in his life. She was enormous, at 5 meters tall, but that didn't stop the barbarian race youth's eyes from almost popping out of his sockets. He pursed his lips together, whistling. She was a big woman, but that also made that soft mounds of delicate blue pop out all the more. Her long gown clung to her waist and down her thighs, looking almost like a mermaid's tail. At that moment, the sea goddess looked down at Talon, her gaze calm. She didn't seem to notice Talon's heated gaze at all, but Talon himself frowned. Where was this pressure coming from? Why would he feel pressure from an incomplete world race? He had been sent here, but he really didn't know much about what was going on. At this point, he might as well be a child being directed by his elders. All right, lady, I was sent here to help you. What do you want me to do? The sea goddess didn't reply immediately, her sharp ears twitching. She took a graceful step and returned to her throne, taking a seat and looking down at Talon. There's an odd disturbance in the waters, she said softly. Talon's heart skipped a beat. Was this a sea goddess or a siren? How could a voice be so beautiful? I believe there is someone interfering with the fate of the humans. Go and ensure that they fall. Only then did Talon understand. Disturbance in the waters should be a saying of the sea gods. But what disturbance could she be referring to? Chapter 2825, Shit. Chapter 2825, Shit. Leonel's approach to war hadn't changed much over the years, only because he never officially learned battle tactics. What he was good at was understanding people and guessing how they would react before even they were aware. In a situation like this one, where he had limited understanding of the parties involved and the environments the battle would take place on, relying on cleverness was a hard pass. Rather than spending time racking his brain to find clever schemes, the best path forward was absolute power. But that was a problem in and of itself. Not only was his power limited due to the regulator, even if it wasn't, he didn't have the luxury of just suddenly going all out to defend the sea gods, because that would expose him much earlier than he wanted. To make matters worse, he couldn't rely on the humans either because they were much too weak. If they had absolute power to rely on, they would have used it already, and they wouldn't be in this situation to begin with. This meant one thing. Leonel not only had to find a method of using strength to overwhelm his enemies, at least, the very least, until he had gathered enough information to use cleverness. He also had to somehow do so while keeping it within an acceptable range. If he pushed it too far, it would be obvious that one of the participants in this race to claim the sea god incomplete world had taken the side of the humans. And if he didn't go hard enough, well, that result was obvious. The humans would be finished. Threading this needle would probably be one of the hardest things that Leonel had ever done, but there was really only one path forward. He had to rely on the strengths the humans did have, maximize them, and ride the wave to victory. By the time his enemies realized he was here, it would be too late. What Leonel didn't know was that his oddity had been sensed before he even had a chance to do anything. He hadn't realized that the reason the sea gods were so lax wasn't because they were baiting the humans to return. Even if he was on his way back, the security would have been just as easy to get through. The real reason they were so relaxed was because they had an infallible confidence in wise sea order. How many days are we going to spend like this? We should just storm this city already. What's the point of all this? A sea god grumbled. He was young to begin with, as were pretty much all of them. Just sitting around like this instead of acting was really grating on his nerves. Maybe Sasha is feeling just as bored. Who knows, she might actually accept your advances tonight. A round of jeering echoed as the young sea god rolled his eyes. These guys weren't being serious at all, but that didn't stop him from standing up. Ho, there he goes again. Don't come back in a puddle of your tears this time. The ocean is salty enough. We'll clear out the camp for you. Out of respect, we'll let you rub one out in silence tonight. The blue balls can't be healthy. The young sea god held up a pair of middle fingers, his tongue flicking out of his mouth in what looked like an even more obscene gesture. Clearly, this was unique to the sea gods. He strode out of their small group with confident strides that grew less so the closer he got to a group of fairy-like voices. Unfortunately, he knew that his friends were watching him, so he couldn't back out now. He's never hear the end of it. When the ladies noticed him approaching, their chatter died down into whispers and giggling. In the center of their little entourage, there was a young woman who looked indifferent to all things. Even when she smiled and nodded, it felt like she was fluttering off in a distant place. The young sea god coughed. "Fairy Sachet, might I speak to you in private for a moment?" "Boo!" One of the fiercer sea goddess interjected. "Say what you want to say right here." "Don't be a coward." The young sea god's eye twitched. "You fucking bitch. Why don't you go confess to someone you like and see how confident you are then?" Even after he had this thought, he didn't look toward the fierce sea goddess. Knowing her, rather than confessing, she'd probably drag him out of bed by the balls. So maybe that wasn't the best example. The young sea god cleared his throat again and looked toward Sachet for an answer. Okay. To his surprise, the young sea goddess stood and walked toward him. Soon, they were walking away. Let alone the ladies, even the young sea god's friends were in shock. Their ruckus had died down, and they watched them disappear with open mouths. Even the young sea god himself felt like he was watching all this happen from the sky. His soul had left his body, and he was completely on autopilot. He almost didn't realize that it was Sachet who was following him until they had long left the encampment. "Are you going to make me walk much further?" There seemed to be a hint of a smile in her voice that almost made him faint. The young sea god froze and finally remembered that he was the man in this situation. No, he was the one who invited her, but he hadn't thought he'd get this far. He knew nothing about this planet. Where the hell was he even going? He quickly looked around, and his heart leapt into his throat. There was nothing romantic about this place at all, and the sun was still too high in the skies for the atmosphere to be ambiguous. It just felt awkward. Shit, what the hell do I say? Chapter 2826, Freshwater. Chapter 2826, Freshwater, you are Ray, correct? Sachet asked. Ray felt like collapsing. He was such an idiot, he actually let her speak first. Now she feels like she needs to help carry him through a conversation. What a nightmare. Yes, thanks for I'm happy you remembered, not that you have a bad memory. Ray stopped talking. What the hell was he saying? Did he forget how language worked? Why wasn't his brain cooperating with him? He was in the 6th dimension. His thought speed should be enough to keep things flowing. So why did it feel like he spent an eternity thinking of absolutely nothing? Just say something. Anything. Our names end in the same characters. Ray suddenly sputtered out. He slapped a hand to his forehead. What the hell was that? Sachet raised a hand to her soft lips and giggled. It was the first time Ray had heard her laugh, and it left him in a complete daze. Enough that he didn't react at all when her arm suddenly went through his chest. Ray's eyes opened wide, not expecting this at all. He couldn't believe it. He had such a bright future, but he lost it all by chasing a girl? The feelings of betrayal didn't even have a chance to settle in. By the time he would have thought of it, his consciousness had long faded. Sachet watched indifferently as his body collapsed. She saw the last look in his eyes as well, and it only made her more indifferent. There was shock, but there was no pain, that sort of heart-wrenching pain that one might experience when a loved one stabbed you in the back. Clearly, he was just like the rest, lusting after her beauty and wanting to take her as their own without having a single inkling about the real her. It was not only pathetic, it was insulting. Killing such a man, she wouldn't feel any guilt at all. He wasn't worthy of such a thing. Sachet waved a hand, and an orb appeared in her hand. She threw it out, and a portal appeared. Out from this portal, the skin and bone Talon appeared. Though he seemed a bit better than earlier, he still hadn't recovered to 100% and likely never would for as long as he was in this place. But it was enough. This is who you'll be replacing, Sachet said softly. Talon shook his head. All of this bullshit was entirely unnecessary, but his elders insisted he kept a low profile. It was so annoying, though he understood why. 2 unknown characters had bought the information after them, and the odds gods were high, so they had no choice but to take caution. Who is this? Someone who tried to confess to me. It's more convenient this way. Instead of returning to his group of friends where you can be easily exposed, just stay by my side. Oh, Talon chuckled, stroking his chin. He actually quite liked barbarian race women. They had a lot of meat on the bone, and that was his favorite kind of woman. But after seeing Wise Sea Order, he had an itch that he really wanted to scratch. Unfortunately, he felt too much danger coming from that woman, but this one, maybe pretending to be someone else, wouldn't be so bad after all. Sachet ignored Talon's gaze. She reached down and the pools of water around them converged, dissolving Ray's body. Then she pushed the waters toward Talon. Talon raised an eyebrow but didn't resist. It seemed that this woman was quite powerful as well, and her methods were mysterious. He had never seen a water force capable of such things, but that didn't mean they didn't exist. Talon soon looked identical to Ray in every way, shape, and form. Let's go, Sachet said. Talon reached over to hook his arm around her waist, but his wrist was caught. Sachet looked over with a calm gaze. What? I'm just acting, Talon said righteously. Don't. Sachet let go of his wrist and continued to walk forward. I am a reserved woman. Suddenly coming back with a man I hardly know in such a touchy matter will raise more suspicion than not. You may remain beside me. You may also speak to me in an attempt to draw more of my attention, but you may not touch me. Do not ruin the plan, or else it won't be me you're answering to. Talon shook his head. He was a mighty demigod, and now a mortal was lecturing him. He swore that when he got a hold of those uncles of his, and his dimension reached theirs, he would be sure to teach them all a lesson. I better be getting paid well for this, he grumbled. The duo returned to the large encampment, and many questioning gazes landed on them. When these gazes saw Sashay bring Ray back to her group, they grew wide. Son of a bitch. No way he did it. Leonel wasn't aware of what had just happened. He hadn't been using his internal sight to scan the Sea God army, much for fear that they might have spies from complete worlds within it that could detect him. Ironically, he had been proven correct this time. But that didn't change what he needed to do. The first and most obvious thing he could take advantage of was the force art that controlled the city, so he did that. He didn't increase its power by much. Instead, he changed its function slightly. The sea gods wanted to flood this world with water for some reason, so he had to stop them from doing that. He reversed the function of the large formation and helped it quickly turn the water that touched it into water vapor. The trouble with this was that it would soon begin to rain, and quite heavily at that. But that was precisely where the second part of Leonel's plan kicked in. Why were the sea gods more fond of salt water than fresh water? Chapter 2827, Water. Chapter 2827, Water. Leonel had noticed the peculiarity of the salt water in the region instantly. However, he originally thought that it was just a method of warfare. Even so, this explanation wasn't enough. Salting the land seemed to be a bridge too far. Ostensibly, if the sea gods wanted to kill off the human race, they wouldn't be doing so just for the sake of it. Unless they were genocidal maniacs, there had to be a purpose. That purpose should be their land, or else what was the point? But then why would they destroy this land at the same time? If Leonel took a step back, then he might be able to assign the blame to this method to whoever might or might not be controlling the sea gods in the shadows. Maybe they were more interested in going scorched earth just to deal with this matter. But that didn't feel like it made sense either. The point of using an incomplete world as currency was the resources you could gain from it. Taking an eighth-dimensional world like this one and just running one of its best planets into the ground simply didn't make any sense, even if they were trying to capitalize on some fast money. When you thought about the fact the sea gods certainly had the capital to just brute force their way in and destroy what remained of the human race, it made even less sense. Why take this slow, methodical approach if they didn't have to? Especially when everything else was taken into account. There was no water force in existence that was naturally salty either, so it made even less sense. Back when Leonel was still living in the dimensional verse, he had made a great breakthrough in his Earth Force, one that helped him link some of his comprehension with Life Force as well. In fact, even to this day, it helped him quite a bit with strengthening his metal body. That breakthrough, of course, was related to the minerals in his body, the realization that things like sodium or magnesium or potassium or any other of the various chemicals and minerals the body used to stay in its top condition were just different applications of Earth Force. Leonel didn't know much about marine biology, but what he did know was that while there was a Venn diagram of creatures that needed water to survive, and there was some overlap as a result, the diagram certainly wasn't a circle. Simply put, not all freshwater creatures could survive in saltwater, and likewise, there were many saltwater creatures that would die if transferred to freshwater. What was interesting, though, was that after gaining control of force and evolving through the dimensions, such limitations shouldn't impact even regular fish, let alone a race as mighty as the sea gods. So why? Truthfully, Leonel didn't have an answer, but he would find out soon enough. In the meantime, he'd just have to brute force it. Thunder rolled through the skies, and the sea gods looked up. Sashay couldn't help but frown. Rain was a natural occurrence, and it shouldn't have drawn any attention whatsoever. They were all in the fifth dimension at worst. Even if they were in the fourth, it wouldn't be a huge matter. But the problem was that it didn't make sense for rain to appear here. All the moisture should be under their control, pumping these lands full of salty water until soon the entire planet would be submerged. For it to be raining now didn't make any sense. While Leonel expected them to eventually feel that something was wrong, he hadn't expected one of them to pick up on it so quickly. It could only be said that Sashay was quite sharp. But that was the good thing about a brute force method. It didn't matter. The first droplets of rain began to fall, and soon it became a heavy downpour. Aside from Sashay, who had a frowning expression, everyone else didn't react much to this change. Only Talon picked up on the change and leaned over to whisper in her ear. "What's wrong?" Sashay frowned and leaned away, though it looked like she just swayed for a moment before standing. She walked over to a puddle and dipped her hand into it. She pulled it back and then licked her finger. It was still salty, but her gaze sharpened. The water should be gradually getting more salty, so why had it regressed? Wunamel. She looked up into the skies again. What was happening? Did the humans have such capabilities? Or was it that they were far too lax? Her mother had felt that there was a disturbance in this area, but what was it? Was it the cause of this? Many who were observing Sashay's actions subconsciously repeated her actions, trying to see what was wrong, but in the end, they got nothing out of it. It was just normal, salty water. If it was anyone else who did this, they'd think that they were insane. But Sashay had such a high place in all their hearts that they didn't have such thoughts at all. Prepare to attack. Within an hour, we march. Sashay's voice called out. The mobilization of the sea gods couldn't escape the humans, no matter how incompetent they were. There were guards on high alert at all times, and everyone was on edge about what the sea gods might or might not be doing. When Leonel learned of this, he was quite taken aback as well. So soon? Emperor Fleeting Cloud felt no small bit of discomfort when he saw Leonel's reaction. He had just put the life and death of his empire in this man's hands. Everything was calm before, but the moment Leonel took action, the sea gods had had enough of waiting. Who would believe that this was a coincidence? Had Leonel just sped up their race toward annihilation? Leonel shook his head, smiling. Wasn't this the exact reason that he knew plotting and scheming would be useless? It seemed that not only did he not have enough information, the sea gods also had someone of exceptional intelligence leading them as well. It will be fine. Organize your armies and bring your strongest commander here to see me. It wasn't long before Emperor Fleeting Cloud had brought his best commander over, a man who had flowing blonde hair and looked much more like a model than a warrior. He looked to be about in his 30s, and he had a full beard brimming with what looked like light force, but felt completely like something else. Both his flowing hair and beard had the same flickering runes that fluttered around him like butterflies. He looked far more deity-like than man. Well, his looks were one thing. His strength, however, was another. Leonel felt that he was stronger than the Emperor, which was good. But he didn't give him nearly the same pressure the sea gods did. This is him? Leonel asked, looking toward the Emperor. Yes. This is my best commander, General Mayweather. General Mayweather looked a bit confused, not sure of what was going on. But when he saw Leonel suddenly morph before him to become a mirror image of him, "Give me your armor." What? A dangerous aura began to emit from the general, but it was the Emperor that held up a hand. Enough. Your Imperial Majesty, this is our last chance. Just do as he says. General Mayweather had no idea what was going on, and he was even less inclined to follow through with Emperor Fleeting Cloud's commands. Even though he was respectful to the Emperor, who didn't know that he didn't have to be. He was the strongest expert of their empire, a true overlord. Why would he? Aware, a familiar dragon appeared, coiling around Mayweather's body. The difference was that, unlike the Emperor, the man didn't collapse. Mayweather had seen too many battles while the Emperor was long past his prime. Plus, the Emperor's mind had been chipped away as the stress of the fall of his empire weighed heavily on his soul. However, that didn't mean that it had no effect. The general felt his body stiffen and his force flow freeze. His mind went blank for a moment, and by the time it recovered, he realized that he would have died 10 times over on a real battlefield. Enough of the bullshit. There's no time for this. Hurry up. Every one of Leonel's words reverberated in the general's very bones, and he found himself stripping down his armor before he realized it. Leonel took the armor and shook his head. He would have preferred to build an identical one himself, but there was no time. It could be said that whoever was leading the sea gods was decisive enough. You will remain here. Boom. The city suddenly began to quake. The sea gods had just begun their assault, but they were quickly finding that the force art they thought they could easily crush had become far sturdier than they expected. What they didn't know was that they had the heavy minerals in their water to thank for that. Leonel strolled out with heavy steps, a serious glint in his eye. He didn't feel happy about the success of his formation. This situation just felt that it was getting trickier and trickier by the minute. Chapter 2828, Alone. Chapter 2828, Alone. Leonel walked across the city walls. Heavy rain pelted down like an aggravated assault. It rebounded off of his golden armor, shattering in the air almost like tiny orbs of glass. The moment the sea gods began their attack, he no longer bothered to hide the purpose of the formation. The minerals and salts were quickly soaked into the force art, strengthening it. At the same time, the rain above became so heavy that the world was practically wreathed in darkness. It felt like there was hardly a difference between standing in this rain and being submerged in the depths of the ocean. Quickly, the waters that were soaked up from the ground were replenished by an even heavier rain. All at once, the formations of the sea gods were co-opted and aggressively commandeered. The application of crafting that Leonel was using here was far beyond the imagination of even most demigod crafters. It was likely that only hidden masters of the Owlins and Dreamasuras could match up to him in terms of raw theory and creativity. Of course, they most definitely had far greater strength and the capability to craft far stronger crafts as a result. Unfortunately, Leonel couldn't yet fully divorce what he could craft from his own strength or that of little Tolliver's. Essentially, to make an overly complicated matter simple, he had begun to use the protective force arts of the Fleeting Cloud Empire like a human's body. The minerals were being used up, and the water was being consumed and expelled. It was an application of the self-path that was truly extraordinary. He had managed to change many of the fundamental tenets that helped the force art to run without actually changing its foundation at all. However, it wasn't enough, not just yet. For one, in this rain, his greatest strength, his fire force, was handicapped. The concentration of water force in the region was so high that the use of practically any other element was nigh impossible. Even if it was a lightning force, with how heavy the rain was, unless your control was excellent, you'd likely end up electrocuting your own companions. That said, Leonel couldn't use his hallmark forces in this place, not unless he could be sure to kill anyone who saw it. So this wasn't as big of a deal to him. The larger issue was something else entirely. Not only were the sea gods still fiercely attacking the formation and seemed capable of breaking it, at least in part, very soon, Leonel had yet to see any obvious effects of his plan. Was I wrong? Leonel's eyes narrowed as he scanned the battlefield. No, I can't be wrong. Leonel didn't conclude this because he was so overconfident in himself. The real reason he was certain was because the best proof was right before him. How could it be so coincidental? Would the sea gods really attack the instant it started raining just because? Logically, the odds of that were much lower. It just meant that the benefits weren't as obvious just yet. But that made sense. If the weakness of the sea gods was so blatantly obvious, then it would have been used against them long ago. Bang, 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 Commander, what should we do? Leonel looked over. Is the army prepared? Yes, I've done as you said. Everyone is organized behind the city gates, but... Leonel waved a hand. Follow me. He knew what his lieutenant wanted to say. Leonel had had them all gather up behind just a single city gate. In fact, he had cleared out large portions of the city, turning this northern face into a battleground. He had gone as far to even level several buildings in the region. But in the minds of others, this was a foolish decision. Unfortunately for them, that was because they didn't understand the changes Leonel had made to the force art. They believed that if the formation was cracked and failed, the entire city would be open to attack. Many would fly over the walls and attack from different points. They might even separate their armies and attack from all four gates at once. Because the sea gods had already surrounded the city, it would be even more difficult. The sea gods were clearly operating on this assumption as well. They weren't attacking from several points despite surrounding the city. Instead, they had concentrated all of their attack on a singular point, a point that happened to be right in front of the gate Leonel had asked them all to gather behind. A normal formation would certainly shatter completely after a single point was breached. Leonel's, however, would not do this. Any fracture would be localized, and any hole created would be singular. Not only that, but as it absorbed more of the salts and minerals that the sea gods were still trying to pump into the environment, it would heal itself. The best part was that whatever shattered pieces were taken from this region would directly be used to strengthen the other regions. Meaning, breaking it apart here would make it harder to do the same in other regions. Leonel couldn't explain all of this to these people. Not only was he unaware of whether the other side had Dreamforce experts or not, reassuring everyone of such a thing was a waste of his time. That was why he needed this commander's prestige. They would listen because they had to, and for no other reason. Leonel stood before the armor and flipped over a palm. In it, a golden halberd appeared, shimmering with a bright light beneath the darkened skies. His mind was completely consumed by another thought. He didn't care how they felt about his plan. They would see his thought process soon enough. What was grating on him was the fact that even after observing the army below, he couldn't figure out who their commander was. They had blended in far too well, and it was as though the sea gods had gone the extra mile to ensure that they couldn't be spotted. But to even go as far as to not even have a figurehead, why? If they didn't want to expose themselves, shouldn't they have propped up a fake leader at the very least? And why send a bunch of young men and women? Where are their real experts? All of this pointed to one conclusion. He had been right all along. One of his enemies, his real enemies in this excursion, was already here. Were they a demigod or a god? Open the gates, Leonel roared, pointing his halberd forward. The command shocked many more, but they followed it nonetheless. They were all disciplined soldiers. A command should be followed, no matter what, even if it meant rushing through the gates of hell. Leonel stomped a foot and the city quaked. With a boom, he shot forward. The rain formed a bullet around his speeding form, his body becoming akin to a projectile as he drew first blood. The sea gods were taken aback, both by the fact the force art didn't collapse entirely and the fact the gates had opened just like that. They were disorganized, having prepared themselves for another siege after the force art fell. How could they expect the humans to suddenly have such a weird acting formation, and to even give up their best advantage so quickly? Even Talon had never seen a formation that acted like this one, let alone the others. It just didn't make sense. A force art was built upon each fundamental rune used to build it. When one shattered, the whole thing should. How had, it didn't matter. With a single sweep of his halberd, Leonel had already killed as many as 3 dozen. The valiance of his actions seemed to be the only tonic the warriors of the fleeting Cloud Empire needed to forget their doubts and charge after them. Hold the line, Leonel roared again. His voice resonated like a bell, echoing even beneath the harsh pitter-patter of the rain. Since he couldn't find the leader through normal means, he would either have to force them out or force them to retreat. The tip of his halberd trembled, and droplets of rain seemed to freeze around it. He thrust out dozens of times in quick succession, forming an impenetrable barrier that covered the large hole in the formation. In that moment, he seemed to have become the new body of the force art. He never hesitated once, though he was using an unfamiliar weapon. His time with the spear domain ring had taught him that the form of a spear simply didn't matter. It could be the crooked branch that became his first spear. It could be the double-headed duality spear that he missed even to this day. It could even be a trident that wore the scales of a sapphire dragon, a spear he had used many times before. In his hands, anything could be a spear so long as he willed it to be so. And beneath his will, anything could be his domain. The rain suddenly froze around Leonel in a sphere as his avalanche of spear strikes descended. One strike, one kill. Droplets of rain became as lethal as heavenly blades, slicing apart the tough, gigantic bodies of the sea gods as though they weren't there at all. His body thrummed with life, and he seemed to comprehend something. No, it was something that he had always had but had not truly understood until this moment. The answer had been right in front of him. The domains of the spears changed so frequently, without limitations or purpose. He had dealt with spears that could change the laws of physics to ones that wielded water as though it were a god. Did he have to comprehend water force to refine this realm? Or could he rely on his spear alone? Chapter 2829, Shook, Chapter 2829, Shook, who is this man? Talon's gaze sharpened. Such halberd skills shouldn't appear in this world. But then again, the sea gods were far more powerful than they should be as well. Was this why his uncles were so obsessed with this place? There had to be something special about it. Sachet's eyes narrowed as well. What Leonel was doing now was something that a single sea god should have been able to do to the human army. Instead, there was an odd reversal where a mere human overlord was capable of all of this. Even she felt palpitations looking at the strokes of that halberd. There didn't seem to be any halberd force on it, and yet it was more masterful than any other halberd master she had seen. The people of her race were all tyrannically large. The number that wielded halberds wasn't small in the slightest, so she had seen her fair share. But this, every step forward, Leonel took reaped another 3 lives. His halberd seemed to teleport, warping space and time and elevating beyond normal realms of reasoning. Just as blood would spurt from the throat of one sea god and another would be watching in shock, the latter would suddenly find a hole in the middle of their foreheads, completely oblivious to how it had happened, even to the moment of their deaths. Life seemed like nothing but a pawn in Leonel's palm. He swept and thrust, cut and slashed. His movements were without the slightest wasted energy, simple in their beauty and unadorned in their splendor. And yet it was precisely this that made it all so beautiful. Light radiated off of him in waves. In the darkness and the heavy rain, only he seemed to exist, and the soldiers to his back fed off of his energy. With Leonel taking the bulk of the pressure, they challenged the sea gods in pairs of 2 and 3, ripping their armies apart. This can't continue. I'm going. Stop. That's enough. Talon's cheery gaze and casual smile vanished in the blink of an eye. He looked down on Sachet from a taller height, the oppressive aura of not only a demigod, but a genius confident in his strength shining forth. I've let you order me around for a long while now, but you'd benefit from remembering your place. I'm here under the orders of my uncles, not you. Your pitiful little incomplete world is nothing in my eyes, and if not for the suppression of your regular, I could wipe out your entire race with a snap of my fingers. Don't piss me off anymore. Sachet was taken aback, not expecting Talon to have such a side to him. It was honestly rare for Talon to snap like he had, but the last several months of his life had truly been too oppressive. He had lost to Leonel in front of so many eyes. He lost to a human, of all things. The world might have forgotten Leonel, but how could he? How could he not know what dirty tricks were played to suppress him? They could trick others, but could they trick themselves? Leonel had been the very best candidate present, and there was no comparison at all. That matter had been grating on his soul ever since the gathering of minds ended. But worse than that was the reaction of his race. They had never wanted him to become a crafter in the first place. They were warriors first and foremost. Having to listen to those old fogies harass him about spending more time on his training just made him recall those same events again and again. It was infuriating. Now, he had been shipped off to this world when he would much rather be crafting, forced to play babysitter to this woman who clearly thought far too highly of herself, and she wanted him to wait around. There was something about this halberd-wielding man that really pissed him off too. He couldn't help but recall another memory of Leonel, one that grated on his soul just as much. Leonel chuckled. That's a shame. Talon frowned. What is a shame? If you had chosen to use your fists, you might stand a chance. In a battle of crafting, even if a god descended, they would lose. To recalling those words, Talon's fury erupted like a volcano. His aura alone forced Sachet a step back. His legs bent, and he launched himself into the air. It looked as though he was soaring through the air until he suddenly started to plummet. Thunder clapped in the skies, and a twin pair of hammers appeared in Talon's hand. One was recognizable as his crafting hammer, but the second was obscenely large, having a hand that was half the size of a normal adult male and a polearm that stood at 2 meters. Both weapons expanded instantly to accommodate his new size. The moment Leonel saw the first hammer, his heart skipped a beat. Even in disguise, he knew who this person was immediately. It was a simple flaw, and probably one Talon didn't even consider as one, but how could Leonel miss it? Even if it was just the expanding hammers alone, Leonel would have still picked up on it. Still falling through the air, Talon's body bent like a bow, stretching both of his hammers backward as he unleashed a mighty roar. Thunder clapped in the skies, and bolts of lightning descended, striking his hammers. One long, the other short, they formed an odd rhythm between the two of them that shook the world. D.I. Leonel's pupils constricted. His halberd shook in his hand, glowing a fiercer golden light. He took that opportunity to flood it, emulation spatial force that was entirely imperceptible. The Dreamforce aspect was far too good at concealing. He thrust upward, his gaze sharpening to the max. Boom, the world shook, the planet feeling as though it would collapse on itself. Chapter 2830. Recognize Chapter 2830. Recognize 2 spheres fought fiercely in the air, one from below and the other from above. Arcs of lightning radiated from the latter, and a cool blue bombardment of rain came from the former. Both armies were blasted apart, and the hole within the formation cracked further beneath the might of their reverberation. The two felt their arms tremble into a retreat. Leonel took a step back that shattered the land and nearly caused the foundation of the city walls to crumble. Talon's hammers nearly flew from his hands, and he was forced to flip through the air backward, landing so heavily that the sea god army was forced into another round of retreat. Neither seemed willing to let this pause last for long. They took a beeline right for one another, one wreathed in lightning and the other dancing with Mother Nature's tears. Leonel's halberd arched through the air, his expression unmoved and his gaze ice-cold. He looked right into Talon's eyes, and despite the height difference, they seemed to be on equal footing. Bang, bang, bang! Their blows were furious, their arms moving in a blur, and their bodies shifting through the space as though it wasn't an obstacle, as though they could bend, twist, and shorten it to their heart's content. That was until Leonel suddenly did the opposite. His domain seemed to solidify, and Talon needed twice as much effort to travel just as far. Talon retaliated, his will expanding and his hammers glowing with the might of a blunt weapon force. He shattered much of the strength of Leonel's domain, rushing in with a rain of lightning. Arcs of gold sparked and danced, turning the ground to ash everywhere it touched. The world around them seemed like one painted by a master. Bolts cut right through harsh hails of water, and droplets sparkled beneath their luminescence. Leonel felt this the most clearly. His heart thrummed and his halberd hummed. He grasped the imagery and made it his own, and at that moment his halberd seemed to embody the image. Storm. Talon's lightning felt like it was no longer his own. It was stripped from his control and wrapped around Leonel's halberd as though he was the one who wielded Thor's hammer. The skies rippled and flood dragons roared, snaking through the dark cumulonimbus clouds as though swimming through the ocean. The flood dragons grew horns and solidified, becoming mighty eastern dragons that trembled with the movement of Leonel's spear. The domain seemed to quickly expand as Leonel's will latched onto more and more. Quickly, Talon found himself on his back foot as Leonel began to overwhelm him. Every strike of his halberd was subtle in its own way, the universal force around his body reacting in kind. Sometimes it was fierce, sometimes it lulled, slowing the pace of the battle, and then it might suddenly erupt in a furious barrage. Leonel's halberd thrust through the air, piercing out dozens of times. It moved so quickly that he seemed to form a net through the skies as inescapable as the droplets of rain. Talon's body was instantly riddled with wounds, and he was forced backward. A mouthful of blood sputtered from his lips, and he looked down at himself as though he was disgusted. "Who are you?" Talon growled, meeting Leonel's eyes. Leonel raised his halberd and slammed it into the ground. At that moment, though, for a brief instant, all the rain in the world seemed to freeze. "I am General Mayweather of the Fleeting Cloud Empire." His roar resonated, and the human army froze before it roared out. The noise was deafening, and at that moment, even the sea gods that had only taken this as a casual excursion found their morale dampening. "Those that seek to harm the citizens of His Imperial Majesty's empire will suffer beneath my blade. Step forward." Leonel's voice echoed louder than even the thunder above. No one noticed that the snaking lightning dragons in the skies suddenly gained a purplish hue in their reflective pupils. At that moment, an oppressive might descended and washed over them all, including Talon. To Leonel's surprise, Talon immediately looked up in the skies as though he had pinpointed the problem already. A spark of lightning echoed through Leonel's dreamscape. It quickly connected several memories, starting from how Talon had managed to avoid the trap he sprung on Somnus to Apex's battle style. It all clicked. Clairvoyance? Omnipotence? A bastardization of both? Leonel's gaze narrowed. In that case, ROAR, ROAR, ROAR. The dragons no longer hid themselves. They descended, their bodies sending sparking waves of lightning in all directions. In contrast to their golden bodies, their eyes were like polished sapphire gems. In that moment, Leonel combined his king's might, aspects of the Luxnix family force arts, and his spear domain all into one. The sea god army collapsed to their knees, and Talon felt himself being completely suppressed. Leonel raised his halberd and pointed it at him. The rage bubbling in Talon's heart boiled over. Did this human really think that he was his better, if it wasn't because he couldn't reveal his barbarian heritage just yet? The fury rose to Talon's head, and he was just about to go all out when a graceful figure appeared. Sachet's silhouette swayed, and the world trembled. Leonel felt like his dragons might collapse any moment now, but none of that was more shocking than what he saw next. A tablet appeared in Sachet's hand, radiating a golden color. A pulse came from it, and Leonel's domain was directly blown apart. He took a step back, and his heart lurched before he suppressed it. Sachet took a step forward, her aura continuing to grow. With every step, the pressure on Leonel increased further and further until it seemed that he was the one who would be forced to his knees. His thoughts were spinning, trying to understand who this person was and what their relationship to Talon might be, when his mind went entirely blank. This wasn't because of Sachet's strength, but rather because of her first words to him. "Do you think that I cannot recognize an envoy of the god beasts when I see one?" Boom. Chapter 2831. Protect me. Chapter 2831. Protect me. Leonel's gaze narrowed as he took a stabilizing step backward. His expression remained indifferent, as though he hadn't registered Sachet's words at all. Taking a moment, he focused his senses on the inside of his body, trying to understand what was happening. Then it clicked. After he realized the danger his Northern Star lineage factors posed, Leonel had changed his approach to using them. From abilities that were largely soul-based, he changed them to pure physical abilities. It was thanks to this that he was able to raise the standard of his being to demigod so quickly. Without it, his evolution might have not happened at all. Through his process, he had gotten Ina's help. His own methods were too crude, so she created a line of pills that could help to systematically change his body and increase the power of its foundation. He still hadn't completed this process yet, but he was already at the standard of a demigod, so it could be said that there was still quite some room for improvement in the future. However, this left an obvious problem he hadn't considered. Wasn't making the Northern Star lineage factor more in line with his body than his soul make him more beast than human? And if that was the case, then didn't that mean that the wise tablets could be used to suppress him much the same way he used them to suppress the beasts in the challenge sequence? All of this was beside the point. Because even in comparison to a suppression like this, wasn't the fact this woman had a golden tablet the most pressing matter here? He had suspected something from the moment he heard the name Wise Sea Order. Because he was using translation through his dream force, it was a sequence of words that hit much harder. The only way it could be translated like that in his mind was if the connection between the two was incredibly strong. But he still didn't expect a golden tablet. He had already gotten his own silver tablet through mysterious means. Golden tablets were incredibly rare as only one life tablet existed for each stream. The idea that a random race in an incomplete world could have one. But then again, hadn't his own silver tablet appeared randomly? He still didn't know how it had found its way into that zone. Even now, Leonel had no idea that Nilrem had purposely implanted the silver tablet into the Valiant Heart Zone to teach Leonel the value of life. If not for Nilrem, Leonel would have never got a second chance to revive Goggles and the others, in which case he would have never felt the separation between him and a man he once called a close friend, or the weight of Goggles' betrayal. But even being ignorant of all this, Leonel still felt that it was inconceivable. That was because his own universe at least had remnants of the Luxnix and Fox, former pillars of the human race. It had even been attacked by a true envoy of destruction. Did this world have any of that? Leonel still knew too little to confirm, but everything he knew told him that this was a firm no. Stabilizing his footing, Leonel stood firmly. Sachet's gaze flickered and her face suddenly considerably paled. Even Leonel could only use the life tablet of all things to suppress the other beasts for a few seconds back during the challenge sequence. The more powerful they were, the more aggressive the cost to his dream force was. But here, there were several factors to take into account. First, this wasn't the dream world. Meaning, manifesting dream force and forcing it to act was far more difficult. In the dream world, the location the challenge sequence took place in, Leonel could even create weapons and effect change in the environment from his dream force. However, out here, he could only rely on his emulation spatial force to do that. Without the environment of the dream world, dream force wasn't nearly so tangible. Second, who did Sachet think she was exactly? She gave Leonel a bit of pressure, but that was because he was suppressed. There were certainly some secrets to the sea gods that made him curious, but it wasn't yet to the point he thought of them as the gods they deemed themselves as. Leonel's dream force was in the higher life state, and he was a sovereign on top of that. It might as well have been a quasi-creation state force as a result in the eyes of most. She was in the seventh dimension. Her entire life had been spent in an incomplete world. Who was she to try to suppress him with a tablet? Leonel didn't even need to expose one of his own tablets at all, while Sachet's mistake had already resulted in her dream force being drained to the final drop. In this state, her mind was woozy and she couldn't even stand up straight, let alone battle. This wasn't even the worst part. She had speculations, but she had no proof. Even if an envoy managed to find some roundabout method of taking a human form, how would they possibly be as skillful with a weapon as Leonel was? Weapon forces weren't forces that beasts could wield. On its face, her conclusion was ridiculous. However, Leonel didn't make fun of her for it. Now, he was certain that this was the decisive woman behind the actions of the sea gods, and, as expected, just as he was about to make a move to end this battle after his body was wrestled back into his control, Sachet made yet another decisive decision. Retreat, she turned to Talon. Protect me. The sudden command took the sea gods off guard, but Leonel realized why she made this choice. This could be considered to be a complete loss. However, would Leonel let them leave so easily? His halberd trembled and the dragons in the sky roared once more. Chapter 2832, Seal. Chapter 2832, Seal. The carnage that Leonel unleashed wasn't small in the slightest. The sea gods fell by the dozens and showed not the slightest bit of prejudice. The young sea gods that had come thinking that this would be an easy method to flex their strength and enrich themselves were horrified. They quickly fled to their flying ships, but could only look horrified when Leonel took a step into the air. Dragons followed the flow of his halberd, and he destroyed them all one after another. The devastating war machines that could destroy even planets found itself suppressed. Leonel didn't even have to overwhelm it with power. He targeted their weaknesses one after another. When he was killing the youths, his halberd was tyrannical, wide-sweeping, and seemingly endless. When he targeted the ships, it became pinpoint, sliding between flaws in their force arts and panels in their metal bodies. Then, they would explode. Out. The humans couldn't even follow Leonel. From start to finish, Leonel didn't try to stop Talon and Sachet. For one, he was sure that he couldn't, at least not without revealing more than he wanted to just yet. Second, Sachet definitely had trump cards remaining. The fact she decisively ordered a retreat even though she knew it would cost her devastating losses spoke volumes. Leonel couldn't help but recall the fact they had only sent their younger generation forward. They were clearly planning something deeper. That said, Leonel was also certain that he had found a counter for them. If not for the rain, he didn't believe that Sachet would have given up so soon. It was just that for now, he wasn't sure exactly what that weakness was. Sachet had left so decisively that he didn't get a chance to find out, and something told him that even if he captured a few sea gods to experiment on, it would be useless. If it would be exposed one way or another, why retreat? Even if she wanted to minimize casualties, retreating like this was the antithesis of that. She should have done so more systematically rather than basically throwing everyone to the wolves. Though he thought this, Leonel still captured several sea god youths. Accounting for how smart someone was happened to be easy, in his opinion. Accounting for someone's stupidity was another matter entirely. Even if he had his deductions, he would definitely triple-check them. He only had one chance at this. Fuck! Talon's furious roar almost shattered their flying ship. If not for runes lighting up to stop the sequence right before it went over its threshold capacity, this really would have happened. He turned toward Sachet with a furious pair of red eyes. His disguise had already shattered beneath his anger, revealing a lanky body suppressed by chains. He had lost so much of his fat that as every time his tattoos glowed, the chains would lash out, lacerating his skin. But he didn't seem to notice. If not for the fact Sachet had brought out that tablet, he would have never listened to her order to retreat. His uncles didn't tell him about anything going on, but he knew a wise tablet when he saw one. Seeing a non-human wield it was even more shocking. It was only because of this that he had suppressed his fury. In fact, any other barbarian race member in his position would have already lashed out. Talon had been suppressed for almost a year now. All he thought about was that loss again and again, and yet the moment he got to unleash once more, he actually lost again. Even a normal person would be infuriated by this, let alone a genius of the barbarian race, a true demigod. Why did you make such a decision? Talon growled. Sachet felt a great deal of danger at that moment. In truth, her pride had taken two blows back to back. First Talon snapped at her, and then Leonel shrugged off her trump card as though she were nothing more than a fool. Facing Talon's gaze, she realized that she was truly nothing but an ant in the eyes of these two young men. It was a blow that hit her hard, but it was a testament to her character that her pale expression quickly returned to normal. Per Emma, her heartbeat slowed to an even cadence and met Talon's gaze. There was no other choice. If the rainfall continued, it wouldn't just be the normal warriors that died, it would be us who fell. Talon frowned. Me? No, but I would die. Me and some of the most important of our race. Why? I cannot tell you that. Don't test my patience. Talon's deep growl reverberated through the ship, and it seemed even more dangerous than his earlier, much louder roar. Sachet trembled, but she forced herself to calm down once more. Even if you threaten me, I cannot tell you. I have a seal on me. If I try to speak about such matters, I will die. If you want to know, ask my mother. But I am not certain that she could tell you either. She may be sealed as well, though I have never asked. Talon's eyes narrowed. He could tell that Sachet wasn't lying. Then, how do you know in the first place if you assume everyone is sealed? I understand innately. I cannot say more than that. Talon shifted his gaze to the ring on her finger. That tablet. Where did you get it? My mother sent it here and said it would be useful. Unfortunately, it failed nonetheless. Is that man really an envoy? Sachet took a breath and exhaled. I truly do not know. He had no reaction when I spoke, but it didn't feel like he would have reacted to anything at that moment. He's a seasoned warrior, and he's likely trained himself to not listen to anything an opponent says in case there's some mental trickery at work. At the same time, the tablet didn't respond the way I thought it would. I truly don't know. Likely, only my mother knows for sure. Leonel stood over a table. By his side, Ina was dissecting the corpse of a sea god. This wasn't his expertise. He wouldn't even know where to start. And it was clear that Ina wasn't very familiar with this process either. But then she said something that shook Leonel to his core. Flashes of lightning echoed in his dreamscape. So that's why, Chapter 2833 counter, Chapter 2833 counter, Leonel honestly didn't expect himself to just figure it out. If he was that confident, he would have just done this from the very beginning without wasting his time thinking about so many other methods. However, what he didn't expect was that he was more intelligent than he assumed himself to be. This was rare for him, honestly. Usually, he erred on the side of overconfidence. Maybe this was part of the changes brought about by his new Dreamforce sovereignty path. But Leonel didn't think it was so simple. It wasn't really that he had underestimated himself. Rather, he just happened to have the exact set of information he needed to deduce exactly what was before him. In a lot of ways, this was a huge coincidence. If he were to describe the week of the sea gods in a single line, it would be as follows. They were trying to replace the function of Earth Force and had failed to do so perfectly. As such, they had a weakness that they carried around with them. Ironically, it was a weakness that hurt the absolute strongest of them the most. When Leonel first broke through to the life state with his Dreamforce, it was because he had comprehended the function Earth Force served on all worlds. It was an anchor, an existence that allowed all other surrounding forces to gather and use its stability as a foundation to lean on. This was never more obvious than it was in Incomplete Worlds. Why was the vastness of space bereft of force? Why did force only accumulate on planets? This was an open secret that not many could deduce. Even Leonel had taken many years before he finally put two and two together, and it was only after succeeding that he could finally use Earth Force to its full potential. The only unfortunate part was that Leonel didn't have any methods of maximizing his use of Earth Force right now aside from his metal body. When it came to actually using and executing with Earth Force, it was crude at best, which was why it had sat on the back burner for many of his battles. He had had thoughts of exchanging for a technique from the life tablet for a long while now. It had been a very long time since he did so, and since he gained the tablet, he had accumulated a large number of points. It was just that he was truly too busy, and one thing after another seemed to come up constantly. What he didn't expect was to suddenly run into such a thing, because the weight of this discovery might carry into the future for him in ways that he couldn't see just yet. If he was correct, then he was fairly certain that he had about 80% of the story at the very least. In a distance past, the sea gods were likely naturally a race with his water force affinity. However, as they grew, they likely also felt that this was a limitation. The ocean had a great amount of water force in it, but it was a lot like neutral force in the way that it functioned. Unless it was a special lake or river, or one put a lot of effort into purifying and barring off a region, the ocean was just a huge amalgamation of countless different types of water force. Plus, even if they were a race with great affinity for just one element, they were still humanoids and not beasts. That meant that they were often born with ability indexes and other affinities that couldn't be properly used in the water. In order to combat this, at least in Leonel's speculation, the sea gods wanted to turn their oceans into a replica of Earth. Essentially, they wanted a method of binding other forces and attracting it to the ocean, much like planets could act as anchors for forces as well. Surprisingly, they succeeded. Unfortunately, it came at a price. It was likely that an abundance of fresh water weakened them greatly, but not in an obvious way. Their bodies were fine, but their force control became skewed wildly. To make a complicated matter simple, while they had succeeded in replicating the function Earth force served on planets, they had failed to replicate an identical function. The way forces interacted when dissolved into water was much different from the way it reacted naturally in the air. They had cultivated methods to produce good effects when in the presence of salt water, but by extension they lost the ability to do the same in a normal environment. There was an obvious reason too. Earth force acted as an anchor for other forces, true. But these other forces weren't diffused into the Earth. Instead, they just settled down across its surface. The method the sea gods used obviously required the force to be inside the water, or else how would they remain underwater? It was completely necessary. In the end, they ended up handicapping themselves. This was a huge weakness, almost inconceivably so. That meant that without salt water, the strongest of the sea gods couldn't even begin to exhibit their true strength. They would have to attempt to terraform a planet like they did here, or they would have to carry around large reserves that they could immediately deploy into a domain of some sort. But this only made Leonel grin. That was because the other reason he had figured this out so quickly was precisely because of his first major breakthrough in Earth force. That breakthrough being the importance of Earth force in the body and its relation to minerals and vital metals that kept one in good health. Wasn't the sea of the sea gods a perfect one-to-one relationship with this concept? The salt was only part of the equation. In all likelihood, the ocean was pumped full of all sorts of other minerals as well. So what would happen if Leonel countered it with his Earth force? Chapter 2834 Easy, Chapter 2834 Easy. When Leonel had this thought, he almost visibly relaxed. Everything in this incomplete world had felt like another mystery ready to take a bite out of his neck. He had been prepared to face off against gods if need be, but running into the sea gods was ironically a blow. It felt like this incomplete world was far larger than he knew. Even with all his preparation, he had come into this assuming that the natives of this world would be the easy part, come to find out they were a variable in and of themselves. But now, not only had he found a devastating weakness of the strongest of them, he had also exposed one of the parties as well. The barbarian race. He hadn't said anything, but how could he not recognize Talon? Talon likely didn't expect that he was standing across from Leonel, or else he wouldn't have so casually taken out such an identifying weapon. As for the fact that Sachet had pegged him as an envoy, he wasn't worried in the slightest. First, this might actually be a positive thing, not a negative. The deeper they thought his waters ran, the more chances he would have to take advantage of their ignorance. When the time came, he could even directly counter Sachet's tablet at just the right time to deal a death blow. After all, how could the golden tablet suppress him while he was in possession of the life tablet? Second, he was fairly certain that Sachet was just taking a shot in the dark. She had no certainty whatsoever. Basically, whether she believed it or not, Leonel would have the leg up. After all, they had never seen his face and had no idea who he was. Even Emperor Fleeting Cloud had no idea. He would never take the risk of exposing his real face to such a man. That said, that didn't mean that Leonel didn't still have issues to deal with. The first was the most obvious, and that was how the hell did they get their hands on a golden tablet? The second was also fairly close to the forefront of his mind, and that was that if the barbarian race was the second party involved in this world, who was the third? And the third issue was a problem he would have to deal with right now. He had repelled the enemy for now, so what should he do with the fleeting Cloud Empire? What should his next steps be? Leonel lost himself in thought for a moment before he felt there was only one real path forward for now. Their numbers were too few. Getting human territory back was useless if he couldn't have humans fill them. That was the first and most pressing need. Then, he would need to blueprint a craft that could give his own natural ability to counter the sea gods to the warriors of the human race. If he could do that, he would really turn the tables. And he already had a few ideas. Not even a day after the sea gods retreated, Leonel began implementing his plans. His victory made everything much easier. Even if the Emperor still had his doubts, he had no choice but to listen to Leonel directly. The only reason the Emperor might fight back against Leonel now was if he was worried about keeping his leadership position in the future. If Leonel saw any signs of such a thing, he would just kill the man directly. At this point, he was less worried about being exposed because he had already laid a foundation. Without the sea gods interfering, the changes he was able to make to their protective force art could only be said to be godly in and of itself. In fact, the formation no longer just protected the city, it enveloped the entire planet. No one would be able to take a step forward without Leonel's input, and he had the sea gods to thank for making it so easy. The flying ships of this incomplete world were a bit different from what he was used to in the dimensional verse, but what would be escaped was the importance of a core of power. Leonel had struck down dozens of these ships with ease, and using a few of their power sources to power the protective force art was as easy as breathing. The best part was that the sea gods gave him further inspiration. Using concepts he had grasped from their unique seawater, he was able to create a force art that drew force toward it and acted as an anchor as well. As such, the more time passed, the stronger the force art would become. Even after this, Leonel still wasn't finished with the scraps of the fallen flying ships. He reconstructed them, creating many much smaller and countless times more powerful ships. With his current skill in crafting, he wasn't even very worried about the barbarian race on this front. The barbarian race wasn't a race of crafters. It could be said that Talon was a complete anomaly, and even he wasn't a match for Leonel almost a year ago now, let alone currently. Leonel had stepped into the threshold of the self path. Truthfully, if they were restricted to crafting something of the same dimension, even Minerva couldn't match up to him. In just 3 days, Leonel revamped the entire empire until it was completely unrecognizable. He did nothing about their forms of government or things of the like because he didn't care. He didn't come here to rule these people. He needed their warriors and nothing else. This was where Anastasia took center stage. After creating a blueprint, the little world spirit had a field day. He mass-produced millions of armors and weapons that could counter the strength of the sea gods. When he was satisfied, Leonel took his fleet of ships and went on the attack. The goal? To return the entire human domain to its rightful owners, and quite frankly, it was almost too easy. Not even half a month later, all invaders had been expelled and forced to retreat to the ancient battlefield. Chapter 2835. Interesting. Chapter 2835. Interesting. It was too easy. So much so that it was difficult to take pride in any of it at all, and Leonel didn't feel that he should. The people of these incomplete worlds were too inferior to what Leonel had already experienced in the outside world. The fact they didn't stand a chance didn't surprise him. His crafts were orders of magnitude stronger than their own. His strength was even more exaggerated by comparison. His schemes were somehow even more suffocating than for no other reason than the fact he found manipulating their dream force to be far too easy. The only worry Leonel had was that this sort of speedy reversal was practically putting a target on his forehead, screaming to the mountaintops that he was likely one of the 3 who had bought the information. But after doing a cost-benefit analysis, he felt that biding his time too much would only be a detriment to him. He only had 3 years, and a month of that was already gone. Not only did he need to deal with his enemies, but he also needed to comprehend the foundations of this world, and even beyond that, he needed to find a method of raising it to the god realm. He had a pretty good idea that clearing all its zones would give him the outcome he needed, but he had to give himself enough buffer to actually check if that was true or not. Plus, even with his strength clearing so many zones would take a very long time. This also didn't consider a very specific anomaly that occurred when a zone failed to be cleared. Leonel had never run into these zones back in the dimensional zone, but he had always been warned that if a zone wasn't cleared, it could swallow a world up. What he didn't know was what would happen once that occurred. The dimensional verse didn't seem to have any documented events of the like, but that didn't mean that this world didn't. If a subdimensional zone ended up swallowing a world up, or even multiple zones, who knew what might happen? At that point, it wouldn't be smart of Leonel to continue to be complacent. These mutated zones were likely to be dangerous even to him. But it was necessary for him to close them if he wanted hope of his incomplete world reaching his standards. This aside, there was another reason that Leonel wasn't too worried about exposing himself, and that was because of Sachet and her words. If they found out he was a human, that was a bad thing, but if they thought that he was an envoy, that was a different ballgame entirely. They would be playing right into his hands. Once the sea gods were pushed out of the human domain, Leonel began to push forward with his next plan. As he had said, he hadn't come here with the intention to rule, so none of the steps he took were for future stability, in any way, shape, or form. Instead, after freeing the humans that had been in captivity in their own native homeland, he began to recruit them. He was building a larger and larger army, plundering the resources of the various planets and other deposits he found with the help of Anastasia. He outfitted them all with armors that could counter the sea gods perfectly and was resistant to anarchic force. Then he marched into the ancient battlefield. The battle took mere days, but soon the human race had not only reclaimed its piece of the ancient battlefield, but it had also forcefully snatched that of the others. It was only after this was accomplished that Leonel vanished. No one knew where he went, but the human race was more stable and powerful than it had ever been. And at least for the time being, no one had any intentions of starting internal strife. Not just yet, anyway. Leonel had indeed disappeared, and he had gone right to the Oryx domain. He had only spent a short time in this place, but he understood quite well. After interacting with 3 of the 4 main races here, he felt that the Oryx had the lowest odds of being controlled by some outside power. And that included even the humans that he had just liberated. Their overall actions were the most normal. Leonel wasn't making this conclusion just based on his own personal experience, but also the records of the human race. That said, this wasn't really enough to suddenly abandon the human domain and come here. There was another reason for that, and it was linked to the hatred the human race had for the Cloud race. After reading their history, Leonel found out that the Cloud race that had once existence in this incomplete world was incredibly cruel. The current human domain was once the Cloud domain, and the latter race had enslaved the former. Many of the humans only reluctantly had Cloud race genes in their blood because their parents had had their wills crushed and their innocences forcefully taken. They had all descended from bastard children of slaves. Now, they had to live with their unique quirks, so instead of claiming them as Cloud race features, they claimed them to be human. Leonel understood the sentiment, and he quite respected them for it. That said, it sounded like a fairy tale. The human race was far weaker than the Cloud race, and the history showed that quite well. So how was it that the human race had not only managed to rise up from their oppression, but even destroy them and establish their own empires as a replacement? There was something missing here. Of course, there was always a chance that their fanciful tales of heroes and heroines were true, but the odds were so slim that Leonel wouldn't have been on it. That was when he stumbled onto an interesting tidbit. Chapter 2836, Historian. Chapter 2836, Historian. It was a story by a particular great human historian, one that had written several books on the topic. In fact, many of the books that Leonel had read that told tales of those heroes and heroines were written by this man. This should have made Leonel take him less seriously, but even in a pile of trash there was still some treasure to be gained by someone at some point. The interesting thing about this particular book was that it talked of both a savior and the Cloud race's own role in their demise. The way the story was woven made Leonel realize something quite profound. Someone had definitely interfered. But who, and why, and how could they have taken part in this for so long? What exactly was the purpose of crushing the Cloud race and allowing the human race to survive and thrive in their stead? When Leonel had this thought, he couldn't help but recall the Oryx. The Oryx definitely had an odd origin as well. They had no business being a main race of this world. Their populations, when they appeared in other incomplete worlds, were usually small and unassuming. It didn't really make much sense that they would suddenly explode out in a boom like this. And by extension, the sea gods were the same. Leonel wouldn't be surprised if there were small pockets of sea gods in other incomplete worlds as well. He had just never seen them in the dimensional verse. That made him wonder. Would he be able to find information about the sudden rise of the Oryx and their savior as well? Unsurprisingly, it took not even a few days for Leonel to find exactly that. As it turned out, the Oryx did start as a small race. They couldn't expand, not because of their talent, but because their fertility rates were too low. Then, generations ago, much like the humans, there was a sudden change that allowed them to explode forth with maximal strength. Was it a coincidence? Someone has been interfering in this incomplete world for a very long time. Is it a fourth person? Or Leonel thought about what he would do if he had been in this person's position. They had been setting things up in this incomplete world for generations, and now information about its location was suddenly public information. Well, if it was Leonel, there would really only be 2 options. The first was more aggressive, and that was to buy one of the spots as a deterrence, marking your territory and telling others to not dare to make a move. The second was more conservative, but it had a high upside as well, and that was to say and do absolutely nothing, getting ready to spring a trap on anyone who bought it. However, this second option could be tossed away after the second person bought. This was because after 2 people decided to take the plunge, they would already be wary against one another. It was difficult in that case for any surprise attacks to work at that point. In that case, it would be best to be the third to buy, to act a deterrence for anyone who might be fourth. It was highly unlikely that upon seeing 3 plunge into these waters that a fourth person would choose to make the same decision. However, wasn't Leonel the third person to buy? That meant that whoever this was had taken the first option, and they were the very first to buy. And this tactic of aggression happened to be very in line with the character of the barbarian race. That said, Leonel was only about 20% confident in the fact that the original owners of this incomplete world were members of the barbarians. The reason for this was because, as he had said before, the barbarian race wasn't one of crafters, something like curating races, curating their improvement, and a flash of lightning ripped through Leonel's dreamscape, and he froze. He stood up, his gaze flickering with lights. That was right. How could he neglect that point? The existence of Apex, wasn't it the biggest indicator? The barbarian race was almost certainly the race that had been here for the longest time, which meant that they were also the first to buy. The question then was, who was the second? It had to be a race of people confident enough in their abilities to target this location even when someone else had already bought this information. Leonel had already partially understood before, but this almost certainly meant that they had to be a demigod race or greater. And Leonel's gaze turned toward the rapax domain. They were almost certainly reigning in control of the rapax race right this moment. Leonel might not know who they were, but he knew that he would find out if he stepped into the rapax race. It was time to find out. Just days after entering the Oryx race, Leonel left once again and entered the rapax domain. He didn't try to disguise himself, remaining as a human. The only difference was that his hair had returned to its original brown to dirty blonde color, and his eyes were once again a hazel. He softened some of his features and made himself a bit chubbier. He also lowered his height of almost 6'10" to just barely 6'10" tall. With the gruff beast skins he wore, he looked like a war-torn warrior. The reason he had made this choice was because of the conversation he had had with the first Oryx he met in this place. Thanks to that, he knew that humans had been fleeing to Oryx territory for a long time, but that didn't mean that they weren't fleeing to rapax territory as well. It was just less frequent. The rapax were crueler in terms of culture, so they were avoided. But that was exactly why Leonel picked his current appearance. This was the perfect disguise for his goals. Chapter 2837, Event. Chapter 2837, Event. Although the human domain had been liberated, not enough time had passed for the human race to fully return. News hadn't even quite spread anywhere but the highest echelons of the various races. It was perfectly natural for some humans to still think that their lives were hanging on by a thread. As Leonel entered the dark region, his thoughts were spinning with one thought that he had yet to resolve. If the barbarian race had helped the human race rise up, why let them be destroyed? Why even participate in their destruction? And if their destruction was important to their plan, why let Leonel reclaim so much territory so easily? Sasha and Talon hadn't even appeared again after their first disappearance. That belied another question, and that was, why were they propping up the humans, Oryx and sea gods all at once? What had they done that managed to create barbarian invalids? Were they participating in the war as well? Were they on the side of the fallen god beasts and owlins? Leonel felt that the answer to these last few questions was no, but that also meant that these waters were far murkier than he assumed. This should be the product of the pressure the gods are placing on the lesser races. How could there be no resentment at all? Sure, for now the culling doesn't involve the demigods, but what about when they ran out of mortal races to kill? Wouldn't they move on to the demigods before they looked to themselves? If the demigods were smart, they would certainly be trying to find methods of saving themselves for the future. If the path toward godhood meant experimenting with invalids, then that was what they would do, even if invalids were far more hated than even the fox had been. This explanation made sense to Leonel, and he felt there was a better than 90% chance that it was correct, but this meant that he had started the fuse on something much larger than he expected. If things continued like this, wouldn't the whole of existence be embroiled in war soon? Leonel's gaze became serious. It was even more important that he become as strong as possible as quickly as possible. A city appeared before Leonel, if it could be called that. The city walls were formed from the bones of enormous beasts, and the buildings inside seemed to all be constructed by similar materials. It felt more like a graveyard than a city. By this point, he had come across several rapax, but not one of them reacted very much. As expected, the rapax were the least likely to care. The real danger came from the violence of their culture. They walked around with their steel-covered, pill-shaped heads. Their metal tails whipped out behind them like a scorpion's, their digitreed feet digging into the ground with every step. They were intimidating creatures. Leonel had yet to run into any rapax in the complete worlds, but they certainly existed. Many were ranked in the top 100 of the Gathering of Kingdoms, but they were ultimately still a mortal race as well. When Leonel got to the city gates, though, a rapax blocked his path. Its pill-shaped head bent over, its maw opening wide to reveal a row of translucent teeth dripping with saliva. Scram, weakling, bang, its head exploded. No one even saw how Leonel moved. In one moment, the rapax was growling. In the next instant, it was dead. Leonel kicked its corpse to the side and continued to stroll forward. He knew why the rapax guard had reacted like that. This was one of the more sacred cities of the rapax. Even if it was a weak rapax, it would have reacted the same. All the rapax knew were the weak versus the strong. Nothing else mattered to them, and Leonel had proved his standing more than enough. In fact, he had already forgotten about the earlier encounter. He had suddenly remembered something about the rapax that greatly interested him, their immunity to internal sight. This was no longer a limitation to Leonel because he could sense and feel the dream plane, so the rapax couldn't escape his senses anymore even if they wanted to. But he had always been curious about this ability. It was an interesting chance to study this potentially. After entering the city, Leonel didn't really have an aim. He just came to the largest city of the rapax domain in hopes of looking for some clues. But since he had already entered with a bang, he should probably leave some impression of a powerful human. The easy thing to do was envelop the city in his internal sight, then check on all the people who weren't immune in the same way. But he wasn't quite sure if he should go so far just yet. Even if he wanted to play the role of arrogant overlord, he needed at least some foundation first. What he wanted to know was if he shone fiercely enough, would the power hidden in the dark approach him? Unlikely. I doubt a demigod, or god if I'm really unlucky, would feel the need to approach a weak human like me. I guess the best option is to see if there were any odd movements. News of what happened to the human domain should spread quite quickly. This will be the best chance to see how the rapax read and react to this. From the perspective of this hidden party, this should be a clash between two of their competitors. Will they try to gang up on the sea gods along with me? Will they try to gear the rapax for war and sit back? Will they maybe attack the more vulnerable humans and team up with the sea gods instead? The last one was probably the most likely, and Leonel had to be ready for that potential outcome. Oh? Leonel felt the ground rumbling, but it wasn't an earthquake. There was a ruckus coming from a coliseum of bone. There seemed to be an event going on. Chapter 2838. Joke. Chapter 2838. Joke Leonel entered the event quite smoothly and found that the ruckus was being caused by a tournament of some sort. The shaking was from all the cheering in the surroundings, if you could call it that. The rapax had some of the most grating language Leonel had ever heard. Although the language of the Pluto was quite fierce, it felt more cohesive in a way. The Pluto's language was like the roar of a dragon, but the language of the rapax was like if an entire forest of animals began going at it at the same time. It was a mixture of growls, shouts, and clicks. When it filled a stadium like this, it felt more like Leonel was in the middle of the wilds instead of an established society. Leonel walked down the stairs, tuning out the ruckus until he got to a railing. The railing was stuffed full of rapax wrestling for better position, but he directly pushed past, the strength of his body knocking them away and clearing space. Finally, he got a clear look at the battle below, and to his surprise, it was actually a rapax and a sea god. Leonel's eyes narrowed. He had already walked around the city for a while. He had seen a lot of rapax, but he hadn't seen a single existence that wasn't of their race. Though he hadn't reacted much to it, he had been a bit worried about what that would mean for his own existence. But he still didn't panic. Just judging from the reaction of the other rapax to him, he knew that it wasn't a huge issue. Some looked at him curiously, but there was nothing else. What Leonel didn't expect was that he would run into a sea god here of all places. Interesting? Is it an attempted infiltration? A coincidence? Something else? Viewing a race as a monolith would be a mistake. Leonel didn't want to overextend himself with false assumptions. Not all members of the sea gods would be part of some grand master plot. The battle below was intense. The rapax was a master of close combat, like most were. Its legs, arms, and tail were all lethal weapons, each one creating a whirlwind of furious assaults. The sea god wielded a gorgeous blue saber. He was clearly at a slight disadvantage, but it was just as clear that the battle wouldn't be ending anytime soon. The two were neck and neck. It was the kind of battle that could go on for hours, and the rapax were loving every minute of it. Leonel looked up, and his eyes narrowed. Up above, there were sitting arrangements for those he assumed were the nobles of the rapax. Much like the rapax of the dimensional verse, they had specially colored runes on their pill-shaped heads. However, this wasn't what Leonel cared about. What he did note was the fact there was a sea god sitting amongst them. Two, in fact. What's going on? He was confused, thoroughly. What was going on? He hadn't seen any information about the rapax and sea gods being so close. Could it be that the third party had chosen to side with the barbarian race after all? This was bad. Very bad. Leonel hadn't relaxed after his battle with Talon. For one, he knew that Talon was likely even more suppressed than he was, not only because his dimension was higher, but his demigod constitution was definitely of a higher tier. On top of that, he was also trying to hide his identity. The trifecta caused his strength to plummet. It wasn't just this, but he also knew that Talon was likely just the tip of the iceberg. As wealthy as Talon was, he couldn't afford to buy the information Leonel had, not even remotely. He definitely had the backing of truly powerful barbarians. So, if he was dealing not just with the backer of a demigod race, but one of an equally powerful race, or maybe even more powerful one, on top of that, Leonel's gaze became frighteningly cold. He felt like someone was playing him, and he didn't know where the feeling was coming from. He didn't have enough information to confirm or deny it, but what he did know was that he couldn't allow things to continue like this. Leonel continued to watch as the battle continued. Eventually, the sea god lost, and another battle began. Once again, it was a sea god and a rapax. It couldn't have been clearer that this was an exchange of some sort. All the battles were close, and every time, it would come down to the last few moves. The crowd was completely enamored by the spectacle. Leonel continued to watch as the rapax jostled around him, but he was like an immovable mountain. His feet were firmly rooted, and his arms were crossed over his chest. Everyone that hit against him was sent stumbling the other direction, and eventually there was a small, impenetrable circle formed around him as though the rapax had all decided that he couldn't be messed with in any way. His expression remained unreadable even at the point the climax of the battle began. For the first time in the history of the Colosseum, a pair of overlords descended into battle. Compared to the previous battles, they clearly weren't going all out, but the crowd was still excited beyond belief. How often could they see such a thing? Even pinnacle 7th-dimensional existences rarely appeared. Ordinary 8th-dimensional experts were even more recluse. Where could they possibly have the chance to see such a battle? Even if they were holding back, it was a huge opportunity. The battle continued for about 10 minutes or so before the two came to a stop. They bowed respectfully, and the crowd's cheers reached their pinnacle. It was at this moment a voice echoed, one that seemed to suppress all the other voices in an instant, despite being gentle and soft. Is this a joke? Chapter 2839? Fake. Chapter 2839 Fake. Leonel's voice echoed with hues of disappointment. The number of eyes and senses that landed on him all at once felt endless, but he seemed unmoved by it all. He stared down at the overlords below, and then the nobles above. I was told that the rapax were a race of warriors. When did they become so pathetic? Seas of eyes widened. However, not all reacted in this way. The rapax weren't a race that liked to talk things out. Someone who was infuriated by Leonel's side immediately attacked. Their tail snapped over in a fury, piercing through the air so fast that it left a whistle in its wake. Without even looking at it, Leonel caught the tail by its shimmering blade as though he wasn't scared of it piercing his skin, and he truly wasn't afraid. The blade couldn't even leave a mark on his skin. With a tug, the tail was ripped from its body. In one swift motion, Leonel's wrist flicked out and the blade soared. Unlike the original attack, it didn't make a single sound, and yet it appeared before the rapax in a single blink. In another, it tore its pill-shaped head in two. The air seemed to freeze and solidify. Those that had been about to attack before hesitated. The rapax that Leonel had just killed wasn't particularly powerful, only in the 6th dimension. Even so, it felt like Leonel's methods were suffocating them. There was a deterrence in the air that they couldn't quite describe, like a solidified killing intent that formed a barrier they didn't dare to cross. I didn't expect the rapax of all races to set up this kind of farce. The fact Leonel was speaking in their language made the words all the more clear, and that was despite the fact they didn't understand what he was trying to get at. Even so, his show of strength was enough for them to listen. That was all the rapax needed. The rapax were the one race that likely wouldn't even care if they were ruled by another so long as their fist was large enough. They respected strength and nothing more. But because of that, they were also quite simple-minded. In their opinions, no esteemed genius of the rapax like the ones below would participate in a farce, so it could only be that it was all real. What they didn't know was that the farce here weren't the rapax at all. It was the sea gods who were purposely holding back their strength to keep it even. Ironically, the only real battle was the last one where the two overlords only sparred, but targeting the sea gods here wouldn't work. Plus, he didn't give a damn how the sea gods felt. He was already enemies with them. Leonel shook his head and turned. He looked like he was about to directly leave. The rapax around him didn't dare to try to stop him. At that moment, one of the noble rapax stood. Stop. Leonel looked back, his gaze flickering with disdain, before he turned back and continued to walk away. Bang! A rapax landed before Leonel. This time, it was the overlord. It loomed menacingly, standing at over 4 meters tall. When it curled its body, looming over Leonel with all its mass and strength, the difference in their size was grating on the soul. A smirk curled Leonel's lip. What? You want to pat hands a bit? Want to ask me to dance? Which one of us is going to lead, and which is going to be along for the ride? Leonel's words were clearly a dig at the earlier spar, and the old rapax was instantly furious. Its tail lashed out, but Leonel had already moved, taking a step back. The tail slammed into the ground, shattering the entire bleacher area. Half the Colosseum fell by a foot and would have collapsed if not for a peculiar coincidence. You can't even attack like you mean it, Leonel continued to sneer. Uncle, please stop for a moment. The noble above spoke again before turning his attention to the back of Leonel's head once more. You've impugned on the dignity of the rapax race. Shouldn't you explain yourself? Although it is not the rapax way to gang up on a single person, it is also not the rapax way to allow our honor to be smeared. We are always willing to take on the full consequences of our actions. You're powerful, so I'm sure you're smart enough to understand what I mean. The noble was surprisingly eloquent, and, of course, Leonel understood. Essentially, he was saying that ganging up wasn't what they wanted to do, but they also had a culture of taking responsibility for both their actions and words. This latter culture was the reason why no one harmed Leonel after he killed the gate guard, or why no one seemed angry. He had just killed another rapax. The two that Leonel had killed were taking on the responsibility for their actions. In this case, Leonel had insulted an entire race, so it was his responsibility to take on. It wasn't their fault that he had insulted so many of them at once. Since he wanted to talk so much, he would have to face all of their wrath. It was that simple. Show me your wrath, then. Do you think I'm afraid of a horde of cowards? This time, even the noble frowned. It was hard to distinguish the expressions of a rapax, but an excellent sign was the swaying of their tail and the subtle lengthening of their metal claws, both on their feet and hands. The noble took a breath and exhaled slowly. I only want to ask you one thing. Why? The atmosphere seemed primed, so Leonel finally looked back toward the noble's box. When he saw the tight frown on the sea god's face, his lip curled. Wasn't it clear to you? You're all warriors with thousands of battles under your belt. You wouldn't have entered the fourth dimension otherwise. You've been bathed in blood since birth. And none of you can recognize a faked battle when you see one? Chapter 2840, Confusion. Chapter 2840, Confusion. The eloquent noble Rapax Zenithral looked at Leonel with narrowed eyes. The warriors of the Rapax do not fake battles. Is that so? Leonel sneered. He raised a finger and then pointed down toward the overlord sea god. Just when everyone thought he was going to threaten the sea gods as well, several force arts appeared around him in quick succession. At that moment, the sea gods from the previous battles all appeared, one after another. They looked around in confusion, not quite understanding how they had suddenly appeared here. Bang! Leonel leapt up and landed in the arena below. You, fight me, Leonel said coldly. He pointed at the sixth-dimensional sea god that fought in the first battle. He was indifferent, and his tone didn't seem to assume it was a suggestion. Zenithral's frown deepened. The sea god noble by his side seemed to finally understand what was going to happen. He opened his mouth to say something, but it was then Leonel suddenly looked at him, his gaze flashing with a hidden purple light beneath the deep hazel. This isn't your place to speak, so I would suggest you shut your mouth, or I will kill you. At that moment, the sea god overlord took this chance to take action. Insulting his liege was more than enough of a sin, and no one would look down on him for doing so. Leonel grinned. These people were so easy to manipulate. A pitch-black spear suddenly appeared in Leonel's palm. When this spear appeared, the entire Rapax domain seemed to tremble. The Rapax fell into complete silence. Looking at that spear, they felt like something was calling out to them, as though the person standing before them wasn't a human, but rather one of their own clan. It was a misunderstanding that Rapax didn't use weapons. Although the vast majority relied on close combat alone, this wasn't because they hated weapons or didn't have a deep weapon inheritance. It was rather because of all the races, the Rapax had the most reverence for weapons, period. Because of this, they only allowed their most supreme of warriors to use weapons, and it took a lifetime of blood, sweat, and tears to be acknowledged with the right to wield one. It could be said that the Rapax had a reverence for the humanoids who created weapon forces that went beyond any other. In their culture, these were the true gods of the world, and everyone else was inferior. This black spear called out to something primal within them. Even having only seen it for a moment, they acknowledged it from the bottom of their hearts. This spear, of course, was the very same one that the Rapax of his own incomplete world had gifted Leonel. Back then, just trying to catch it had completely shattered all the bones in his hand and arm, but now it was as light as a feather. At first, it looked no different from a rod, but quickly it formed the blade of a glaive. The black fog took shape and let out a resonant blade howl. The sky split and a swirl of clouds began to quickly accelerate. The world continued to shake as Leonel turned back to the Overlord and took a single step forward. The sea god Overlord pierced out with a trident, and Leonel calmly thrust forward. He could feel the world resonating with him. It was as though the Rapax domain was already prepared to be completely refined by him. It was a shocking feeling, but Leonel didn't pay attention to it, neither did suppress the feeling. Even so, because he felt that his strength was about to skyrocket beyond the bounds of reason, he could only slow his attack even further. To the eyes of the spectators, Leonel might as well have been a crawling snail compared to the Overlord. However, no one made a sound. Their respect for Leonel had reached another depth. Unless they saw him die before their eyes, they seemed to always believe that he would definitely win. Glaive and trident clashed. Glaive force sparkled in white on Leonel's blade, but it was entirely for show. Even with glaive force active, he was entirely able to ignore it. He parried the trident with ease. Sparks flew and rippling waves cut across the sand of the Colosseum. The surrounding youth of the sea gods were forced to unleash their strength to protect themselves. If they didn't, all of them would die. Even so, many of the weaker ones were still shattered into a rain of blood. The Overlord's expression became bloodshot when he saw this. He had definitely constrained his strength. He wouldn't be foolish enough to put the lives of these youths in danger. But Leonel's skills were beyond his expectation. He could tell Leonel had done it on purpose, but there was nothing he could do about it except yell, retreat, and attack again. Blasts continued to echo, and the duo left a trail of booms in their wake. However, when Leonel saw that his point had been proven, he pulled out a little more strength. His blade snuck through the gaps in the Overlord's defenses, striking through his chest. Bang! Both of them landed heavily on the ground. Leonel stood above him, a foot placed on his chest and his blade running through his chest. He was calm and collected, his strength ringing true. Many years ago, I was given a great favor by an elder of your Rapax. He acknowledged my talent and chose to grant me his most precious possession. This spear has saved my life more than once. Today, I came here to finally repay that kindness. But the sights I've seen have greatly disappointed me. The Rapax shouldn't show weakness just for the chance to ally with others. Confusion colored the faces of the Rapax. They wanted to believe Leonel, but how had he proven anything? That was when Leonel pointed at the young sea god geniuses and their eyes widened. Chapter 2841, What to Do. Chapter 2841 What to Do. The rampages were a simple-minded race, but they weren't fools. Many of them understood immediately. Ultimately, they had still made quite a bit of progress through the dimensions. The first to understand was Xenothral, and his expression became ugly. Once again, his claws lengthened and his tail left slicing winds through the air. The wind pressure alone could have cut someone in two. It all settled in for them at once, and those that didn't understand learned from those beside them. Down below, that was a clash of overlords just now. With the strength the sea gods had displayed earlier, none of them should have survived this assault. They had all seen it. They hadn't used any protective treasures, but rather relied on their own strength because there wasn't time to pull such things out. And yet, while some had died, the majority had survived. How was that possible with the strength they had displayed earlier? Could it be that they were really holding back earlier and had only come to put on a show? How was this acceptable? The rampages began to howl in agitation. What they didn't know was that Leonel had purposely controlled the shockwaves to a level that the young geniuses could handle. Originally, he wanted to fight them one by one, but he knew that the sea gods would never allow this, so he pivoted to another plan. In this situation, there was nothing more important than optics, and he had won that game. All he had to do was keep the shockwaves to a level that they could just barely handle, and make it fast enough that they didn't have time to bring out anything else to protect themselves. The moment he landed, he already expected everything that had happened, and from start to finish, they had played into his hands. Geniuses or not, there was no way these 6th and 7th dimension geniuses could survive the clash of overlords had Leonel not allowed it. And the worst part was that it was the perfect scheme. Even if the overlord noticed, what could he do? Forcefully kill them himself? Not only would Leonel not allow him such a chance, how could he have the stomach do such a thing? It was the perfect trap. As Leonel always said, the best scheme was the one the enemy had no choice but to wholeheartedly participate in. The moment he took the first step, everything was already over. And the best part was that Leonel had accomplished all of this without really throwing the face of the rampages. The rampages in the stands believed that their race's geniuses had been holding back as well, whereas in reality it was just that the geniuses of the sea gods were on an entirely different level. The only ones holding back were the sea gods themselves. The rampages had been going all out, but they didn't need to know that. Leonel was playing the role of human who respected the rampages. The gift of the dimensional versus rampages was the cherry on top. They believed in him wholeheartedly now. Xenothral turned an enraged glance toward the sea god noble. The others wouldn't know, but how could he not know what happened? He hadn't ordered his geniuses to do such a thing, so that could only mean that this noble was the one that told his people to hold back. The sea god hurriedly stood. Xenothral, this, sure you. Xenothral's tail suddenly appeared at the sea god's throat. A rapax could die, but their honor could not be impugned upon. He would rather die than have someone insult him in this way, and he knew each one of those geniuses below felt the exact same way. This was the pride of the rapax. Xenothral's tail trembled. He was truly infuriated at this moment, but the worries on his mind were heavier than the others. He was still somewhat different from the other rapax. His thoughts were more meticulous. Even so, his instincts really wanted him to strike forth. Even if it meant that rapax taking on the wrath of the sea gods, he would prefer this to living the life of a coward. If it was him alone, he would have already struck. But what about the rapax who relied on him for their survival? The sea god noble held his hands up, trying to give a placating smile. But Xenothral could see that he didn't have the slightest fear in his eyes. He didn't take Xenothral's threat seriously at all. That was the final straw. Xenothral attacked. His trembling tail became focused, and he pierced out. The blade of his tail was only a few centimeters from the sea god's throat, and yet the speed it exploded with in an instant was mind-numbing. The sea god's expression became ugly, but he wasn't slow to react. A shield of water force appeared around him. Boom! The elevated noble region exploded, and a battle erupted in the skies. Leonel watched all of this from below, trying to figure out the best next step to take. He had done all of this on a whim because there was no better chance to turn this around. He had succeeded, but that also left him flying blind. Should he help openly or in secret? Should he help at all? Leonel's wrist trembled, and the blade of his jet-black spear ripped the overlord beneath him to shreds. With another sweep of his spear, every one of the sea god geniuses was shredded to pieces. The obvious answer seemed to be to help. But the problem was that he had just used the pride of the rapax to instigate this situation. If he helped Xenothral out, he would be stomping on that very same pride. But at the same time, Xenothral was an important cog in all of this. There was certainly someone else behind all of this happening. If Xenothral died, which is what looked would happen, then Leonel had no idea what the fallout might be. In fact, that might even help whoever was in the background. Now he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. What to do? Chapter 2842, Chapter 2842, Leonel still wasn't sure of exactly what to do. It was a troublesome position to be in. But ultimately, there was no other way to go about this. At the very least, this current position was still better than what would have happened had he just stood to the side and did nothing. At that point, the rapax and sea gods would become allies, and then he would be screwed. Something is still odd here. While he was certain that the rapax had to be being controlled by someone, where were they? Also, Zenithral's actions didn't seem like he was getting marching orders from someone else. He reacted much the same way any other Rapax would. If he was being led by someone else, why not take this step? Could it be that whoever was in the background was aware of the stubbornness of Rapax and decided to take this approach? Or was it that Leonel was wrong from the beginning, and this olive branch the sea gods were extending was actually a method for the barbarians to take control of both races? Leonel had just spent quite a bit of time in the Oryx domain, but other than a minor breakdown of history, there was nothing else to see. Because of that, it only seemed logical that the last of the three participants would be taking the Rapax as their refuge. There was another reason Leonel felt this way too. The sea gods were an odd existence, the human were an odd existence, and the Oryx were an odd existence. All three of these races seemed to have the fingerprints of the barbarians all over them, and it was this worry that had made Leonel so cautious to begin with. The Rapax seemed like the only option for anyone looking to take things over. The battle in the skies were quickly reaching its climax. Zenithral was very obviously on his back foot, though it was unlikely that the Rapax present could tell the different. Those two overlords were simply moving too fast. Leonel looked down from the skies and toward the scattered remains of the overlord he had just killed. He hadn't allowed his soul to dissipate just yet. Should I use King's Might? That would be as good as admitting to several things he wasn't ready for yet. This made things particularly annoying. He had already awakened the souls of the previous sea gods he had killed, but they didn't have any useful information at all. But an overlord should be different, no? Just as Leonel was being pulled every which way, the skies seemed to explode. When he looked up again, his pupils constricted into pinholes. That was because what was high above him wasn't the battle between the sea god and Zenithral. Instead, they had both been blasted away, sent flying in different directions. In their place, two Rapax stood. One of them had radiant blue patterns etched across their pill-shaped head, and the other had green patterns of the same. Though, the latter green patterns seemed to be more elaborate and contained greater depths. Even so, it seemed that the blue runed Rapax was in the lead, while the green runed Rapax was taking a back seat. However, this wasn't what shocked Leonel. Instead, it was the fact that though it was subtle and hard to spot, how could Leonel not notice the chains of black wrapped around their bodies? Leonel was speechless. He had found the third party that easily? Why were they exposing themselves so casually? The Rapax were a simple-minded race, but they weren't fools. If they had spent this much money to get the coordinates to this world, it would have required the pooled resources of several of their worlds. Why would they come here so casually? To be fair to them, someone else might not have noticed those chains at all. The body of a Rapax was an alternating array of organic flesh and metal-infused skin. From afar, and likely even up close, the chains just looked like extensions of themselves. There were no shortage of Rapax that wore accessories like this. The problem was that Leonel's senses were far too sensitive to not notice, and it left him confused. Another point of confusion was that the green-runed Rapax seemed completely transfixed on the spear in his hand, which didn't make any sense at all. This black spear was, certainly, excellent by incomplete world standards, but there was a reason that Leonel hadn't made use of it in a long time. He was able to casually conjure a spear that was far better with this one on a whim, and there were even several spears in the spear domain ring that were superior. But Leonel had abandoned even that ring. It didn't make sense for a Rapax of a complete world to care so much. Rapax wasn't excellent crafters per se, but that was because they only specialized in the creation of one type of craft, weapons. They also didn't even use conventional methods. If Leonel walked into a Rapax's workshop right now, it would look more like a blacksmith shop from 1500 AD Earth. Even so, their weapons were some of the most sought after, and yet unpurchasable, items in existence. That was because they treated their weapons so sacredly that they would never sell them for money. They only gave it to those they deemed worthy. The eyes of the Rapax told another story as well. There was confusion, hesitancy, some killing intent, and then it went back to confusion. After staring at the weapon for a long while, it seemed to have realized something, and then it looked at Leonel. You, he spoke in a forced human tongue that sounded a bit gravelly and uncomfortable for him. You are Leonel Morales? Leonel froze, and if not for his sheer control over his body, he would have collapsed. He realized who this Rapax must be now, but he also wanted to slap a palm to his forehead. Chapter 2843, Third Purchaser. Chapter 2843, Third Purchaser. Leonel sighed inwardly. He had no plans to admit such a thing so publicly, but this was a huge issue. Denying it wasn't enough when he was playing on a chessboard with so many intelligent people pulling their own strings. He played his part and looked at the green-runed Rapax with a deadpan expression that underlined his confusion, but his mind was already whirling at 1,000 miles a second. Soon, it was likely that his identity would be exposed, and he never thought for a second that it would happen this way. If he was caught between a rock and a hard place before, right now he might as well have a meteor falling from above as well. This was a terrible situation caused by the innocent words of a young Rapax. This Rapax was, obviously, the very same one that Leonel had saved all those years ago. Back then, he could have absorbed his egg and gained a second ability index, but he hadn't because he chose to value the Rapax's life no differently than he would a human's life. In Leonel's opinion, absorbing that egg would have been no different from killing a baby in its cradle just for a little of extra power. That was unacceptable to him. Even now, after many of his views on morality had changed, he still wouldn't do such a thing. His morals might have changed, but his bottom line remained the exact same. What Leonel didn't expect was that this moment of mercy and grace would come back to bite him like this. Obviously, this was also the reason the young rapax recognized the spear in his hand. This was the very same spear Leonel had received for saving him in the first place. The rapax had respected his actions and reciprocated in kind. He let go of a string of curses in his mind, but he simply continued to stare. Are the rapax without a word? Maybe I am mistaken. The young rapax shook his head. Leonel sighed. This young rapax prince was absolutely terrible at lying. Reading the emotions of rapax was tougher than doing so for humans, but Leonel had already observed them for long enough to understand the fluster when he saw it. Clearly, the young rapax understood he had said something he probably shouldn't have. But this was the first time he was meeting his savior face to face. He had heard of Leonel over his life, and back during the war, he had even convinced the rapax to not attack the human domain as a repayment of this favor. But he had never actually seen Leonel. That was also likely why he had completely ignored Leonel's disguise. What difference did it make to him if he didn't have a reference for Leonel's appearance in the first place? Much like it was difficult for humans to differentiate rapax, the situation was mostly the same in the vice versa as well. The blue-runed rapax by the young rapax's side gazed toward Leonel as well, clearly seeing through the latter's poor acting. But unlike the young rapax, he had seen and heard of Leonel Morales before. This human didn't look like him at all, and he didn't seem to be wearing a disguise. Was the young rapax wrong? There didn't seem to be anything wrong with Leonel's reaction either. If Leonel had reacted to confusion and an obvious flare-up of emotion toward that end, the blue-runed rapax would have concluded that he was definitely Leonel Morales. But real veterans of battle wouldn't act like that even if they heard something ridiculous on the battlefield. Their reaction would be just as deadpan as Leonel's own. Any fluctuations to your state of mind could lead to death. The blue-runed rapax looked away from Leonel and toward the sea god noble. Leave, he said plainly. The sea god slowly rose from the pile of rubble. Is this how the rapax treats its guests? We came with gifts and sincerity, as a group with open hearts and minds, but now I must leave alone? Who will compensate us for the death of our comrades? The sea god's voice was filled with righteous indignation. Leave, or you'll die with them. The sea god froze, not expecting that response. It was clear that though he hadn't said as much, the blue-runed rapax was infuriated by the actions of the sea gods as well. Clearly, they had a fundamental misunderstanding of the way the rapax did things. All of this was unacceptable to them, and it crossed their bottom line. The sea god had no choice but to disappear into the horizon, realizing that if he did stay, he would be finished. The blue-runed rapax then looked toward Leonel and Xenothrall. You two, come with me. After saying this, he turned and flickered into the distance. The young rapax gave Leonel a look and then flashed after him as well. Xenothrall picked himself up and suppressed his injuries before following as well. Leonel was the last left. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he followed too. This could easily go south, but it was also the best chance he had to turn things around. Risk or not, it seemed that he would just have to rely on his spear. Soon, the four were deep in a rapax castle. Once again, it was entirely formed of bone, but what was more impressive was that it seemed to be the carcass of just a single, enormous beast. It was likely that the first rapax emperor of this world had slain this beast and thus built this castle as a memorial to their achievement. It was in the basement of this castle that they met. The blue-runed rapax ignored Xenothrall for a moment and looked right at Leonel. You are the third purchaser. Leonel resisted the urge to give the green-runed rapax a glance. He still couldn't believe that he had been exposed like this, of all things. Chapter 2844, Simple-Minded. Chapter 2844, Simple-Minded. Leonel didn't respond, looking at the blue-runed rapax deeply. Third purchaser? He asked. You don't need to try to hide it. My race is a bit simple-minded, but we aren't stupid. I can clearly see what sort you are. Leonel's lip curled and his body form changed. He grew 10 inches and his features smoothed out, becoming more handsome. Not that it made a difference to the rapax. To them, his change might as well have been a fox changing the tinge of their fur a bit. The rapax were probably the only humanoid race not obsessed with the actual human form. In a lot of ways, they were far more like beasts than they were like humanoids. No, you don't know what sort I am. Then why did you just expose yourself? Because I felt like it. If you really knew something, it wouldn't take a kid's slip-up to get you to question me. The young rapax blushed. Well, his runes lit up a bit and flickered as he turned away. But same difference. That's not a really good enough reason. The blue-runed rapax replied, sending a glance at the young rapax. He had never seen Shadowclaw react like this to anything. How do you know Shadowclaw? I don't, Leonel shrugged. Is there a need to lie at this point? The blue-runed rapax felt a bit annoyed by Leonel's condor at this point. Ultimately, he was in the 7th dimension. In fact, he was in Tier 7, the higher stratosphere of the dimension. Leonel, on the other hand, was just in the 5th dimension. In the rapax culture, strength was respected above all, but Leonel had yet to do anything that made the blue-runed rapax respect him to that level. As far as he was concerned, the people of his incomplete world were ants. In line with that, from start to end, he didn't even look at Zenithral, and by the same extension, Zenithral kept his head lowered in deference to his strength. This was how things worked, but Leonel didn't seem to understand that. It's not like that, Shadowclaw hurriedly interjected. When I was young, my egg was targeted by a lot of people. Leonel saved me. The blue-runed Rapax blinked in surprise, not expecting this. He had some understanding of Shadowclaw's situation and talent. And because the Rapax were the only humanoid race that incubated in eggs, he likewise understood how valuable that egg would have been. He had heard Leonel's previous speech, and he thought that it was mostly nonsense to drive a wedge between the Rapax and sea gods, but was he not lying? Let's get to the point, shall we? Leonel smiled. You clearly aren't here because you need the world itself. So why not tell me what you're after, and then we can see if we can't work together? The blue-runed Rapax's eyes narrowed. How do you know that? Because you wouldn't be so cordial with me otherwise. I also doubt that you would be colluding with the sea gods either. After learning that the Rapax of the complete worlds were involved in this, Leonel realized that he could deduce many things. After seeing the blue-runed Rapax's character, he was even more certain. The Rapax were a warrior race. If their goal was to take over the world, then they would never team up with another. It would be seen as beneath them to team up on a single party. That meant that to the Rapax, their goal wasn't the same as the sea gods at all. Only that way would their honor be intact. The other, more tangible explanation was that it would have been foolish of the Rapax to purchase this world's information otherwise. This was because they were a mortal race. It had to be remembered that Leonel pretty much dismissed the idea of a mortal race purchasing this world because it would take far too many resources. The risk wouldn't be worth it to them, especially when they couldn't guarantee the outcome. For the Rapax to purchase this information anyway, after there was already a purchaser before them, could only mean that their goal wouldn't clash with the barbarians, and they had a method of ensuring that they could get in and out unscathed. The final nail in the coffin was, obviously, that they were so cordial with Leonel. Though part of that could be because of Shadowclaw, it wasn't enough when the well-being of an entire race of people was at stake. The blue-runed Rapax remained silent for a long while. Leonel's smile didn't fade as he extended a hand. How about we introduce ourselves first, then? My name is Leonel Morales. What's yours? The blue-runed Rapax looked at the hand and eventually extended one of his own. Barbed in sharp blade-like claws, it latched onto Leonel's. But not an ounce of blood was shed. Bang! The air around their hands exploded, and ripples spread out in all directions. Zenithral was forced several steps back, his body barely stabilizing when he was already over 100 meters away. The blue-runed Rapax was stunned. He had expected to at least slice into Leonel's hand, but nothing of the sort happened. My name is Dreadmaw, his voice boomed. He finally seemed to relax. In a twist of irony, when Leonel displayed his strength, he felt more instead of less at ease. He retracted his hand and gave Shadowclaw a glance. We came here because of a disturbance. Some of our plans have to be accelerated because we need to be prepared for the idle battlefield. It is the most important ritual of our race, and we have saved for generations for this moment. This is only our first step. Somewhere in this incomplete world there is an anomaly. It is a mutated subdimensional zone that we've decided is very important for Shadowclaw's growth. Unfortunately, we do not know exactly where it is. As Dreadmaw continued to speak, Leonel was truly speechless. This Rapax race, weren't they a little too trusting and simple-minded? Chapter 2845 Oracle, Chapter 2845. Oracle Leonel found it all to be so amusing. Rather than distrusting him because of his strength, Dreadmaw actually trusted him more. It was so paradoxical. But this was exactly how Rapax were. It didn't take much effort at all, and suddenly Dreadmaw was telling Leonel about plans he should have kept close to his vest. It was almost certain that only the highest echelons of the Rapax knew of this information, yet here he was spilling it all. After getting over the amusement, though, Leonel realized something else. This was all triggered by the idle battlefield. Then didn't that mean that it was his fault that the Rapax were involved in this at all? No one knew even to this day that Leonel was at fault for its early appearance. In fact, until Leonel heard of information circulating about it, he hadn't been aware of what he had done either. But in the end, how could he not put two and two together? He had felt his spear and bow forces communicating with a distant plane, even though he had mostly been out of it during that time. How could he not understand that it was his fault at that point? Was this a good thing or a bad thing? It was hard to say. Who knew if the zone Dreadmaw was speaking of wasn't something that he'd be very interested in as well? If it was something that could help Shadowclaw progress, then how could it not help him as well? At the same time, it would be difficult to get the Rapax to actually help him fight against the barbarian race because they might see it as ganging up. Plus, they had come here without any intention of clashing with the barbarian race at all. So even if they didn't have such a culture, they might reject it anyway, just purely because of the difficult position it would put their race in. Alliances might have worked had they also been a demigod race, but how could they be willing to go up against one as a mere mortal race themselves? Dreadmaw and Shadowclaw wouldn't have even come to the Rapax of this incomplete world if not for the fact they needed information on this zone they were looking for. As for the mutated subdimensional zone itself, Leonel had his own thoughts about it, things that kept him curious. How had the Rapax sensed it? How were they so sure that it would be helpful to Shadowclaw without even coming across it first? He could only conclude that they had something similar to the detection treasures that Leonel had once relied upon. These were devices that could give information about the parameters of a zone without ever stepping inside. If incomplete worlds could have such a thing, how could these larger worlds not? The only reason Leonel was questioning it in the first place was one very specific reason. Incomplete worlds were so valuable that they were the preferred currency of the gods. How could finding them be so easy? So how had the Rapax, a mortal race, done so? Dreadmaw finished his explanation and looked into Leonel's eyes. You might know this already, but we have no plans of getting involved with whoever is currently in control of the sea gods. So how exactly would you plan to work with us in the first place? The zone and its treasures are not something that we are willing to give up or share. We also cannot afford to offend a demigod race, not given the current situation in the world. A good deal of might not even notice if a mortal race suddenly vanished from existence. It's happened before, and it can happen again. Leonel didn't respond immediately. He was almost certain Dreadmaw was referring to the human race, and he wasn't exactly wrong, although they hadn't been quite wiped out. That said, was there much of a difference? Given the fact everyone was focused on the war between the Void race and the Owlins and fallen god beasts, it really might fly under the radar if the barbarians were to suddenly attack the Rapax out of revenge. Even under normal circumstances, few would care. But in these ones, this put Leonel in another tough situation. How could he best take advantage of the Rapax when all the matters he needed them for were likewise things they weren't willing to do? In the end, he didn't have enough information. First, how about I settle for a reading of the Rapax's historical records? Until now, he had only managed to read the history from the human race's perspective. As for the Oryx, he obviously hadn't been able to. Much of the information he had gathered over there was built from eavesdropping and speculation. If he could get another piece of the puzzle, maybe it would be more obvious what he was dealing with. There were too many actions taken by the barbarian race that he didn't quite understand. Dreadmaw gave him a confused look, but in the end, there was no reason for him to refuse. Soon, Leonel was going through the records of the Rapax, if they could even be called that. They felt quite bare bones, but this had its benefits as well. The Rapax were bound by their honor and culture, so they rarely, if ever, embellished tales. They always told it exactly like how it was, even if it made them look bad. As Leonel began to cross-reference what he had learned from the human race with this recounting, he found that several pieces of the puzzle were being swiftly filled. That was when he stumbled onto something that made his eyes narrow. The Oracle. That was something referenced in this history again and again. It told of a woman of the sea gods capable of seeing the future, and how she not only single-handedly allowed them to rise, but was also capable of passing down her ability. Just how similar was that to the barbarian race's abilities? Chapter 2846. If Chapter 2846, if the word oracle in the Rapax language was not quite a noun, it was more like a cross between one and a verb, being used to refer to action just as much as it did a noun. Many words in the Rapax language were like this, making it quite confusing to read. It was like constantly describing people by what they could do rather than who they were, like always calling a person a soccer player because they played soccer, as though they didn't have a name of their own. But this was natural in their culture. That was because they respected what you did far more than who you were or who you might be related to. As such, they never referred to this person by name, but it was clear and obvious who they were referring to. At the same time, it also made one thing stand out to Leonel, and that was that this title was being passed along again and again. In that case, could it be that what they called Oracle was their translated version of Wise Sea Order? When Leonel pieced this together, he also came to understand something else. He had already concluded that the barbarians were almost certainly acting for the sake of raising their station in existence to godhood. In that case, was it a coincidence that the sea gods happened to share one of the core abilities of the barbarians in that case? Not just this, but it would also explain several other things. Why did the sea god suddenly attack before his rain plan could take full effect? How was Sachet so decisive? How had the sea gods appeared here in the Rapax domain right before he had been set to arrive? He had already learned from Dreadmaw that their arrival was not even more than 3 days ago. They had all this time to establish a connection with the Rapax and only just managed to capitalize on it? Could it be that his feeling was correct? That feeling of being watched? Or at least that he was being outmaneuvered on several fronts? He even began to wonder if the arrival of Shadowclaw was also within this Oracle's plans for no other reason than to expose his real identity. Maybe that was a bridge too far, but Leonel didn't dismiss the possibility. In this sort of situation, he couldn't afford to ignore any possibility. He took a breath and exhaled. There were only 2 pieces of the puzzle that he was missing. If it was the case that the barbarians were trying to find a path to evolution, what role did the races they picked perform? And second, how exactly did helping these races to evolve help them out? Leonel wasn't aware of any method like this, and it was likely that understanding it could help him understand exactly how he might be able to counter the barbarians. If this method required a mass genocide similar to what Simona's mother had done to the Constellation families, were the sea gods aware? Couldn't he exploit this as well? If the sea gods had no idea that they'd be sacrificed for the good of the barbarian race, would they still be so willing to help? This was all still speculation, but Leonel did have one good avenue to find out. The human race was definitely not part of the barbarian race's plan. If they had been in the past, they at least weren't any longer. In all likelihood, the main target of the barbarian race had been the cloud race that was previously destroyed thanks to the help of that mysterious hero. That seemed to suggest that the barbarian race almost certainly needed some sort of sacrifice to reap their harvest. But why not check? If he could find a method of learning about the cloud race's history, he could really pin down exactly what happened and make future plans. Since he had already been exposed, he would just have to go all out. Soon enough, the world would learn just the kind of weight his name held. In that case, he would just have to let the barbarian race know a little earlier. Anastasia, map out the whole incomplete world for me. Anastasia was surprised by this command, especially since Leonel had put so much effort into telling her just how careful they had to be. But now he had done a complete 180. Even so, she followed through. It will take a couple of days. Leonel nodded. He already knew as much. Last time, when he had been trying to find a Vital Star Force innate node to help Ina, it had also taken a while. Even the rampages, who certainly had gods among their ranks, didn't have a method of quickly finding the mutated zone they were looking for. If there was one thing that incomplete worlds were, it was impossibly vast, filled with endless empty space. It wasn't easy to find everything in them, and in this regard, Leonel had an advantage. He had been hiding this advantage for the sake of his identity, and also the fact that exposing it might also reveal that he still had the segmented cube, which would in turn reveal that he likely still had the life tablet as well. But since they wanted to play games, he would play games with them. There was no gain without loss. He had already taken a huge risk by coming here. If he allowed it to slip from his fingers now, there would be no going back. As expected, there were several forces hidden in the incomplete world that sensed this all-encompassing sweep, but since Leonel didn't care, neither did Anastasia. Leonel walked out of the library, having read everything. His mind had already shifted to the next topic. And that was whether he should tell the Dreadmaw and Shadowclaw where the zone they were looking for was when Anastasia inevitably found it. He had already saved Shadowclaw's life once. He didn't owe the young rampages anything more. If this zone was useful to him, he would take it without hesitation. Chapter 2847. Resonating. Chapter 2847. Resonating. I'm going to spend the next few days here, Leonel said to Dreadmaw. Dreadmaw didn't react much to these words. He didn't care very much at all. Instead, he was focused on the powerful sense that was constantly washing over them. When he finally looked at Leonel, he seemed to be frowning. Are you related to this? Dreadmaw asked. Leonel looked up and then shrugged before walking away. Dreadmaw blinked as Leonel vanished into the castle, presumably just randomly taking up a room for him. He wasn't sure how to react to that answer. Leonel didn't confirm it or deny it, which actually left him even more confused. Unfortunately for Dreadmaw, he wasn't nearly as good at reading human mannerisms as Leonel was at reading rampages' habits. So to him, Leonel's shrug was no different from nothing at all. Obviously, Leonel knew this and took advantage. In the end, they weren't partners, and if the situation warranted it, they would likely clash. Leonel couldn't hope to rely on Shadowclaw's favor to win over the entire rampages race. That would be foolish. He had to do this on his own. Entering the room of bone, Leonel chuckled. The rampages beds weren't mattresses at all. Instead, they were pods that looked like crystal-clear pods. Inside, there was a goo thicker than oil, but not quite as dense as jello. When they slept, they would be enveloped within it. Leonel didn't mind and actually leapt into it. Feeling the cool liquid envelop him, he actually let out a visible sigh of comfort. He didn't feel wet, and the odd liquid didn't even block his ability to breathe normally. It just felt like he was covered in a slightly cool-to-the-touch material that pulled his body temperature down to the perfect level for sleep. He would definitely have to try out the different methods of the various races, because this was certainly far better than a mattress. He wondered, though, how did the rampages reproduce like this? It must be that they did so elsewhere. This wasn't exactly conducive to sexy time. After he had his fun, Leonel pulled out the black spear once again, hopping out of the pod. While he could lounge around for the next 3 days, he didn't have time to waste like this. Plus, he had something else to occupy his mind, much like he always did. During his battle, he had sensed a very odd resonance, one that made him feel like he could refine the rampages domain immediately should he choose to do so. With his senses, it was impossible for him to be mistaken. This meant that his spear force was, indeed, a viable method of moving forward. He just had to fuse it with Final Destruction's circulation method, and he would be good to go. Of course, he couldn't do this now. If he could just refine any world, he would have already started comprehending the foundation of this world instead of wasting all this time running around. The reason he needed the barbarian race dealt with first was because he would have to clear all the zones in this world first before he even began to take later steps. It was also difficult to comprehend anything if he had to watch his back every second. But now, he seemed to have found some light at the end of the tunnel. Holding the spear in his hands again, he took a breath and closed his eyes. What he was looking for was what exactly he was resonating with. Although Leonel understood he had to refine these worlds, he still didn't quite understand what that meant. What were the mechanisms at play? What was he resonating with? What would happen to the regulator if he did so? Would there be a backlash? Something else? So Leonel took a day, feeling out the sense the Black Spear was allowing him to feel. Slowly, he began to sense what it was. Once again, it was the second dimension, the location where the impetus of life resided. It was also the place where the dream world existed, and even further, it was the same location as his destruction world as well. It was also the location of the regulator. If Leonel was correct, his father was essentially asking him to understand this world even better than the regulator itself, so much so that it saw little to no difference between himself and it. In this way, he would replace its role in the second dimension and, as such, making the world his own. The fact it took Leonel of all people a full day to fully grasp this was obviously easier said than done. But at this point, there was little choice left in this matter. In that case, let's try something out. Anastasia, have you finished a map of the Rapax domain? Yes, her reply came swiftly. Give me the location of all active zones at and above the 5th dimension and above. Give Ina all the ones at the 4th dimension. We're setting out. Okay. Leonel didn't want to test the regulator too much, so he wouldn't break the rules. He would stick to the zones he was allowed to enter. As for their entry limits and such, did he still need to be concerned with any of that? So long as there were no surprises, he might be finished before Anastasia was done mapping out the entire incomplete world. Leonel set off and began to clear the zones one after another. Dreadmaw and Shadowclaw probably weren't even aware that he had left. He didn't concern himself with this. The sudden closing of so many zones was peculiar to the Rapax, but as a simple-minded race, most didn't notice that anything was wrong yet. They just assumed that one of their own had done it. Surprisingly, Leonel also found that completing these zones deepened his understanding of the world around him as well. He got to see so many different types of techniques and methods molded by the laws of this world that he was quickly building an array of understanding in his mind. When he stepped out of a zone, the number of which he hadn't bothered to count, Anastasia's voice rang in his ears. Finished. Chapter 2848. Danger. Chapter 2848. Danger. Leonel's eyes lit up. This was excellent timing. He was almost finished with the zones, but he also didn't want to completely clear them just yet. As he had gone about clearing them, Leonel had realized something unfortunate, that clearing these zones wasn't going to be enough to raise the potential of this world to the standard that he needed. Not only would he need to clear them, but it seemed that he would need to continue until all the worlds were raised to at least the 8th dimension. Thanks to his comprehension of what it meant to resonate with the world, he was beginning to get a deeper understanding of how the world around him changed as he exerted influence on it. Thanks to that, at least in the Rapax domain, he could tangibly feel the shifts in its potential as he cleared the zones one after another. This was yet another problem that he would have no choice but to face. He wasn't even sure where to begin. It had to be remembered that not all planets had 8th dimensional potential. The reason Earth was so valuable in the dimensional verse was precisely because it was the first planet of the human domain born with such potential. But that didn't mean that it was helpless either. Back then, thanks to the birth of their constellation, the Morales territory had also risen to the 8th dimension despite originally being a territory with only a 7th dimensional ceiling. This meant that while his task had gotten even harder, it still wasn't impossible quite yet. In fact, Leonel had 2 solid potential paths that he could take, and he was beginning to understand that there was at least a method to his father's madness. The first was to pick the only 8th dimensional world of the Rapax domain and force it to swallow and raise the potential of the other folds of reality in its vicinity. Once that was finished, he could then focus on the individual worlds. With the help of the 8th dimensional world, it should be easier to raise their standards as well. The second path was to focus on each world individually, raising each one of them to the 8th dimension independently. The first path was obviously the easier path, but Leonel wasn't quite yet sure if it was the one that he should take. Was it possible for a single world to encompass all that it meant to be a Rapax? Would he be changing the world instead of resonating with it if he tried to use such a shortcut? The latter was obviously the much more difficult task, but it left a lot of room for flexibility. On top of that, by focusing on one fold of reality at a time, Leonel could likewise get a much larger scope and view of the world, missing in all those tiny details he missed while dealing with everything else. In the end, Leonel knew that he had to take the tougher path. He didn't have the luxury of potentially screwing this up, so taking the lazy route was never the option. The question then was how could he raise the standards of each individual fold of reality? In truth, the question would be the same regardless of which path he took, because in the end, the 8th dimension simply wasn't enough. By the end of all of this, Leonel had to allow all the 8th dimensional folds of reality he created to resonate with one another, ultimately creating a 9th dimensional world. Only that way would it meet the bare minimum requirement to be a mortal realm. This was the other reason he chose the much tougher second option. If the ninth dimensional world created in the end wasn't good enough, then he would have wasted all of his time. But if he gave it the greatest chance possible, by fusing together as many high-quality folds of reality as possible, he might really have a chance of succeeding. As for how he would raise the standards of these worlds, wasn't that obvious? Constellations. It was how the Morales had done it, and it was how he was going to have to do it. Unfortunately, that meant not only comprehending several more constellations himself, but also doing so in a fashion that would resonate with the people that populated the fold of reality. It could only be said that entering the sixth dimension this time was going to be impossibly difficult. His father must have been madly cackling while he wrote out this technique. It could only have been created by a sadistic person. Leonel really didn't want to know what entering the seventh dimension would entail if this was how difficult it was to clear the sixth already. He hadn't even quite begun to move through the fifth dimension yet because he needed to absorb world spirits with god-level potential to do that. It was all a great headache, but it was undeniably the kind of power that came with it. Leonel had a feeling that once he succeeded, maybe his body would no longer even be of a demigod standard. Even if he didn't quite reach the standard of a god in the end, he should certainly reach the pinnacle of demigodhood. At that point, his only competition would be the geniuses of the god races. As it should be. The map that Anastasia created began to project in Leonel's mind, and he got quite the lay of the land. He had the location of each zone in the region, and soon he spotted the mutated anomaly that Dreadmaw was speaking of. But what was curious was that there wasn't just one, there were three. Mersum Anastasia, did you analyze the zones? Yes, I did. The three large mutated ones that almost look like domains themselves. What are they? Anastasia hesitated a bit, but Leonel was patient, wondering what made her react like this. They're very dangerous, I don't know what happened, but they've been touched by gods. Chapter 2849, Clash. Chapter 2849. Clash. Leonel's pupils constricted when he heard this. What sense did this make? You mean that it's a god-level challenge? Not exactly, but unlike the normal zones here, I wouldn't trust that only races of this world would appear. Show me their objectives. Okay. Name, Fleeting Cloud entry limit, clear requirements, resurrect the Cloud Race side quest, raise Cloud Race to the standard of true mortal race side quest, find mutated issue with Cloud figure and fix. It hidden quest. Create new race of the demigod standard objective. The history of the Cloud Race is a long and storied one. However, under mysterious circumstances, they were destroyed by the people of this world. Time tells of a hidden force that obstructed their hope and blinded their light. Eradicate this blight on their history and help them to recover to their previous peak. Leonel blinked after reading the first. He was used to the first few lines. Entry limit, the quests and hidden quests were all normal. But this objective was something different and must have been something that Anastasia added herself. While the words were shocking themselves, what annoyed Leonel the most was that these objectives would have been very useful back in the days he actually needed them. Unfortunately, Anastasia was mostly asleep during those days. She couldn't have helped him, even if she wanted to. Regardless, the words themselves were shocking. The Cloud Race? Raising to the standard of a true mortal race? Creating a new race? What kind of objectives were these? The words about a hidden force in the objective also should have been what Anastasia wanted him to be wary about. There was no doubt that this was related to the danger of the zone and also why she said it was dangerous. Leonel was inclined to believe her. He also didn't think that the name Fleeting Cloud was a coincidence at all. Wasn't that also the name of the last surviving human empire? At least because he saved the human domain, that is. Leonel moved on to the next. Name, Third Eye entry limit, clear requirements, awaken the Third Eye side quest, illuminate the path of the Oryx, push them into a state of hyper-evolution side quest. The pheromones of the Oryx aren't as simple as they seem. Find a path for them to thrive that exists beyond just the Third Eye hidden quest. Create new race of the demigod standard objective. The Oryx have always been a race with a small population. Their fertility rates are low and their infant mortality is exceptionally high. It is said that this is because they hold a great amount of power in their bodies, power that cannot be withstood by their mortal shells. Other tales tell of a mysterious force pressing them down and using them as guinea pigs for their experiments. Be wary. Leonel's brow creased, feeling that this was becoming harder and harder to get a read on, and yet at the same time, he felt that the image in his mind could have been brighter even if it tried. It might as well have been calling out to him, telling him exactly what he wanted to see while whispering and obfuscating the secrets of the world. The last only seemed to confirm the thoughts swimming about in his mind. Name, YC Order entry limit, clear requirements, break the shackles of the Sea Gods side quest, improve the weakness of the Sea Gods to freshwater side quest, grasp the secrets to the omnipotence of the Sea Gods hidden quest, create new race of the demigod standard objective. The Sea Gods are a mysterious race that has never existed before and may never exist again. Legends say that they were once part of a mighty race, distilled down and mutated to the point of non-recognition. Be wary, as the power lurking in the depths of their soul is not to be trifled with. They are existences that rule the seas and might one day rule the lands as well. After reading through the last, Leonel received exactly the confirmation he was looking for. One after another, it painted the picture clear as day. Weren't these three zones representing the three races that the barbarians were using to break into godhood? And in that case, were they using these zones much like the zones of the Void Palace had been used in the dimensional verse? As places to harvest and test out their gains, Leonel was slowly starting to get a picture of what was happening. Experimenting on the current races was good, but it was hard to test and retest your results. However, if you set a standard in a world, and then slowly tweaked the initial conditions to your liking, and then you allowed zones to be formed that acted almost like a freeze frame of time, how much more progress could you make like this? It was just like the Dwarven Zone back in the Void Palace. They were able to clear it over and over and over again, using it for training. Leonel had even been able to get an understanding of the Dwarven race's force arts by entering that zone. If he had wanted to use it for experimentation, couldn't he have done exactly that? Anastasia, show me an image of the correct situation of those three zones. Okay. The images were projected into Leonel's mind, and he nodded. It was as he expected. Anastasia had left out some key details, like the fact those three locations were all being heavily guarded. It seemed to be under the supervision of multiple different races, but Leonel wasn't a fool. He bet that there were several disguised barbarians among them, and they had a vested interest in ensuring that not a single person entered. Leonel suddenly grinning ear to ear. Of course, that wasn't because his task had suddenly gotten so much more difficult. It was because the rampages were wrong. They would have to clash with the barbarians whether they wanted to or not. Chapter 2850, Blow. Chapter 2850, Blow. The rampages had come with the assumption that their goal wouldn't interfere with everyone else's, but in the end, it seemed that only Leonel's goal was completely different. That said, whether Leonel liked it or not, he would definitely have to clear those three zones if he wanted a shot at raising the standard of this incomplete world to a decent level. These three zones were probably the biggest obstacle. They were so large that they took up entire domains. It was no wonder this world only had 4 domains while Leonel's own incomplete world had had several more. The question then was how best to take advantage of this. He already knew that the rampages didn't like to team up with others to accomplish their goals, but how stubborn would they be? And also, what if he didn't make his own involvement obvious? There was another problem as well. Leonel simply didn't trust the rampages to perfectly clear the zones. What Leonel needed wasn't just for the zones to be gone, but he needed even their hidden quests to be perfectly cleared. Only that way would the issues in the folds of reality be perfectly smoothed out and give them the best chance. The rampages presumably only wanted to enter for a very specific purpose, so it was unknown if they would go all out to clear the zones properly, like he would. So he also couldn't justify letting them enter alone. What was interesting was that these zones were so warped and mutated that there was no entry limit at all. That could be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on how he looked at it. On the one hand, it was unlikely that anyone could stop him from entering the zone based on that alone. But on the other, it meant that he couldn't do that either. After he entered, there would be nothing stopping others from doing so as well. Although zones had a bit of a timer that would allow them to slowly close even if the limit wasn't hit, with how powerful the barbarian race was, how could such a slow timer impede them? There was another matter that probably was the most difficult to deal with, and that was the gateways and treasures the barbarian race was using to keep the zones stable. It was similar to what the Void Palace had used back in the dimensional verse, but far more elaborate, and obviously much larger as well. The problem wasn't the gateways themselves, but rather what they represented. If the barbarians wanted to use the zones for experiments, it obviously meant that they wanted to enter and leave as they pleased. What did this mean? It meant that even if the objectives were cleared, the zones wouldn't necessarily close down. If Leonel wanted to ensure that clearing the quests also meant closing the zone, he would have to actually destroy the gateways first, and that was dangerous for several reasons. For one, the zones were so abnormally large that they could easily begin to swallow up the whole incomplete world, and that wouldn't be good for anyone. This meant that he would be on a timer from the moment he destroyed the gateways. If he wasn't fast enough, everything would be for naught. Or, even worse, the 3 subdimensional zones could fuse into one and cause an even greater mess. The second problem was the most obvious, that being the barbarian race. Even if he somehow defeated all of them that were here, that didn't mean that they couldn't just send more in. He was impossibly outnumbered, and just relying on the rampages wouldn't be enough. Leonel fell into his thoughts. They moved in overdrive, and he was truly trying to grasp at something that felt all too elusive. Soon, he had a maddening thought. It's possible. Since we're already being crazy, might as well go all the way. Leonel appeared before Dreadmaw and Shadowclaw, a smile on his face. I have some information you two might be interested in. What's that? Dreadmaw asked. The location of your zone. Dreadmaw's slit eyes opened wide, staring right at Leonel. Where is it? He asked the question quite straightforwardly, making Leonel chuckle a bit. You should listen first, because the details aren't what you're going to like. You were wrong about your goal being different in the third part. In fact, there are 3 zones like the one you describe, and each one of them is being guarded by them. You know who this third party is? Dreadmaw suddenly asked. I might. But that's not information I would necessarily give you now, is it? But you're giving us information about the location of the zone we're looking for? Well, I've told you I know where it is, but I haven't told you exactly where it is. Also, you should know my words are true, or else how would you have still not found it after all this time? They're clearly taking steps to hide it on top of guarding it with some of their strongest. Indeed, the zones were as large as entire domains. They were practically impossible to spot. Clearly, the barbarian race was using special methods to hide them. Leonel just hadn't quite looked into it yet. Whatever they were, it clearly hadn't bothered Anastasia even the slightest bit. And you want us to fight these people? Well, to be clear, you would have to fight them regardless. Unless, of course, you're willing to throw away all the money you spent getting this information in the first place. Are you willing? Dreadmaw and Shadowclaw looked toward one another. They truly weren't. That was the accumulated wealth of countless generations. They hadn't touched any of that money since the last time the idle battlefield appeared. Shadowclaw was far from the only one they were investing in, but it was certainly a heavy investment nonetheless. What do you want to do? Dreadmaw asked slowly. The rampages are not cowards who gang up on others. Leonel chuckled. I just want to blow up some stuff. It was time he flipped the table. It was absolute madness, but that was exactly what he wanted. He wanted to fuse all three zones together. Chapter 2851. Path these last few days had allowed Leonel to comprehend and calculate a lot of things. Though fusing the zones into one was the move of an absolute maniac, it was also one that he felt like, after some calculation, was also a viable path to take. There was one very obvious problem in his path to perfect this incomplete world by clearing all of its zones, and that was the problem of what had happened to zones that had already long since failed. Just looking at those three enormous mutated zones that had swallowed up three entire domains, had they not already bent and twisted this world beyond recognition? Could just clearing zones that had already swallowed up so much of this world's potential be enough? The more Leonel thought about it, and the more he learned, the more unlikely he felt that it was. If he wanted to do something unprecedented, like raise this world to one with the potential to become a god realm in the future, then he would have to do something equally as unprecedented. Back in the dimensional verse, Leonel had entered a zone that allowed him to even take over the body of a real god like Elryon. Now that he thought about it, this was absolutely unprecedented and shocking. He had truly felt what it was like to have the body of a god, and because of his ability index, he could perfectly recall this experience. What was shocking, though, was that every time he did so, it felt like he was trying to recall memories from his enlightened self. The memories were so numerous and detailed that it was still too much, even for his current self to go through. As such, it could only sit there, useless in his psyche. It was also a reminder of just how large the gap between his current self and real gods were, even if they were just a child like Elryon. But this wasn't why Leonel was thinking about this now. What this memory put into context was that these worlds and their regulators certainly had the latent potential to suppress and make fools of even gods. It was certain that Elryon never expected that he would actually have his body taken over like it had been, and this was all done through the power of a zone. When Leonel leapt onto this line of thinking, he began to create several formulations and form up a plan. Leonel, what if he could harvest the strength of the zone to forcefully elevate the standard of this incomplete world to reach the level of his needs? Leonel, what were the barbarians trying to do all this time? Wasn't it to create an elevated form of themselves? They were clearly close to succeeding, or else they wouldn't be investing so much funds or manpower. Leonel, and if the objectives of the zones spoke about breaking past the level of demigod, didn't that mean that the zones also had such potential? In that case, the task before Leonel was clear and obvious right now. After some calculations, he felt that it was viable. But first, he needed to crush the stabilizing gateways just enough that the subdimensional zones would fuse, but not enough that they would immediately swallow up the entire incomplete world. And for that, the rampages were a useful pawn. Dreadmaw and Shadowclaw looked toward one another again. They realized that at this point they probably didn't have much of a choice. Dreadmaw, I will give you time to make preparations. If you need to call the others of your race here, that'll have to be something you do soon. It will just be the two of us, Dreadmaw said. Leonel gave him a look, but then he understood. They hadn't come here to start an all-out war, and apparently Shadowclaw wasn't the only one they were investing in. In that case, this made sense. Leonel shook his head. This was disappointing, but not the end of the world. We will need to secure the ancient battlefield first, one way or another. I will mobilize the human race. You must do the same for the rampages. Why? Because, as I told you, the zones have mutated so far that they take up entire domains. But you must have been to the ancient battlefield already, right? Have you thought about why there only seem to be 4 entrances and exists? The ancient battlefield should have a path to all domains, so why doesn't one existence for any of these 3? Dreadmaw's gaze flickered and Leonel nodded before continuing. This third party has clearly set up some sort of elaborate ruse or protective formation. We'll need to secure the ancient battlefield so that we can actually find the location of these paths to begin with. Only then can we take action. Leonel explained a rough outline of his plans before leaving. Anastasia, give me a detailed view of those gateways. Leonel wanted to fully analyze the treasures suppressing the zones from growing any larger and stabilizing them. He needed a plan, a perfect plan, one that could deal with a woman that could supposedly see the future. Leonel didn't believe that there existed such an infallible ability. Even Ina's clairvoyance of her own body had its limits. An ability that could supposedly see through the future of so many wide-ranging things was bound to be imperfect. He just had to find where the crack was and force his knife in with a twist. Leonel's gaze glowed. He could see a path toward making this incomplete world his own. Chapter 2850, to Surpassed. Chapter 2850. Surpassed Leonel entered his workshop, his mind racing. It was hard to tell exactly what he needed, but the possibilities felt endless. Unfortunately, sometimes, having too many paths to take was as good as having none. What he needed were a few good paths so that he could focus all of his attention on them. His gaze flickered as he took a breath. Since things had already reached this point, he would go all out. The human domain couldn't be considered to have returned to its height. The time that had passed had been too short, and the turmoil had yet to return to a state of rest. However, Leonel had already said it once before. He hadn't come here to play king. He had a very specific purpose, and the stability of the human race had nothing to do with him. He had already saved them once. Without his existence, they would have already been wiped out by the sea gods. As such, he didn't hesitate for even a moment as he mobilized them in full force and began marching toward the ancient battlefield. The blood of the humans boiled. They had been suppressed for years. The idea that they could have their revenge like this, and so quickly, was something that moved them all. Very few had the insight to see that this wasn't the smartest thing to do. And even if they did, they could only sigh and keep their thoughts to themselves. The reality was that even these intelligent scholars had no way to explain how it was that Leonel had been able to accomplish what he already had. Who were they to say that he wouldn't be able to do this as well? Who could have ever guessed that the humans would ever come back like this? As a result, even those that felt that this wasn't the right path simply didn't dare to say anything. At this point, who had the right to doubt Leonel? At the same time the human race was mobilized, the war cries of the rapax echoed throughout the skies. They roared, stomping their feet and slapping their tails. Unlike the humans, they didn't need a reason. It had been too long since they had been to war. The excitement bubbled up from the depths of their souls, and they formed a tide that rushed toward the ancient battlefield. Practically the entire incomplete world could hear their call. Amidst them, Dreadmaw stood, his gaze focused. He could sense that Leonel wasn't 100% on their side. It was an intuition he had as a war. The Rapax were an incredibly pure race, so they were more sensitive to certain things than others would be. Their culture might seem barbaric to others, but this was simply their way of life. Even so, he felt that he didn't have much of a choice in this matter. Leonel didn't leave them much of a choice. The only path was forward. The Oryx Emperor was a man older than even Emperor Fleeting Cloud. His skin was wrinkled and long, grizzled hair of white and gray fell down his back and overtook his fur. He wore white robes that draped over his body, and his eyes looked so aged that they held a milky whiteness with just the faintest hints of blue. It was hard to distinguish between his irises and the whites of his eyes at all. And yet, the valiant aura he exuded was suffocating. At the moment, he sat in a garden, his third eye hidden beneath the folds of his wrinkles. He leaned forward in his chair, a cane of white oak that looked somewhat like a mage's staff keeping him upright. When a sudden force spread through his garden and a figure appeared, he didn't even react. But it was hard to tell if it was because his senses and reflexes had deteriorated so much, or if it was because he simply didn't care. There is a disturbance on the ancient battlefield. Mobilize the strongest armies of the Oryx. We are going to war. The figure vanished, and the old Oryx Emperor still didn't respond. He continued to stare off blankly into the distance before he unleashed a sigh. The sigh echoed across the whole of the Oryx domain, and as though hearing a call, several female Oryx rushed in. Each one held a piece of armor. They appeared before the Oryx Emperor as he stood to his feet. He didn't move again, but the maids stripped him of his clothing and clicked his armor into place, one after another. After they were done, it all looked comical. The armor was far too big for the hunched old man, and it even looked more like a cosplay gone wrong than anything else. But it was at that moment that the old man swapped his cane for a great sword, one with a blade tall and thicker than his body. The sigh echoing through the Oryx domain suddenly became a roar, and the old Oryx body expanded. His horns grew polished and vibrant, and his skin smoothed out. White fur erupted across his body, and soon he stood at more than 5 meters tall. He almost lazily slung the great sword over his shoulder and began to walk. Reality shattered before him as though opening up a portal, and he continued to move forward, crossing entire worlds as though he were taking a stroll. As he moved, his aura continued to grow, leaping before the 7th dimension and then entering the 8th. Even without trying, his strength permeated an entire domain, his power shaking the bounds of the incomplete world and almost shattering it entirely. And yet, he seemed somehow capable of staying just beneath what the regulator was willing to allow. Leonel stood not far from the entrance to the ancient battlefield, looking up with a pensive expression. To think that the Oryx would have someone who surpassed the bounds of Overlord. Chapter 2853. Third Chapter 2853. Third Leonel closed his eyes. The only person he had ever seen to exhibit this level of power while under the constraints of being born and raised in an incomplete world was his father. When he sensed it, he almost found himself getting annoyed, but he was able to remain quite calm in the end. This Oryx Emperor wasn't nearly as powerful as his father was, but since he had chosen to be the lapdog of the sea gods and barbarian race, this would only end in one way. Leonel's eyes flashed open. We'll end this as swiftly as possible. Bang! The ground beneath his exploded, and war erupted. Leonel appeared high above the ancient battlefield. He had never seen it from this perspective before, but standing there and watching the army swarm beneath him, he felt a mysterious feeling in his heart. He could practically sense the thoughts of the regulator and how it didn't want this to happen. It was something that Leonel never thought would happen. The regulator didn't have emotions. It functioned solely based on instincts that should tend toward helping their world to evolve. It was clear that the regulator felt that this was a detriment to the overall situation, and yet it could do nothing about it at all because most of the involved parties were members of its world. If the regulators were infallible, then even the gods wouldn't be able to do anything about their existence. The fact that they were used as currency exchange was more than enough to paint the picture of the true reality. Leonel slotted this into the back of his mind, not sure if it would be useless or not in the future, but still willing to take note of it nonetheless. Bang! Leonel descended and landed amidst a sea of Oryx warriors. He calmly took out the black spear, its black fog radiating out in all directions. When he said that he would end this early, he meant it with every fiber of his being. Of his 3-year time period, 2 months had already been eaten up, and he felt like the guillotine was about to be dropped on his neck. He seemed to have a great deal of time, but how could the barbarian race be easy to deal with? Even if they were, how long would it take to clear the monstrosity of a fused zone he was about to create? And even if that was easy, how long would it take him to refine the world to the level he wanted for it? With all of this on his mind, he chose not to waste any time. The head of the Oryx Emperor would be his. He pointed his spear forward and looked right at the white beastman. He stood so tall, and his great sword was no less imposing than himself. When the Oryx Emperor spotted Leonel, he acted before thinking or even speaking. His great sword slashed down, and the world seemed to be split in two. Leonel gazed toward this attack indifferently. He could feel the number of people paying attention to him at this moment. Until now, the Oryx army alone had been able to counter both the rapax and human armies, and the sea gods had yet to appear. This reality made Leonel feel that something else was coming. Unless the Oracle had lost their powers, they almost certainly knew that this was coming. However, the last 2 times she had predicted Leonel's actions, they ended in her loss, regardless. The first time being when he appeared in the human domain, and the second time being when he appeared in the rapax domain. As such, she likely had no other choice but to take a different approach. It was either the sea gods were gearing up for a powerful assault, or they were bolstering their defenses around the defenses of the 3 zones. Whichever it was, it didn't matter. PPSSSSH. The Oryx Emperor's sword force was like a splash of water in the ocean. It rippled across an invisible sphere that surrounded Leonel's body, moving around and up and over him. There wasn't a loud sound, and it almost sounded like a fast wind suddenly whistling by. Leonel's absolute domain was on an entirely different level. Standing there, his spear force didn't have to activate for a spear of invulnerability to be formed around him. Everything was his spear, and other weapon forces could only bow down. At that moment, his spear flickered. The separating sword force was suddenly forced into a single point before it pierced ahead, appearing before the Oryx Emperor in the blink of an eye. The old Oryx was caught off guard, neither expecting his sword force to be dealt with so easily, nor for it to be stripped from him and used against him. How was that even possible? How could you use sword force as spear force? And why did it feel even stronger than his own? Bang! The Oryx Emperor quickly blocked before his chest, his heels digging into the ground as he slid back hard. Leonel watched this calmly. He had actually managed to block a blow. Although Leonel didn't display it, he knew that his spear force had reached a new level even after entering this incomplete world. He was barely a fraction of the way away from the creation state. Of course, he hadn't used his spear force just now, but it was still more than this Oryx Emperor should have been able to deal with. The cheers of the humans came from his back as the Oryx Emperor looked solemn. He looked up, his murky eyes meeting Leonel's gaze. At that moment, he realized that he couldn't hold back. Slowly, his third eye began to open up, and the world froze. A violent swirl of time force took shape, and the battlefield froze, even the cheers of the humans falling on deaf ears as even sound failed to travel. The third eye was just as murky as the other 2, but the power it held was on another level. Chapter 2854, No Longer. Chapter 2854, No Longer. Of all the forces in the world, Time Force was the one that Leonel ran into the most rarely. In fact, he had never even truly battled one himself. Old Hutch's grandson was defeated by James, while that mysterious participant of the Gathering of Kingdoms was defeated by Ina. Leonel himself couldn't remember ever facing such a person. What he was wondering now was if this was an ability index or a lineage factor. If it was the latter, he would have to change his approach because there would certainly be more than one of them. And it became clear a moment later that it was the former. A beam of light came from the Oryx Emperor's forehead and appeared before Leonel in the blink of an eye. It was entirely undodgeable, even for Leonel, who was far above the standards of this world. It was clear that it was relying on Time Force. Although there should have been a lag between when the technique was activated and when it landed on Leonel, it was instead like it had happened instantly. Leonel immediately felt himself slow immediately. Even his absolute domain couldn't seem to block it. Time Force seemed to be beyond his ability to assimilate and strip away from an opponent. The Oryx Emperor charged toward him, and it suddenly felt to Leonel like he had returned to the Valiant Heart Zone and was facing Norman the Speedster once again. The difference in their speed was so great that it felt like in the next second he would be split in two. But much like he had when he faced off against Normand, Leonel used the exact same trick. Just as the Oryx Emperor raised a foot to continue his stride, a rock suddenly appeared right in the path of his foot. He didn't even notice it. Controlling Earth Force was almost impossible under normal circumstances. Controlling Earth Force in the midst of all of this anarchic force was definitely impossible. Even with all his battle experience, the Oryx Emperor never expected for such a thing to happen. He stumbled, but quickly regained his balance. Unfortunately, by then, Leonel's Scarlet Star Force erupted. His destruction sovereignty thrummed to life, and the Time Force acting on him was shredded apart. Since his identity had already been exposed, shouldn't he show the world his true strength? It didn't matter what force it was. With how powerful his destruction sovereignty was now, this level of Time Force wasn't able to latch onto him for long at all. At the same time, Leonel's spear had thrust out once again. The Oryx Emperor hurried to block again, another beam of light coming at Leonel's attack to slow it down. But the aura of a destruction sovereign shrouded everything Leonel did, making his block slow. Leonel's spear tore through the Oryx Emperor's shoulder, and the great sword that had moved to block came a moment later. Unfortunately for the Oryx Emperor, his own attempt at a block caused Leonel's spear to rip into, up and out of his shoulder. The old Oryx growled, his armor shining and the wound that appeared on him quickly closing. Leonel watched this indifferently, not feeling much. Had he been using his spear force, that wound would have never closed. In that case, since the Oryx Emperor didn't want to give up, he would apply his destruction sovereignty to his blade as well. The old Oryx leapt to his feet quickly and began to counter, but Leonel's spear thrust out thrice in quick succession. By the time the third landed, the Oryx hadn't even countered even once, and his armor suddenly crumbled to ash. "You are not my father's match." The Oryx looked into Leonel's eyes in confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. But when the spear thrust through him, all he felt was the scent of death. He would truly die, just like that. Leonel pressed a palm against the Oryx Emperor's forehead and forced him to kneel. The old Oryx felt its body crumbling from the inside out. The power of destruction sovereignty was even more potent in an incomplete world where the world's laws had no ability to stabilize what was happening. This also made the chains around Leonel suddenly tighten as the regulator grew agitated. Clearly, it was scared that he might destroy the entire world. But Leonel now had a deeper understanding of the regulator now than he ever had before. It worked on instinct and a strict set of laws, but it was also somewhat like a child. It had emotions, or rather thoughts, that could be misconstrued as emotions, and it could be coaxed. The dream world and the regulator both exist in the second dimension, and by using his access to the dream world as a medium to communicate with the regulator, Leonel could actually calm its agitation and reassure it. Of course, if he truly crossed the regulator's bottom line, it wouldn't hesitate to destroy him. This was why, while the regulator could be said to have something that was adjacent to emotions, it still wasn't quite like this. However, Leonel was beginning to learn how to weaken the suppression he faced, and by extension, he was gaining more and more access to his true strength. He even had a feeling that methods the others used to deal with the regulator and break its rules worked similarly to this. This should explain how the four great families had been able to descend as ninth-dimensional existences. If it was truly related to Dreamforce as well, it might also explain why the barbarians didn't have methods that were as good, especially if the four great families were remnants experiments of the god-beasts of creation. If things continued like this, Leonel might be able to regain all of his strength. By then, he would really have a chance to ensure his victory. A boom echoed through the ancient battlefield. Seems they can't wait any longer. Chapter 2855, no longer. 2. Chapter 2855, no longer. 2. Leonel finished suppressing the Oryx Emperor and sent him into the segmented cube. Time Force had always been interesting to him, and the evolution of the Oryx of this plane was equally as interesting. At the very least, the barbarian race had succeeded far better than Leonel ever had. In this regard, it was actually a bit embarrassing. That was because, unlike the Oryx in this world, the Oryx of the dimensional verse were in a state of hyper-evolution. That meant it should have been even easier for Leonel. In truth, if the barbarian race knew that Leonel had a horde of Oryx in a state of hyper-evolution, they'd be champing at the bit to take them away from him. It was definitely important for Leonel to get Aina to see what she could glean from the Oryx Emperor, who was clearly the biggest success story of this race. After seeing what Aina managed to do with the sea gods, Leonel had more confidence in this. Plus, he didn't forget that one of the quests of the Oryx subdimensional zone was related to hyper-evolution. Once the three zones fused, it was hard to tell what might happen. So, Leonel had to give himself as much advantage as possible on this front. Leonel looked up to find a sea of eyes and triplets. The fury of the Oryx had begun to boil over, but he directly ignored them, looking off into the distance and seen a sea of sea gods rushing into the battlefield. Finally, now I can really do this. Leonel took a step and appeared high in the air. Taking a breath, it felt like all the anarchic force in the region was suddenly forcefully dispersed. In its place, purified air rushed into Leonel's lung. The longer he spent on the ancient battlefield, the clearer his understanding of the regulator became, and the more of his original power that he recovered. Filling himself up to the brim, his spear tip suddenly trembled. Emulation's spatial force caused the black tip of his blade to glow silver gold, and he suddenly pierced out just a single time. The scene could only be described as Armageddon. Streaks of spear light filled the skies and dispersed like an umbrella, pooling downward and killing the armies below in waves of thousands. The earth trapped them from below, and the spear reaped their lives from above. If Leonel had wanted to start such a massacre, he could have done so alone. He didn't need to bring the rapax and human race with him. Obviously, since he had done so, there was a purpose. At that moment, 4 powerful auras that surpassed the realms of Overlord shot out from the sea gods. Leonel's spear spun in his hands. He took a step, and the armies beneath his feet were directly flattened into meat paste. He took another step, and the earth shattered, crumbling to dust and forming a crater that spread across hundreds of meters. His aura continued to climb, and the flickering chains he had hidden across his body grew weaker and weaker. Then his spear thrust out toward the oncoming party. He parried a trident with one motion and titled his head slightly to dodge another. He kicked out in a fluid motion and shattered the chest of one, while swiping down with his spear to deal with the last. Each one of his movements wasted not the slightest hint of energy. He was so fluid he seemed to embody water, almost like he was in the process of comprehending the way of the sea gods. He was entirely unrestrained. The weaker the regulator's suppression was around him, the clearer his mind became, and the easier everything became to comprehend. His wrist flickered and an arm shot into the air. The sea god had actually managed to dodge the main damage, but he didn't seem to care much at all. His spear continued in the same arc, slapping down on a trident's pole arm. He removed a hand from his spear and punched out toward the side, forcing a sea god to take several steps back. His hand returned to its rightful place, and a head flew into the skies. The armless sea god roared and rushed forward, but Leonel simply thrust out once. His spear seemed to follow an unpredictable trajectory, streaking through the flaws in the sea god's technique and then ripping a hole through her throat. Leonel's black spear spun once more, a blade appearing on its butt and forming a dual scythe that twisting around his waist. A cyclone shot out with him as the center and the 4 sea gods were shredded to pieces. From start to finish, everything was so smooth and unbothered. Leonel didn't even use his forces even a single time. He really listened and felt, trying to understand exactly what this world wanted. Ironically, as he listened and became more in tune with the world, the regulator released its pressure even without him coaxing it. When his comprehension and his control over the dream world layered atop of one another, he had already regained more than 50% of his true strength. Against this kind of power, those of this world didn't stand even a single chance. The roar of the humans deafened the battlefield as Leonel closed his eyes. In the far-off distance, Dreadmaw and Shadowclaw's gazes were filled with shock. Shadowclaw reacted first because he was quite used to Leonel's feats, but Dreadmaw had a difficult time reconciling. They had vision unlike those here. They could see things they couldn't as well. How could they not feel that the regulator was slowly beginning to accept Leonel? What level of comprehension was this? Leonel slowly opened his eyes, and a crown of dream force formed above his head. At that point, although he wasn't truly back, he felt like he could use much of his methods once again. With a step, the ground rumbled, and 3 enormous hidden force arts were revealed, shocking everyone. They could no longer hide from Leonel. Chapter 2856, Leonel Morales. Chapter 2856, Leonel Morales. The first time Leonel came to the ancient battlefield, he hadn't sensed these force arts at all. All this time, he had been wondering one very simple thing: why? He didn't think himself to be infallible, but when it came to matters of crafting and force arts, at least below the god level, there shouldn't be enough of a gap for him to be completely fooled. At first, he thought that it was because he was suppressed. This was a good explanation, especially given what he was feeling now. The weaker the regulator's suppression became, the more he felt that he could sense. Even so, he felt that this wasn't good enough. His dream force was simply too powerful, and those with dream force stronger than his own couldn't enter this world even if they wanted to. So how could his vision be obscured? The only answer to this question was that the barbarians were ahead of him. They had managed to change 3 entire domains because they had comprehended them so perfectly that they were capable of fundamentally changing it. That was when Leonel realized that he wasn't the only one capable of comprehending an incomplete world, and it was naive of him to expect that he would be the only one to ever have such intentions. This essentially meant that compared to the barbarian race, he was even lacking in this matter as well. Essentially, to make a complicated matter simple, he hadn't noticed the force arts because, to his senses, they were no different from a part of the world. It was akin to a natural force art, but on an elevated level. If Leonel didn't have Anastasia to tell him that there were definitely 3 enormous subdimensional zones, he would have likely had the wool pulled over his eyes for a long while. But since he knew they were certainly there, how could they continue to hide from him? Thanks to this, Leonel was finally able to understand. It was a reminder to him that he might feel himself to be on the same level as demigod crafters. But there were such a broad range of disciplines and applications of said disciplines that he wasn't nearly experienced enough to say that he was infallible. He slotted these things to the back of his mind and then grinned. The reality was that his inability to find these force arts was at most a small setback. But the moment he found them, it was a huge boon. That was because the barbarian race had already done all the legwork for him. With a single glance, he had already memorized these force arts. Using his ability index, he simulated what it would mean for the 3 zones to fuse based on these natural force arts. And once his analysis was complete, he was certain that he had a deeper understanding of what would happen once these zones combined than anyone else. Attack! Leonel roared. The human and rampage armies reacted in kind. The weakness of a force art designed to be a natural force art of a world was that it was likewise restricted to the strength of this world as well. Even for Leonel, it would take a long while to destroy these force arts because of how large they were. They protected entire domains, so how could Leonel hope to deal with them? Even if there were flaws, because the force art relied on the laws of this world, they could be easily covered for with the support of those very same laws. As such, there was only one way to take down these force arts: power. And for that, he needed numbers. Large numbers. The Oryx were caught off guard by what was happening. What were these force arts? They had no idea. Plus, why were they so obsessed with breaking them? This led to a lull where the Oryx were stuck in a no-man's land. They weren't participating, but they weren't stopping the humans and rapax either. If they fought now, it would just be for the sake of doing so. After watching their emperor be captured and so many of their own die, it was too difficult to muster up such courage. The 2 armies began to bombard the 3 force arts, and they were quickly deteriorating. At this pace, it would be at most 30 or so minutes before they collapsed. Leonel stood in the air, his spear laxly pointed toward the ground. He was waiting, still waiting. It was impossible that the barbarian race and the sea gods would allow this to continue. Although the sea gods were still on the battlefield, much like the Oryx, they were watching in confusion. They clearly had no idea what was happening either. The information about all of this clearly hadn't spread. Leonel suddenly smiled. Boom! A powerful aura erupted. Talon, or rather the sea god he was pretending to be, tore a path forward. When he saw Leonel, his eyes widened in shock before he became absolutely furious. He unleashed a barrage of attacks toward the races beneath him, but Leonel's aura flickered along with his spear, dispersing them all. Just as weak as last time. Leonel commented indifferently. Talon's eyes bulged, his small and large hammer appearing in his hands as he rushed toward Leonel. Bang, bang, bang! The duo exchanged several blows, but Talon was forced back again and again, unable to withstand the changes. While Leonel had gained more of his strength, Talon's improvement by comparison was much slower. This was a difference in dream force and comprehension. This was the difference between a Y-star order and a normal man. It was in his bones to document, to learn, to assimilate. What could a barbarian do about that? Bang! Talon was sent flying back, crashing into the ground, and leaving a crater that nearly split the ancient battlefield in 2. Leonel Morales. The roar filled the skies as Talon's disguise was ripped apart. Finally, the true barbarian had made his appearance. Chapter 2857, sorry. Chapter 2857, sorry. Leonel looked down at Talon and then smiled. You've lost weight, he said with a chuckle. Talon's gaze flashed with red. He truly had. He had been a burly man, proud of iron belly and rippling muscles. But right now, he looked like a skeleton painted in loose skin. Chains flashed in and out of existence on him, and his own blood pooled down his body every time he tried to pull on more and more of his true strength. He had been in the incomplete world for too short a time, and his comprehension couldn't compare to Leonel's. On top of the fact, his demigod constitution and dimensional level were above the latter's as well. Even so, despite the smile on his face, Leonel still felt like he was staring into the maw of a giant. This would be his first battle with a true demigod, and he could already feel the pressure. Red tattoos flashed over Talon's body, and his hammers flashed with lightning. One hammer was long and had a head as large as his body. It seemed to have grown in size once again. Wild arcs of lightning bolted around it. The second was smaller and was the very one he used to craft. Standing there, despite the weakness of his body, he truly seemed to be the reincarnation of a war god risen from the dead. His red runes flashed again, and he vanished. Leonel's gaze narrowed, fast. He sidestepped, not reacting to Talon's burst of action, but rather its precursors. If he waited for Talon to move first, he would be too slow. He could feel the aura of a Tier 4 from Talon, the radiant suppression of a 7th dimension existence blooming forth. Bang, bang, bang. Leonel met fierceness with skill, his wrists trembling after every attack, but the smile slowly fading from his eyes as his mind began to churn. He parried one hammer and closed the distance. Taking advantage of the range, he flashed a palm toward Talon's chest. Unfortunately, Talon had one weapon with an exceptionally long pole arm and another with a short. He viciously swung his hammer at Leonel's arm, imagining the scene of it erupting into shards of bone and flesh. Leonel hardly reacted to this at all. His arm flashed with light force and Talon swung through empty air. The barbarian genius's expression flickered. But in a swift motion, he used the momentum of his swing hammer to likewise pivot to the side, sidestepping Leonel's palm. Bang, bang, bang. The echo of battle shook the skies, but what was shocking to those that could barely follow was that neither seemed to be able to hit the other, and when they did clash, it was purely weapon on weapon. One's analytical abilities were on a different tier entirely. The other seemed to be able to peer into the future, reading and reacting before it even happened. It was clear to Leonel at that point that his skill might be far above Talon's, but it was more by design than coincidence or a lack of talent. Talon didn't have to put a great amount of skill into his attacks because he could rely on his race's clairvoyance to bolster it. He was the ultimate warrior, with wild strength and a fearless bearing. At the same time, his lineage factor was able to make his body read and react as though he could see tens of steps ahead. If not for the suppression of the regulator, this would certainly be several-fold more exaggerated. Facing this clairvoyance, though, Leonel was incredibly calm. That was because he felt that his control ability index could counter it. One was by instinct, and the other was by deduction. And if he memorized the runes that covered the barbarian race and incorporated it into a natural force art, and then used his dream force sovereignty, Leonel took a step forward, and a crown bloomed above his head as robes danced into being on his body, fluttering in the wind. "I said this once before," Leonel said lightly. Auspicious air filled the skies, and an incomplete natural force art bloomed with every step Leonel took. The battlefield seemed to flip. For every 10 strikes of Leonel's that hit air or were blocked by Talon, one slipped through, nicking across his skin and lacerating his flesh. "In a battle of crafting, you stand no chance at all," Leonel's voice echoed once more. His spear flashed, leaving shadows in the air that blotted out the skies. His blade seemed to be everywhere, a single strike seemingly capable of appearing in 3 places at once and piercing flesh just as many times. It was truly beautiful, especially as flashes of lightning dispersed and sparks of gold and yellow. "You didn't believe me, and were crushed nonetheless." Talon felt his blood boiling, but there was nothing he could do. He felt like history was repeating itself. Leonel was improving so quickly in battle that it didn't make any sense, and seeing the beauty of his spear's dance, Talon couldn't help but wonder if the path of the barbarian race was truly wrong. "But I want to apologize to you." Leonel's spear spun in his hands, slamming down. Bang! Talon's hammer slammed into the ground and nearly cracked the ancient battlefield in half. Fragments spreading for hundreds of kilometers, and the barbarian fell to a knee. I told you that if it was a battle, you might actually stand a chance." Leonel's spear flickered once more, and one of Talon's arms flew into the air along with his other hammer. Blood sparkled a translucent ruby color as it arched amidst the dreary darkness of the ancient battlefield. Leonel had to admit that it was the most beautiful blood he had ever seen. "But I lied. It seems you never stood a chance in either." Leonel's spear pierced through Talon's chest, pinning him to the ground. A rumbling echoed through his body as his foggy silver-gold robes fluttered. Chapter 2858, Complacency. Chapter 2858, Complacency. Every one of Leonel's words was like another knife through Talon's heart. The barbarian knew that Leonel was only speaking so much precisely to attack his psyche, but did it matter when it was true? He still remembered Leonel's words from back then, and right now, he was being forced to face them again without even a chance to refute. He couldn't even feel the pain in his chest. It wasn't greater than what the regulator had done to him. And even if it had been, it wouldn't overcome what was in his heart. His psyche had taken a great blow, and his gaze became a bit vacant. The vitality of a barbarian race existence was massive, probably even more than Leonel and his life-state vital star force, even when his Northern Star lineage factor was taken into account. As such, definitely the blade through his chest, Talon wasn't even close to dying, but did it matter? Bang! At that moment, the first of the enormous force arts shattered to pieces. Clearly, though their battle felt fast to the two of them, it had lasted quite a while. At the same time, Dreadmaw didn't even quite know what he was looking at. Did a human just beat a barbarian? Since when was such a thing possible? Even for the geniuses amongst geniuses of the mortal races, existences that managed to become gods in the end, such a feat was too impossibly rare. It was one thing if it was a normal barbarian, but for such a thing to happen to a clear genius like Talon, the Rapax couldn't even wrap his head around it. However, these thoughts couldn't occupy his mind for long because a rush of energy began to fill the ancient battlefield. A surge of force rushed in, and anarchic force began to clash against it to hold it back. It had to be remembered, the zones were known as huge attractions to invalids. Back on Earth, soon after the metamorphosis, Leonel and Ina often had to fight off hordes of them in order to access zones. This was precisely because of the force they radiated. Sensing it now, and on such a large scale, it wasn't just Dreadmaw who was in awe, but Leonel as well. Leonel especially began to gain a different outlook of zones. It wasn't just that they were gathering force, they were quite literally expelling it on an enormous scale. Subdimensional zones might, quite literally, create force. The weight of such a discovery left Leonel speechless. This was huge. But it wasn't done yet. The cracking of the other two force arts was reaching a fever pitch and soon and second shattered. Bang! The wave of force doubled. Leonel's gaze flickered several times over. He had been right. Observing these zones was on another level entirely. He felt that his comprehension of the incomplete world was advancing by leaps and bounds. But he also knew that this was just the beginning. The force arts were merely protecting the gateway to the domains. The actual zones were still within, were protected by several more barbarians, and there was also the protective gateway around them all. The only way forward was to destroy them all. Leonel took a breath, suppressed Talon, and then put him inside the segmented cube. He wasn't in a rush to move as the third natural force art was about to collapse. There had been something that he was worried about all this time. Why did it feel like Talon had spent such a short time in this place? He didn't seem to have had time to adapt to the incomplete world at all. The answer seemed obvious to Leonel. It was an obfuscation, an attempt to pull the wool over his eyes. Of course, the barbarian race wouldn't have guessed that Leonel would deal with their genius so quickly, nor would they expect him to have Anastasia and be capable of finding their natural force arts. Ultimately, this incomplete world was almost certainly a mission taken on by the upper echelon of the barbarian race. Talon was just a junior. Leonel was under no illusions that he would just be able to beat up some kids around his age and claim something even the gods found valuable. If he wanted this victory, he wouldn't have to just force Talon to take a loss, he would have to force the barbarian race itself into submission. And the kind of task that could only be said to be on another level entirely. In fact, it might very well be asking for death. Leonel slowly exhaled. Bang! The last of the natural force arts shattered, and yet there was no movement at all. Leonel watched calmly, but even after several seconds, the barbarian race didn't seem to have realized that their protective measures had been destroyed. Was this possible? Of course not. They should have known from the very moment he began to attack them. In that case, it could only mean that they either didn't care to act, or didn't feel that it was necessary. Taking a step back, Leonel understood why immediately. If he was in the shoes of the barbarian race, at first he would be worried. To them, the likelihood that the other two parties were gods was high. Even if they were other demigods, they would have to surely be wary. But now, one party had been exposed as Leonel, and the other was almost certain that rapax. Between these two, how could they be worried at all? A pair of mortal races wanted to compete with them? Was that a joke? It only made it worse that the barbarian race had a huge advantage after having found this incomplete world long before anyone else. It was natural that they were a bit complacent, but was it truly complacency, or was it something else entirely? Leonel's lip quirked into a smirk. Taking another deep breath, an odd aura started to emit from him. Deep within him, the life tablet stirred. Since he was stepping onto center stage, he would have to show the barbarian race that he didn't fear even the gods, let alone demigods. Chapter 2859, where? Chapter 2859, where? Leonel hadn't been there when Nilrim created the Merlin Trial subdimensional zone. He had no idea what the tablets had been capable of in the past. But in the time that Leonel had had them in his possession, how could he not put a great deal of effort into studying them? While he wasn't taking advantage of the most obvious abilities, this wasn't because he was a fool. To Leonel, the techniques of the tablets meant less to him after receiving the Godland's inheritance. He had already had a huge issue with consolidating his talents. He couldn't stretch himself so thin by learning so many different kinds of techniques, so he had ignored them for now. As for the ability to fuse and improve lineage factors and ability indexes, Leonel had already given his brothers and allies more than enough to chew on for several years. And for himself, he had yet to run into any ability indexes or lineage factors that moved him, so he likewise didn't feel the need to use it on himself. For a long while, the most useful abilities of the Silver and Life tablets to Leonel were their abilities in challenge sequences, and also their usefulness in terms of the history they held. Without the former, he would have been screwed over several times over and maybe even lost his life. Without the latter, he'd be flying blind a lot of the time. As a man born in an incomplete world, it wasn't exactly easy to learn about the history of so many families and organizations across countless universes. Even so, once again, that didn't mean that Leonel had stopped analyzing the tablets, and it was while researching that he noticed something curious. The second dimension was the holder of many important things. It was where the regulator resided. It was where worlds like the dream world or the shadow world resided. It was where the impetus of life and consciousness resided, the location of where dream force bloomed. What was interesting about this tidbit of information was that the tablets seemed to be able to exert a great deal of influence on the second dimension. Wasn't that precisely why it was so useful during the challenge sequences? Wasn't that why it could fuse and change lineage factors and ability indexes? Wasn't it why it could copy those very same abilities from others, just from the faintest contact? All of this could be brushed away until Leonel had a flash of inspiration. What was a subdimensional zone exactly? Back in the Void Palace, Leonel had entered a dwarven race zone along with Aina. It was then that he realized that quite literally everything within a zone was forged out of Dreamforce. Back then, he had somewhat thought about what this could do for him. He wondered if he could use Dreamforce to copy or create other forces, but he had ended up abandoning this path. For one, he couldn't figure it out at the time, and how could he? His Dreamforce wasn't even at the impetus state. What right did he have to mimic a world's usage of Dreamforce? And second, he already had too many abilities. What use was copying others going to do for him other than put more on his plate? It was best if he focused on what he already had. After that day, Leonel didn't really think about that moment again, and it felt even less necessary to think about after he left the incomplete worlds behind. What need was there to think about zones when he would never come across them again? And then it all clicked. When all of these things were linked together, the influence tablets could exert over the second dimension. The fact zones were entirely constructed of dream force. The fact zones didn't just pop up out of nowhere and had to be constructed based on the existences that already influenced the incomplete world. Leonel realized something quite simple. Why couldn't he use his life tablet to change the zones? The life tablet trembled in Leonel's ethereal glabella, and at that moment, so too did the subdimensional zones. He spread his arms wide, and the pressure only seemed to increase. He could feel a great deal of information flooding into his mind, information far more detailed than anything even Anastasia had been able to give him. He could even see a clear path toward exactly how to perfectly clear the zones, but he didn't enter either one of them. Fuse. Leonel's gaze flashed, and the pressure he exerted reached its peak. On the other side of the Force Arts, the barbarian race had already taken off their disguises. Honestly, they were a bit bored. After realizing they were just facing mortal races, there was nothing to even get worked up about. They had already been dissatisfied with the higher-ups making them wait around and hide like scurrying rats. Even if it were gods on the other side, they would have wanted the chance to battle. Of course, this would have been a stupid decision had there actually been gods on the other side. But no one ever accused the barbarian race of being intelligent. That was why Talon's existence was such an anomaly for them. One of the barbarian race commanders yawned. He was known as Ratine, and he was probably one of the stronger existences here. He was in Tier 7 of the 7th dimension, and though less talented than Talon, he had already acclimated and had gained much of his weight back. Fury, are we just going to stand here? They already broke down the barrier. Why not go wipe them out already? Fury, a barbarian race member with a head of fiery red hair, stood in silence. Suddenly, he frowned. Where was this feeling coming from? Boom. Chapter 2860, Analysis. Chapter 2860, Analysis. Leonel stood in the skies with his hands spread wide. He looked focused, but his mind was actually reeling in shock. There was a great amount of pressure being placed on him, but what surprised him the most was how truly easy it all was. Yes, even his own mind was being overloaded. Even so, this wasn't necessarily because he was fusing the zones into one. In fact, felt that he could actually do this with a thought and then let the tablet handle the rest. The overload of his mind was coming from all the options the tablet was giving him. He realized at that point that while his deductions were correct, they weren't nearly correct enough. It was almost to the point of irony. Not only could he fuse these zones, he could change and tweak aspects of them, change variables, warp the personalities of those within. The list felt endless, and it was precisely because of this that he was being so thoroughly overwhelmed. It was like the life tablet was treating the zones like a blank slate to be drawn on. It hardly even considered the people inside to be real at all. That was when the realization hit Leonel. The Valiant Heart Zone, its people, hadn't the silver tablet treated them so casually as well? Hadn't they treated lives so cheaply that they could be directly resurrected when he so pleased, just in exchange for a little bit of energy? Did that also mean that a wise Star Order had created the Valiant Heart Zone? Why, and for what purpose? He thought about everything the zone had taught him. It was its existence that made him find purpose and decide to be a king. Before then, he was just aimlessly meandering through life because the influence of his future self was far too strong. But it was also because of this zone that he had realized that life wasn't so cheap. He couldn't casually bring people back to life, because in a lot of ways, after dying once, the person he had come to know was already gone. The first lesson had given him a reason to keep going, even if he didn't have Aina in his life. If not for this purpose of being a king, after Aina broke up with him, who knew what he might have done, would he have done something he regretted for the rest of his life? Would he even be here at all? And the second lesson, what kind of carnage would he have caused if he still insisted on resurrecting his father? He still remembered back then he swore to trigger a cataclysm just for the sake of starting another timeless event. How many people would he have killed? Would he have ruined the human race again before it even got a chance to rise back up? These memories came flooding back to Leonel, and he couldn't help but wonder, was someone guiding him? Leonel could only push those thoughts away because what was happening right now was too profound. He hadn't been ready for this at all. Should he keep the zones the same? Should he tweak them? Was there a benefit to tweaking them? Should he fuse them and then tweak them, or tweak them as is? The information flooding his mind was so overwhelming, and Leonel had truly been caught with his pants down this time. It was like he had gorged himself on a great steak, only to not have enough room to enjoy a Wagyu A5 cut he hadn't expected. Had his plan worked? Yes. But he didn't realize until now that he could have plotted for an even better path until right now. He didn't have the time to analyze to exactly what the best path to take was, and the worst part was that he felt if he did choose the perfect path, he would be able to cut away several steps he would have otherwise needed to bring this incomplete world to the peak of perfection. The moment the barbarian race noticed that the zones were about to fuse and that their protective gateways had become useless, they would almost certainly rush here at their fastest speed. He had at most a few minutes, at worst a few seconds. His mind simply wasn't strong enough yet to analyze all of these variables. He spiraled, ready to grit his teeth and just follow through, not the plan he had to begin with when he froze. Anastasia, analyze this for me. Before the little world spirit could respond, Leonel began to pass on a great deal of information to her. As he did so, he began to rapid-fire several parameters he wanted her to focus on. Focus on the forces that most align with this incomplete world to your understanding. Prioritize evolution, hyper-evolution preferably. Diagnose whether water force is a natural powerhouse of this zone or not. If so, focus on it. If not, reject it outright. The cloud race. Ignore the human race. Find what other races might have been superior here and focus on them. The string of thoughts came out of Leonel's mouth faster than most could understand. It even sounded like he was rambling. Even so, for Anastasia, it was almost too easy. Leonel was nowhere near being capable of mapping out a whole incomplete world in just 3 days, but it was a simple task for Anastasia and she never seemed overloaded. On top of that, Anastasia had always been capable of grasping far more details with his internal sight than Leonel's mind could withstand. That was why he always had her dumb it down. And now, he had realized maybe a bit too late that she was the perfect analytical tool. Double-check all the zones you've mapped. If they are useful, let me know, and I will fuse them. Leonel finished giving his orders out in not even a second, and he felt that the world was about to collapse. The barbarian race was coming. Unfortunately for them, Anastasia had already begun to give him a string of information. The life tablet trembled, and Leonel's gaze burned bright. Chapter 2861, Mistake. Chapter 2861, Mistake, Boom. The entire world seemed to explode forth. In a single instant of time, 3 entire domains fused into one. The incomplete world shuddered on its foundations, and in those last moments, Leonel sent a glance toward Dreadmaw and Shadowclaw. From here on out, it would be up to them if they wanted a chance to accomplish their goals. Then, the entire battlefield was swallowed up by a blinding light. Leonel had known from the beginning that his odds of destroying the gateways one by one were a nigh impossible task. The barbarian race was too powerful, and he didn't think himself to be infallible. That had already been proven once since he entered this world. Instead, that was just what he had told the Rapax duo. He had already felt back then that this had a good chance to succeed. Now, everyone would be on the same playing field. Whoever stood on top at the end of this zone would be the one to claim victory. And Leonel had already stacked the deck in his favor. The ancient battlefield fell into silence as the enormous subdimensional that now took up half the incomplete world stabilized. A familiar sea god beauty suddenly appeared on the battlefield, but her expression wasn't nearly so calm. A deep frown was etched into her gorgeous features as hesitation flickered in her gaze. Sachet appeared by her mother's side, a golden tablet pressed into her bosom as she folded her arms over it. Without a word, her mother stretched out a hand, and Sachet handed the golden tablet over. However, after a few seconds passed, nothing happened. This made the Sea God Empress tremble. There was only one reason her golden tablet couldn't influence the situation of this zone: Life Tablet. She hadn't known if such a tablet existed, but now that she was aware, she understood why it was that Leonel was unmoved by her daughter's use of the tablet. How could he be harmed by a tablet inferior to his own? However, the fact that this Sea God Empress now had such information was precisely the kind of variable that Leonel wanted to avoid. Unfortunately, there was no other way to secure this victory. He would just have to hope that his gains outweighed the detriment. If not, the human race might truly be wiped out this time. He had already offended his one connection to the Pluto race in Elryon by leading him by the nose. He had thoroughly offended the Owlins and now the barbarian race. It was also likely that after lying to the Rapax, he had offended them as well. He had killed the hope of the Nomads by slaughtering their patriarch and many more of their members, and now there was a Dream Ashura on the loose that wanted nothing more than to take his head. If the Void race and fallen god beasts found out that they had led into a war by the actions of a mere human youth, what would the result be? Leonel squinted hard. The first thing he felt was a great amount of pressure. What shocked him was the fact that this pressure was even greater than what he had experienced when he first entered the Cataclysm Zone. But the trouble was, back then he was just a young man with the foundation of a genius born in an incomplete world. How could that compare to his current self? He had the constitution of a demigod, and even if he was suppressed by about 50% now, there was simply no way that such a world should be capable of making him feel like this. And that was when he grinned wildly. If this zone could make him feel like this, it meant that he had succeeded. Only if the pressure was so great could it mean that he had truly begun to pull out the hidden potential of this plane. When he cleared it, he would almost certainly have succeeded. But that was when Leonel cursed under his breath. Finally, he realized why it was that he was squinting. There was a torch placed right before his eyes while the rest of the room he was in was pitch black. Without the torch, he likely wouldn't have been able to see his hand even if he placed it right before his face. What was worse than this was the fact that he was completely naked and his arms and legs were spread out wide by chains. He hung from a wall and his wrists were already chafing. As for the torch before him, it was some interrogator barking at him in a language he hadn't translated quite yet. "What are you smirking about?" Bang! A fist drove its way into Leonel's gut and he blinked speechlessly. It ached a little, and it was clear that this person hadn't held back, but he had already mobilized his force properly when he saw it coming. The real reason he was speechless was that he hadn't even considered that this would happen. He had accounted for so many variables, but he focused on only the most important things. He thought that whatever situation he came across, he would be able to deal with easily enough. And while that was true, he didn't expect to be transferred into the body of a weak human race youth who seemed to barely be 12 years old. Leonel almost wanted to laugh. In fact, he did laugh, ignoring the ravings of the man before him. This was actually a joke. He should have accounted for this. He had once been transferred into the body of a person in a zone before. It was just that he assumed it was an anomaly. That was a mistake, clearly, still making mistakes. Leonel clicked his tongue. This body might be weak, but his force manipulation was still there. In addition, this wasn't a bad thing in the slightest. In fact, he wanted to laugh about how good this was. Chapter 2862, Wall of Text. Chapter 2862, Wall of Text. The situation was so good that Leonel couldn't believe he had lucked into it instead of thinking of it himself. If he was someone else's body, that meant that so was everyone else. He didn't particularly care for or fear the rapax, but the barbarians especially, if they were stripped of their powerful bodies, what chance did they stand against him? This was the perfect win-win-win. Back when he, his mother, and Ina had entered a zone like this, all three of them had been transferred into the bodies of others. This made Leonel fairly confident that everyone was dealing with the exact same situation. In that case, what did he have to fear? The only worry was what would happen once he left the zone. But while he was in this zone, wouldn't it be his playground? How dare you? A rain of fists landed on Leonel, but he directly ignored them again. Instead, he pulled on the life tablet and began to pay attention to exactly what the goal of this zone was. This was only one of his advantages, and he would be sure to take advantage of every single one of them. Not only that, but he would end all of this as quickly as possible, because it was the only way he could secure victory before the barbarian race had time to react. Name, Plight of the Sea God's entry limit, clear requirements, return the Sea God verse back to its original state, side quest, raise up the Cloud Race side quest, revive the spiritual's hidden question, birth the Oracle and Wise Sea Order objective. The Sea God Incomplete World was meant to be the location of the rise of a new race. Until now, existence has been too heavily skewed toward land animal. There are no god beasts with water constitutions, and there is no prominent race with such affinities either. Although there are plenty of humanoids with water force affinities, there cannot be said to be a race with such capabilities. The reason for this is as a result of a weakness of water force in comparison to earth force in giving life to force and allowing others to flourish. The sea gods were meant to be existence's way of striking this balance and achieving a new equilibrium between the race. Although they would just be the start, once they were established, many more would appear by their sides. Unfortunately, before the sea gods could truly flourish, they were interrupted by an unknown entity. This entity descended with a tablet and granted them unimaginable prowess and knowledge. Akin to giving humans fire and helping them lead themselves to their own destruction, the sea gods began to accelerate their own growth with this new potential they were given. Unfortunately, their paths taken were flawed and filled with trouble, the result of trying to hatch chicks before they were prepared. In the end, the sea gods harmed themselves and ended up with a fatal flaw that wasn't simple to fix at all. And it was at this point that the barbarian race appeared. Realizing that the sea gods had characteristics that they could use for themselves, the barbarian race began to assimilate and control this race, controlling their every movement and restricting their growth from their natural path down a new one. In this same vein, the cloud race also struggled. Their cloud figures, capable of borrowing from the future to strengthen themselves, was incredibly enticing to the barbarian race as well. They were the first to fall as their methods were tweaked and assimilated by the barbarian race. It could be said that the fusion of the cloud race and the human race was the perfect balancing act, allowing the barbarian race to grasp the exact mutation that they needed. In the collateral damage were the spirituals who the barbarian race attempted this assimilation with first. In truth, the assimilation with the spiritual race was successful. The trouble was that it made the spirituals far too powerful and difficult to manage. As such, the barbarian race directly killed them all, wiping their existence from the annals of history. The Oryx and Sea Gods are safe for now, but only because their use has yet to run out. Steer them back toward the right path and set all to as it should be. Leonel was floored by the wall of text. He already knew that the life tablet would give him far more information, but what he didn't expect was that it would blur the lines between the zone and reality, even talking about things that happened outside of the zone as though it were natural. It was basically allowing Leonel to fill in the gaps for things he had no idea about. Now, he had managed to completely understand things that he could only speculate about in the past. But what truly caught his attention was this mysterious figure that, for some reason, deposited a golden tablet within this world. Why? Did that mean that there was truly a fourth party involved in all of this? Was it the same party who left a silver tablet in the dimensional verse, or was he someone else? As he was deep in thought, a bucket of frigid water was dunked over his head. Leonel shook his head and looked up for the first time in a while. Before him stood a burly Cloud Race member with a tummy so large that it looked like it might burst out of the leather straps that covered him. "All right, that's about enough," Leonel suddenly said. "What did you crack?" Leonel flexed his wrists, and the surrounding chains crumbled to pieces. He pulled at his ankles too, and they too cracked and shattered. "You!" Leonel punched, and the head of the guard shattered. "Arise." Leonel didn't waste any time at all, pulling the torturer's soul out of his body. He felt no need to have any sympathy for a man who would torture a child like this. Chapter 2863, 10 Years. Chapter 2863, 10 Years. Leonel grilled the man and quickly got the information he wanted. He really wanted to know what the purpose of capturing a 12-year-old child was, least of all a human. It turned out that he had a constitution that the cloud race decided was perfect breeding and that just left Leonel sickened. Stealing children for the sake of breeding? However, remembering the words of the life tablet, Leonel was fairly certain that this was a culture spurned on by the barbarian race. Even so, that didn't mean he had to forgive the cloud race for doing such a thing. He took a breath and shook his head. He was apparently also supposed to help the cloud race out, so he wasn't exactly in a position to wipe them all out. Many races had done horrible things over the history of existence. This was something Leonel knew intimately after studying the life tablet for so long. There were no objective good or bad races, so there was no need to waste his time and ruin his future trying to get petty revenge in his zone of all things. It was best he focused on the task at hand. In the end, it seemed that the reason they were torturing him rather than pampering him was because they wanted to corral and curb his sense of self. They wanted him to be a breeding animal, not a lover. It was more efficient to breed with several cloud race women than it was to impregnate one human race woman at a time, so this was why little human boys were chosen instead. Leonel found this quite interesting. It went to show just how much of a chokehold the barbarian race had over the cloud race in this place. It also made Leonel realize that he had to be wary. Although he might be lucky that the other barbarian race members were in other bodies now, that didn't mean he was necessarily in the clear. Who was to say that there weren't a few barbarian race members who were native to this zone monitoring things from the shadow? As for why he felt that the barbarian race would likely have strong control over what was happening here, that was because races across time and space were usually fiercely protective of their women. To use them like this to give birth to children outside of their race was quite novel given the historical context. What should I do now? Leonel hummed, looking at his hands. As expected, Anastasia wasn't there, and it should mean that Ina was still inside as well. He wasn't worried about this as it had happened to him once before. It just meant that until he separated from this body, he wouldn't be able to access such things. But he wanted to clear this zone as perfectly as possible. Separating from this body would be a detriment to that. Also, it wasn't necessarily easy. It took the power of an extremely powerful god the last time it happened. Leonel tossed this idea from his mind. The main issue was that the guards couldn't give him enough information. When he asked for details about exactly what the cloud race was trying to accomplish, he shrugged his shoulders and just said that the combination of cloud and human races was extremely powerful. What Leonel wanted to do now was to understand how exactly he would elevate the cloud race. What did the zone mean by that? The moment Leonel thought of this, he was surprised to find that an answer came to him. He couldn't help but laugh. Having the life tablet was really too convenient. According to it, raise up the cloud race meant helping them find harmony with the human race, erasing the animosity of the latter and making the former more accepting. Leonel shook his head. Thus began a legend that spread slowly but surely. Starting as a little boy, Leonel freed the slaves of the human race and waged a silent war against the cloud race. He changed their sentiments slowly, mostly using his dream force to influence them over long stretches of time. Leonel already realized that the time ratio of this zone was 10-1. So, for every 10 years he spent here, just one would pass in the outside world, and it took him precisely that long. He had no choice but to take so much time. He didn't want the barbarian race individuals who were certainly hidden in the weeds to expose him, and since their breeding project was continuing, they didn't care to pay much attention to the little details of how daily life in the cloud race proceeded. Like this, over time, breeding became intermarrying, and intermarrying became love and matrimony. By now, it was certain that the barbarian race members who had become stuck in this zone along with him were starting to grow antsy. 10 years had passed, and yet they hadn't seen a sign of Leonel. In fact, contrary to this, Leonel actually used their existences to help him as he found each one of them. It was impossible for them to hide from the life tablet. Leonel picked them all out with ease every time he came across them, and yet they had no idea what was happening around them. The best part was that forcefully breaking out of this zone would only ruin their years of work. In the end, as Leonel had said, they could only help him. However, it was also clear that their understanding of exactly what was happening in this zone was limited. Their usual detection methods weren't working on this zone, and they had to use more conventional means. That was when Leonel got information about how many of them had given up and had begun to set up a large-scale formation to completely shatter this world. Seems the easy mode I'd been playing on couldn't last forever. Leonel grinned. But that was fine too, giving him 10 years to prepare? They were asking for a loss. Chapter 2864, Show Me. Chapter 2864, Show Me. Leonel now had the body of a 20-year-old. These years, he had made unexpected leaps in his comprehension, and if not for the fact it was much slower than when he was in the outside world, he would wonder why it was everyone didn't take advantage of this. Unfortunately, the laws of incomplete worlds were exactly that, incomplete. As such, even with far more time, it was difficult to make advancements. That said, this zone wasn't normal by any means. When Leonel first entered it, it gave him a great deal of pressure. After some time, he realized that part of that was because he had been in the body of a child. Still, that didn't mean that this world couldn't exhibit a great deal of influence and power, and that likewise made its laws very interesting to study. In the end, while Leonel didn't make as much progress as he would have in the outside world in the same 10-year span, he had made about 3 years' worth of progress. Essentially, that meant that Leonel had exchanged a single year for 3, a huge boon. Likewise, as one might expect, his strength had exploded forth. The only shame was that his original body was already too weak to display all of his force manipulation, and this body was even less capable of doing so. But did it matter? Holding an ordinary wooden spear in his hands, a light smile played Leonel's features. 3 days should be enough, 3 days to bring this to a close. Leonel moved through the world, crossing large distances as the ground shrunk beneath his feet. He seemed to be at complete peace. If there was anything that made him sad, it was the fact he hadn't seen his wife in so long. Even a few days was too much, but a decade? If not for his strong mental fortitude, he would have already given up on this zone. Leonel was only 27 years old to begin with. A decade was more than a third of his life. Even if Ina had been by his side, wasting so much time in this zone would have been difficult. But now that it was all coming to a close, he could finally exhale a breath. He stood at the edge of a sheer cliff that fell toward a vast black ocean. The skies were storming, and the waves crashed against the cliff face with such force that large boulders fell into the dark depths from time to time. Leonel gave this only a glance before he lifted his head and looked off into the far-off distance. It was hard to spot, but there were patterns of waves that seemed irregular. It looked like in the middle of the ocean there were rivers running through. They seemed separated as though in an entirely different world, and it was precisely these currents that was the force art Leonel was looking for. The barbarians aren't even a race well known for their crafting, and yet they're capable of such things. Then there's the Minerva, who are capable of constructing a city of natural force arts. There's still much to learn. Bang! The sound came suddenly, but Leonel had already moved before it reached him. The cliff he had been standing upon exploded as though a wild beast had taken a huge bite out of it. He stood at the edge of the new end of the cliff, his simple linen clothing fluttering as though he had never moved at all. His gaze shifted upward, and he saw a sea god standing in the skies with a fierce gaze. However, he could tell in an instant that it was a disguised barbarian. As expected, they don't have the capability of shedding the bodies they had been transferred into. Since they're trying to destroy this zone, there's no need for them to put in so much effort into trying to maintain this form if they don't have to. Leonel was confident in using the life tablet to return to his former body. The reason he didn't was because he wanted to clear this zone perfectly, but the barbarian race obviously didn't have the same goal, so the only explanation was that they couldn't. Of course, after 10 years of preparation, Leonel had long since confirmed this. But this was the first time he was clashing with them head-on, so it felt good to confirm the truth. After confirming this, Leonel's wrist flickered. The barbarian raceman in the body of a sea god couldn't even react. His glabella was pierced through, his eyes opening wide before they slowly dimmed. As Leonel had said, he had made a great deal of progress. He couldn't advance his dimension, nor his body, and he couldn't fully access his force manipulation either. But if he made 3 years of progress with forces, then he had made 10 with his spear. His spear mastery was already on a level that most would never be able to fathom in a lifetime, trapped in the body that wasn't their own. These barbarian race members didn't stand a single chance. Leonel took a step off of the cliff, but it looked as though he was still walking on flat ground. The raging waters beneath him were forced into a state of calm, the tsunami-like waves being suppressed into a steady and cool surface. Barbarian race members disguised as various races began to surge out of the waters, but every time one appeared, Leonel simply struck out a single time. The black waters were quickly becoming dyed in red. "This is very disappointing," Leonel's voice boomed. "Don't tell me I spent all of that time preparing for no reason. Show me the strength of a demigod race." Beneath Leonel's roar, an invisible sphere pushed a crescent shape out of the water, forming a crater that extended for miles. At that moment, Leonel spotted a bright red light streaking out from below. Chapter 2865 Dilemma. Chapter 2865 Dilemma. Bang! Fury burst through the surface of the water, looking toward Leonel seriously. "Who are you?" Leonel's response was a spear strike. Fury's pupils constricted into pinholes, his body seizing. It felt like he was facing the simplest spear he had in his entire life, and yet it had blocked off all his paths of retreat. He couldn't fathom how anyone could have such skill in the spear. The barbarian race wasn't known for their skill to begin with. They focused on overwhelming power and used their omniscience to make up the gap. However, that didn't mean they couldn't understand skill when they saw it, and it also didn't mean that barbarianism wasn't its own type of skill, just in a different form. Fury knew that he couldn't meet this strike. He immediately accelerated into a retreat. Leonel's spear came to a stop just a meter from him, but blood still split his forehead in two, a shallow wound cracking open. Leonel shook his head. In truth, Leonel knew that his largest disadvantage in this world was the short time he had spent practicing. Even back in the dimensional verse, he was always playing catch-up. Again and again, he came across people who had far more experience than himself. He had only entered this world when he was 18 years old, and it had been less than 10 years since then, at least in real time spent outside of zones. However, now he had suddenly clawed back 10 years and had spent much of the time diligently polishing his fundamentals. On top of that, it had to be remembered that he was quite aimless for much of the time. His father hadn't given him final destruction until after his death, so he had been flying blind on his own. So Leonel not only regained so much time, but he had done so with a better understanding of how to progress and what this world expected of him. When these two things came to a head, it could only be said that he had truly become a monster. His wrist flickered again and then again. Fury continued to accelerate backward, trying to rush away, but every time another hole would appear in his body, he was walked down, and every step Leonel took forward was another on his heart. In this zone, the advantage of humans shone so brightly it was glaring. In exchange for their high talent, not a single one of the barbarian race members Leonel had come across had a creation state force. And it showed. At this point, beneath the god realm, Leonel didn't believe that anyone without a creation state force could withstand more than a few blows from him. Since there's nothing else, just die. Leonel had come here for a great battle, only to be disappointed greatly. This was the drawback of his new Dreamforce path, it seemed. He had put so much effort into respecting the barbarian race that it seemed he had over-prepared, but he couldn't deny that he had benefited. Wait, Fury roared. Leonel's spear didn't pause, piercing right through his chest and heart. Do you, Fury coughed up a mouthful of blood, Hole, have any idea? Leonel pulled out his spear and chopped his head off. He didn't feel like listening about who he had offended and what the consequences would be. He had heard enough. He was well aware of who he was offending. He just didn't care. Leonel looked down at the waters. With a stomp of his foot, the rest of the natural force art was shattered and the currents of the ocean went back to normal. Raise up the cloud race is finished. Revive the spirituals. Leonel shook his head and chuckled. When he checked what the life tablet wanted him to do to solve the latter, he almost couldn't believe it. He had randomly thought once before that the spirituals and human race were far too similar. The difference only seemed to be a matter of soul, and it was also in large part because of this that he didn't dare to confirm what race Fox's fourth hand came from. But he didn't expect that he was actually right. Reviving the spirituals only required helping the humans to evolve. In fact, the two could be spoken of interchangeably. When Leonel learned this, he also realized that this must be how Flora controlled the spiritual race. And for Leonel, who had personal experience in how to separate the soul from the body and use it as his strength, this side quest was even easier. The clear requirement was just to return the Sea God verse back to its original state, so clearing the side and hidden quests would be enough to meet that bar. This meant that there was just one task left for Leonel: birth the Oracle and a wise sea order. Leonel had been thinking for a long time about this hidden quest. Even the life tablet couldn't seem to give him a real answer. Well, at least not one with an answer as definitive as he had received for the others. However, there was still a clue. Much like the objective had said, there had never been a water-based god beast. Among the Northern Star lineage factors, there were spatial forces, dark forces, a few variant forces, but none of them were water. Though Leonel thought of this, there was little he could do about it. It wasn't like he could just create a new envoy-level beast. If he could, wouldn't he already be invincible? In the end, there only really seemed to be one way to do this. Hidden quest, birth the Oracle, and wise sea order. The answer seemed obvious. It was in its name. He had to have a child and pass on his lineage factor the normal way. There didn't seem to be any other way, and it left Leonel in a dilemma. Passing this zone was the only way for him to gain the strength to protect his family and his friends. There was simply no other way. He couldn't afford to waste these points he had spent, and he had no ability to protect this incomplete world for an extended period of time without first refining it into himself. But he also had no will to betray his wife. But how could he birth a wise sea order without impregnating a sea god? Chapter 28666. See Chapter 2866C. This dilemma had stalled Leonel for a long while. No matter what, he didn't even think of taking the easy way out. With 20 years left, even if he didn't force a sea goddess to lie in his bed, it still wouldn't be difficult, not to mention leave with enough time to still try several times to birth the child that he needed. There were certainly plenty of men who would have done it. No one ever accused sea god women of not being exceptionally beautiful, but Leonel simply had no interest in taking such a step. In his opinion, part of protecting his wife meant protecting her heart. That was just as important as anything else. It was the very same reason he was so enraged every time someone slighted her, even in the smallest way. Even if he was willing to force his wife to take on such a burden, what would happen to his child? Could he just leave them in the zone, using them like a one-way ticket to strengthen himself? What kind of man would he be then? Wouldn't this child likewise be part of his family? There were multiple things wrong with this path. Knowing that this path would bear no fruit, Leonel thought of many other things. Maybe attempting to pass on his bloodline, maybe studying his body to try to replicate the lineage factor. He even thought of using the replication abilities of the cloud race to attempt to reverse engineer the Northern Star lineage factor. But each of these paths took more time and expertise than he had. Maybe if he had Aina by his side, he could rely on her to make the attempt. But he didn't. It was difficult enough to create a systematic method of helping the humans separate their souls from their bodies, at least one that didn't require being eaten alive like he had. Doing this felt like a bridge much too far. That was when Leonel realized something. The option to impregnate a sea goddess only appeared because he had the Northern Star lineage factor to begin with. So what would someone else have done? It had to be remembered that hidden quests didn't have to be cleared. In fact, neither did side quests. So, technically speaking, a person wouldn't have to do anything to clear this zone. But what was interesting was that usually, a subdimensional zone would have a time limit, one where the bare minimum quests had to be cleared or else you would be trapped within forever. But according to the life tablet, there wasn't one for this zone. That meant that unless every single quest was cleared, this zone would never close. Didn't that mean that unless one was a wise Star Order like Leonel, they would never have such a chance? And now, hadn't the barbarian race chosen to use the sea to break free of this impossible-to-clear zone? Why was that? Leonel was the anomaly of this zone, so if he couldn't take advantage, wouldn't it be because he was simply too foolish? If there was no wise sea order, if he needed to birth an oracle, he would just have to become the person that cleared these requirements himself. Leonel stood high above the ocean, taking deep breaths. He closed his eyes, steadying his breath. This was a thought he had had 10 years ago, not a conclusion that he had come to now. It was just that while he had decided on what he should do, he had no idea how to execute the how. What did it mean to be a wise sea order? Why did the barbarian race choose to use the ocean to break through this world instead of drawing the formation in an easier manner? The answer to the latter was obvious to Leonel. That was because the natural state of this world leaned toward water force. Even without the intervention of the barbarians, the sea gods would be the prominent race of this world. However, that still didn't answer the question. As important as minerals and variations of earth force are to the body, how could it be more important than water? Earth force was the anchor of force. Its existence allowed the energies of the universe to settle down and flourish. In that case, water force was the anchor of life. Its existence allowed living beings to maintain their lives. It was a convenient explanation, but it didn't really resonate with Leonel. It felt like he was missing something. Why earth and water? Why not fire? Why not wind? Why not any one of the other forces in existence? And what was so important about water that it deserved to be granted a Star Order title? The Wise Star Order name was called as such, not Wise Earth Order, so why was Wise Sea Order so important? And however, what was interesting was maybe the simplest thing, something so simple that Leonel had neglected it for a long time. The word sea didn't just mean water. It was perfectly defined as a body of salted water. How did oceans and seas become salty? Wasn't it because of runoff from the earth? In this case, could it be that this entire time, water force was just a smokescreen? Could it be that this entire time, from the very start, Wise Sea Order referred to both earth and water? Then what was the purpose? Why trying to create a mirror of Wise Star Order in this way? When Leonel thought about it, the answer to this seemed obvious as well. If the Northern Star would be the death of existence, then shouldn't life be the counter to this? He had been wondering who it was tossed a golden tablet in this world. It seemed that for once, this person didn't have sinister intentions. Instead, they were seeking a path to survival for not just themselves, but the entire world. In that case, Leonel would oblige them. Boom. Leonel's eyes shot open, and the oceans began to churn wildly. Chapter 2867, Monocore. Chapter 2867, Monocore. The key to this change was the title of Wise Star Order. Leonel thought a lot about it. In fact, he had spent an entire 10 years on exactly this problem. What did it mean to be a Star Order? What did it mean to be a Wise Star Order? Leonel had his answer. The light in Leonel's eyes glowed even brighter. When Leonel first awakened his Star Order, officially becoming a Wise Star Order, he had felt it more clearly than he ever had before. However, it was only thanks to Aina that he was truly able to understand. The protocol that Aina created to allow his lineage factor to rely more on his soul than his body was precisely what he needed. The core of a Wise Star Order was in their soul. In these years, Leonel had realized that precisely the difference between Star Orders and those who just carried the Northern Star lineage factor was how much their soul was involved in their strength. Those in the latter group were existences who could only strengthen their bodies, pulling on the affinities granted to them to power themselves. However, the former used their soul and bodies, reaching into a state and level the latter couldn't match up against. This was why Star Orders were able to pull on much more power even from the weaker levels of the hierarchy. It was because they were able to access far more of the Envoy's power. In that case, this meant that the key for Leonel to be able to become a Wise Sea Order resided in his heart. He had not a single idea how to do this until he realized that he had the perfect medium, his monocore. From the beginning, the existence of the monocore had always been a bit of an anomaly to Leonel. He went through waves of using it heavily and then ignoring it, because sometimes he would think of great methods to put it into action, and at other times his personal strength would long surpass those methods, making it difficult for him to do much of anything with it. In the latter cases, using it at all would have been more a waste of his time than anything else. However, years ago now, he had made a great breakthrough. Using his Manicore and his comprehension of Force Arts, Leonel had been able to crush Patriarch Khafra and clear the Force Art Tower with great ease. By using his Manicore as a proxy and his soul to analyze the world, he was capable of creating the perfect natural Force Arts, ones that were capable of countering the Force Art Tower near instantly every time. Then there was his enlightened self, the version of himself that stopped holding back and pulled the Dream Ashura bloodline out from its hidden depths. It had to be remembered that Leonel's mana core hadn't always been the elaborate tree of force arts that it was now. It was once far more simple and bland, looking much more like a real core. Leonel had never truly understood why his enlightened self had decided to change it to what it was now. It was a looming tree with leaves that danced an array of colors, each one for the various forces he had managed to comprehend, and each one a complex force art of runes. The longer you looked, the more complicated it seemed to become. The more Leonel thought about it, the more it reminded him of natural force arts. Runes, that was the name he had chosen to randomly give the markings on his 2 innate nodes, so he had transferred the name over to the mana core as well. But weren't they just natural force arts? Natural force arts perfectly tailored to one set of forces. Natural force arts, if taken to their logical extreme, could replicate the effects of innate nodes as well? This was a shocking realization, but it was one that Leonel also cared little about. His interaction with Elryon had told him that to the gods, creating innate nodes was nothing special at all. If it was up to Elryon, he could have 10 innate nodes and it wouldn't even put a dent in the wealth of the Pluto race. No. Why this really mattered was because this meant that Leonel had a perfect method to achieve exactly what he wanted, right here and now. The main quest wanted him to return the Sea God verse back to its original state. He could sense the natural state so clearly through his mana core. Using it to communicate with the world around him, his mana core began to changes. Leaves of fire and space and darkness began to fall as though summer had just ended. In their place, gorgeous leaves of bronze and sparkling sapphire began to grow. The trunk was the same. Its main body looked as though it had been carved out from brass, shimmering like gold, and on its body complex runes of radiant blue were carved in step by step. Leonel could feel it clearly. If before he could only speculate what it meant to be an oracle, now it was all but certain. What did it mean to be a wise sea order? You needed the foundation of a wise star order to build upon. It was the communication between the star and the sea that became the power of a wise sea order. If in one breath you could gaze into the stars, and in another, you could ground it in reality, what part of the world would you not understand? What couldn't be in your grasp? What could your mind not control, and what could you possibly not see through? Boom. Leonel's dream force tore through the barrier of the creation state with such forcefulness that the world was nearly torn apart. Slowly, the zone began to crumble into motes of light as the hidden quest was cleared. Chapter 2868, Refine. Chapter 2868, Refine. Leonel completely ignored the crumbling world around him. The moment he sensed the zone had been cleared, he shed the body he had been using all the while and pulled his wife out from the segmented cube. Aina didn't even have a chance to react before Leonel wrapped his arms around her tightly. He breathed in her scent, and only now did he finally feel at peace. He didn't even really care about his success, nor did he care to pay attention to the changes in his surroundings. It had been 10 years since he saw his wife. A day was too long, let alone so much time. Aina bit back the words she was going to say and hugged Leonel back, burying her head in his chest. She could feel his emotions clearly. This last year had been hard on her, but how could it match up to the 10 years of Leonel? Not being able to sense whether he was dead or alive was probably the hardest. She just kept staring at the tattoo of her finger, wondering if it would disappear in the next second. Leonel took a deep breath and smiled. "You didn't go and find another husband, did you?" Aina pinched his waist, and Leonel winced. He coughed. "You've grown stronger." Aina smiled, cheeks still buried in his chest. "Of course." Leonel grinned. Aina had returned to the 8th dimension. Unlike Leonel, Aina had been in Anastasia's world, a perfect world equivalent to a god realm. With so much time to meditate and focus on her progress, she had managed to find a new breakthrough path and had finally stepped out of the 4th dimension, returning to the 8th. Not only that, but she was several times more powerful than the last time, as expected, thanks to her rebirth method. "Okay, stay right here," Leonel said. "You're leaving again?" Aina frowned. "Hell no. I just want eye candy while I change the world." Aina smiled, but that didn't stop her from giving Leonel another pinch. Leonel took a sharp breath, half in pain and half in focused meditation. At that moment, the sea god verse rumbled. As the motes of light descended, Leonel could feel it transcending, and quickly it reached his standards. His mana core trembled, and the light of the world seemed to concentrate on him. Every star across the incomplete world suddenly exploded, sending beams of lasers all around. These lasers connected with one another, forming an enormous array in the blink of an eye. Outside Sea God verse, the situation wasn't very good. At least, it wasn't for Leonel. The barbarian race had already realized that something was wrong, and a familiar, burly, and skinny pair of barbarians stood outside the world. The barbarian race was still trying to keep what was happening here a secret, so they couldn't mobilize too many of their race. But according to the information they had received, they were facing off against 2 mortal races, and this confused them. The people they had sent in were getting outplayed by mortals? Suddenly, the skinny barbarian race man flipped a palm, his pupils constricted. "Dead. They're all dead." "What?" The skinny barbarian raceman slapped a hand over mouth. What do you think you're doing, exposing your aura like that? Do you want to send out a beacon to everyone? Piss off. The burly barbarian ripped himself free. This doesn't make any sense. They entered a zone. The only way I see for them to have lost their lives like this is if they lost control of their own bodies. Even so, their force. Leonel Morales attracted a lot of attention because of the sheer number of life state forces he controls. If he was also granted a stronger body than the others in the zone, then this was an inevitable result. What about Talon? If he's dead, that woman will kill us. He doesn't seem to be among the tally, but there's also been no word from him either. They sent him out in the first wave and he just disappeared. That brat couldn't be playing hooky, right? Boom. The two looked toward the incomplete world simultaneously. Their eyes went wide as they could, the world slowly shrinking before their eyes. No, it wasn't shrinking. It was common knowledge that incomplete worlds looked far smaller from the outside than they were on the inside. So what the hell was happening now? Leonel held onto Ina, feeling every corner of the world. He was still in Tier 1 of the 5th dimension. Technically speaking, he should have been absorbing one world spirit with God realm potential. However, right now, Leonel was killing two birds with a single stone. World spirit orbs began to appear around him, one after another. At the same time, world spirits from the Sea God verse surged toward him, fusing and improving them. Tier 2, he absorbed the first. Tier 3, a second. Tier 4, a third. His power surged, improving by leaps and bounds. The more his strength soared, the more access to his forces he gained. Slowly, he was beginning to feel the true power of the life state, and he realized just how much he had been being screwed over. Tier 7, Tier 8, Tier 9, Leonel raised his head to the skies and roared. At that moment, the connecting stars all converged with him as the center, as though he had become the centerpiece of his own constellation. Leonel's constellation realm entered the silver grade. His true dream sovereignty reached the silver grade. His true destruction sovereignty reached the silver grade. Leonel's aura blazed so brightly it seemed that he had truly become a star of his own creation. Standing in the center of the world with his wife in his arms, he truly felt invincible. And that was when he poked a hole right through the 6th dimension. His aura skyrocketed once again, his violet hair fluctuating wildly. The Sea God verse completely converged, fusing into Leonel's body. The couple found themselves standing out in the expanse of the void. Two barbarian race 9th dimensional experts staring at them in shock. Chapter 2869, a little longer. Chapter 2869, a little longer. Oh, hello. Leonel looked at the two barbarians and smiled. They were completely taken aback by his reaction. Leonel didn't even look like he understood who they were. He was just holding on to his wife and grinning at them. In an instant, Leonel had already seen through these two. Not only could he use the life tablet to understand their lineage factors and ability indexes, but he could also very clearly feel their force manipulation level. Both only had quasi-creation state forces. He wouldn't have taken them very seriously even before he broke into the 6th dimension, let alone now. What was curious, though, was their ability index. The two seemed to be twins and had a rare ability index that linked the two of them together. This amplified their strength and allowed their battle capabilities to increase exponentially. As such, it would be inappropriate to look at them simply by their quasi-creation state forces. Together, they were no weaker than a 9th dimensional expert with a true creation state force. But this was just one aspect of their strength. The increase to their force manipulation was only one matter. Whether it was their lineage factor, techniques, or anything else, they were all amplified several times over. It could be said that they were approaching the strength of the ancestors of the barbarian race. Of course, they were still quite a distance away from that level, but they were certainly established elders. Leonel was able to see through all of this in a single glance, and he didn't even have to exchange a single fist. This was due to a combination of his new Wise Sea Order status and the life tablet. The world was his oyster. You are Leonel Morales. I am. Leonel nodded. There was no point in trying to hide it since things had reached this point. Are you aware of what you've done? Do I look like a fool to you? Yes, the burly barbarian roared, his voice powered through. If a normal existence stood between them, they would have been shattered to pieces. And yet, it only blew Leonel's hair back. Hey, you're so noisy. Can't you see I'm trying to enjoy a moment with my wife? The pupils of the two constricted. How could a human be unmoved by a roar of theirs? Also, calling me a fool when you should know that your nephew is in my possession is a little bit ironic, don't you think? Ina hadn't just been training all this time, or, more accurately, it could be said that her methods of training weren't all related to silent meditation. In the segmented cube, there were the bodies of two demigods, and after her experience with dissecting a sea god corpse, she realized that there was another way for her to progress. Talon provided a unique opportunity for research because the clairvoyance and omniscience of the barbarian race were very similar to Ina's own abilities. While she did this, she conveniently found out a great deal of information from Talon which she had given to Leonel after he existed. You know, I thought more of the barbarian race, but your geniuses aren't very strong, and it seems your elders aren't very smart as well. I heard that there's an ancestor of your race in love with a little boy like Talon. Don't you think that's a bit weird? Haven't you heard of grooming? The barbarian race men blinked in confusion. They didn't have a word for what Leonel was talking about, but hearing Ina have to stifle a laugh, they were instantly infuriated. Even the more level-headed between the two still felt like ripping Leonel's head off his shoulders. I wonder, if Talon dies, what will happen to the two of you? Their expressions darkened, and they fell into silence. If Talon dies, what will happen to you? Talon's skinny uncle asked in a rumbling voice. I've offended far stronger people. I'm not moved, they sneered. Then why are you speaking so much? Why? Because I want to hold my wife for a little longer and didn't want to have to fight just yet. Leonel sighed and finally released Ina's waist. He pulled out a spear. It was simple and wooden. Even the blade was formed on an equally simple iron spear. And yet, the two couldn't take their eyes off of it. Ina pouted. You're not going to let me fight? It's been so long. You want to? Leonel asked. I don't really mind. If anything, I've been doing too much fighting, though they were a bit weak. No, you go, Ina said after a while, a mysterious smile spreading across her face. Seeing the look in her eye, Leonel's blood boiled. 10 years, the only way that Leonel could describe it was that his balls were truly too heavy right now. He looked away. It wouldn't be a good look if he entered battle with a raging boner. Old grannies, piles of shit, cradle-robbing ancestors who target babies of their race. Leonel began to chant, and if at first the barbarian racemen were confused, the last line completely infuriated them. I'll kill him, the burly uncle rushed toward Leonel. He didn't even pull out a weapon, punching out with a momentum that could shatter the world. Leonel smiled and pierced out just a single time. Fist and blade tip met, but there was no sound at all. Aside from a puff of wind, everything was silent. It was like the both of them were just sparring and had had no plans to harm each other at all. Suddenly, the burly barbarian hurriedly retreated. He looked at his fist in shock. There was nothing on it but a small dot of blood, but it was precisely this that shocked him so much. How, a sixth-dimensional expert, had done this to him? How was such a thing even possible? Leonel swung out his spear and tapped it at the air, causing ripples to spread out like a once calm lake. Come together. Don't waste my time. Chapter 287D, overplayed. Chapter 287D, overplayed. How dare you? Both brothers roared. This time, even Talon's skinny uncle couldn't withhold his fury. He felt that he was going to explode just the same. But Leonel stood tall and proud. His spear was slightly pointed toward the ground, his gaze carrying the weight of an entire universe. Show me what a demigod is capable of. Bang! Bang! Leonel pierced out twice, and the two brothers hurried to block. Their power multiplied atop of one another, and a shield of earth force took shape. However, to their surprise, the sharp air of Leonel's spear spun and twisted, pulling their earth force into a spiral and stripping it of its strength. Their expressions changed, and they hurried to retreat even further. A line of blood formed on both of their forearms, their arms trembling. How was that? Leonel asked, looking back at Ina. It was all right, just all right, Ina smiled sweetly. 963 out of 10. Ah, a generous score. I'm giving you a handicap. Why's that? My bed's a bit cold. Leonel's pupils constricted, and something moved beneath his waistline. He hurriedly looked away, beginning a familiar chant. Cradle-robbing ancestors. Leonel and the barbarian racemen clashed once again. A hearty laughter filled the skies as Leonel's spear danced and Ina's marks became higher and higher. The twins had long since realized that they had to take this battle seriously, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't seem to bridge the gap. Leonel didn't seem to be using any forces at all, yet he suppressed them from every feel and angle. It was so natural that, creation. The two roared at once, the realization shattering their worldview. The creation state wasn't just a level of stronger force manipulation, it was a complete change of state. The creation state was located in the first dimension, a realm even regulators could not touch. Someone with a force of this level could feel and see all things. Someone with a dream force of this level was an untouchable monster. Fear gripped their hearts and their arms trembled. Calm down. The skinny barbarian spoke first. Haven't you noticed? Do you think he's barely managed to harm us because he's really toying with us? Isn't it obvious that he can't? Leonel looked over from teasing Ina. Sending secret messages? Do you think that's possible? Sure. I can tell you quite boldly, it's my dream force that broke into the creation state first, so my offensive power isn't as great as my combat skill. Hearing Leonel boldly admit this, they shivered. But the fact he could hear their secret communication was even more shocking. Umrim creation state dream force, truly, only such a thing could exhibit such strength. Leonel tapped his spear at the air and ripples spread. It looked like Leonel was playing around with reality, the fundamental laws of the world being pulled and twisted around his spear. So, feel better? Leonel asked with a smile. I can't harm you, so why aren't you attacking yet? The burly barbarian could hardly take it anymore and was about to rush forward, but his brother stopped him once again. What do you want? Leonel blinked as though confused. What do you mean by that? I know you're trying to get something out of this. Is there a need to beat around the bush anymore? Leonel smiled. I thought I was just stalling. You've proven your power. That's enough, Leonel chuckled. Honestly, I'm not really that interested in talking with the two of you. You're unable to decide anything. The skinny barbarian's eyes narrowed. He wanted to say that Leonel was overestimating himself, but was he? At this point, he was only weaker than the ancestors of their race. Maybe only a handful of elders and true geniuses could bring out his full strength. The worst part was that geniuses like Talon clearly weren't enough. Not only did they have to be geniuses on the level of Talon, but they would have to at least be in the 8th dimension. This was all too suffocating. This didn't even make logical sense, and yet the reality was right before them. If they still refused to accept it, they would simply be too ignorant. No matter how talented you are, it is just you. You cannot expect to speak as equals. Our deaths will not change anything. Just me? Leonel blinked. Wife. Leonel looked back toward Ina, and she took a step forward. Bang! In that instant, both twins erupted in a rain of blood. It was so devastating that even Leonel thought for a moment that Ina had killed him. But he dismissed the thought because he knew that Ina wouldn't make such a mistake. Soon, the mist of blood cleared, and the two men appeared, shaking. There wasn't a single inch of their bodies that wasn't injured. It looked as though their skin had been cut up into ribbons. Blood sovereign. Leonel blinked, not having expected this either. Ina had never been able to control the blood in the bodies of others before. The moment he had this thought, he found that a certain something was moving beneath his waist. Hey, 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 Leonel called out. Are you trying to embarrass your husband? Ina appeared by Leonel's side in a fragrant breeze. She clasped her hands behind her back and almost cutely looked downward, a charming smile on her lips. Leonel covered his crotch. Behave. Ina giggled and let Leonel go. She knew that if Leonel wanted, stopping her would be easy. Didn't he too have a creation state force? In fact, it was one that happened to synergize with his controllability index, which granted him perfect dominion over his mind and body. Understand now? Leonel asked with a smile. Indeed, the sudden voice made Leonel's eyes narrow, but his smile didn't vanish. This person wasn't here at all. Rather, only their voice and presence were. When one had a creation state voice, distance was almost meaningless, so long as you had something to lock onto. The first dimension was inappropriately described as the simplest of the dimensions in Earth's physics, but this wasn't entirely wrong either. It was the simplest, but that was because it could hold the whole of existence in a single dot without latitude or longitude. In the first dimension, distance was meaningless. If not for the limitations of his body, Leonel could certainly project his mind to anywhere in existence he so pleased. This was the power of the creation state. But even though he couldn't, that didn't mean that he feared this person. Since he dared to act, he also dared to execute. And now that he had a creation state dream force, he didn't fear anyone beneath the god realm finding his location if he didn't want them to. You must be Annalisia, Leonel said. It's been a long time since a junior has dared to call me by my name. I heard that you're quite fond of juniors, though. Leonel blinked innocently, as though he didn't understand he was insulting her. The two barbarians were flushed in cold sweat, holding that Annalisia didn't assume it was they who gave him this information. You've misunderstood, Annalisia said calmly. My husband's reincarnation could hardly be considered robbing the cradle, now could it? The two barbarians were even more shocked. They wanted to call out and ask Annalisia why she was telling an outsider this, but did they dare to question this woman? Well, there could be much philosophical debate about that one, Leonel said with a chuckle. Oh? Do tell. It's just human race trivialities, Leonel said with a wave of a hand. When society grows too peaceful, people love to debate worthless matters. Now I am even more interested, Annalisia said with a chuckle. Well, all right, Leonel obliged. If Talon is truly your husband's reincarnation, is he considered the same person or a different person now? Is a person their memories, their souls? The sum of their experiences? Just their bodies? Even if he was your husband in a past life, should he still be considered your husband now? Is he even his own person anymore if you've already forced an old identity onto him? Have you not ruined the point of his reincarnation? The two barbarian racemen held their breath, trying to pretend like they weren't thinking about what Leonel was saying. After a while, Annalisia chuckled. Talon did say that you were quite annoying. I don't believe that you care very much about this at all. You're only doing so to attack my mind. I have to say, your open schemes are quite conniving because they work. You are a diligent young man with a bright future ahead of you. You are arrogant, but it seems to be quite warranted. I have to say that I am greatly impressed by you. But you have still overplayed your hand. I wonder what the world would think once they realize you're the one who triggered a war of gods and demigods? Leonel's pupils constricted into pinholes. Chapter 2871, Him. Chapter 2871, Him. Leonel didn't reply. In fact, after a while, he seemed to have returned to a perfect state of calm. He stood there, waiting for Annalisia to speak again. He could almost sense Annalisia's frown. His reaction was too calm from her, and she didn't quite seem to like it. But what did that have to do with Leonel? He was overplaying her hand? It more so seemed like she had, playing this card way too early in these negotiations. Pretending to be calm only works if the enemy doesn't have your weakness, Annalisia said indifferently. Your voice doesn't sound as playful anymore, Leonel replied just as indifferently. Neither do you. The difference between us is that on the one hand, your indifference is because of anger. Mine is because of disappointment. I thought the moniker of barbarian was just a misnomer. I didn't expect it to actually come with the expected stupidity. Annalisia's tone became icy. You're playing with fire, boy. Am I? I think you've forgotten that your husband is in my hands, first of all. Second, why would you be threatening me with something that everyone could find out? The only explanation is that you found out using a method that only you're aware of. That only leaves one explanation, the sea gods and their golden tablet. Although there's a chance everyone is aware and you're actually just subtly offering protection, 1. I don't believe the barbarian race would be so bold to offend God so openly, and 2. Do you take me for an idiot? You think I called you out to give you the reins? Do you not understand who has the power here? If I dare to force even gods into a war, what the hell can a few demigods do to me? The frigid cold in Leonel's voice only seemed to grow. He had wanted to do this the amicable way, but it seemed that the only way these god and demigods understood was the way of force. Didn't they quiver beneath the terror of the Plutos, the Voids, the former Minerva? In that case, he would become that terror instead. His life wouldn't be dictated by anyone else anymore. Annalisia began to laugh, but it too came from a frigid cold. It was obvious that Leonel had exposed her. The information she received was, indeed, from the sea gods. Most accurately, the wise sea order. However, now that he had exposed it, Leonel didn't need to say what the problem was in so many words. First, even if it was true, how would they prove it without the golden tablet? All this time, they had left the golden tablet with Sachet's mother because it was useless in their hands, but very much the opposite in her hands. There was a reason everyone wanted a wise star order. Otherwise, the tablet alone could only be used for menial tasks. Comparatively speaking, well, if a menial task was resurrecting the dead. However, in the hands of wise sea order, she could foresee things a long way ahead. It had to be remembered that the barbarian race wasn't a crafting race, nor were they well known for their secondary professions. So how had they managed to create such a path for themselves? The reality was that they put such a great emphasis on Sachet's mother because she was the key to all of their success until now. Of course, the barbarian race had their experts, but there was a difference between having a few geniuses in a field and an entire foundation. If one wanted to elevate an entire race, the second was mandatory. This meant that while Leonel hadn't said it, it was obvious that he didn't hold on to just one of the barbarian race's weaknesses, but two of them. Not only did he have their world hostage, he had one of the key pieces to their rise. No, he had two key pieces, both Talon and wise sea order. As he had said, since he dared to play with gods, he dared to play with demigods. How would the barbarians even prove what had happened without wise sea order here? How could they have guessed that Leonel would refine an entire incomplete world himself? Even if they could retrieve wise sea order, would they be willing to expose to the world that they had a golden tablet? Not only that they had one, but that they were even capable of using it? Whether it was the first, and definitely the latter, how could they be all right with such a thing? Then let's say that everything went perfectly and the barbarian race was willing to take such a risk. Would the Void race admit that they had been led by the nose by a kid, a human of all things? At worst, Leonel would have to deal with some situations in the dark, but even then the Void race would have to be wary of entering demigod and lower mortal realms, and the suppression that they'd experience once they did. Then, once again, even if everything went perfectly until that point, would the war just end at the drop of a dime? It was clear to Leonel from the beginning that the fallen god beasts had been looking for a reason to trigger this war, and after it became clear, he realized that the Owlins weren't as cowardly as he assumed, and many of them had wanted this war too. Of course, there was no doubt that once this information came out, the human race would face an extinction-level event again, but that was then, and this was now. Back then, the humans had been caught off guard, betrayed by their own, and surrounded by enemies. They had never thought that things would end up going this way. Leonel had seen all of that history personally, and he knew it like the back of his hand. Both what was mentioned in the tablet and what wasn't, but now, not only would they be prepared, they also had him. Chapter 2872, Stalling, Chapter 2872, Stalling, the imposing aura Leonel was releasing was resonating and suffocating. Even from such a far-off distance, Annalisia could feel it with impossible clarity. He realized that no matter how young they were, underestimating a creation-state dream master was a fool's errand. When she had received the information from wise sea order, she had thought that it was a joke. The implication was absolutely ridiculous, and even going back to review the footage of the Gathering of Minds, she still had no idea how Leonel had managed to pull it off. What it also proved to her was that Leonel wasn't nearly as impulsive as he had made himself seem. In fact, it was almost too obvious that his recklessness was just a persona he used to lower the guards of others. He had been forced to defend the vast dream pavilion, or else the human race would lose its last line of protection, and this proved to be fruitful, as it was only because of the dream pavilion that the last human bubble was currently under heavy protection. But had he not been forced into the spotlight like this, what would have happened? How would he have grown? Would any of them even be able to react by the time he could already stand tall on his own? No, that was the wrong way to think about it, because he was already standing tall. Wasn't that exactly what he was doing here? A creation state force, at not even 30 years old. There were no more than 5 such individuals that she knew of who could accomplish such a thing, and every one of them was a demigod. Such existences didn't have the right to appear in mortal races. As for those above the demigod races, Annalisia simply didn't have the right to know. Then how about we let cooler minds prevail? Annalisia said after a long while. The edge to her voice wasn't completely gone, but the two barbarian racemen were taken aback that she had actually taken the initiative to yield slightly. Leonel sneered inwardly, but a smile still surfaced on his face. This is, of course, what I would prefer as well. There's no need for us to be at loggerheads. Then will you return the incomplete world and my husband to us? That much is already impossible. However, Leonel continued before Annalisia's temper could flare up once again, that doesn't mean that I cannot help you. Ha! How? She really wanted to ask how Leonel could possibly hope to help out their race when he was so weak, but she refrained, because it would mostly be out of anger rather than truth. He had already done so much she couldn't explain. Who was to say that he couldn't do it again? Leonel chuckled. Aren't I better than any wise Sea Order? Leonel didn't feel the need to tell them that he, too, had become a wise Sea Order. His status as a wise Star Order was more than enough. The difference between him and Sachet's mother was that she was a wise Sea Order and a wise Sea Order alone. However, Leonel had assimilated both Sea and Star, forming the perfect soul constitution. You would be willing to come and follow all of our orders? Annalisia sneered. She was right. The reason the Sea God Empress was so convenient was that they could maintain perfect control over her, while on the other hand, because they were in an incomplete world, they could tweak and change things with greater ease. Without these two variables, it would be very difficult to accomplish the same things. And how could Leonel be willing to be under their control? Even if he did, that would only make them even more wary. It's a lot easier than you think, Leonel chuckled. Unlike your wise Sea Order, I can do more. I can even find you a second incomplete world and reconstruct these exact same circumstances for you. Of course, this was only a new ability that Leonel gained. Between his creation state Dreamforce and the life tablet, scanning large areas and finding pockets of abnormal Dreamforce was easy. You would probably have to enter the God Realms to find someone better at finding incomplete worlds than himself now, and even then, you'd be hard-pressed. And, of course, telling Annalisia this was definitely a risk, but it was one he was willing to take, because he had the capital to do so now. Let's say I believe you. Why would we go through all this trouble? For one, it's hardly trouble. It would take me at most a year to do this for you. Plus, like I said, I'm better than your wise Sea Order. Let alone putting it back in the same state, I can make it better. Or... Annalisia frowned. Leonel grinned. Or we don't have to waste our time with any of this shit. If I'm the greatest crafting talent in existence, then my wife is the best force pill crafting talent in existence. If you give her 2 years, she can raise the constitution of your husband to the God Realms. Then we can revisit this. The pupils of the two barbarian racemen shrank, and Annalisia's consciousness clearly shuddered. You're stalling. Who hadn't seen Ina's poor force pill crafting performance? It sounded like Leonel was just trying to stall for 2 years. However, considering her tone, it was already obvious to Leonel that she believed it, or else she wouldn't sound so unsure. Wife, it seems like they want to see something. Leonel looked toward Ina with a grin. Ina rolled her eyes but still stretched out a hand. The globules and mists of blood that had spread from the two men suddenly surged toward her. They formed a rotating rose that slowly closed its petals. After just a few seconds, the layers of the rose began to unfurl. In a beautiful display, a pill took shape at the center, glistening with runes as the rest of the rose wilted to ash. Chapter 2873, Mutation. Chapter 2873, Mutation. Leonel held Ina's hand as they walked through the void. The meeting with the barbarian race had already ended, and Leonel had managed to buy himself the remaining 2 years. Originally, he didn't want to take this step. He had no desire to help out the barbarian race so much. But two things had changed this situation. First, what Annalisia revealed about Talon, and second, Ina's strength. Leonel hadn't been thinking much about it, but he should have known that he wouldn't be the only one improving during this time. Right now, it was hard to tell which among the two of them was stronger, and that was precisely enough for Leonel to take this sort of step. Together, the two of them could handle this. But more importantly than that, Talon was a weakness. Talon didn't say that Annalisia was his wife, but only because he wasn't yet aware of this. All he knew was that this ancestor was very fond of him. He had yet to reawaken his previous skill and memories. It seemed like a foolish mistake for Annalisia to reveal this, but Leonel understood. Wasn't it just love? Would he take any chances if Ina were in the same situation? Would Ina if it was the vice versa? It was also a subtle warning to Leonel as well to not do anything to Talon that was beyond the point of no return, or else nothing would be able to stop her view. As strong as Leonel had become, he wasn't yet prepared to deal with such an ancestor-level character. Such existences often had high-level creation state forces, and a rare few might even have dharmas, only a few steps from forming idols and becoming real gods. The fact that Talon was important to her already couldn't be hidden. Leaving no doubt about the degree to which he was could only help her at that point. When Leonel considered these things, he realized something. The ability to find and change incomplete worlds was even more important to them now than Ina's force pill crafting. That was because there had been a huge change inside of Leonel. When he was breaking into the sixth dimension, he had chosen to take the world spirits of the sea god verse to complete the fifth dimension. It had to be remembered that the requirement for the fifth dimension was to absorb a world spirit with god realm potential per tier. Leonel had skipped that by making use of the world spirits of the sea god verse after he had perfected them, thinking the result would be the same. The good news was that he was correct in part. He was definitely in the sixth dimension right now. The better news, or the worse news depending on how you chose to look at it, was that he wasn't entirely correct. There was a change to the dimensional method. Instead of accepting a world spirit per tier, his destruction world had expanded and seemed to want to accept an incomplete world per tier. Leonel was stunned by this change, especially since he was already in the sixth dimension. This mutation seemed to mean that he could continue to progress through the dimensions, while also being able to add to his foundation whenever he wanted, without having to return to the fifth dimension. The most shocking part about this was that every time Leonel absorbed an incomplete world with God Realm potential, his entire foundation would be revamped, and his strength would take a huge leap forward. Leonel could already feel that if he managed to absorb a second incomplete world, his body would no longer be a limiting factor to using his force manipulation. That meant that he would be able to use the full brunt of a creation state force even as a sixth-dimensional existence. This was a shocking change, and one that even Leonel's father hadn't seen coming. No, it wasn't that Velasco hadn't seen it coming, but even he had some sense of propriety. His asks of Leonel were already ridiculous. If he wanted his son to also absorb 10 incomplete worlds, one for each of the nodes he had formed, he would be sending him off to death as though he hadn't been already. What Velasco hadn't predicted was the existence of the Life Tablet and YC orders helping Leonel to find usually impossible to find incomplete worlds. Of course, finding incomplete worlds would be the easy part. Finding ones that he could probably mold to fit his future path was another matter entirely. However, Leonel was entirely unworried. This trip had been so troublesome because he needed to face off against a demigod race. But now that he could find incomplete worlds that hadn't been interfered with, would he even still have to deal with the same issues? So what if he ran into an incomplete world that wasn't perfect? He would just go to another. And if it was only close enough, didn't he have the Life Tablet to mold it? Leonel felt that with these last 2 years of time he had bought himself, he would be able to find at least one more incomplete world that fit his requirements. Then the question remained. Why had Leonel mentioned that he could find incomplete worlds at all? Why did he reveal both of his trump cards to Annalisia if he was only going to have Ina step forward? Of course, he had his reasons. The last time he revealed something he shouldn't have, he forced a certain Dream Ashura into a dead end. Even now, she was either dead or still running for her life. How could he slip up? The best part about all of this wasn't just that he had his wife's hand in his own and he felt as light as air, but what he had seen went for the requirements to enter the seventh dimension of final destruction. He had been worried, especially since he mutated the technique. Who knew what he would have to do now? But it was so simple he couldn't help but laugh. Elevate all forces to the higher life state. Comprehend gold constellation realm. Comprehend gold true destruction. Sovereignty. Comprehend gold true dream. Sovereignty. Good luck gathering enough energy. Seed Leonel chuckled and shook his head. Good luck indeed. He probably needed an astronomical amount of energy now to step forward even one tier. If he absorbed more incomplete worlds, it would only get worse. But he should have known. Everyone up to the sixth dimension was laying a foundation, and in the sixth, that was when you would choose your path. That was how things had worked back in the Void Palace, and though he hadn't double-checked in this world, it should be how things worked here as well. After reaching the sixth dimension, his father didn't have any other ridiculous requirements for him outside of comprehension, and that was a huge sigh of relief. Now, he could finally press his foot to the gas. "We're here," Leonel suddenly said. He looked down below and smiled. "Traveling through the void sure is convenient." Down below, there wasn't an incomplete world. No, this was a very familiar spiritual bubble. He wouldn't be Leonel Morales if he didn't take advantage of the fact he now knew the secret of the spirituals. Now would he? Chapter 2874. Good Chapter 2874. Good Leonel was hit by a wave of nostalgia when he entered the Ma'at bubble for the first time in so long. Even if it wasn't for the fact it had been 10 years inside the zone, it had still been over a year in the outside world. But with that realization came a reminder of a memory that still filled him with fury. He hadn't forgotten how the spirituals had tried to use his wife as the fall guy for their issues. He wasn't sure what had happened since then, but he also didn't give a damn. This time, he didn't hide his presence. Instead, he strolled into spiritual territory boldly. Bang! Leonel stretched out a foot and shattered the gates to the spiritual race palace. He was too fast, and his actions were too sudden. No one could have expected that a human would appear here and cause trouble to this level and fashion. Although it had been a year, too many knew the fact of Leonel and Ina. When they understood who it was had appeared, they were even more shocked. Halt! Leonel didn't even bring out his spear. He punched out several times, and a silence fell. There were no whistling winds, no claps of thunder. It was like his fist wind had suddenly teleported across space, appearing before the chests of the spirituals and shattering their chests. The guards fell one after another, not a single one managing to withstand even a single fist. Emberheart City was thrown into chaos. No one could have expected for something like this to happen. The spiritual race was unlike the secluded dwarven race. They were so confident in their power that they didn't put up barriers to anyone coming to their worlds, and usually there was only a minor check for fierce criminals, but nothing else. How could they expect a terrorist to suddenly appear like this? The Emberheart Knights were mobilized swiftly. Leonel could only chuckle while nodding in appreciation. Despite so many years of peace, it seemed that they were still sharp. Unfortunately, they were too weak. It seemed that they still weren't taking him very seriously. The armies of crimson-armored men looked powerful and imposing, and they even seemed to have treasures capable of allowing their powers to resonate, but too many of them were in the 7th and 8th dimensions. The best only had impetus forces. And while their cooperative force art seemed powerful enough to allow them to face off against life-state, 9th-dimensional existence, who were they facing exactly? Leonel saw through the flaw in the formation before it was even formed. The force arts in their armor couldn't hide from his eyes. With a single fist, the quickly forming cauldron in the skies shattered into countless pieces. The shards fell from the skies, and the backlash cracked their armor, causing their force to flow in reverse. Every one of the knights spit up a mouthful of blood and fainted, their nodal pathways almost shattering completely. This was something that rarely happened, but in a situation where a force art was linking the power of so many, these knights had had no option but to open themselves up to this sort of backlash. Usually, things would never go so poorly, but facing Leonel, who had grasped their weakness perfectly and attacked at an opportunity that was just as perfect, what chance did they stand? Every troop of knights that tried to stop Leonel and Ina found themselves in the exact same situation. The later groups had already activated their formation, and cauldrons of blazing flames filled the skies, and yet the difference was little. With just as much ease, Leonel crushed them. If there was any difference at all, it was that he had to put a little bit more power into it. "It's you!" Leonel looked up and saw a familiar human. It was the very same man who had overseen the previous farce. Honestly, Leonel couldn't be bothered to retrieve his name from his memories. He simply took another step, his wife's soft hand in his left and his right balled into a fist. The wind rumbled once again, but just like every time before, there wasn't a single sound. His arm became like his spear. Bang! This time, there was a sound. It didn't come from Leonel, but rather from the collision. To his surprise, the old man had managed to fight back a bit, sort of. The old warrior was sent flying into the distance, his armor shattering and blood erupting from him like a geyser. Leonel shook his head and indifferently continued to move forward. As expected, it was only a matter of time before the truly powerful existences were alerted. And Leonel finally came across the existence he most wanted to see. Leonel Morales? Lord Emberheart stood in the air, his eyes flickering with shock. He couldn't believe that it was actually Leonel. Although he knew that he had offended Leonel, he never really took it seriously, especially after his wife had already defeated Leonel in the challenge sequence. Even if there would be consequences, it certainly wouldn't be so soon. How long had it been? A little over a year? Lord Emberheart's expression became malevolent after he understood what was going on. He looked toward the half-crippled knights and his expression flickered, but he still felt it was acceptable. Leonel had already proven his talent as a crafter. However, whether his actual power could live up to that was another matter entirely. "Good," Leonel suddenly said. Lord Emberheart didn't know why, but when he heard this word, he trembled from his head to the tip of his toes. Looking into Leonel's eyes, he saw the rage of a man who had been suppressing himself for far too long. Leonel took a step into the air, patting his wife's shoulder and leaving her on the ground. Golden steps bloomed beneath his feet, and soon he stood on the same level as the Emberheart Lord. Chapter 2875, I Don't Care. Chapter 2875, I Don't Care. Leonel had done a great deal of things he hadn't wanted to, purely for the sake of survival. He had his wife participate in the Gathering of Kingdoms alone. He had lost the Gathering of Minds on purpose. He lost against the spirituals on purpose, and had even been forced to help the spirituals out of their predicament afterward. The first he had done for the sake of hiding the true extent of his talent. The second he had done to pitch the Owlins into a despair of their own causing. The third he had done so that he could face off against the Nomads and stop Somnus's sister's plans, and the last he had done to deal a final blow to her. Each one of these things were matters he hadn't wanted to do, and that last one especially left the most sour taste in his mouth because it was also the one that had happened the most recently, and it was also the one that had enraged him the most. The spirituals had tried to humiliate his wife, and in the end, for the sake of dealing with Flora, he had had no choice but to help save them. This sort of grudge had been brewing in his heart for a long while. He bet that they had been living very comfortable lives this last more than year. Their greatest threat was gone, and even if she came back, she would be more focused on dealing with him rather than them. "What?" Leonel punched out. The expression of the Emberheart Lord changed, and he hurried to block, but he was sent flying through the skies. Leonel kept moving. With every step he took, he sent out another punch. Anyone paying attention could tell that he was clearly using less strength than he had against the formations, holding back because he could. He didn't just want to crush the Emberheart Lord, he wanted to absolutely humiliate him. The spirituals liked making spectacles of people and humiliating them in public, right? In that case, he would give them a taste of their own medicine. Leonel didn't care about anything in this world aside from his friends and family. Everything else could take a back seat. And in that case, the top of his list was ensuring that no one could slight them. Bang, bang, bang! The thunderous booms began to echo. From a completely silent style, Leonel chose the most overbearing and outrageous method, as though he wanted to engrave everything into the minds of those watching. The sights, the sounds, even the smells. He wanted to engrave this memory into their very souls. The armor Lord Emberheart wore was slowly being shattered. Blood leaked from his lips, and he realized that he couldn't even mobilize his flames properly. He caught a chance and suddenly sent out a flaming javelin, but Leonel casually raised a hand and caught it out of the air. Leonel pressed his palms against the ends of the javelin and crushed it as though bunching up paper. The Emberheart flames that their noble family was so proud of were unceremoniously crushed. Leonel flicked a finger, and the flames came barreling toward the man, moving so swiftly that he couldn't dodge. Bang! Lord Emberheart was sent flying backward, crashing into the wide double doors of the Emberheart Palace. The last of his armor shattered, and he lay in a broken heap, his breathing weak and his aura dimmed. The city fell into silence as Leonel stood in the skies. A year ago, the Emberheart Lord slandered my wife. Since you believe us to be barbarians, I'll show you what real savagery can do. If you want a chance to come out unscathed today, I suggest you bring forward everything you have or show me some sincerity, or else I will raise the Ma'at bubble to the ground. I promise that if I cannot do it today, you can wait patiently for today's date next year and see if I won't be able to do it then. At the moment Leonel's voice descended, a surge of light came from inside the palace, and a familiar figure appeared in a blur by the Emberheart Lord's side. It was none other than the Emberheart Lady. Leonel didn't stop the wife from checking on her husband. Slowly, the Emberheart Lady stood. She gracefully walked to the edge of the top of the palace's wide set of stairs. She looked up at Leonel, and her expression seemed calm, but there was a hardly disguised fury in the depths of her eyes. Flames danced down her long hair, and in that moment she seemed to be 2 decades younger. The last time Leonel had seen her, she already had faint lines of age, but it was clear that since then she had had some great improvement. Leonel clearly sensed the aura of the creation state. Not just the creation state, but the middle creation state. He couldn't help but chuckle. It seems the spirituals have more secrets than I knew. Lady Emberheart's pupils constricted, but she had no idea what Leonel was referring to. How could she know that Leonel had seen through her force manipulation standards before she had even released it? I am willing to let this go if you turn and leave now, Lady Emberheart finally said lightly. She could understand Leonel's fury, and she had even said that they were in the wrong for this matter before. However, between the feelings of one man and his wife versus the survival of an entire race, the choice was obvious. Now that things had already come so far, she had no intention of allowing Leonel to trample all over her Ma'at bubble. Things would have to come to an end right here and now. Leonel flipped a palm, and a wooden spear appeared in his hand. Nothing else seemed to change with this, and yet the air was still, and even the echo of Lady Emberheart's voice was completely suppressed. Stop talking. Today, the world will know that no matter what reasons you might have, the Morales name isn't something you try to stain. Chapter 2876. Eaten Up. Chapter 2876. Eaten up, Lady Emberheart's gaze lost all emotion. Her robes fluttered just before she vanished. When she appeared again, her palm had struck out. Leonel saw this and left his spear to the side. Pulling a fist back, he punched. It was a soft, unadorned attack. His knuckles met her palm. Lady Emberheart's eyes opened up wide before she was suddenly sent flying back. Bang! The Emberheart Palace nearly crumbled on its foundation as Leonel took a step through the air. Bring out all the strength you have, Leonel said uncaringly. It's because you take my human race so lightly that you thought you afford to offend us, but not the Dream Ashuras. Today, I'll show you that you should have picked someone else. Leonel's aura surged as he watched Lady Emberheart use her body to protect her injured husband from the rubble. A device on her fair arm vibrated, and he sucked in as she struggled to her feet, pushing the piles of debris off of her. This time, her indifferent gaze was filled with hints of trepidation and coldness. With a flutter, a ribbon around her waist extended, wrapping around her arms and coiling around her. Suddenly, it snapped out, and Leonel's gaze finally sharpened. It was about time. His spear twisted in his palm, and he struck out to meet it. Bang, bang, bang! Lady Emberheart didn't move from her location, but she forced Leonel into the skies, moving him further and further from the city. Leonel knew that there was something odd going on with Lady Emberheart. The last time he had seen her, she wasn't even at the peak of the life state, but now she was suddenly at the middle creation state? Such improvement didn't even make sense for him, let alone her. When he saw this, he was immediately curious. It was clear that there was another secret of the spiritual race, and the strength she had exploded with just now proved it. But Leonel wasn't moved in the slightest. The scene suddenly became chaotic. It was as though Lady Emberheart's red ribbon had covered the whole sky, appearing everywhere at once. Leonel was oppressed and attacked from all sides, but that was when he placed his second hand on his spear once more. His aura changed, and he pierced out several times in quick succession. Boom! Hundreds of strikes landed all at once, leaping through space and time to break its very laws. It was like a claw of red had been stripped of its power and torn apart in the air. Leonel, who had been about to be enveloped, appeared amidst the rain of crimson fabric. He took another step forward, and a vortex of spherical wind rotated around him. Domain. The technique layered with Leonel's absolute domain, and at that moment, the wisps of flames that had been about to take shape shattered into fluttering butterflies. Leonel took another step forward, and he thrust out with his spear. Finality. The skies were split in two. The clouds above him, despite not being his target, parted like the Red Sea. The air below him split, forming a void as sharp as a laser beam. Before the blow even landed, the temporary void began to collapse, the air around coming together with such fierceness that it boomed like a clap of thunder. Lady Emberheart's pupils constricted. It didn't feel like she was facing the spear, but rather the world itself. How was it possible to display this kind of strength without calling forth spear force? It was likely Leonel had grown detached from the need to use the force at all. He had returned to a state only the ancestors of weapon forces knew, one where strength was dictated by skill and not the force itself. It was skill that birthed weapon forces, not weapon forces that birthed skill. And in this lane, Leonel had skill in spades. Lady Emberheart's ribbon quickly formed a rotating drill before her, meeting the strike head-on. But her pupils constricted when she sensed that Leonel had already appeared to her right, and her left, and above her, and below. Her eyes widened, but her reaction wasn't slow. Her chest began to glow, and a fiery eruption of Emberheart force surged. Its force manipulation began to soar, quickly crossing into the creation state. Her power seemed to increase 10 times over, and in a single sweep, her ribbon fluttered, forming a protective vortex around her that danced with flickering flames. Leonel hadn't expected such a change to take place, and his spear was repelled again and again, his light force mirrors shattering as he was sent flying back. Leonel felt his inner organs shake and rattle, his bones nearly collapsing. The heat licked against his skin and would have already swallowed him whole had he not been a wielder of 2 Scarlet Star Force innate nodes. Her middle creation state force is definitely not Emberheart force. She has 2 creation state forces? Leonel's gaze narrowed. Until now, he had never met an enemy with more than 1 force at their highest state. Even the geniuses were no different. This is no different either, I understand. Her Emberheart force is only at the peak life state. Even this is shocking because it definitely wasn't so powerful when I last met her either, but Emberheart force is a fire force that feeds on emotions. She's using her Dream Force path to bolster and enhance this aspect. That means that when she broke into the creation state with her Dream Force, in reality, she gained 2 for the price of 1. This was out of Leonel's expectations, and it was a form of force manipulation that he had never seen executed before. It could only be said that Lady Emberheart was a true genius. If not for the weakness of the spiritual race, she would have long since formed a Dharma. Leonel looked down at his spear as its body crumbled to ash, eaten up by the flames. Chapter 2877. Amazing. Chapter 2877. Amazing. This was the second time in Leonel's life that he had lost a spear like this. Each one came from a memory that he would always remember, and both times were due to his negligence. This wooden spear wasn't a powerful spear. It wasn't even of the black grade, but it had followed him for 10 years and had seen a great many things. It was actually the spear that had followed him for the longest time of them all. Leonel wasn't a sentimental person, he just didn't like the feeling of losing something he hadn't wanted to lose. He didn't move as the spear burned away. It was as though he couldn't sense Lady Emberheart accumulating power. Suddenly, he took a breath and sighed. The world fell into silence as he grabbed out. Scarlet Star Force and Emulation Spatial Force took shape. A magnificent spear was born into the world. The winds howled, and the sun seemed to shine even brighter than normal. Runes began to appear like dancing butterflies and fairies. When Leonel clutched it, a spear howl filled the skies. Leonel spun his spear just a single time, and the flames in the surroundings vanished like a wisp of smoke. Lady Emberheart was instantly exposed. Amidst the ribbons and flames, she met Leonel's gaze, and a cold shiver sprung up her spine. Leonel vanished and appeared before her. Lady Emberheart felt the sharpness of the spear before it even landed. It felt like a knife was already pressing against her throat. She tried to mobilize her Emberheart force, but it didn't listen. She pulled on her Dream Force, but a crown appeared above Leonel's head, and it was as though she was forced to bow her head before a sovereign. They suddenly exploded into a flurry of exchanges. Every one of Leonel's strikes felt like it was aimed at a vital point, and every step along the way, Lady Emberheart felt like a single mistake would end her life. Leonel thrust out his spear thrice, and Lady Emberheart's ribbons rushed to meet them. But in a twist of time, they seemed to fuse into one, becoming a sweep instead. Lady Emberheart's ribbons were swept to the side as a fourth thrust appeared before her throat. She hurried retreated, trying to grasp everything with her Dream Force, but it was as though Leonel could see through everything at once. The spear blade vanished through space and appeared at the back of her neck instead. Lady Emberheart was forced to reel forward, laying her body horizontally across the air and twisting her waist. Her ribbons spun along with her body, creating an all-out defense that rebounding against Leonel's spear strike. Leonel retracted his spear and his figure trembled just once, his power concentrating and his force surging. Universe. The speed of Lady Emberheart's spin was suddenly slowed considerably, and the danger she posed was likewise weakened. Leonel calmly took a step back out of the way, his spear thrusting out again. This time, it seemed to multiple dozens of times over, his blade appearing everywhere in and around the spinning woman, and each one was targeted right at a gap. The ribbons snapped close. Ching! 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 Sparks flew, and Lady Emberheart accelerated again, trying to drive her human drill right through Leonel's chest. With a step, Leonel vanished and appeared high above her. However, in Lady Emberheart's senses, it was as though he was still standing right there. Little Tolly flourished to life on Leonel's arms, and suddenly an armor appeared over him that shook the world. Leonel spun in the air horizontally along with Lady Emberheart and swiped out with his spear. Bang! Lady Emberheart was sent flying downward, but Leonel wasn't done yet. Natural force arts bloomed as the wiggling tendrils of silver gold all over Leonel's body. 9 magic circles suddenly appeared in the air all at once. The smallest was in front of Leonel, and the largest was before Lady Emberheart and her quickly descending figure. Leonel calmly looked down as she fell like a meteor. Then he thrust out just a single time. His spear blade pierced through the first magic circle, and that was when those watching saw a scene they would never forget. It started as a small trickle, but then it passed through the second force art and became larger, then the third and became even larger. Suddenly, the beam accelerated, and it passed through each subsequent magic circle like a gushing geyser. Lady Emberheart looked up as she fell, and her heart turned hollow. The golden beam of light had grown so large that it could swallow up an entire city. There was nowhere to dodge, nowhere to evade. The only saving grace was that the battle had moved far enough that they were no longer above the city. Her body was swallowed up whole. Boom! Leonel stood in the skies, taking deep breaths. He had completely suppressed her, but that was because he relied on his ability index, and he happened to perfectly counter her. Her flames were almost useless against him, and her strongest force, Dream Force, was also worthless to him as well. Everything was under his control from start to finish, but that belied the effort it had taken. If he was honest, he truly hadn't expected for the spirituals to have such a powerful existence. Well, at least not one that was outside their known ancestors. The beam of light slowly cleared, and Lady Emberheart lay in a crater, beaten and battered, with not the strength even to raise a hand. Leonel could sense several auras rushing at him from the distance, but he just waved a hand. Lady Emberheart's throat practically teleported into his hand. Standing here in the skies, spear in one hand and creation state 9th-dimensional existence in another, he seemed lofty and untouchable. Leonel raised his head and laughed to the skies. He had been suppressing himself for far too long. This felt amazing. Chapter 2878. Good. Chapter 2878. Good Leonel stood high in the skies, laughing so loudly his voice boomed across the Ma'at bubble. He could sense the auras coming, but he didn't seem to care in the slightest. It was as though he had no limits. But then he suddenly cleared his throat. Wife. Those watching from the sidelines couldn't help but be speechless. What happened to his imposing bearing? What happened to the arrogance that rose to the skies? What happened to the will to pierce through all things? Ina suddenly appeared by Leonel's side, barely stifling a laugh. Leonel wrapped an arm around her shoulders and leaned on her. His divine armor disappeared, and he touched the back of his hand to his forehead. I don't think I'm going to make it, Leonel said exaggeratedly. Let me put a baby in your first, so that you'll always remember me. Ina's laughter couldn't be held back at this point. Down below, there were a few poor souls that had tried to surround her to threaten Leonel. Half of them were dead, as Ina clearly wasn't nearly as merciful as Leonel was. In truth, they could have been considered to have gotten off lucky. Had Leonel had the bandwidth to pay attention just for their intention alone, he would have done something far worse than just slaughter them. It had to be remembered that all of this started only because the spirituals dared to slander Leonel. What would he have done if he had seen this? Although he was tired, he wasn't tired to the point of being helpless, not by any stretch of the imagination. If he had to, let alone just heavily injuring the Emberheart Lord and Lady, he could directly kill them. The air exploded as several elders appeared in the skies. Leonel's gaze narrowed when he saw them. Indeed, the spirituals had a great secret. Although there were only 3 of them, every single one had higher creation state comprehension. This most definitely wasn't normal. In fact, it was almost certainly the case that only the spirituals could boast such a thing. And Leonel was almost certain that this was still just the tip of the iceberg. There were certainly even stronger existences hidden in their depths. Interesting, truly interesting. Child, you are far too unruly. An old man with a long, wispy, reddish-gray beard roared in fury. His eyes seemed to contain exploding galaxies. Leonel looked him in the eyes and chuckled. Do something about it then, old man. That seemed to be the final straw. The old man roared and was about to attack, but he was stopped by a man who looked identical to himself. If you have vented your fury, you can go now, the second man said softly. Oh? Leonel smiled. You're not worried about me coming next year? The second old man's brows furrowed. If you come next year, we will not show as much mercy. Leonel fell into silence, and he suddenly stood up straight. At that moment, his fatigue seemed to have vanished entirely. His gaze flashed with a blue light, and quasi-creation state vital star force filled him with so much vitality it seemed like he wasn't just healing, but rather giving, adding years to his life. All three elders felt their hearts shake when they heard this. Leonel grabbed at the air, and wisps of spear force began to form. They were just small arcs of light looking like fireflies fluttering in the day, and yet the entire Ma'at bubble began to tremble. A large golden bracelet began to take shape around Leonel's wrists as his hair whipped around wildly in the air. Fear began to grip the hearts of the spiritual elders. Mercy? Leonel asked. He suddenly clenched his fist, and space shattered. A wild array of fragmented pieces of void took shape around Leonel. It seemed that the closer the spear force got to forming, the more destruction there was in the surroundings. It felt that if Leonel went as far as to fully form it, the entire Ma'at bubble would shatter. At that moment, Lady Emberheart, who was still struggling on the ground, felt a fear grip her heart. Her expressions changed when she realized that it wasn't coming from her, but from the world spirit of their world. This fear and trepidation gripped the hearts. It seemed that Leonel could really destroy their bubble whenever he wanted. A bubble was the foundation of a race. Its world spirit was perfectly curated to their race and their path. There were probably very few bubbles that were worthy of helping one to progress along the Emberheart path. Even if Leonel didn't kill anyone else, just destroying their bubble alone would be far too great a blow. Plus, how could destroying a bubble not come with drastic consequences? More than 99% of their population wouldn't survive such a thing. The closer the spear force came to condensing, the more devastating the feeling of despair and destruction became. The elders felt that they couldn't even get close without being shredded to pieces. How could they even fight back against this sort of force? Was this a legendary dharma? Wasn't that the only explanation for what they were seeing here? Wait, the second elder called out in a panic. Our Ma'at bubble will formally apologize to the human race and the Morales family for our folly. The feeling suddenly vanished, and the wisps of spear force flickered into the distance, destroying mountains and raising down land for hundreds of kilometers. The world spirit of their world groaned and cried out in pain, a reality that shocked them to their core. A normal amount of destruction could never cause the world spirit to react like this. Their hearts trembled in terror as they looked at Leonel. How could one young man be such a monster? Good. Leonel pulled his hand back, concealing its trembling in pain. Why didn't you just say so from the beginning? Chapter 2879, True Monsters. Chapter 2879, True Monsters. The elder with the wispy beard almost lashed out when he heard Leonel say this, but he just barely managed to restrain himself. If he really went so far after what he had seen, he would practically be co-signing the entire Ma'at bubble to death. How could they know that it was mostly just a bluff? It's still so difficult, Leonel shook his head inwardly. It seemed that he would really have to find a second incomplete world, maybe even a third, before he could use his weapon forces without feeling like the world was collapsing. The truth was that the after effects of this world crumbling were just a product of poor control. Of course, just having poor control wouldn't lead to this, or else all forces would be so dangerous. Instead, it was clear that this was only possible because of how strong the spear force was to begin with. Honestly, it was a bit annoying to Leonel. How could he comprehend something that he couldn't control? In the past, it made sense because his innate node wasn't something that he had personally comprehended, and unlike others, his had been taken at birth, so he hadn't been able to grow acclimated to it. But this time, the issue was that his body was far too weak to withstand it at all. This wasn't entirely the fault of the force. Even so many years later, his spear force was still greatly unsatisfied that Leonel had forced it to make room for his bow force at the same time. It was the clashing of these two that had led to this problem and ultimately shot himself in the foot like he had. There wasn't much that Leonel could do about this until he had the body to withstand it all. Of course, he could still forcefully summon it if he really went all out, but the question was how long he could sustain it for and what kind of backlash his body would face without it. But now that all of his forces were at the quasi-creation state, and his dream force was at the creation state itself, it was only a matter of time. Just like his father had said, he just needed an obscene amount of energy to progress in his dimensional path. Now that we've come to an understanding, shall we? The elders looked toward Leonel in confusion. Don't look at me like that, Leonel said with a smile. We can start our cooperation now. Let's go. Leonel strolled past the elders, and when they realized where he was headed, they couldn't help but turn livid. However, in the end, they forced themselves to calm down. Soon, they had entered a hidden world dancing in flames. Several more elders of the spiritual race were located in this place, and, as expected, so many of them had creation state forces that Leonel couldn't help but shake his head. Something about this was certainly fishy. However, Leonel believed that he had put it all together after observing for long enough. He had already realized that the advantage of humans seemed to be that they weren't as restricted as other races in comprehending forces. Higher-tier races seemed to exchange comprehension ability for raw ability. This was why so many could battle Leonel despite him having much greater force manipulation, because force manipulation alone wasn't enough. But why was it that the spirituals, who descended from humans, didn't seem to have the same advantage? After some thought, the answer came to him. They had mutated and separated their soul from their bodies. If Leonel was correct, the only way for them to access the original talent of humans was by reaching perfection in the life state, or, in other words, comprehend a force to the pinnacle of the second dimension, precisely the location where the soul resided. Once they reached this level, the floodgates would open and their blocked-up comprehension would soar by leaps and bounds. This was why Lady Emberheart was able to reach the middle creation state in just a year. Just like Lady Emberheart had said, the moment she managed to reach the quasi-creation state was the moment she would truly flourish. She had confidence in becoming a god within 10 years. Leonel hadn't been there when she said such a thing, obviously, because she had only thought it to herself. But after just a few moments, he had deduced it all on his own. All of this said, it was also clear that not all spirituals would be able to soar to godhood the moment they touched the border of the creation state. There were still clearly striations in talent, and they weren't all so perfect. However, those that could touch this level at a relatively young age and still have potential left over, like Lady Emberheart, were practically guaranteed to form a dharma. This was the secret of the spiritual race, and it was something that made Leonel's eyes twinkle because even he didn't expect such a thing. As of now, what was clear was that the strongest of the spirituals only had higher creation state forces. Lady Emberheart should be the first god they could produce in a while. Her husband would likely be the second so long as he lived up to his potential, but he was still centuries away. The trouble was that what divided the upper echelon of the spirituals wasn't just force manipulation, but rather the quantity. These three elders following after Leonel only had one higher creation state force. However, deep within their territory, Leonel had already sensed two slumbering monsters. Both of them had two higher creation state forces, Dream Force and Emberheart Force. Not only this, but if the technique Lady Emberheart used to bolster her Emberheart Force was used by them, it was likely that they could display power exceeding this level and comparable to the peak creation state. Indeed, the spirituals were hiding a few true monsters. Chapter 2880 Coward, Chapter 2880 Coward. All of these auras were alerted the moment two humans entered their sacred land. Leonel stood there with his wife by his side, looking forward calmly. The world was truly gorgeous. It seemed reminiscent of the pink, blue, and violet worlds of the Dream Planes, but it wasn't exactly like this either. The Ma'at bubble spirituals seemed to prefer gold and red, painting their world in this color and forming an exquisite sight. Lady Emberheart weakly made her way forward, suddenly barring Leonel's path. Leonel had noticed her long ago, but he didn't do anything to stop her. If this helped them feel better, that was fine by him. He didn't need to enter to do what he needed to do. He just needed a place where outsiders wouldn't overhear them. He looked Lady Emberheart in the eyes and said something that made the world freeze over. "I've figured out something quite interesting in the last year. Who would have thought that the spirituals descended from us humans?" Lady Emberheart's chest shook so violently that she coughed up a mouthful of blood. How had another person found out about their greatest secret? How did they keep getting exposed in this way? When she thought about how Leonel knew this from the very beginning and still decided to threaten them with his strength instead, they all felt a grave bitterness in their hearts. He had clearly done all of this purpose. He could have made it this far with just this secret alone, but now that he had showed them his strength, would they still dare to have such designs on him? Even Flora didn't dare to appear here so openly, instead choosing to suppress them from afar. But Leonel was standing right here, boldly proclaiming their weakness to their faces. How could this be so easy to accept? You see, normally I wouldn't mind this. Everyone has their secrets. But throwing your own race under the bus is a bit disgusting, don't you think? "We had no other choice," Lady Emberheart said coldly, blood leaking from her lips. "That much is fine. Honestly, I don't care if you throw the human race under the bus. Everyone hates us already, and I've already marked them on a list. You just shouldn't have brought my wife into it. But let's set that aside, since we've already decided to bury that hatchet. Ina." Leonel called out to his wife and stretched out a hand. Ina handed an orb to him. This orb had been with her ever since the Gathering of Kingdoms because it was precisely the reward she received from the Gathering of Kingdoms stele, the perfect cultivation method for the human race. "Do you know what this is?" The elders and Lady Emberheart looked at the orb. They felt their hearts tremble as they had a guess, but they didn't dare to confirm it. This is the only reward the Gathering of Kingdoms stele has handed out in the last several generations. Any guesses about what it is? Leonel's lip quirked. It's called the human cycle. It's amusingly separated into the 4-leg stage, the 2-leg stage, and finally, the 3-leg stage. The Gathering of Kingdoms, stele describes it as the perfect dimensional method for the human race. The elders trembled fiercely, guessing Leonel's next words before he even said them. Personally created by the god-beasts of creation. This method is the chance of the human race to overcome their limits without relying on the blood of the envoys or the god-beasts. However, seeing the state of you all now, I've realized that its secrets also hold the key to undoing the greatest weakness of the spiritual race. You all exchanged affinity and the ability to reforge your bodies for the greatest strength of humans. The result is that your comprehension moves slowly, and many of you barely reach the impetus state, if ever at all. If you take a ratio between your affinities and the benefits you get out of it, the gap is quite large, huh? Fong! Fong! Bong! Two figures suddenly appeared and landed before Leonel and Ina with such quick speeds that most wouldn't even have been able to see how they arrived. One was an old woman, and the other was an equally as old man. They both looked like they already had a foot in the grave, and yet the shaking of the earth beneath those very feet painted a completely different picture. Leonel didn't seem to care about their arrival, spinning the orb on his finger as though it wasn't valuable. He had long since given this dimensional method to his brothers and friends. He had also begun to subtly spread it to some trustworthy individuals as well. But it wasn't until he arrived here that he realized that he had far more leverage than he was even aware of. If he allowed the spirituals to study this technique, they would even be able to fix their weaknesses. Once they did, they would be no weaker than a demigod race even before they finished their evolution. And once they did complete this evolution, they would instantly become one of the strongest of the demigod races. This was only really for the future, but what about what it could do right now? If these old fogies had this technique, would they maybe find a way to break past their bottlenecks? They were all already at the 9th dimension. There were only two ways to add to their lifespans. The first was to break through in tier, but they had already reached those limits long ago. The second was a breakthrough in force manipulation. Such a thing would allow them to steal more from the universe and extend their lives as well. Wasn't what Leonel was holding now as good as a ticket to life for half of them in here? Leonel snapped his fingers and caught the orb out of the air. Now, there's really only one question to ask. Leonel grinned. Are you going to continue to be cowards, or are you going to grow some balls? Chapter 2881, Impulsive. Chapter 2881. Impulsive Leonel's smile almost felt like the smile of a devil in their eyes. It felt like they were staring into the maw of the abyss, his presence making their hearts unwittingly palpitate. Staring into his eyes, it felt that from the very start, he had their hopes and dreams in the palms of his hand. It didn't make sense for him to be so calm and unhurried, for him to carelessly come into the location they were the absolute strongest in just to snub their noses. And yet, feeling his confidence, they realized without taking action that there was little they could do to change things, even if they wanted to. They realized that this boy had already grasped onto their weakness, and the situation was entirely under their control. What do you want? This time, it wasn't Lady Emberheart who spoke. It was the old lady of the two ancestors. There were many things about this that they didn't understand, especially since they were hardly the only spiritual race bubble. Even if they didn't go to the Moonstone bubble because of the dead prince, wouldn't it be easier to help one of the weaker spiritual bubbles to rise up? The Emberheart and Moonstone families were the two strongest of the spiritual race. They were likewise the most difficult to control as a result. If Leonel had gone to a spiritual bubble with only one or two creation state experts with such a technique in hand, couldn't he help them to rise up quickly and hold all the cards in his hands at the same time? By the time anyone realized what was happening, the situation would already be far too late to change. Of course, they had no idea that Leonel was the one to kill the Moonstone Prince, even to this day. They didn't even know that Leonel was the one who helped the Dwarven race impersonate the Emberheart little princess. At most, they had some guesses that they couldn't confirm. Even so, the rest was still a problem. Was Leonel really so confident in keeping them in line? When they remembered the power he had been about to display earlier, they couldn't help but shudder. Was that really so far-fetched? What do I want? You may call yourselves spirituals, but you are humans. Isn't it only natural all humans be under a single banner, led by you? And who else? Leonel smiled. Looking at Leonel, they couldn't find it in them to refute. Indeed, who else? A child of not even 30 years old was already capable of having a creation state force. This was practically unheard of. Not only that, but he had defeated their best without displaying his strongest strength. However, he was arrogant, impulsive, and was bound to get them into trouble they might never be able to extricate themselves from. The old lady slowly shook her head. If the cost of the technique is to fly beneath your banner, the spirituals will have to refuse. You will lead us to ruin. She spoke candidly, as only a person uninterested in the remainder of her life might. She had lived a long time and seen many things. Also, it wasn't like this was all the spiritual race had. Didn't they also have several gods? Of course, these gods weren't able to interfere in their matters and could objectively be considered to be an external power now, but so what? Was a bubble that had produced many gods supposed to submit to a child? And even if they did, with Leonel's talent, how long would he be able to stay here? Even if by some miracle he changed his ways, was no longer as impulsive, and led them to victory after victory, so what? When he left, wouldn't they be right back to square one? And by that point, how many people would he have offended? Even if one said that the technique would be able to bridge that gap, what about the unrest? There were no races in all of existence that truly flew under a single barrier. There would always be naysayers and opposers. How would the Ma'at bubble react to suddenly knowing that Leonel was their leader? Would this impulsive boy have any propriety when it came to this? Or would he just start killing anyone who ignored his words and authority? And even if Leonel really did change, once again, how would cooperation work? Once they got their hands on the technique, if Leonel could only lead them from the shadows, what reason would he have to trust them? They certainly wouldn't trust someone else in this way, and they knew Leonel was smart enough not to either. No matter how you spun and flipped this matter, it didn't make sense from any angle. It was as though Leonel was just messing around once again. Plus, they had their own reasons for hiding their identity as humans, reasons that ran deeper than just wanting to avoid the ire of the world. How could it be that no one knew that the spirituals had such a past? What had it taken to obscure such a thing? And in the case of those who knew, how was it that they had kept them silent? This matter wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface, and it only made them think that Leonel was all the more ignorant and naive to suggest such a thing. He was ultimately too young and too impulsive, just as the old ancestor had said. However, Leonel only gave her a glance. Impulsive? Leonel stretched out a hand and they all froze, thinking that something bad was about to happen. They were already used to Leonel lashing out. But what happened instead made their eyes open wide. A tablet radiating with pink, violet, and sky blue diamonds appeared, exuding an ancient aura that played on their hearts. Leonel didn't need to say another word. The appearance of the life tablet spoke volumes. Chapter 2882, 2 Reasons. Chapter 2882, 2 Reasons. It struck them all like a bolt of lightning. The only reason the life tablet would be here was if Leonel flipped another palm, and a silver tablet appeared. The surrounding spirituals felt their worlds crumbling apart. Impulsive? Leonel was the most fearsome character they had ever seen in their lives. They only realized now that Leonel had to have lost to Lady Amberheart on purpose. How could he have lost if the battle was so close, even without him using the life tablet? They only now realized that Flora had been single-handedly devastated by Leonel's scheme, that her entire life was shredded apart because she dared to offend him. The only reason they weren't on the losing end was because he made them a convenient pawn of their game. They only now realized that a war of demigods and gods had been triggered by this young man before them alone. The world doesn't know it yet, Leonel began with a smile as he put his tablets away, but I'm the last person who you would want to be the enemy of. Even when I'm impulsive, I win. News of the Ma'at Bubbles' apology spread like wildfire, and soon the details began to be understood as well. No one knew of the exact strength of Lady Emberheart, but the fact that at the 6th dimension Leonel could defeat both her and her husband handedly spoke volumes about his current strength. He seemed to have disappeared for more than a year, but when he came back, he did so with a swift vengeance that swept through the mortal bubbles once again. However, the war still ruled the world of demigods, and it was at that moment that an existence that had been delayed for far too long appeared. Sean Ray, the young void race, stepped out into the world. Her body shook uncomfortably, a frown marring her features, or so it seemed. In reality, when a void race member frowned, the galaxies that formed up their bodies blinked in and out of existence as though their slight malcontent could wipe out worlds. The battle continued to rage on, but she was truly entirely uninterested. She descended into the middle of a skirmish and reached out. An owlin was plucked out of the air, their throat warping into her hand. What was the most shocking to the owlin was that their body was still in place. A vortex-like black hole had appeared around his throat, swallowing it whole. High above, Sean Ray still stood looming, seeming to grab the air, and yet it was clear to everyone that she had grasped onto the owlin's throat. Fear struck all their souls at the same time. What kind of ability was this? It was like a forceful teleportation, and yet on a completely different level. The owlin didn't even have the chance to resist before he felt his airway being constricted. He was by far the strongest on this battlefield, a man with more military merits than half of them combined. He was a true warrior of the 9th dimension, and though he didn't have even a quasi-creation state force, he was still at the very pinnacle of the life state. But it didn't seem to matter at all. Against this 6th dimension god race youth, he didn't stand a chance. Leonel Morales, where is he? Sean Ray asked indifferently. The pupils of the owlin constricted. This question didn't make any sense to them. They were so lost in battle that they hadn't thought of this name in years. How could they have thoughts about the boy that had been humiliated? They didn't have the bandwidth to consider him. I asked a question, Sean Ray said coldly. I don't know, crack. His neck snapped and silence fell. None of you know? A shudder ran through their hearts. Then die. Sean Ray spread her hands, and her aura surged. In a blink, thousands of miniature black holes appeared across the battlefield. They tried to dodge, but it was as though it had locked onto them all. The black holes only rotated slightly as they all froze. When they disappeared, their heads had disappeared along with them. Their bodies went limp, and they fell to the ground in an uncontrollable heap. At the same time, the Void Race combatants had all kneeled at some unknown time, not daring to raise their heads. They didn't have the answer either, as they didn't even know who Leonel Morales was. They didn't dare to believe that kinship would stop Sean Ray from killing them. Sean Ray snorted in discontent, but she didn't kill anymore. She had been so delayed because of the sudden appearance of the idle battlefield. There had been a great debate about whether they should be participating in this war at all now. It had to be remembered that the idle battlefield was the opportunity of the humanoids. Beasts had no part in it. Its appearance also signified the rise of the humanoids. Knowing this, it seemed silly to continue fighting it out with losers who stood no chance. It was clear that the fallen god beasts hadn't expected such a change either, or else they would have never started the battle now either. But in the end, they chose to continue for 2 important reasons. The first was their prestige. How could the god races be so casually offended? The second was in recognition of the sort of desperate state this would put the fallen god beasts in. If before they were willing to drag this battle out, very soon they would be making a decisive strike. If they couldn't return to being gods before the idle battlefield descended, they would never have another chance. It could be said that, once again, Leonel's actions had turned the world upside down. It was just that this time, no one was aware. In the end, Shanrei and 3 others had been sent to deal a decisive blow before the fallen god beasts could make their decision. But first, Shanrei wanted to kill a particularly annoying ant. "Young miss, I think I might know where you can look," a voice called out hesitantly. Chapter 2883, Cold. Chapter 2883, Cold. Leonel's steps suddenly paused and his eyes narrowed. "What's wrong?" Ina asked. "Someone is targeting me," Leonel spoke after a long while. Ina's gaze narrowed as well. There were plenty of people likely talking about Leonel all the time, many of whom had killing intent. For Leonel to care enough to bring it up now, before Leonel had entered the creation state, he already had vague inklings when things were going to happen. But nothing could compare to now. Was this how Dreamforce experts felt? No. Was this how the likes of the Demoness felt? It wasn't just the creation state force that was helping, but his wise sea order status. He could feel a palpable killing intent. Leonel stopped walking and closed his eyes. Ina didn't say anything and just waited patiently. "Speak," Shanrei said, looking toward the kneeling Void Race member. "Leonel Morales, as far as I'm aware, is a human. He would not be in the demigod worlds, but rather the mortal worlds." Shanrei frowned. She didn't like the sound of that at all. As someone who spent most of her life in the god realms, she never really considered the lower worlds at all, nor did she really know the difference. They were all the same to her. Well, if Leonel knew of her thoughts, he wouldn't call her ignorant, he would just call her a foolish woman with a few screws loose. How could you descend into an incomplete world without knowing the difference between tiers of worlds? Clearly, she was all brawn and no brain. He might even say that her chest took up all her brain mass, but with how Void Race women looked, it was hard to tell if they had any curves at all. Of course, the Void Race members here didn't dare to say such a thing. In fact, they all thought her to be amazing for having such thoughts. To them, this was the bearing of a real expert. Only the god realm was in her purview. Still, Shanrei was annoyed. She had thought that she would be able to deal with Leonel swiftly, only to find out they still weren't even in the same stratosphere. Wasn't it a huge loss of face for her to even be concerned with him? "If young miss has the time, I have information here that might be of some use. There is a dream Asura that released information about the location of the human bubble over a year ago now. However, the bubble is currently protected by a powerful barrier. Young miss will have to go prepared if you want to break it. It is said that the humans exchanged it from the Dream Pavilion." Shanrei nodded. "Give me the location. What is your name?" The Void Race member seemed excited. However, just as he was about to speak, a sudden looming presence appeared over the battlefield. They all froze at once. They were all gods, and were, as such, very knowledgeable, especially about the abilities of powerful existences. "Oh, so it's you. I was wondering who was speaking my name so candidly." A pair of eyes appeared in the skies, radiating a violet majesty. "It's the little fool of the Void Race." The entire world seemed to freeze over. Shanrei's rage flared up. When she saw the eyes and heard the voice, how could she not recognize Leonel? What she didn't understand was how he had become strong enough to accomplish such a thing. The last time she saw him, he didn't even have an impetus state force? What the hell was this? "Since you're already on the battlefield I'm coming to, wait there patiently. I'll be there in 6 months. We'll see if you're still the same loser your ancestor is." After saying this, Leonel vanished. Leonel! Shanrei's roar shattered the skies, forming a vortex that warped everything. 6 months? She couldn't wait that long. She wanted him dead right now. She had waited long enough. "The location. Give it to me." She glared at the Void Race member. The Void Race man blinked in confusion, looking around before he hurriedly bowed, trembling. Not receiving an answer, Shanrei was absolutely livid. "The location. Now." The shivering Void Race man only seemed to now realize that Shanrei was speaking to him. "Location? Young miss? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Please, mercy!" Shanrei shrieked, and the Void Race man's head exploded. "Someone, give me the location. Now." However, every single one of the Void Race members seemed to be entirely confused by what she was talking about. It was only now that Shanrei realized that this had to be Leonel's doing. If this information had been spread by the Dream Ashura, how could they not know? No, how had the one who was aware of the location to begin with suddenly be entirely confused about what she was speaking about? What level had Leonel's Dreamforce usage reached? How was this possible? Leonel's lips trembled, his face paled. He shook his head, taking deep breaths. His Dreamforce worlds began to rotate, quickly replenishing him. The method he had used was within the Emperor's Might tablet. It was an advanced form of Emperor's Edict. Obviously, using it on such a large scale had taken a great deal out of him. Honestly, if not for the support of the Life Tablet and his Y Star and Y Sea Order status, he wouldn't have been able to do it. When he recovered, his gaze flickered with a dense cold. He was already beginning to think about how he would deal with this situation before Shanrei even appeared. He had an understanding of the world now that he didn't have in the past, so he knew what kind of changes his triggering the idle battlefield would cause. Time and time again, the Void Race seemed to stand opposing to him. In that case, he would hand them a loss they finally couldn't afford to swallow. Chapter 2884, Possible. Chapter 2884, Possible. Leonel fell into his thoughts. he would have to adjust his plans. Honestly, he didn't expect that Sean Ray would feel the need to go so far. He even found it quite amusing, honestly. Well, as amusing as it could be, considering it was now bringing trouble to his front door. That said, this wasn't necessarily that troublesome either, because one way or another he would have to do this. It was convenient for him to have used the descendants of the Minerva and fallen god beasts to reverse the troublesome situation that the humans were in. But what would he do after the war ended? Once the smoke settled down, his role in all of this would never be able to be hidden. It might take a few years, maybe a few decades, but it would eventually come out. If Leonel got caught with his pants down at the wrong time, it would become an issue for him. So why not take some initiative? The question was, how? Leonel smiled. Ina shook her head when she saw that look on Leonel's face. It seemed that someone was going to suffer again, but after not seeing him for so long, she felt that it was too nostalgic. She suddenly wanted to start a war just for the hell of it. She liked it when Leonel was being domineering, maybe a little too much. The expressions of both husband and wife became quite a sight to behold. It seemed that neither would be comfortable if there was no trouble, not this one either. Leonel shook his head as they stood over an incomplete world. It had already been a month, and this was the fourth incomplete world that they had been to, but none of them could meet his standards. The issue obviously wasn't how weak they were, but rather that they didn't have the potential to align with his path. He didn't expect to find anything as perfect as the Sea God verse, but he did need something that could match up to what he already had. Ideally, he would get something related to the light or dark force. After some thought, Leonel realized how important this would be to him. His greatest limiting factor right now was his body. In this last month, he had already re-upped his metal body, and it now stood at the 6th dimension as well. But its effects on how much of his force manipulation he could display had been disappointing. It was clear that there were three factors that decided how much force manipulation one could display. The first was body strength, the second was constitution quality, and the last was dimension. The first was straightforward. The second was the dividing line between mortal, demigod, and god, and the third was also self-explanatory. In terms of importance, it went from least to most important. For the creation state, normally speaking, the only way to bring out its full power was to be in the 9th dimension. In truth, from the impetus state onward, only the 9th dimension could bring out their full strength, especially if you were immortal. Lower 9th dimension for the impetus state, middle for the life state, and peak for the creation state. Even if you were a demigod, you could only bring out the full strength of a creation state force if you were at least a tier 4. And even if you were a god, you'd have to at least be tier 1. You would have to find other ways to break these rules, such as various dimensional methods, or strengthening the body, or in Leonel's case, absorbing more worlds. But because Leonel was controlling so many top-tier forces, it was even more difficult for him. Even if he got his second incomplete world, he still had what felt like an infinite number of other DAOs. His Earth Force, Scarlet Star Force, Light Force, Dark Force, Emulation Spatial Force, both his weapon forces, they were all at the quasi-creation state. It could be said that his body was like a balloon that wanted to burst. The Rapax bubbles are nearby, Leonel suddenly said as he turned away. Not going? Ina asked. Leonel shook his head. Shadowclaw and Dreadmaw were still in the incomplete world, and Leonel had no intention of taking them out. As he had said, he had already done Shadowclaw more than enough of a favor in the past. Right now, he wasn't the one who owed the kid. Well, maybe he wasn't much of a kid anymore. Right now, Leonel had to focus on maximizing their chances of survival, and for that he needed another incomplete world that he could perfect and absorb. The fewer people knew what he did, the better. Once things had calmed once again, then he could care about returning them. To the next we go. Leonel continued to travel around, but the 6-month deadline was already quickly approaching without him finding what he needed. As the 4th month came and went, he was starting to think that he might actually have to go to the battlefield without the improvement he hoped for. He actually found something interesting. This one is no good too. Leonel's words suddenly came to a stop. Maybe? This incomplete world seemed to be ruled by a race of lightning spirituals. It had next to nothing to do with Leonel's path, and it was once again something useless to him. He also had no intention of learning yet another force. However, there was a flash in his dreamscape, and his thoughts flickered to Talon, who was likewise trapped by him. His thoughts began to churn, and he was quickly forming new connections and thoughts that just might be quite interesting. Let's take a look. This could potentially be interesting depending on a few things. If this doesn't work out, let's just head to the battlefield early. It'll be more troublesome, but it's still possible. Chapter 2885, Announcement. Chapter 2885, Announcement. Leonel was thinking of something very curious as he crossed into the incomplete world. This time, though, the regulator didn't seem to sense Leonel at all. It was like he had never entered. Quickly, Leonel adjusted, and in the blink of an eye, he seemed to be perfectly in tune with the world. If outsiders could see this scene now, they would be absolutely shocked, not just because Leonel had adjusted so quickly, but also because he seemed able to protect even his wife as well. This world doesn't seem right for you, Ina said. You're right, but I'm looking at something else. It was weird Leonel said this because they had come across worlds that specialized in fire and even one that specialized in earth, but none of them caught Leonel's fancy. That was when Leonel realized something. The path was probably more important than the force alone. By all rights, the sea god verse was a water force incomplete world, but hadn't it ended up being perfect for him? In that case, what he needed to look for wasn't just a world with the appropriate forces, but one that could align with him properly. And this world, it might have been related to lightning force, but it was domineering and kingly in a way that seemed to perfectly align with his two weapon forces. However, this was just the first layer of it all. What also interested Leonel was the spirituals, and it was related to why he had thought of Talon. Talon had a very unique method of crafting. He used a lightning spirit, but it wasn't that simple. If Leonel recalled correctly, it was the earthen lightning spirit. It was a spirit that Leonel had never seen before, but he also didn't think much about it. But when he saw this incomplete world, it all clicked. The earthen lightning spirit should take advantage of earth force, forming a grounding effect that called lightning from the skies. This was why every time Talon crafted, the skies thundered. He was borrowing power from the world around him. Essentially, the earth force was the anchor like it always was, but in the case of the earthen lightning spirit, it was only the anchor for lightning. But what did that have to do with this incomplete world? They were a world of lightning. It had nothing to do with earth force. That was when Leonel thought back to the human dimensional method granted to Aina by the Stele. The weakness of the spirituals came because they exchanged affinity for the one strength of humans, comprehension. This was a vague concept, but Leonel was able to visualize it quite well by now. Humans had souls fused with their bodies. As such, as they progressed through the dimensions, their souls stretched along with them, hopping from the second dimension and stretching all the way through the ninth. That meant that compared to other races, humans had the closest connection to the second dimension through their journey, the very location where forces were birthed. As such, it was natural that their comprehension was excellent. The issue was that humans' comprehension was relative, meaning they had excellent comprehension given their affinities, but their affinities were so low that their comprehension was likewise low. This was what the spirituals managed to change by separating their souls from their bodies. If they managed to reach the pinnacle of the life state in time, they could gain the best of both worlds, having being excellent affinity and world-shuddering comprehension. So, Leonel was wondering, was the dimensional method provided by the Gathering of Kingdoms, Stele, really the only way to help the spirituals out of their predicament? Or could Earth Force do the same thing? The more Leonel observed the world, the more he felt that it was surely possible, and after several minutes, he was grinning from ear to ear. Ch2801 was truly in for a rude awakening. A silence hung over the room like a heavy veil. The Owlins didn't speak a single word, neither did the fallen god beasts. The appearance of Ch2801 had seemingly turned the entire battle situation upside down. From a war that had been relatively even, they were quickly losing ground. On just the first day alone, they lost over 1,000 experts with at least middle-like state forces. This was a blow too devastating to ignore. They had known that no war with the gods could possibly end so easily, but how could they think that just a junior alone would be able to change it all? It was as though they had never taken them seriously. Elysium, their leader, seemed to be the only one who was truly indifferent. It was clear he never thought that dealing with the gods would be so easy. As for the fallen god beasts, the ones that were here were only collateral. Had it been the real celestials, they too would be just as calm. Hey, why the glum atmosphere? Elysium's pupils constricted, and he looked up. It was the first time he had shown such a violent reaction. Minerva's reaction was just as fierce, but for a completely different reason. Seething hatred rampaged through her body. I see that you all are in a bit of a tough predicament, so I thought I'd help out. I'll kill that Ch2801 for you, but it'll take a bit, and I'll have to prepare first. I'll be coming to your world in a couple of days, so keep a seat warm for me. No need to thank me. I'm doing this out of the kindness of my heart. After these words were said, the voice faded. Silence fell once again, and the Owlins and fallen god beasts didn't even know what to think. What they didn't know was that Ch2801 had gotten a similar message, though several times more taunting. It seemed that Leonel was announcing to the world that he was coming to the realm of demigods. Chapter 2886, Sudden Change. Chapter 2886, Sudden Change. What are you doing? Aina asked, barely stifling a laugh. Leonel stood before her, cupping her breasts and stopping her from getting dressed. It looked like he was trying to use his palms as scales, and it left her speechless. Measuring, Leonel said, almost a little too seriously. They'd gotten bigger, I swear, but a little less dense, peculiarly enough. I need to make some adjustments. Aina gave Leonel a playful pat on the forehead with a palm. Be serious, we have war to go to. She seemed to be excited. Now that her desires had been vented, the only thing left was battle lust, but Leonel was still delaying. How could she not feel anxious? Relax, Leonel continued to mutter. Then he took out the uniform he had given her, formed from the white tiger's tail, and began to make adjustments. As he did so, he shook his head. This material was really no good anymore. It was far too weak for Aina's current strength. Still, by the time Leonel finished, that didn't stop the white and black military uniform and boots from shimmering with a gorgeous light. Even with inferior materials, it radiated an aura of absolute majesty. By this point, it would surely light up far more than 18 runes on the truth pillars. But Leonel didn't seem to be satisfied. We'll have to slaughter some of the other beasts on the way. Aina giggled and shook her head. Fine. Okay, let's go. Aina didn't ask why Leonel had said that. Weren't they supposed to be on the side of the Owlins and fallen god beasts? Why were they killing the beasts for their pelts now? But she didn't question it. Even if Leonel was only going to sow chaos, she would be there. With the two of them present, did it matter who their enemies were? The location was the set bubble. The Owlin bubble was the core of their territory, but unlike mortal races that had their power scattered across several kingdoms and empires, the Owlins, who were among the most powerful demigods, were a united front. This confrontation only made them even more united than before. The set bubble was one of the 9 bubbles beneath the majesty of the Owlin bubble. The 10 bubbles together formed a formation in the void that acted as a defensive front. It could be said that if any one of them fell, it would compromise the others and expose the most important Owlin bubble to more direct attacks. The Owlin bubble was the most important not just because it was arbitrarily chosen as their core world, but it was also the one that was the most in line with their path, the closest to becoming a god realm, and also the one that suppressed the void race the most savage. Among the 9 bubbles, the Set bubble, Thoth bubble, and Osirian bubbles were in the worst situations. All 3 were locations that Shanrei had been to, but rather than finishing them off, she vanished before things reached that point. Well, it might be confusing to others, but it was obvious to Leonel. She was obviously avoiding the true powerhouses of the Owlins. He didn't need to be there to know. She acted high and mighty, but she knew her limits. And that meant that in his eyes, she wasn't nearly as perfect as she seemed. However, Leonel wasn't worried about her for now. As he stepped foot into the set bubble, he closed his eyes and fell into silence. At that moment, his wife stood valiantly by his side, her gaze flashing with black lightning as she held her excitement back. She could practically smell the blood in the air. She restrained her thoughts and looked over at Leonel. She covered her lips with a palm and laughed. Leonel had made such a big deal about getting her armor and uniform in line, but when he finished, he just slipped on a pair of gray sweatpants and didn't even bother with shoes. If the Void Race knew that Leonel had come to ruin their days while wearing this, what would they even think? Leonel's eyes opened. Let's go. A wild grin spread across his face. Leontius gloomily stood on the battlefield, his large, bestial body shuddering with spatial fluctuations. The spectral white tiger race could be said to be the most gloomy in this war. The Void Race made their control over space look ridiculous, and in the end, they could only rely on their powerful bodies. With the support of the Owlins, it wasn't so bad. But when Shanrei appeared on this battlefield 2 weeks ago, she destroyed all the quasi-creation state experts on the battlefield, and even the lower creation state commander overseeing things. Then, before their reinforcements could get here, she vanished. This was already the 3rd time she had done this, and her actions this time left Leontius without the usual support he would have. His body was littered with wounds, and he didn't even bother to waste the force to hold up his spatial barrier any longer. The Void Race members seemed to always be able to ignore it. The most humiliating thing was that they weren't even strong to the Void Race. Most of them were Void Race descendants born in the God realm, but could only be said to have demigod bodies. There were a few among them with real god bodies, barely a dozen, but even the strongest of them were only in the lower tiers of the 7th dimension. It was humiliation. Outright humiliation. Leontius could feel that this strength was slipping away. He would likely die soon. In a few more hours, he would be done. It was just unfortunate. For the first time, he lamented having such a strong body. If he had a body as weak as the humans, he would have left this torture behind long ago. It was then that there was a sudden change on the battlefield. Chapter 2887, Single Bound. Chapter 2887, Single Bound. Leonel stood so high in the skies that no one could see him, but Aina had already charged. He crossed his arms over his chest and watched in silence, his gaze dancing with 1,000 thoughts a second. With a flicker and a leap, Aina appeared on the front line and swept out her battle axe just a single time. Under the astonished gazes of Owlin, Beast, and Void races alike, more than 36 members of the Void Race died all at once. The battlefield fell into silence. From the very start, no one had been able to kill the descended God race with so much impunity. What they expected even less was that Aina didn't seem to care and had already flickered forward again, swiping out once more. Blood rose from the ground and danced like stars. Feeling the blood of the God race for the first time, Aina truly felt that it was magical. It filled her with so much power that she felt like she could even pluck the sun out of the skies. Dozens of roses bloomed in the skies, and clones of Aina appeared out of each one. They didn't have legs, but they wielded the flower petals around them no differently from how they would a battle axe. Before anyone could even react, Aina had killed hundreds. All of this happened in a few blinks of the eye, making it look as though the battlefield had become a meat grinder. Across the battlefield, the leisurely god suddenly stood. Venora, you go deal with her. You're giving up on a blood sovereign? I feel like a powerful Dreamforce expert just appeared. We can't be careless. When these words were said, the expression of them all changed. Even Venora, who had been joking around, had a complete change in demeanor as well. Before a single exchange, the Void Race youths had decided to get serious. Chains suddenly rattled around them as though the regulator was reacting to their true power. But Venora ignored the pain and suddenly vanished. She appeared before Aina, striking out a palm that carried the vastness of an imploding nebula. Venora completely ignored the rest of the slaughter. So long as Aina died, the rest would naturally fall into place. However, what she didn't expect was that Ina's battle axe would slice through her palm as though it were formed of wet tissue paper. Venora accelerated into a retreat, looking at her hand with astonishment. It wasn't her actual hand that was cut, but the surrounding force. Had she not retreated, she would have lost a hand. Venora's hand, the very one she thought she had just escaped with, exploded into a rain of blood. The blood of the void race twinkled like stars, and when it landed on the ground, it left enormous craters in their wake as though they also carried the weight of them. It was then that Venora realized that she hadn't completely escaped. Ina's blade had nicked her, and that was enough to draw the blood necessary to deal such a devastating blow. Venora's heart skipped a beat, but her force erupted from her, suppressing the rest of Ina's attempt to destroy her. A few stars on her galaxy body winked out, and her hand grew back in an instant, just in time for her to notice that Ina had indifferently begun a second attack. Venora's pride roared to life. A scythe appeared in her hands, shocking most. This was the first time the God race had taken out a weapon, and it was impossible to tell where it came from. None of the Void Race members wore any clothes nor any treasure, but there was no time to guess as a world-splitting blade descended. Aina almost carelessly thrust out with her axe. In one moment, it felt like a true axe, but then it became a spear, then a sword. The myriad of changes were impossible to follow, and a powerful golden light erupted, indomitable. Venora's scythe was parried to the side. Bang! The scythe drew a line down the battlefield, splitting the land for hundreds of kilometers, and yet completely untouched by Ina herself. Ina's axe spun in her hands and sliced upward, cutting the chest and head of Venora in two. More stars blinked out of existence on Venora's body, and what should have been a fatal wound healed instantly. She roared, and vortexes appeared around her and the skies. The battle erupted once more, then once again, and then again. Ina looked like a butcher skewering meat. Venora was cut in two, in more ways than she could fathom, and every time she was forced to sacrifice more and more stars. Many felt their hearts shuddering. Was this what it meant to be a god? Were they truly immortal? Even if there were some that noticed the stars winking out, there must have been millions on her body at worst. What did this mean? Over the course of a battle, could she replenish herself millions of times over? The Void Race youths frowned. Going to help would be humiliating, and at the same time, they were worried about the Dream Force expert mentioned by Uldlo. However, by the time they resolved themselves, it was too late. Bored, Ina's speed suddenly accelerated. Her battle axe left lines in the skies as though she had become a budding rose herself. The dance was no less beautiful than Leonel's spear dance, and even seemed to take inspiration from it. In fact, unlike Ina, Leonel wasn't a peerless beauty, so the effect on the psyche of those around her was even more devastating. In a blink, Venora froze, and in the next instant, her body was sliced into thousands of ribbon-thin pieces. Just when she wanted to use her stars to reform herself, Ina's blood sovereignty trembled and ripped every last drop out of her. Ina absorbed it all, and her aura began to skyrocket. In a single bound, she shed her demigod status and became a god. Chapter 28888. Ramping, Chapter 28888. Ramping, the change was absolutely shocking, and the regulator of the world seemed to be alerted. However, it faded away after a moment. Descending from a world was one thing, but ascending from a lower station to a higher one was a completely separate matter. Because Ina had the foundation of a mortal, she gained much more leeway from regulators. This was why Leonel hadn't felt any trouble entering the Ma'at bubble despite it being a mortal world. As for why incomplete worlds still targeted them, it was because there was a dividing line between the two states of complete and incomplete. In addition, there was more being targeted than just their constitutions as well. Incomplete worlds couldn't withstand the ninth dimension, nor could they withstand forces surpassing the impetus state as well. So even if Leonel and Ina managed in one fashion, it was difficult to manage in others. Incomplete worlds were also the only worlds that would target even their own kind. That was why Leonel's father had ended up losing his life. This was a matter of life and death for incomplete worlds. They were teetering on the edge of creation and destruction to begin with, and their fragile states could grant them death at any time. In comparison, complete worlds were far more robust and could afford to withstand much more strength. As such, their regulators only rarely stepped in, and the effects were usually less violent. Even so, Ina's expression twisted with a hint of distaste, her nose wrinkling. She pressed a hand to her chest and pulled. The blood she had just absorbed was taken out, and she tossed it to the side to create another rotating bud of roses, this one far more powerful than the others and more than 10 times the size. Her aura plummeted back down to demigod status, but those with sharp senses could tell that it had become far more refined. Their hearts shook. Who was this woman? She could just casually change her constitution at will? Was this the majesty of blood sovereigns? Those with blood force affinity were just as rare as dream force experts, and the existence of a blood sovereign was a heart-shuddering matter. Even so, it was said that the inheritance of the blood sovereign had been lost long ago, and much of the strength they could display was only superficial and limited to boosts in strength. But this Ina, what was shocking, was that nothing Ina did seemed to have a systematic method. She just thought about something and then executed, almost like she was writing the story of her own life. Ironically, it was Ina's clairvoyance that was hiding the fact that she did, indeed, have the Blood Sovereign golden tablet. However, rather than taking out the techniques and methods and copying them one for one, Ina made them her own and casually incorporated them into her strength. This made it look like she had deduced everything on her own and thus didn't link her back to the inheritance. This was why Leonel was so boldly confident in allowing her to display her full might. He knew that the few blood sovereigns that did exist in this world would go crazy for Ina's inheritance. But what could they do if they just had to accept that a godchild was doing godchild things? While all of this was going on, the massacre hadn't stopped for even a single moment. We can't wait any longer. Shenrul, Rylin, you both go. No, Jason, you go as well. Go all out and suppress her as quickly as possible. The three burst into action as Uldlo continued to scan the region. Unless they found that Dreamforce expert, he wouldn't feel at ease. You haven't sent enough. The voice suddenly echoed in Uldlo's ears and his head snapped around, but he still couldn't find Leonel's shadow. If you only send 3, she's going to get annoyed and kill them even faster than before. At that point, won't you feel even more humiliated? It might be better for you all to go, no? Uldlo's expression turned malevolent. Even in the god realm, the Void race stood at the pinnacle. They were only beneath the Pluto race and on par with a few others. There was quite literally no one in existence that dared to humiliate them like this. Even the Pluto race hadn't said anything when their ancestor had brutally injured El Ryan. Even during this war, the Owlins and fallen gods' beasts were careful with the steps they took for fear of how the Void race might retaliate. They wanted them to underestimate them for as long as possible. But this voice didn't seem to have any sort of propriety. Ah, look at that. I tried to warn you, but you didn't listen. Uldlo's expression changed, and nebulae exploded across his body as he locked eyes into the distance. A river of blood was wrapping around Ina's body as though strips of silk ribbon. However, every time they came into contact with the scythe-wielding Void race members, they cut stronger than blades, piercing into their bodies and taking more of their blood. Suddenly, she seemed to grow annoyed and let out a low shout. The river of blood ribbons violently expanded and shredded them apart like a blender. Their flesh and bones dyed the skies and fell to the ground like meteors. As you can see, my wife has suppressed her battle lust for too long. She was really looking forward to this battle with the gods, but you all actually came to disappoint her. I tried my best to help, but what happens from here is out of my hands. Uldlo could practically hear Leonel's sarcastic shrug through his voice. But what wasn't sarcastic was the violent upsurge that suddenly exploded around his wife. It had only been a few minutes, but Ina had already taken out 1/10 of the army, and she seemed to only be ramping up. Chapter 2889, Phil. Chapter 2889, Phil Uldlo was shaken by the sudden death. The fact that Leonel was taunting him the entire time only made it worse. When had the Void race ever been humiliated like this? Angry? Leonel chuckled. Well, it's probably a bit too late, but you could at least try to send a real cavalry this time, though I can't help but wonder why your Void race is so arrogant. Leonel waved a hand, and one of their scythes shot up to him in the sky. It was only now that Uldlo realized that Leonel had been high above them the entire time. Except he had scanned that area several times and couldn't even find a lick of him. Such shoddy workmanship. You guys must have pretty low standing in the Void race to be wielding this kind of trash. Leonel flicked at the scythe several times, and it suddenly shattered into exactly 18 pieces. The shocking part was that if a crafting expert had been here, they would have realized that Leonel had perfectly targeted the fault lines of the treasure every single time. Leonel shook his head. Arrogant, indeed. Uldlo's gaze turned malevolent. Even if their standing in the Void race was low, it wasn't Leonel's place to comment on such a thing. However, when he saw what happened to the scythe, his heart shook. He had heard faintly that Leonel was the best crafter of his generation, but he never took it seriously. That title was something earned with demigods being the strongest participants, not to mention the fact that only a few demigod geniuses participated to begin with. But seeing this now, he suddenly felt that those rumors weren't exaggerated enough, especially when Leonel's arm suddenly rippled as a metal spirit appeared, exuding an air of majesty that seemed capable of swallowing the world. Little Tali had broken into the 7th dimension years ago, and hadn't been able to enter the 8th since. However, its foundation was unshakably sturdy. The moment it took action, the pieces of the scythe seemed to almost instantly become resplendent arrows. Exactly 18 of them. No more, no less. Leonel drew an arc through the skies with 2 fingers, and a bow appeared in its path. He plucked one of the hovering arrows out of the air and knocked it. The entire battlefield froze. Domain. Uldlo's lips couldn't move, but his thoughts were so loud that Leonel could easily pick them up. Aside from being slightly interesting that the god realms seemed to have a name for his level of weapon force mastery, he didn't care. When he drew his bow, it wasn't just, like, time had slowed, it truly had. Who had the right to dodge the arrow of a bow ancestor? Shoo! Uldlo's head exploded. His body tilted back, and he collapsed. Leonel casually plucked another arrow out of the air, knocked it, and released. It looked as though the entire battlefield had fallen in place just waiting for him to act, like they were still targets on a range to be shot at for Leonel's leisure. Ping, 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 ping. A clear, resonating hum echoed every time. 1 arrow, 1 death. Beneath his mighty reign, the Void race youths didn't even have the right to heal themselves. They never got the chance to do so. Leonel had been standing high up in the skies and now showing himself because he had been double-checking something. As arrogant as he seemed, he didn't dare to underestimate a god race. He knew that if he was going to take these steps, he had to be perfect and meticulous about how he went about things. There was no room for error because it wouldn't just decide what happened in the present, but also what the reactions might be in the future and how well or poorly he would be able to react to such events. But after several seconds, he realized one thing. The Void Race was simply far too arrogant. It seemed that they believed that sending just one Shan Ray was enough to change everything. At the same time, the Owlins and fallen god beasts were far too conservative. They probably feared retaliation and didn't want to take things too far. In the ideal future for the Owlins and fallen god beasts, the Void Race would accept that they were too troublesome to deal with and eventually just let them do as they pleased. After all, wasn't it just another few weaklings? Even if they became gods, they wouldn't be able to change much. Leonel wouldn't say that their thoughts were exactly wrong. The Void Race had many things to deal with in the God Realms, and sending this amount of troops was probably at least 50% of their limit. If they sent much more than double this, it would begin to impact their more important efforts in the God Realm. Leonel's main problem with the Owlins and fallen god beasts was that they weren't taking nearly enough advantage of this. When you spotted your enemy's weakness, you had to ruthlessly dig out their hearts and take a bite. If you weren't willing to do that, to take risks, then you would never gain anything. As for Leonel, he never feared taking a bite out of anyone's heart. He knocked a final arrow, and the wind whistled and howled, not because of the arrow being loosed, but because of its presence alone. Leonel hadn't even released the bowstring yet. There weren't any more Void Race members remaining, and no one had any idea what Leonel was doing. Until he released the final arrow and it shattered the head of the large white tiger. With a wave of his hand, the corpse soared up, and Leonel held it by the scruff of its neck as though it were a kitten instead of a mountain of fur the size of a large hill. Let's go, wife. Battle is calling. I haven't had my fill of killing gods yet. Chapter 2890, Slay. Chapter 2890, Slay. Leonel and Ina left the battlefield after sweeping up all the Void Race corpses that were left. Well, if you could call them corpses at all. In reality, Ina had ground their flesh and compressed it into several pills. One would have thought that they were convenient energy boosters rather than true gods. Of course, the couple had no qualms. Back when they first entered the Cataclysm Zone, that ended up being the vast bubble, they had seen the benefit of consuming Demon Force pills. Compared to those pills, the body of a god was on a completely different level. It wasn't just this, but though Leonel had lambasted their shoddy craftsmanship, the actual materials they used were fascinating. The reason they couldn't even heal after a blow from his arrows was because their weapons were wrapped in a violent, chaotic aura that was a lot like anarchic force, but not quite. If Leonel was correct, the Void Race wielded what was known as Black Hole Force, the #1 ranked spatial force and the #1 ranked darkness force in all of existence. This was unlike Void Star Force, which was the #1 ranked water force, top 3 in darkness forces and top 10 in star forces. Black Hole Force was even above Leonel's own Scarlet Star Force, which was similarly ranked with Void Star Force. This was how Leonel knew that he was in a completely different league now. He had never even come across someone that wielded a force as powerful as his own before. Well, unless he counted Amory and Elthor. But even then, Elthor was relying on an ability index, which was weaker than Leonel, who had an innate node, while Amory, who did have 2 innate nodes, was lagging far behind in terms of force manipulation. At least he had been the last time Leonel bothered to check. The Void Race members that they had just come across couldn't use Black Hole Force at all. Instead, they seemed to be relying on derivatives bolstered by special techniques unique to their race, taking advantage of their unique constitutions. However, Shan Ray was almost certainly different. This was a reminder to Leonel that he couldn't take this matter lightly. Ultimately, it was his Dream Force that had reached the creation state, not his strongest offensive force, Scarlet Star Force. He couldn't be too cocky. That said, he looked at his newly minted arrows and couldn't help but grin. He had been able to form 18 of these arrows from each one of their scythes, and there had been 12 of them, so Leonel had over 200 of them now, and each one held small kernels of destructive black hole force. It was said that black hole force was the most like anarchic force in the world, a type of spatial and dark force that sought to swallow and destroy all things. Seeing it, Leonel immediately thought of Little Blackstar. Little Blackstar had been learning how to use anarchic force, but it was slow going, and it obviously wasn't something that he could casually use on the battlefield and expose either. The world would go insane. But Leonel had a feeling that this was Blackstar's chance at a huge breakthrough. Let's raise a few more battlefields quickly before information gets out. Then we'll retreat for a bit. I'll make a new armor for you and then send some of these supplies in to Blackstar. I have a feeling that he'll make a huge leap soon. Ina nodded, and so they began. The couple was cruel and merciless. Every time they stepped onto a battlefield, they wiped out the chain of command on both sides, making it impossible for anyone to tell what was going on. The normal armies became like headless flies, and it made news circulate slowly. By the time they had completely rebalanced the situation in the set bubble, news had only just begun to be disseminated. But even then, no one could seem to remember their faces or their methods of attack. It was as though their recollection of events had been stripped of all its context and details. What shocked them more was that they immediately proceeded to 2 other bubbles and restabilized their situations as well. It took no more than a single day for Leonel to undo everything that Sean Ray had done. It couldn't be helped. Sean Ray might be powerful, but she was no Dreamforce expert. Gathering intel, finding locations, and executing plans for her took time, whereas Leonel might as well have been a one-man artillery unit if you could use such a thing to describe an intelligent network. Then the two calmly disappeared. Leonel had Ina send the Void Race Force pills to Little Black Star, knowing that very soon they would have a third helper. Leonel didn't want this matter to involve too many, but he knew that Little Black Star's abilities would be very useful. He would be exactly the counter to Sean Ray they needed when she appeared, and likely play an even more important role when the Void Race realized that their descendants and the rest of the rabble they had sent weren't enough. Leonel quickly finished Ina's new military outfit. It took him no more than half a day, and it looked identical to the first. It was a military outfit of black and white. It was silky soft to the touch and radiant in its perfection. However, even though it looked identical, the aura it exuded was manifold different. To Ina's shock, she found that her strength with it on had at least doubled, if not more so. Considering how strong she already was, her gaze couldn't help but flicker. Just what level had her husband's craftsmanship reached to display such abilities? What he said next astonished her even more though. I had a lot of time, and I completed a blueprint for some epic uniforms finally, but we'll need to kill a lot of fallen god beasts. Each one requires 4. Leonel grinned wildly. Let's go slay some dragons. Chapter 2891, Slain. Chapter 2891. Slain, they call themselves celestial storms, you know, Ina said as they made their way across the skies. Yeah, they're dragons. They don't have scales, though. Their skin is just leather that looks like scales. Definitely dragons. They don't breathe fire. They control the weather. Sounds like an Eastern Azure dragon to me. You're hopeless. A hopeless romantic. What's romantic about slaying dragons? What? My little vampire doesn't agree? Ina blinked innocently, but then couldn't hold back her smile. Indeed. Maybe slaying dragons could be romantic. Bang! Ina and Leonel soared in celestial ember territory. No one could have possibly thought that after causing all of that commotion in the Owlin bubbles, they would directly ignore them and soar all the way across the world. No one could also expect them to be so fast. By now, all teleportation platforms had been shut down and restrictions had been lit to stop teleportation. Powerful worlds of this level all had the ability to stop forceful teleportation into their ranks. It had to be remembered that even back in the dimensional verse, all organizations and families were wary of spatial force users. Since the Owlins and fallen god beasts dared to battle it out with the Void Race, how could they not also be ready to counter some of their most fearsome abilities? As such, in this war, movement from location to location was almost impossible. Yet, not only had Leonel and Ina crossed 3 worlds in less than a day, not even a day later, they had already crossed the demigod worlds to reach the territory of the fallen god beasts. How was that? The answer was in the void. The void was true nothingness, unlike anarchic force, but it was also in touch with all things. Someone who could navigate nothing could make it to almost any location in a fraction of the time. It was almost like folding the bounds of reality to your whims. This was how Leonel had been able to find so many incomplete worlds so quickly, and it was precisely how he was able to lead his wife from battle to battle. In the end, Leonel was doing this because he knew he didn't have the time to waste. He had to start working on several plans at once, or else he would never be able to effect change toward the outcome he wanted. And right now, he was still lacking key information. He knew that despite how cowardly the Owlins and fallen god beasts were acting, they had to have some sort of end goal. This end goal had to result in them becoming gods in the end. The question was, how? What plans did they have for taking this final step? Before he pushed the final phase of his plans into motion, he needed this answer. The moment Leonel and Ina broke through the barrier of the ember bubble, they were assaulted by a wave of heat by the roar of beasts. Leonel's pupils constricted. It's not several beasts. It's just one. He looked up into the skies and found a beast he had only read about in fairy tales. Its body was a sleek white, and just as Ina had said, it had leathery skin, not scales. Even so, watching it reflect beneath the sun like this, it truly did look no different from scales. Its body was majestic, and its presence was even more so. Leonel's gaze lit up with excitement, as though he didn't notice that it was locked in battle with a Void Race expert. He rushed into the skies. Ina's eyes blinked as she watched Leonel's reaction. He looked like a toddler on Christmas Day, if a toddler could suddenly. Bang! Leonel's foot barreled into the side of the celestial storm's head. Blood flew across the skies and sharp fangs rained down. The enormous beast was rattled. The Void Race character was taken off guard, but reacted quickly, slashing out. Scram! Leonel roared. This was his chance to slay a dragon. The Void Race man was assaulted by a wave of dream force that made his mind go blank. Leonel turned back and raised 2 fists high into the air, appearing above the reeling celestial storm. Storm clouds suddenly flashed in the air, but Leonel didn't seem to notice them at all, slamming down with full force. Boom! The fists came with a clap of thunder. The mind of the celestial storm clouded, and its consciousness wavered. It couldn't stop itself from plummeting to the ground. The earth became no different from a raging sea. It cracked and split apart, large earthen tsunamis roaring into the skies and wiping out armies for hundreds of kilometers. Lightning bolts and slicing, cutting wind whipped out at Leonel, but his body flickered with runes and the lightning seemed to become part of his strength. Leonel flicked a hand, and a strong surge of earth formed a sword. Lightning wrapped around it as his eyes shone with a fierce violet light. Ina's gaze blinked in confusion, not quite understanding why Leone had chosen the form of a sword, but not questioning it either. All she could see was a strike that split the skies in two. The storm clouds above dispersed, and even the Void Race member behind him was cut in half. The head of the celestial storm flew into the skies, and silver blood poured down and rippled through the cracks in the earth like roaring rivers. Leonel took a breath and seemed to only now calm down a bit. Dad would have loved to see this. His father had always loved anime and manga. One of his favorite characters was Zoro, precisely because of his ancestor. His dad had once said Zoro should have been One Piece's main character. Recalling the memory, Leonel laughed into the skies. He knew the reason his dad loved Zoro so much was because of the one-shot manga that came before One Piece, one where Zoro's ancestor had slain a dragon with a single blade. Today, he had done the same thing. Chapter 2892, Back 1, Chapter 2892, Back 1, Leonel descended. He had been a bit willful just now, but that much was fine. Just like he had said, he needed a celestial storm corpse to begin with. He put the corpse away while Ina took what was left of the Void Race. The two of them shot away, vanishing before anyone could return to check what had happened here. It felt like a repeat of an all-too-known scene. The beast domains were turned upside down, and it felt like several battlefields were being forcefully rebalanced. But what was the most confusing was that Leonel never allowed one to come out better than the other. It was like he was taking a pound of flesh from both armies. He and his wife moved between battlefields so quickly that no one could find their shadows, and he seemed to be dealing with both sides as though he wanted to see both parties destroyed. This is absolutely ridiculous. We can't allow this to continue. We've lost several powerful commanders, and not even at the hands of the Void Race. This is absolutely unacceptable. Elysium watched this in silence. He didn't say anything as the elders rampaged. The hours ticked by, and when they were finally out of breath from all their yelling, his lips finally parted. Pathetic. He slowly stood to his feet. This was the first time he had moved in all these months. The war had been ongoing for more than a year, and yet he had never shifted from his seated position until this very moment. He was the strongest expert of the Owens for a reason. He wouldn't easily make a move. And yet, he was so deeply disappointed at this moment that he had to stand to his feet. He had personally watched these same elders fall deeper and deeper into despair. There were many times in the last 6 months where several of their important figures had fallen, but they had never dared to scream out and be so bold. Why? It was because Sean Ray had been the one to kill them. They thought that it was only natural. But now that it was Leonel and Ina, a pair of humans, they felt that it was beneath them. Only now did they dare to bare their fangs. What were they if not pathetic? It's time, he said lightly. He waved a hand, and at that moment several powerful auras descended, one after another. To the surprise of the elders, especially Elric's great-grandfather, Minerva was among them. Her face was still a mangled mess. She had destroyed her own gorgeous countenance with her own hands, and she had refused to allow herself to heal properly. Now, standing there, she seemed to have a power that made even their holy land tremble. What was more shocking than even this was the fact that she wasn't the only one. Dozens of powerful figures appeared, each one exuding a mighty aura that seemed to have already touched upon godhood. The group of Owlins realized that this wasn't true godhood, but rather that their constitutions had evolved, stepping into a new level. Their eyes opened wide. How was that possible? From this day forth, you will no longer be the elders of my Minerva race. What? Ancestor Solarius was astonished. Not only was he kicking them away, but weren't they the Owlins? When had they become the Minerva? You do not have the right to know. Elysium spoke calmly and then looked toward Minerva. At that moment, Minerva slowly walked forward until she stood towering over Ancestor Solarius. This wasn't because she was so much taller, but rather because the latter was still sitting. He still hadn't seemed to understand what was happening. Even though it could be said that Leonel was the one who pushed Minerva over the brink, for most of her life, it was Solarius's family line that had caused her the most trouble. And for what? Because she was beautiful? Because her family held wealth they coveted? Because she had a heritage and lineage they wanted to consume? She recalled those sick, twisted words Elric had spoken to her over the years. That her only worth was to birth his children, that he would be the wife he pressed beneath his thumb, that he would conquer her as though she was some object and a living, breathing being. Elric had always been far weaker than herself. Alone, he would never dare to do such things. And yet, it was also his actions that slowed her steps every step of the way. If not for this, how could she not have known long ago that her parents were still alive? That she wasn't the only one who remembered the glory of the Minerva race? With her talent, how could she have not long since stepped into the creation state? It was this family that had taken everything from her, all because of their arrogance, their greed. Standing over this ancestor Solarius that had dictated so much of her life until now, she felt a boundless fury in her heart for but a moment before what remained of it floated off into the wind. Solarius finally seemed to snap out of it as he realized it was Minerva standing over him. Immediately, he felt rage. Little girl, how dare you disrespect me like this? P.A. Minerva's palm carelessly swung out. Half of Solarius's face collapsed as blood and shattered teeth flew across the air. Slowly, Minerva walked toward him, but her steps seemed to cover large swaths of land with every pacing gait. Before Solarius could even scramble to his feet, Minerva had already appeared before him again and stretched a hand out. Her throat seemed to pull itself into her palm, and he found himself froze. Spittle and blood flew from his mouth as he wildly cursed, but Minerva didn't feel the need to waste any more words on him. With a simple squeeze of her palm, she ended his life. Chapter 2893. Back to Est. Chapter 2893, Back 2. Minerva carelessly threw the corpse to the side as the other discarded ancestors watched on in horror. The last of her grievances vanished, and at that moment her aura flourished. She took a deep breath and her presence soared, her dream force leaving the lower creation state behind, and entered the middle creation state. At the same time, a crown of silvery pink appeared above her head. Her gorgeous wings shone resplendently, and the scars that marred her face ugly faded away. When she opened her eyes once again, her crown still seemed to have not faded, or rather, it seemed to not want to fade. She had said it many times before. She was an empress. This was what she deserved, and she would take it with her own hands. With light steps, she returned to her parents' side, a pair of owlins she had thought had died long ago. But what she hadn't known was that the erasure of her lineage, at least in part, was out of necessity. Leonel had guessed right. Many of the owlins wanted to distance themselves from the Minervas so as not to enrage the gods, but not all of them were cowards. It just wasn't yet time. And in an irony of all ironies, it wasn't a god forcing their hand now, but rather a child of the human race. The rest of the ancestors were herded away. Although they were far weaker than this secret legion, they were still all ninth-dimensional, creation-state existences that couldn't be underestimated. Elysium had allowed Minerva to kill Solarius and his family line in one part because he was truly disgusted by his actions, and in second part because he knew that this would be the final barrier Minerva needed to break down to reach a new level. There were 3 pillars of strength in this world: force manipulation, dimension, and constitution. The last was the most complex, as it incorporated everything from race to race grade, and even perfect variations of talent within. But it could also be said to be the one that held the greatest weight when all else was equal. Among them, there were several more powerful than Minerva. However, she was without a doubt the most talented of them all. As such, she was the one Elysium most wanted to see rise. If that meant sacrificing a few creation state experts, so what? They had made her suffer alone all this time. It was only natural they pay her back in some way. In the past, Elysium said slowly, our Minerva race fell because we focused on crafting. We were naive and sought to help the humanoid races by replacing the god beasts of creation, not knowing that it wasn't something that those selfish gods could appreciate. Back then, in order to survive, we had no choice but to abandon that path and build up a new one for ourselves, one built on absolute combat power. It took time and many generations, but we have now finally succeeded in fusing those 2 paths into one. Each one of you is not only an absolute expert of Dreamforce, but you are also combatants that can shake the skies and pluck stars. Elysium looked through them one by one. I have been suppressing the formation of my Dharma for many years already. I am she and Lori Venn. I know that you two are the same. 3 months from now, our opportunity will come. Our already ascended gods will be prepared as well. What do you want us to do? Minerva asked. She had dealt with Solarius and Elric, but quite frankly, she still wanted to deal with Leonel as well. Let the boy wreak havoc for now. He seems to be moving about randomly, but he has picked his battlefields well. If I am correct, he wants to extend this battle for as long as possible while making us convenient hubs of resource collection. Considering his astonishing rate of growth, this is only natural. He knows that once this battle ends, the entire world will come crashing down on the human race. He seems to believe that if he grows enough before then, the ire of even the gods will not matter. He is truly confident in himself. According to reports, he has collected the corpses of many of the Void race and fallen god beasts. At the same time, he always targets the most imbalanced battlefields and forces them into submission. Let him continue. It will give us time. When we are prepared, we can curb his arrogance. Leonel sat in silence, sparks flying through his dreamscape. Is that what they want to do? Leonel found that he was unable to probe deeply into Owlin territory anymore. The only explanation for this was that Dreamforce experts far more powerful than himself had appeared, and that alone was fearsome enough. This was to say that he couldn't even begin to eavesdrop on the conversation that had just happened, but he had already guessed that a scenario like this might happen. The moment he realized that Minerva's name was picked for a reason, the rest fell into place. No, what Leonel had really been doing all this time was traveling across these lands to see if there was anything special he could find about them. He couldn't seem to find anything at all, but then he had a thought. Wasn't it odd that the fallen god beasts and owlins were working with the variant Invalids? That alone was weird enough. Working with the one race that everyone across existence absolutely hated was a choice, to be certain. The reality was that if the gods found out about this, it might not just be the Void race attacking right now. What would make such a risk worth it? When he thought about it that way, the answer was all too obvious. Incomplete worlds. He had been too focused on the bubbles, and not enough on what incomplete worlds might be around. When he took a step back, entered the void, and saw the scale of it all, his gaze couldn't help but flicker wildly. It seems the Minerva race is back. What he saw now, even he wasn't capable of just yet. Only the strongest crafting race of the humanoids could possibly think of something like this. Chapter 2894, A Pound Isn't Enough. Chapter 2894, A Pound Isn't Enough. Looking at the array of worlds, Leonel couldn't help but admit something to himself. If not for his Y Sea Order breakthrough and its fusion with his Y Star Order status, it would have been impossible for him to see through this. The goal of the Owlins and fallen god beasts was clear and obvious to him now. They wanted to form an array between their worlds, completing and filling their weaknesses with several incomplete worlds, to finally step across the final barrier to form a god realm of their own. Such a plan would have taken generations to lay out. He could see their painstaking, step-by-step efforts, and quite frankly, he was greatly impressed. Just this sight alone showed their grit, their determination. It was something that he couldn't ignore even if he wanted to. Leonel was very rarely impressed, but at the moment he couldn't help but be. It was a reminder that he couldn't underestimate the people of this world, even if they weren't gods, and especially in the case where they had once been gods in the past. However, it's not prepared yet. If I'm correct, it seems that it isn't the incomplete worlds that are the problem, but rather their complete worlds. Some of their world spirits still need more refining, but the method they're using, Leonel's gaze flashed. Back in the dimensional verse, there were things called folds of reality. It wasn't that folds of reality didn't exist in these complete worlds, but rather that they weren't so obvious. In fact, bubbles were precisely folds of reality. That was why they could fuse into one another and separate. They represented wrinkles in the dimensions, not just worlds. That aside, folds of reality could expand and swallow others in the dimensional verse. Worlds started at the third dimension, had a set potential, and could grow depending on how well they cleared their subdimensional zones. The faster they were cleared, and the more perfectly this was done, the faster worlds could grow to their full potential. It was because Leonel was intimately aware of this that he also knew that he might benefit from clearing the zones properly, and this was what allowed him to evolve his incomplete world into a complete world with God Realm potential. However, that same incomplete world was still a long distance away from the God Realm. In fact, it was still faintly weaker than weaker mortal realms. Both of them, that is. So the question was, what did this have to do with the current situation? The world spirits of the complete worlds in this formation were still lacking. However, they were quickly working toward completion. If they had had the life tablet, it was likely that they'd be able to more quickly complete this. After all, Leonel hadn't forgotten that the nomads he had met were somehow capable of mimicking the Northern Star lineage factor. Who was to say they didn't have a Y-Star order? However, because they missed out, they were taking a slower path, and it seemed that this war was only helping them. Using the bodies of gods to refine their world spirits, is that so? Leonel slowly opened his eyes as he finally understood everything. As of now, there were only 2 worlds that hadn't reached their necessary standard. What was the most interesting is that if Leonel was correct, the only thing limiting the fallen god beasts was the realm they were in, and not their constitutions. That meant, the instant these realms became god realms once more, they would likewise soar back to godhood in an instant, and likely once more become among the strongest gods there was. When Leonel understood the scope of the plan, he finally seemed to realize the kind of trouble he had just casually thrown himself into, and he couldn't help but laugh. He didn't give a damn. His thoughts were only focused on a single thing. How could he best take advantage of this situation? Ruin their plans? No, that wouldn't benefit him. The moment their plan succeeded, it was likely that a new war would break out on the God Realm, but he was equally certain that this war wouldn't last long. The Void Race would use this as an opportunity to retreat because losing to gods was no longer the same thing as losing to demigods. It would no longer be a matter of face for them. As such, once they understood the strength of the god beasts, or rather the current fallen god beasts that would soon become god beasts once more, they would find a convenient time to withdraw. Once that happened, Leonel would obviously become a target once again. They definitely wouldn't be able to come after him immediately, but it would only be a matter of time. On the other hand, it was still unlikely that they would be able to turn all their attention to him, especially since they would have raised a tiger and let them into their den. That tiger was, obviously, the Invalids. Because not only would this be a new god realm, it would also be the first god realm that Invalids were allowed to enter. And that was absolutely unacceptable to Leonel. The reason he had stopped having Aina hide her blood sovereignty was because he knew that it had already been exposed to the one crowd of people he feared the most for her sake. In that case, there was simply no point in having her hold back her strength any longer. But to Leonel, the fact that this group of people was working with Invalids was absolutely unacceptable. Even if he didn't have the intention of stopping their plans completely, he would certainly take a pound of flesh. A pound isn't enough, Leonel said, his gaze flashing with coldness. Leonel slowly stood, a plan slowly formulating in his mind. Now that he knew what he was working with, he could finally complete the final stretch. Chapter 2895, Coats, Bone, and Tendons. Chapter 2895, Coats, Bone, and Tendons. Leonel entered the segmented cube. Before him, the corpses of 4 fallen god beasts lay. He looked toward the celestial Terra with a solemn expression. He and Aina had split up for the sake of efficiency, but to his surprise, Aina came back injured from her battle with this celestial Terra. Although she had obviously won in the end, Leonel had no choice but to force down hints of wariness and rage. There was no way that Aina had failed to pick an opponent appropriate for her, and this shouldn't be an ancestor-level character. According to Aina, it only had a quasi-creation state Tao. To make matters worse, considering Aina's healing factor at this point, especially that she wasn't hiding her blood sovereignty any longer, the fact that she returned to Leonel injured meant that there was likely a point in time where she had been severely injured. He knew his wife's temperament well. If she could hide her burdens from him, she would do so. He was fairly certain that she had been closer to death than she let on. Celestial terrors? Leonel liked joking around about celestial storms really being dragons, but this wasn't exactly wrong either. Much like the apartment buildings he had seen in the Golden City, many of Earth's myths, legends, and cultures descended from more established empires of wider existence. However, it was clear that this legend wasn't accurate. No, it was more like it was obscured. In Earth's legend, there were some tales of 4 creatures: a dragon, a vermilion bird, a white tiger, and a black turtle. However, compared to the legends of the dragon alone, those myths were lacking. In fact, it wasn't rare to hear of legends where dragons superseded the other 3 by far. However, what the Life Tablet made clear to Leonel was that these so-called dragons weren't the real threat. Instead, the real slumbering monsters were these world-sized tortoises, existences that controlled the earth element to a degree that even Leonel couldn't fathom. Aina's struggle made this clear. When Leonel saw the situation, he immediately reached out with his dream force, and, as expected, the death of a celestial Terra sent wild waves through the fallen god beasts. They were more enraged now than at any other point, and that was when he caught onto one important tidbit of information. The death of this celestial Terra at Aina's hand noted the first death of a celestial Terra since the start of this war. That made Leonel realize that this just might be the final piece of a large puzzle, but he didn't regret it in the slightest. The materials from these 4 god beasts were what he needed to complete his 6th-dimensional divine armor. Only a divine armor formed from these materials could possibly exhibit the kind of strength he needed, given that he now had 2 worlds with god realm potential in his body. One way or another, he was going to offend these formidable races, so he might as well get the most out of it. Anastasia, dig out a formation to these specifications, then pool their blood into the noted regions. I've already noted down everything. Okay, Anastasia's voice echoed in Leonel's ears. It had been a while since they communicated as well, so it had taken him a while to get the little world spirit down from her pouting high horse. After some coaxing, she had finally gone back to normal. What do you want to do with this? Anastasia asked as she and Leonel appeared in a wide, open plain. This was Anastasia's world, so something like carving an exact pattern into the earth only took the blink of an eye. Just an experiment. You say that, but it seems like you're pretty confident. Leonel chuckled. I am pretty confident. Though he was laughing, there was a chilling glint in his eye. How could he fail now that his wife had put her life on the line? There was no other path but success. Slowly, he pressed his palms together and small dividers in the earth crumbled. In that instant, 4 streams of blood connected at one, and a violent rush surged into the air. There were 4 techniques in the Emperor's Might Golden Tablet that existed beneath the strongest 3. One of them clearly took the shape of a dragon. As one might expect, the second took the shape of a bird. The second took the shape of a tiger. The last took the shape of a tortoise. It was clear to Leonel that these 4 techniques were created based on the fallen god beasts, the Celestials. Leonel wanted to use his Fox family lineage factor, but he had to be wary of flying too close to the sun. He was confident, but not confident enough just yet to ignore all things. But with this method, he could not only use all 4 techniques, but likewise hide their presence with the help of his divine armor. It wasn't just this, but he was certain that he could amplify them. Sensing the changes caused by the natural force art formed of blood, Leonel nodded. It seemed that his deduction was correct. Let's go, Tolliver. It's time for some fun. Leonel took a step and appeared by the bloodless corpses. Tolliver flickered, and as one, Master and Metal Spirit began to dissect corpses. Leonel separated their coats, their bones, and their tendons, throwing away everything else. The meat was useless to him, so he just gave them to Aina to see if she was curious about how they would taste. It had been a while since he had eaten anything, so he might as well see what celestial meat tasted like. There was one part that stood out from the rest, though. It was an enormous shell, shaped like a mountainous range. It was the shell of the celestial Terra, and it would be the main piece to his new divine armor, 60% chance of success. Let's see how far my crafting has really gotten. Chapter 2896. 4 Techniques. Chapter 2896. 4 Techniques. As Leonel had said, the inspiration for this form of crafting had come from Talon. Talon was capable of using his earth and lightning spirit to trigger changes in the world that could help him to craft. When Leonel saw this, he was struck by a thought. What if he could use the world to surpass the limits of his body? Leonel's crafting talent and knowledge had always been beyond what his body and little Tolliver were capable of. The issue was that they were ultimately too weak to always execute on Leonel's thoughts. So, it could be said that during his entire crafting journey, what Leonel could craft had always been handicapped. This was precisely why he felt he only had a 60% chance of success now. What he was attempting to do was to use external methods to reach his theoretical limit, allowing his skill in crafting to meet his comprehension. And all of that starts with these body parts. The technique formed with the conceptualization of the celestial storm god beast was known as Dragon's Might. As Leonel had said, the celestial storm race didn't have Dragon's Might. It was instead a conceptualization of their majesty. The weakest version of this technique was capable of doing what Leonel already could, and that was pressuring the minds of others. However, at the highest level, it could borrow power from a world to do the same, acting like a quasi-regulator of sorts, but nowhere near as all-encompassing or powerful. Even so, it was a shocking technique. It gained this artistic conception by visualizing the majesty of celestial storms in the sky, creatures that were capable of commanding wind and rain, forming clouds of thunder and dispersing them with a thought. The second technique, formed from the celestial embers, was known as to ashes, to dust, despite the cryptically somber name, to ashes. To dust wasn't an attacking method at all. Instead, it was a method of rejuvenation, though not exactly that either. Celestial embers were named as such because they had the most vitality of all the celestial god beasts. They were birds of fire capable of resurrecting from even a single ember, and this single ember was likewise capable of burning for eternity. This was why to ashes, to dust, wasn't necessarily a pure rejuvenation technique. The foundational ability of to ashes, to dust was to be able to instantly replenish a soul to its peak state, similar to Leonel's instant recovery, a technique he still had despite not having used it in a long while, though, of course, the reason he hadn't used it was because of the need to hide his Northern Star lineage factor. This aside, whether it was due to fatigue or injury, a single use of to ashes, to dust was capable of recovering his soul strength instantly. For Leonel, who had exceptional soul stamina to begin with, this was obviously a hugely beneficial technique, especially since that was the end of it. Much like with Dragon's Might, this was simply the simplest form of the technique. At its highest form, it made the soul boundless. Imagine for a moment attacking someone with a soul much more powerful than your own, trying to forcefully assimilate them or extricate their soul. With to ashes, to dust, Leonel wouldn't have to rely on external items. His soul would be able to continuously rebirth itself every time it ran out of strength, and the result would be like if his soul had been many times stronger to begin with. The only drawback of this technique was that it required external support from a force with life force, and this force had to likewise be at the life state. But didn't Leonel already have that? What could fill that role if not his vital star force? In fact, this highest method of application would be usable by him the moment his vital star force entered the creation state. The third race was known as the Celestial Banes. They were the true white tiger race before the white spectral tigers rose up to replace them. Of the four races, they were the only ones to be wiped out down to their very last. The technique born from them was known as Born Bane. The reason the Celestial Banes had such a moniker was because they were well known to be the bane of all forces, the only race with force so sharp that they were capable of cutting through and biting through anything. What most didn't know was that this was because the Celestial Banes didn't wield any force at all and were rather bottomless, empty voids of space. They relied on black hole force much like the Void race, and while this might sound like a contradiction, it wasn't. That was because they didn't truly wield it. Rather, its mysteries were etched into their claws, their teeth, and their bones. Rather than innate nodes, they had innate bodies, capable of canceling out any force they came across with their sheer majesty alone. No one was capable of replicating their feat then, nor since, and Leonel had a pretty good feeling that the reason they were wiped out was because the Void race found them to be intolerable. And yet, at the same time, Leonel had an equal conviction that this was only because the Celestial Terras were too good at keeping a low profile, or rather, the Primordial Terrors, the one existence amongst the Celestials that existed before all of them, a race with history to the beginnings of the universe, the very first god beasts of destruction. The last part was pure speculation on Leonel's part, but his mind was nothing like it had been in the past. While he still couldn't assimilate all the knowledge in the life tablets, he could hold much more at a time than he could before, and that opened him up to understanding and potentially deducing a great many things. As such, the last technique was aptly named Primordial Terror. Chapter 2897, Terror. Chapter 2897, Terror. What made this race so fearsome? It was the fact they carried a world on their backs. They were literally as large as worlds, and when they grew up, this was even more so. What Leonel could only do through a technique and incomplete worlds, the Primordial Terrors could do naturally. Their worlds were their bodies were worlds. This was part of the reason the Void race was so fearsome as well. After all, their bodies were constructed in stars, galaxies, and nebulae. In fact, Leonel had seen an ancestor Void race member before as well, and his size had been enough to swallow up an entire incomplete world, which was far larger than any complete world. But there was only one thing that Leonel could say to this. They were wholly inferior. The Void Race swallowed incomplete worlds to add to their collection of stars and galaxies, but the Celestial Terra's were world. The difference was akin to night and day and couldn't be underestimated in the slightest. Many of these things were only things that clicked after Leonel saw Aina come back so injured. It made him realize that the most fearsome characters in all of this were ironically the most docile of the creatures. For whatever reason, though, the primordial terrors of the past chose to become the Celestial Terras, leaving behind their original moniker and seemingly much of their strength as well. Then, when they fell from God Beast to fallen God Beast, the problem became even clearer and they lost even more of their strength. And yet, somehow, they gathered such strength. Primordial Terror was the most shocking of the techniques to Leonel, not because of its strength, but because it built off the back of a method of Earth Force usage that Leonel had independently deduced. Back when Leonel first entered the Impetus state with his Dream Force, it was because he came to understand that the reason Earth Force was so difficult to control was because it acted as the anchor to all force. It was the reason Force could collect and concentrate on worlds, instead of being widely dispersed through existence. As such, controlling Earth Force meant fighting against the will of a world's world spirit, meaning if you wanted to control Earth Force as freely as any other force, you had to make it your own first. Primordial Terror used artistic conception of the Celestial Terra to force this upon the Earth, but once again, this was just the simplest application. The technique itself would be mostly useless, especially if you weren't naturally an Earth Force user. At best, you could use it to dispel a region of a force that your opponent liked to use and bring forth your own. Of course, the reason Leonel was so uninterested in this ability was because it was something that Domain could already do. Though, if he layered both methods, it would have a great synergistic effect. What was truly fearsome about this technique was located in its elevated level of use, much like these others. What made Leonel's new YC Order status so powerful? It wasn't just the title alone, but rather the synergy it had with Y Star Order. One grounded itself in reality, and the other reached for the stars. Together, they were unstoppable. Likewise, Leonel had a powerful constellation, and each one of his incomplete worlds seemed to hide another, but he lacked a method of grounding them. Of course, this was just an idea that he had alone, but it made sense if one thought about it. A single constellation could power billions of Morales back in the dimensional verse. Even if many of them were weak, and even the strongest of them wouldn't last in this world, that number wasn't something that could be ignored. Now, that very same constellation was powering Leonel alone, so where had all that power gone? The answer was obvious. Leonel was just one person. The constellation had a lot to give, but there was only so much that he could take. Even if he improved his comprehension, it just meant more power that he was incapable of using, while his actual strength increased minimally in comparison. The terror of the Primordial Terror was its insatiable appetite. When this technique was activated, it constantly stole from the Earth, increasing the capacity of the soul over the course of a battle and stealing more from a world's world spirit. With it, if everyone else tired over the course of battle, then one with Primordial Terror activated would only strengthen. And, as with Two Ashes, to Dust, the only requirement was an external force, but this time it was Earth Force, with bonus points for Destruction Sovereignty. These four techniques were what Leonel was creating his divine armor based on. Together, they would form the ultimate weapon of mass destruction. The problem was that Leonel couldn't refine them the way he wanted to, so he had to create a mass natural force art, one built from their blood. But he was missing the Celestial Bane, only having a white spectral tiger to work with. As such, there were two things working against his success. One being the difficulty, and the second being that the materials weren't perfect. However, when he began to craft, he seemed to forget all things. Standing in the middle of the force art, the world thrummed around him, and every movement caused a stream of rainbow colors to follow the arc of his arms. He seemed unprecedentedly focused. It had been a very long time since Leonel sweated the making of any craft, but at this moment, he poured his heart and soul into it, giving it absolutely everything he had. He was so perfectly in tune with his body that his bones seemed to sing like the bows of a violin as his muscles vibrated. Auspicious air billowed off of him in waves. Anastasia's world, beginning to tremble as an unprecedented divine armor slowly began to take shape. Chapter 2898, Heartbeat. Chapter 2898. Heartbeat. He carefully pulled the marrow out from the bone and dried them. He turned the tough leather hide of the celestial storms into a true ether and the flaming feathers of the celestial embers into carefully outlined runes. His force-crafting quill danced in the air, simple and unadorned, but radiating with the rainbow color of the surrounding formations. His free hand tapped at the air with the majesty of an elite pianist, but with a speed that far surpassed it. Every finger stroke was like a rumble of thunder and a flash of lightning, a tsunami of earth and a hurricane of blades. Despite the short distance they moved, the booming echo flew through the air and shattered space like fragmenting glass. Sometimes these fragments would even bombard against Leonel's own body, blood leaking between his nails and the joints of his digits. But he didn't seem to notice at all as veins popped across him, his focus reaching an absolutely unprecedented state. Tolliver weaved in and out of the materials, sometimes crushing them like a hammer, sometimes molding them with the expert care of a clay master, and sometimes sewing them together beneath some mysterious power. Leonel's face continued to pale as blood drained from his body, but the light in his eyes only glowed brighter and brighter. "You will give them life," he said softly. A roar suddenly filled the skies. Tolliver soared up like a dragon piercing the clouds, then soared like a phoenix who could cross worlds with a single flap of its wings. The metal spirit twisted in the air and plunged downward, its body arching and becoming a leaping tiger prepared to tear its prey apart. Just as it was about to collide with the ground, it expanded wildly, its body becoming a towering mountain as a tortoise landed on the ground. Boom! A flash of silver filled the world, and a pillar connected the earth to the skies. Leonel's second incomplete world thrummed to life, and runes suddenly began to appear all across his body. The earth trembled, and the skies flashed around him. At that moment, the thrumming silver light rushed into his body, fusing with the runes. An explosion erupted, and Leonel's body shattered. His skin splintered like wood, his bones fragmenting like glass. His blood boiled to ash, and his soul felt like it was being shredded to pieces. He roared, his eyes shining with such bright violet lights, and his pupils and sclera vanished, making it look like a twin pair of orbs of light had taken their place instead. The surrounding land trembled, the reeking stench of blood filling the skies. The earth shook and splintered, a great surge of auspicious air flooding into his body as the natural force art seemed to be quickly losing its luster. An artistic conception for the ages began to swim across Leonel's skin. His clothing burst to ashes, and tattoos of silver, gold, and black began to etch themselves in blood. A dragon swam up his arm, its mighty head taking his chest and roaring toward the skies. A tiger took up the other arm, its tail dangling and spiraling down and around his leg, while its head took up his shoulder. Its maw hung open, its glistening teeth shimmering with a dark abyss. A phoenix wrapped up his other leg, its wings spreading across his body and becoming a backdrop to the dragon on his chest and his back. A mighty mountain took up his sculpted back, and his muscles seemed to solidify even further beneath its presence. The four creatures swarmed and moved as though they could live and breathe, not acting like real tattoos in the slightest. From time to time, a silver metal spirit would poke out from them one after another, dominating in its presence. Blood fell from Leonel's body, and his head hung low. However, that was when a heartbeat echoed into the world. To call it a thrum of thunder was to do it an injustice. It was like a world was awakening, and the skies were opening up for the first time. An ill-suppressed void appeared around Leonel, and it felt like reality might crumble at any moment. His hair suddenly grew out and became several times paler, so much so that it looked almost entirely white under most circumstances. A pair of sweats appeared on his body, rolled up to his calves, and having a waistline that spilled over with tufts of gorgeous, soft white fur. Braces appeared on his wrists and forearms in a flickering red-gold flame, and a necklace of blackened tiger teeth manifested around his neck. A halo appeared parallel to his back and large enough to swallow his body whole. It was perfectly smooth and polished to an extreme, but it radiated a deathly sort of force that made it seem much darker than the bright silver that it was. Braces appeared around his ankles at the same time, matching the ones on his wrist, but much looser. Every time his legs shifted, they hovered and rattled against one another, sending out a pulse of flames that wiped out everything in the vicinity. At that moment, the enormous mountain of a shell that had protected the celestial terror trembled. Leonel weakly raised a bloodied hand and then clenched it. The world's laws obeyed. The enormous mountainous shell was compressed in an instant, forming such a small pebble that the pressure made it erupt in flames as well, until it shimmered like existence's most resplendent diamond. With his head still lowered, the polished diamond floated toward Leonel as though it weighed as light as a feather and pressed against his forehead. Boom! Leonel's aura erupted, a suffocating presence spreading out with him as the center. His wounds healed so rapidly that broken flesh fell from his body and dried blood flew into the air like ash. Standing there, head lowered and the weight of a world on his body, Leonel's heart thrummed again, and this time the whole of existence seemed to hear it. Chapter 2899 More Money, 1. Chapter 2899 More Money, 1. Leonel seemed to slowly awaken from his odd state. The self-state, no matter how magical or amazing an armor of metal was, even when it was capable of fusing into his body, it was an external item. Leonel had been trying to fix this issue, but then he remembered something. His father, even at the end of his life, never used a divine armor. Was it really the case that he had completely abandoned the path of the Morales? He knew that his father was stubborn, but he wasn't stubborn to the point of doing foolish things just for the sake of it. That was when it clicked for Leonel. The ultimate divine armor was likely completely unlike an armor at all. In fact, the ultimate divine armor probably reflected in the body not much different from how a lineage factor would appear. It was a part of the body. And now, Leonel had taken the first step down that path. In fact, he had taken a better first step than even his father, because right now his divine armor was the amalgamation of 4 fallen god beasts and a young infinity beast. It had almost destroyed his body in the end, but in the end he had been able to withstand it, and his strength had taken another huge leap forward. Finally, he gained the strength to look up, and his eyes flashed with a treacherous light. The space before his gaze cracked and fragmented, but Anastasia was luckily there to stabilize it. "Stop destroying my world," Anastasia grumbled. Leonel chuckled and patted the little girl's head. He pulled her into his arms before she could react and gave her a big kiss on the forehead before vanishing. "Yo, you?" Leonel had already vanished, and the little muddle-headed world spirit didn't seem to remember that she could teleport anywhere she wanted in an instant. "Are you doing okay?" Leonel asked Ina, who was sitting in meditation. Even after this while, she didn't seem to have returned to 100%. Ina opened her eyes and looked up, giving him a smile. "I'm fine. You should use the pods. It'll speed things up. I've tested out the pods these last few years, and it feels like there's some distortions in them. Resting is fine, but when you want to comprehend something, unless it's Time Force itself, you should probably avoid them." "You comprehending something?" Leonel asked in surprise. "Yes. I feel like if I comprehend this, I can complete my third return to the 8th dimension quite quickly, but the resources I'll need will be a bit exaggerated." Leonel chuckled. "More exaggerated than an entire incomplete world?" Ina smiled bitterly, and Leonel's lip twitched. It seemed that he wouldn't be the only money grubber in their family quite soon. Ina had completed 5 rebirths now. She returned to the 7th dimension 3 times, and this was now her second stint in returning to the 8th. From his understanding, she planned to do this once again for 3 complete times for the 9th dimension as well. It seemed that this one would be very different, or maybe the year that Leonel had missed hadn't been so simple at all. He had filled Ina in on what he had experienced, but he had never really asked what she had done to return to the 8th dimension. "What does it feel like?" Leonel asked, feeling curious. He wondered what breakthrough she was having. "There's a technique in the Blood Sovereign tablet related to a domain of sorts, but I've never used it because it doesn't quite feel right. When the blood domain is activated, I'm snatching life force not just from people, but I'm using blood as a vessel for the life force of the world as well." "That sounds powerful. Why aren't you using it?" Leonel asked. He was certain that it wasn't because Ina didn't comprehend it yet. In fact, in terms of comprehension, Leonel and Ina were probably in a plane of their own. The difference was that Ina's comprehension came from her clairvoyance, and Leonel's came from his dream force. "It doesn't feel like it's my power, like it's missing something, and though it's powerful, it takes up too much energy precisely because it doesn't feel like mine. But the methods of the Celestial Terra felt like there was a hint of enlightenment for me in them, especially the injuries it left." "The injuries?" Leonel's eyes narrowed. "It felt like it made my own body its battlefield. I was fighting both an external and internal battle. It was the first time I had ever experienced such a thing. Honestly, part of the reason I was so heavily injured was because I wanted to extend the battle to sense it more." "Okay, I see." Leonel nodded. "Do you know what you'll need for your next breakthrough?" If it was just an incomplete world, it wasn't even that much of an issue anymore. Leonel could find it with ease. "I'm not exactly sure, honestly, but I think the secret is creating my own world of blood. And if it's about that, I'll need blood, high-quality blood, and a lot of it." Leonel's eyes narrowed. "What exactly is high quality and a lot in your book?" Ina cleared her throat. "I definitely need god blood." Leonel's lip twitched. "And by god blood you mean none of the ones we've come across until now are enough. Their quality is too inferior." Leonel let out a hollow chuckle. He had a feeling that that would be the case. "As for how much, well, enough to fill a bubble world to the brim," Leonel coughed. And here he thought that he was the money guzzler, when in reality he had forgotten that a man's duty was to please his wife with his wallet. Unfortunately, this time, he had no idea how he was going to do that. He had to kill enough gods not for their corpses to fill up a world, but their blood itself. How many billions was that? Chapter 2900, more money, to Chapter 2900, more money, to Leonel took a breath and shook his head. "You're messing with me, right?" He laughed. "Maybe a little." Ina grinned. The both of them knew that Ina wasn't actually lying. She truly did need so much. It was just that they could both come up with methods of making up for it. For example, what if they caught gods alive and then continuously bled them? That way, you could get a lot more out of a single body rather than having to kill continuously. Of course, it would take resources to keep them healed up and producing, but it was still far easier than just killing them. At the same time, as for quality, there were many methods of improving on the quality of blood. Leonel wasn't aware of them, but wasn't this precisely Ina's expertise? Even if it was Leonel alone, he would just take the crude path of forcefully raising someone's constitution to the god realms and then taking it from there. "You can stay here then," Leonel said. "Where are you going?" Ina asked, feeling a bit hesitant. She wanted to fight by his side as well. She just didn't expect this to suddenly happen. This was her best chance to grasp the inspiration she had. Unlike Leonel, she couldn't just revert back to a previous mental state even with her clairvoyance. She had to grasp it here and now. "It's about time I start unleashing some true carnage," Leonel said softly, looking into the distance. "Plus, my wife needs to be fed. I need to go on a little bit of a spree." Ina frowned away her laugh, trying to be serious. "It's going to be dangerous. I could tell immediately that they don't like the fact I killed a Celestial Terra. Their reaction was not normal." Leonel nodded and turned away to leave. "You don't need to mind it. They should be more worried about what my reaction will be." After he said this, Leonel vanished. Leonel appeared in the world of red. The bubble of the celestial embers looked as though it was painted with wisps of flames. The clouds were like dancing embers, the ground felt somehow both solid and ethereal, and even the plants looked as though they were burning down, while still maintaining their form and structure. It was a world of fire, and Leonel felt its presence more clearly now than he ever had before. He had truly never sensed the fire element so clearly, and he truly felt at home. It was a good place to start a killing spree. A roar echoed from the skies above, and Leonel found that his location had already been found. Inwardly, he was very surprised. Anastasia had the ability to hide herself quite well, so the fact that they had found him already meant that the moment he stepped out of the segmented cube, they had been able to lock onto his position. The strength of a demigod race could truly not be underestimated. "Black Star," Leonel called out faintly. A little black mink appeared on Leonel's shoulder. By now, the little guy was maybe not so little, being a meter in length, but compared to other beasts of his strength, he was certainly much smaller. "We're gonna have some fun," Leonel said with a smile. But there was something particularly eerie about this smile. It didn't reach his eyes at all, that seemed to be a pair of smoldering coals. His hair and sweatpants whipped in the air, the latter pressing against his skin as though it might be ripped away beneath the might of the roaring beast above, a quasi-creation state dragon. These beasts also seemed to be far more powerful than other races of the same level. Beasts clearly have their own advantages compared to humanoids, despite not being able to use weapon forces. The pressure Leonel felt from this celestial storm was no less than what he would feel if he had been up against a creation state expert. These fallen god beasts were truly no joke. At the very least, they were better than the Owlins in this regard. With a single flick of its tail, the white, leather-skinned creature had already crossed dozens of kilometers. Leonel could already smell its acrid breath and the descent of its mighty pressure. Leonel took a step forward, and a spear swirled to life in a cyclone of flames. He clasped it in his palms and then struck out a single time. Bang! A vacuum was torn through the world and the fire force sang. Leonel could feel the searing heat of his kidneys, but rather than being a painful experience like it had been in the past, it felt more like he had just taken a shot of vodka, the heat spreading through his bloodstream like rushing waters. A whirlwind of wind pressure tore into the celestial storm's eye, rotating so fast that its eyeball was shredded to pieces the same instant a hole was torn out the back of its skull. Its roar was still echoing in the air as it descended, unable to control its body. Boom! It crashed beneath the suffocating might of Leonel's presence, skidding through the ground and leaving a long trench in its wake. Leonel tossed the corpse into the segmented cube without a care. He already had a pretty good idea of how he'd help his wife. The situation wasn't quite bad enough yet for him to use his King's Might out in the open, but that didn't stop him from using King's Might in the segmented cube. He could kill these beasts, capture them, and resurrect them. Once these worlds were ready to evolve, he could bring them out, and they would all evolve to have god constitutions all at once. By then, it would be an easy matter to bleed them. And at the center of it all, he wouldn't mind having a few Owlins and a certain Void Race member. The cry of a sonorous bird shook the skies. Leonel looked up, clenching his spear. Chapter 29:1. Wake Up Leonel could feel the thrumming of his heart. In this world, the strongest creatures were, without a doubt, the celestial embers. It was only natural. This was their world. But it seemed that it was time to show them that before Scarlet Star Force, all other fire forces had no choice but to bow down. Leonel took a step forward, and Black Star leapt into the air. With a roar, the little mink suddenly erupted with a dense black fog. In an instant of time, he had become a looming beast. Leonel took another step and appeared on Black Star's back. His force rolled around him in waves. In the distance, 3 celestial embers opened their beaks and their throats suddenly pulsed. In that moment, 3 lasers of golden red peeled across the skies with such speed they seemed to be bolts of lightning. In a moment, they had already torn across several kilometers, appearing before Leonel in the blink of an eye. Leonel took a breath, and the air around him solidified. Bang, bang, bang! His arm moved in a blur, and he slashed against the 3 lasers. Sparks flew, and a rain of fire fell from the skies. But a dome of protection seemed to have been perfectly formed around Leonel. His heart was clear, and his goal was even clearer. His spear spun in his arms, and, with a sweep, the world was split horizontally in 2. A scythe cut through the air and solidified even more than the lasers. In fact, in that moment, the flying laser sparks were sucked into it as though it was a void, powering it and accelerating it forward. In one moment, Leonel had just slashed out, and in the next, the 3 celestial embers froze in the skies before mournful cries echoed. Their bodies split in 2, blood raining down. Leonel's gaze flashed with a dense coldness. He was going to cover this realm in blood. News of Leonel's carnage was quickly being spread. In not even an hour, he had already killed dozens of 9th-dimensional monsters, and not once did he hide himself. It was as though he was announcing himself to the world. If they wanted to harm him, they would have to stop treating him like a 6th-dimensional expert, and even less like a human. However, the alliance of Owlins and beasts that had gotten used to Leonel suddenly vanishing after turning a battlefield or 2 upside down realized that he wasn't just going to fade off into the night this time. He seemed to truly want to wipe everything out. Leonel sat on a mountain, his breathing heavy, but even. Winds howled around him every time he took a breath. Sweat beaded down his brows and fell like booming meteors. Craters drenched the surrounding land. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Doom, doom, doom. The land shook for thousands of kilometers. In the distance, a single celestial terra was moving forward. Leonel scanned it, but felt that he couldn't see through its depths. It was truly a monstrous existence, but this didn't seem to be because it was too unfathomable for him. The longer Leonel looked, the more he came to understand that this celestial terra was actually in the seventh dimension, and yet it seemed to likewise be the strongest existence he had come across until now. This race truly has some secrets, but this is also amusing. Are they sending a junior after me in an attempt to prove a point? But if they were so confident, why send one in the seventh dimension and not the sixth? Unless they thought I wouldn't be able to see through it. Even with his wise orders, it took Leonel several seconds to see through the celestial terra, when usually a single glance would be enough. It's not surprising that they would think that he couldn't see through it. Leonel's gaze flashed with contempt. This was all just speculation, but if it was true, his respect for the celestial terrors would take a huge downswing. Slowly, he stood to his feet. Not this time, Black Star. I'm going hunting alone. Leonel took a step and appeared high in the air. Despite how high he was, his feet were just barely above the eye level of the seventh-dimensional celestial terra. The creature looked as though it was carrying a mountain on its back. No, even that didn't quite do it justice. It was more like it was carrying an entire mountain range. Its face was hard to spot because it looked like a mountain of rock as well. But when it opened its eyes, Leonel saw the most beautiful swirls of brown he ever had in his entire life. It was like an artist had perfectly curated every masterful stroke. The different shades of brown, from the palest tan to the deepest bronzes, started from its pupils and stretched out, writhing almost like a group of serpents dancing. And yet these beautiful brown eyes carried a bone-chilling coldness. At that moment, plumes of smoke began to come from the soles of Leonel's feet and the corners of his eyes. Tattoos roared to life across his body, and a pair of sweats with tufts of fur poking out from its waistband took shape. Golden braces of fire flickered to life around his ankles and wrists, the former rattling with clear, dinging sounds as they swayed in the wind. A chain of blackened tiger teeth appeared around his neck, swaying just as violently. Then the world thrummed, a heartbeat echoing out that made the celestial terra's pupils constrict into pinholes, its brown irises spinning like a cyclone. A diamond slowly manifested out from Leonel's forehead and suddenly pulsed. The world stilled as Leonel raised his spear. It seems that even after all of this, they don't take me seriously. In that case, let your death be the sacrifice that wakes them up. Leonel's spear descended, and its blade connected the earth and the skies. Without a word, he retracted his spear and turned to leave before the strike even landed. The celestial terra stood frozen there for a long while. It wasn't until the next day that it slowly fell into two pieces, a mournful shuddering filling the skies. Chapter 2902, I understand. Chapter 2902, I understand. Boom. A furious aura soared into the skies in a hidden Holy Land. It felt like the world was collapsing for a moment. Until now, Leonel had taken all the corpses of those he had killed, causing them to vanish from the world. But this time, he had left it behind on purpose despite the value of the corpse. He was making a very clear point. Unless they started to take him seriously, they were only bound to suffer an even more tragic fate. He was Leonel Morales, a name that they had ignored until now but could no longer dismiss. Nova, a familiar ancestor's celestial ember, stood stoically, a powerful pressure coming from her. This was her territory, and yet Leonel was running so rampantly. What was this child's goal? Just to unleash carnage? He didn't even seem to be targeting the Void Race as much as he had in the past. She never expected that things would come to this. Back when she stole the life tablet from Leonel, she had never even considered what sort of backlash could come with it. When she found out that she had actually failed in that endeavor, she had only then started to take Leonel with a hint of seriousness. But even then, she just found it a little interesting, feeling that there were certain things that a wise Star Order could do that were outside her purview, but that still wasn't enough for her to take a human seriously. An existence like Leonel appearing was somewhat interesting, but everyone knew that if he soared too close to the sun, he was only a few moments away from a real god descending to take his life. Even if Leonel didn't awaken the Northern Star lineage factor yet, the fact he was a wise Star Order meant that he could do so at any moment. This wasn't something that the gods would want to see. Their reaction to this would be even fiercer than how they'd react to the return of the fox. As such, although things had seemed somewhat peaceful for Leonel, so long as he truly showed signs of becoming a god, there would be people who would be quick to slap him right back down. This was why she still hadn't taken Leonel seriously. The moment he displayed power that could truly get him in trouble, it would likewise mean his death. What she didn't expect was that not only would Leonel display this power, but he would also go out of his way to do so. What was he trying to accomplish here? Was the boy really so foolish to run headfirst into death just because he happened to awaken a creation state Tao? Did he not know how difficult it was to progress through the creation state? And even if by some miracle he really displayed such continued majesty and moved through this penultimate realm with the same level of speed, was he not aware of the kind of danger this would put him in? Was he really so foolish? Under any other circumstances, Nova would say yes. However, after losing to Leonel's hands once before, she knew that this couldn't possibly be the case. In fact, she was one of the few people who knew that they had Leonel to thank for this war. She had yet to expose him because it did little for her when he was just a single ant anyway. If anything, it would just harm her reputation, and it would also let the Owlins off the hook when, in reality, they wanted their full attention on this war. If it was up to the fallen god beasts, the war would have started ages ago. It was only because the Owlins had dragged their feet for so long that things only kicked off now. In that respect, she actually had Leonel to thank. But now, things had gone too far. That's enough, she said lightly, speaking to the elders beneath her. Kill him, swiftly. The sonorous call of the elder celestial embers rumbled through the skies. Nova waved a wing and stopped the juniors from taking action. You are the light of our race. The few of you haven't been tainted by the weakness of a demigod world and will immediately join the ranks of the strongest god geniuses the moment we succeed. Do not lose your lives in a worthless, meaningless battle. If not for the seal of regulators, we would have never fallen to such a state. Let your elders shield you once more. I will not lose any one of you. You are too important, because you're the only ones that can crush the geniuses of the idle battlefield when the time comes. Austral winds swam through the clouds with the same imposing might as Nova, and eventually gave out the same orders in the same speech, once again holding back their juniors. Again, in another world, Nebula Frost roared into the skies, a furious, murderous intent echoing from him as he stood high in the skies, his claws raking through space and causing them to spark like a fork was being drawn across steel. The only group to remain silent were the Celestial Terrors. It seemed that they had fallen completely dormant despite the death of their genius. It was unknown what Old Terror was thinking. He's in the beast domains? Minerva said coldly. I will go. If Shanrei is lured there by him, I will also conveniently kill her. She stood gracefully. Do not underestimate the gods, Minerva's mother said lightly, but without the intention of stopping her daughter. You have become a god now, but you have yet to adjust to your power, and your foundation was built upon demigod concepts. You are a long way from being as strong as a ninth-dimensional god, her father added. You will need time to refine yourself in a true god realm. I understand, Minerva said plainly. Her parents could only sigh as she vanished. Chapter 2903. Together. Chapter 2903. Together Leonel sat in silence, the beads of sweat around him falling with even greater fervor. Even so, he seemed to be at peace. Leonel opened his eyes and chuckled. You want to take that form? Yep. Okay, let's see what you can do then. Leonel didn't seem to sense the powerful auras headed in his direction at all. Instead, he smiled as he stood to his feet. Little Blackstar unleashed a roar and suddenly became an enormous tortoise. His shell billowed with smoke, and when he opened his maw, black fog spilled out, drenching the crimson lands. With a step, Leonel appeared on Blackstar's back, but his gaze couldn't help but flicker with surprise. He sensed that the enormous mountain range that reminded him so much of the Void Palace's mountains carried the aura of the Shadow World. Leonel's surprise became a wild grin. Blackstar's progress was beyond his imagining. In an instant, he had already managed to incorporate the abilities of the Celestial Terra and turn it into his own. At this moment, the Shadow World was projected out into the real world. In flashes, Leonel could be corporeal and incorporeal with a slight intention from Blackstar. Let's unleash some real carnage then. They still seem to be taking us too lightly. Leonel's voice echoed through the skies as a boom echoed. A group of celestial embers, celestial storms, and white spectral tigers appeared. There were only 9 of them, but each one had a powerful, imposing aura. It seemed like even a single one of them could cause the collapse of an entire world. Not going to lie, completely uninteresting, Leonel cut off the celestial ember. Come die. Leonel extended his arm, and Tolliver trembled within his body. His divine armor took shape once again, but this time a spear came with it, formed from little Tolly's body. It had a body formed from the leather body of a celestial storm, a blade carved from the curved black tooth of a white spectral tiger. Flames whipped across its surfaces, poking through the scale-like body of the spear, and at the base where pole arm and blade met, a diamond ring lay, connecting the two. The moment this spear appeared, the world shook, and space shattered. The expressions of the 9 ninth-dimensional elders shook. God armament? Leonel's spear spun in his hand and it slapped into place, its blade aimed toward the ground. He paused for just a moment before his torso flexed and his body roared with life, his heart thrumming to the beat of the world. His spear blade reached into an abyssal hell before it roared upward. A single swing seemed to carry the fury of several god beasts overlapping into one and splitting the skies in two. Deafened, the clash caused the world to pale. Leonel erupted into action, his spear shadows covering the skies. He clashed with the talons of celestial embers and the teeth of white spectral tigers. The clouds stormed as slashes of wind and lightning surrounded him, the fury of the celestial storms descending in waves. Suddenly, a roaring white-violet dragon wrapped around Leonel and roared into the skies, splitting them and dispersing the might of the celestial storms. He took another step, and his blackened blade twinkled. He pulled on Bornbane, closing a blade of space heading toward him with one attack, and in the same swift motion, he rotated his hips and split the same spatial rift open again, sending it flying back toward the white spectral tiger with even faster speed. with Dream Force roared and doused the Emberheart force of the celestial embers, suffocating them to the point they couldn't use their emotions to fuel their attacks. He shifted from one location of the battle to another. He was just a small figure in the midst of mighty beasts that could collapse mountains with a single breath, and yet he was as sturdy as a cargo ship, swaying but never falling. His gaze radiated an unprecedented cold. He didn't seem to react as arcs of blood flew from his body, cuts appearing on him. However, maybe that was because as quickly as they appeared, they were just as swiftly healed, as though he was radiating an endless amount of vitality. Star fusion. He spoke his first word since the start of the body, and it felt like a gorgeous blue nebula had just exploded with Leonel as the center. The beautiful sky-blue wisp of stars mixed into his hair and eyes, causing his power to explosively increase once again. At that moment, the silent black star took action, and the world was instantly swallowed by darkness. The elders were all experienced people. They knew the mimicry path when they saw it, but they hadn't taken it seriously because how could any old mimicry path beast possibly mimic the celestial Terra race? This was also their own personal bias against contracted beasts as well. They felt that it was a humiliation to their beast race that Blackstar even existed, and had planned to deal with him once Leonel was dead. What they didn't know was that allowing Blackstar to accumulate strength like this might very well be the last mistake they made. These elders were all exceptionally powerful. Even with their powers suppressed back down to the demigod realms, many of them had higher creation state forces. Fighting one-on-one, Leonel might be able to defeat them, but together he had no chance. Even though he looked valiant now, that was because he was heavily relying on his ability index to keep himself safe, which was working. But if his goal was to actually kill them, that was a pipe dream. Now, however, he wasn't alone. When he said that he and Blackstar would unleash carnage together, he meant it. The halo to Leonel's back trembled wildly and suddenly expanded. In an instant, it had swallowed up the entire world. Two worlds layered atop of one another and fused, one of darkness and the other of destruction. Chapter 2904, Madmen of the Morales. Chapter 2904, Madmen of the Morales. Leonel had never paid as much attention to his connection with Blackstar as he should have, but after his change, he realized that a contract formed between man and beast wasn't so simple at all. An intertwining of the soul was naturally an astonishing matter, as Leonel and Ina's union had shown them more than one time before. And it was precisely because of his experience in marriage that Leonel came to understand that his connection with Blackstar wasn't so simple either. It could be said that the reason he had never noticed before wasn't because he was too neglectful, but rather because Blackstar was far too unruly, a troublemaker in the truest sense. In their relationship, Blackstar wasn't the beast, but was rather the man. Back then, Leonel didn't even know how to contract beasts, so the reality of their relationship was that Blackstar was the one in the superior position. As such, there were certain things about their relationship that Blackstar could instinctually understand, but wasn't able to communicate with Leonel at all. It wasn't until Leonel became a wise Sea Order and gained the capability of seeing through most things that he was able to grasp what Blackstar had never been able to communicate to him. It could be said that the closeness between him and this little mink was no less than that of the connection between him and his wife, and in some ways, it was even more exaggerated than that, because they could truly battle as one. It could be said that the moment the Shadow World appeared, it was like Leonel had formed his divine armor not of just 4 beasts, but 5. And one of those beasts happened to have the inheritance of the Void Beast and was a Shadow Sovereign of the ages. In that moment, billowing plumes of smoke came from the soles of Leonel's feet and the corners of his eyes. The silver-gold tattoos across his body darkened, and even the star fusion rushing out from seemed to blacken as well. Leonel pointed his spear outside, and the roar of 4 beasts came from him. A laser of fire force appeared before him in the blink of an eye, seemingly moving at the speed of light, but it went through his body as though he wasn't there at all. He appeared before the celestial ember and slashed out. Black met Talon, one seemingly far inferior to the other, both in imposing aura and size, and yet, bang! The celestial ember was sent flying, crashing into the ground below. Leonel's figure allowed a swiping claw of space to rush right by him as though it weren't even there. The moment it went by, his spear spun in his hands and he launched out an attack, cutting into the chest of the white spectral tiger. A world-shuddering battle erupted, and yet in the outside world it seemed as though there was nothing but a frightening stillness, a black fog spreading out slowly. Inside this black fog, however, Leonel seemed to be erupting with a battle intent only a war god could be capable of. He both became ethereal and corporeal on a whim, controlling the battlefield with such precision that even these elders felt suffocated. He slowly whittled them down, his spear strikes cutting into them again and again. They never gave him the chance to kill them in a single strike, but he also never overextended himself to find that opportunity. It was like he was playing a slow game of chess, walking them all down step by step. He didn't seem to feel fatigue, he didn't seem to care how long it would take. Every time they made a mistake, he capitalized and made them suffer for it. And yet, he was the only one that seemed incapable of making a mistake. It wasn't just weapon forces that beasts couldn't touch, most of them were also entirely incapable of using Dream Force. An existence like Nova's descendant, Verma, who participated in the gathering of minds, was ironically as rare as phoenix feathers. While facing off against a Dreamforce master like Leonel, with the controllability index on top of that, it felt like they were coming to their deaths. On top of that, with Blackstar giving Leonel the ability to be incorporeal as he pleased and avoid damage entirely, these beast elders felt so frustrated that this alone might have killed them. They had already figured out that Leonel couldn't both attack and be incorporeal at the same time, but it was like it didn't matter at all. Leonel was able to corner them every time nonetheless. And that was when it happened. Leonel's gaze flashed and he moved like the wind. At that moment, he deployed a method he hadn't used since the battle started, and a twin pair of natural force arts thrummed to life in his pupils. The vital star force around him grew and gained a slight violet tinge that vanished in an instant. Primordial terror activated, and the world rotated around his spear. It felt, for a moment, that the orbit of the entire bubble world had changed. Mains, die. The word was just 3 letters, a single syllable, spoken in a language the Celestials had never even heard before. They could have never expected that this was the language of English. A simple language, one used by humans on a small blue planet with an unadorned name. And when he spoke this word, the aura around his spear completely changed. It felt like a reaper's scythe rather than a man's spear. And when it descended, the world listened. Behind Leonel, the shadows of the father, his grandfather, and his uncle seemed to be behind him at this moment. He had long come to understand during his 10 years of tempering that his spear wasn't his alone. He would show the world the inheritance of the spear that stood above all others. The inheritance of the madmen of the Morales. His spear descended, and the world paled in comparison. The head of a white spectral tiger flew into the air. A single fatal mistake, a single death. The first elder had fallen. Chapter 2905-3. Chapter 2905-3. Leonel's momentum was undying and extended into infinity. After he killed the first elder, it was like his spear began to tremble with hunger and greed. Having tasted the blood of a supreme expert once, it wanted to taste it again. The pressure on him plummeted at first, but then it seemed to multiply. This wasn't only because these old fossils suddenly felt a true threat to their life, but also because of the logistics of the battle. Leonel's size, when compared to them, was quite literally an ant to a human. They were too large. Trying to fight in the skies like this when Leonel was just a small target was part of the reason Leonel had been able to continuously find flaws in their battle style. The moment one of them fell, not only did their fury rise and their sense of seriousness become heightened, but it was also one less large body in the skies to contend again. Leonel sensed the pressure on him increase, but it was as though he hadn't noticed at all. The cold sharpness in his gaze remained. Wounds continuously appeared on his body and blood mixed with his sweat, falling to the ground like meteors. And yet his bearing only seemed to grow more and more profound. Die. The word resonated with the world once again. It slashed across the world and the skies darkened as though even Blackstar's black fog wasn't menacing enough. A celestial ember was split in two, a mournful cry echoing through the skies. The pressure increased on Leonel once again, and roars bombarded him. An invisible sphere of influence formed around him, repelling the furious sound waves. He stood high in the skies, and as his spear drew across the clouds, the power of worlds seemed to fuse into him. If one were to speak of the plant that had had the most philosophical discussions surrounding it in Earth's history, it wouldn't be a plant at all, but rather a seed. The mustard seed. It was one of the smallest seeds in the world, yet capable of growing far beyond its station. Over these 10 years, Leonel had tried everything he could to fix the situation with his spear force, but in the end he was still unable to do so. Somehow, his weapon forces had grown far too powerful for him to wield. Maybe if he was willing to give up on one of them, his battle strength would skyrocket, and they would finally grow docile. But without such willingness, he was completely unable to take that step. He had made them both far too unruly and wild, and neither one of them was willing to take a step back. Summoning one meant enraging the other, and the kind of devastation they would bring to his body was far worse than anything his Scarlet Star Force innate nodes had ever done to him. While meditating on this power, Leonel honed his domain again and again, causing it to reach a point where it could wield the world around him as though everything was spear force. However, just now, he sensed that there was a level beyond this, a level beyond a domain. Even with all the progress he had made in 10 years, he had never had worthy opponents to go against. These ancestors and elders kept wondering what it was he was doing here, and sure, he did have a grand plan that he was slowly inching toward. But the other reality was that he needed to sharpen himself. He had countless ideas and breakthroughs swimming around in his mind, but his ability index couldn't organize and consolidate them unless he could have a strong enough whetstone to grind against. As far as he was concerned, these ancestors were exactly that. So when he stood there, high in the skies, his absolute spear domain whirling around him and blocking off the sound waves, his cold eyes seemed to go entirely vacant. His body itself became like the void, and all things in the world seemed to still. In that moment, Leonel felt his spear force tremble and shatter past a barrier, entering the creation state. The world howled, and the tip of his spear seemed to glow with a gentle light. At the same time, as though not wanting to be left behind, his bow force soared through at the same time. Leonel's body trembled and his skin cracked apart. His aura was elevated once, then twice over. Forming a creation state force wasn't just about gaining a powerful external card. There was a reason that even without eliciting the help of their forces, creation state ninth dimensional existences were a level above life state ninth dimensional existences. It was a complete change in foundation, as though the body was being risen to another level. Suddenly, Leonel's two incomplete worlds were nowhere near enough to display the power of his forces, but it also didn't seem to matter in the slightest. At that moment, a powerful slash came over, slicing through his absolute domain and into his chest. Blood flew, and a cut as deep as bone appeared as crimson fell like the rain. The furious slash of the white spectral tiger had nearly taken Leonel's life in a single blow, and yet Leonel didn't seem to have noticed at all. In fact, his bones were completely untouched. 3, he spoke lightly. Another slash came, and a bombardment rained down from all sides. His left arm was almost taken off his body. He lost a part of his right leg from the foot down. He even seemed to have been blinded in an eye. But he didn't move, too, because he couldn't move. The rampaging of his bow and spear force was so fierce that there was nothing he could do but stand there, focusing all his attention on suppressing them. 1. And that was when his final word descended. Beaten, bloodied, he slowly raised his spear once again. 0. Chapter 2906. Die. Chapter 2906. Die. Leonel's momentum suddenly erupted. The next strike flew through his body as though he wasn't even there. He became incorporeal 1 second and was instantly not the next, swiping out with a spear. The world was divided in two, but without the appearance of spear force, it looked as though he had simply cut into the void with a single strike. A celestial ember elder flapped backward with great speed as the scythe-like fissure erupted near it, but Leonel had already moved on to another target. His power was slowly rumbling inside him. His injuries were too severe for his quasi-creation state vital star force to heal, but he still moved as though he were completely healthy. His vitals roared, and his inner organs churned. In that moment, he activated his innate nodes. His quasi-creation state Scarlet Star Force was amplified to the creation state. His quasi-creation state Emulation Spatial Force was amplified to the creation state. In that moment, he became akin to a walking demon amongst mere mortals. The power of 4 creation state forces threatened to rip his body apart, and yet his will seemed to keep himself together. Before he fell, he would take them with him. Leonel took a step, and space distorted all around him. Illusion and reality folded onto one another, forming a third world on top of the worlds of shadow and destruction. At that moment, the elders found it difficult to tell up from down and left from right, as though Leonel's emulation spatial force was rewriting the laws of physics. It only took them half a second to break through this illusion because Leonel's application of it all was far too crude. And yet by the time they did, they only had time enough to notice a spear piercing through the brows of a celestial storm. Bang! A head as large as a mountain shattered into a rain of bone and blood, bathing Leonel in its grotesque shards. The wisp of a small flame danced on the tip of Leonel's blade, and his aura continued to soar. He consolidated his comprehension of destruction sovereignty as he released the full power of his Scarlet Star Force innate nodes for the first time in a long while. Runes of gold and red danced around him, and his spear thrummed with life and agitation, as though it too sensed it all. A furious rain of attacks fell on Leonel from all sides, but he became incorporeal. With a step, he appeared higher in the skies, looking down parallel to the ground. With another, he stepped through a mirror and seemed to multiply into countless figures, all attacking at once. The elders thought that it was an illusion once again, and furiously worked to dispel it, only for a celestial ember to be shredded to minced meat. A crisscross of blades erupted across its body, and it fell into thousands of pieces, some perfect cubes, and others rough diamonds. It was as though their sturdy bones were nothing more than wet tissue paper before Leonel's blades. Suddenly, of the 9, just 5 remained, and the pressure on Leonel increased once again. Storms rumbled in the skies, lasers and talons of fire descended, spatial rifts were continuously cut open in a rain of silvery black. At the same time, Leonel could tell that Blackstar was quickly approaching his limits, and considering the state of his body, so was he. He had had a massive breakthrough, but the cost was a rain of attacks, and he didn't have the ability to heal quickly. And because he had swallowed his Northern Star lineage factor to refine his body's constitution and reach the demigod grade, he didn't even know if instant recovery would work anymore, and that was if he was willing to take the risk to expose himself. Even with all of these thoughts swirling in his mind, Leonel's gaze only became colder and colder, and his spear became swifter and swifter. His absolute domain was quickly shrinking down, and certainly not out of weakness. The smaller it became, the more valiant he seemed to fight, and the sharper his blade seemed to grow. When it was restricted to just his spear alone, he clashed with the talon of a celestial ember, taking their entire claw off in a single swipe. It was the first time he had won such a direct exchange, and yet his expression didn't falter in the slightest. When it concentrated to just his blade, he clashed with the claw of a celestial storm, and took its entire arm off. He moved unhindered. Like a coon swimming through raging waters, he left destruction in his wake. When it concentrated to just the edge of his blade, the world lost all its color. The philosophy of a mustard seed, it was both profound yet easy to understand, nurturing the growth of a world from just the smallest dot that encompassed all its truth. And when Leonel could concentrate his world-changing strength to just the tip of his blade, time and space didn't seem to matter anymore. Leonel slashed out, and a white spectral tiger was sent reeling. He slashed out again, and blood flew from the neck of a celestial storm as its entire head was almost taken off. At that moment, Blackstar reached his limit, and the Shadow World faltered. To what would have been the shock of all the people in the world, all 5 remaining fallen god beasts turned tail and fled. And yet, Leonel stood there, doing nothing more than raising his spear as though he had no intention of stopping them. Time didn't matter. Space didn't matter. This was the true, absolute domain. At that moment, the aura on the tip of Leonel's blade vanished, and it was as though his absolute spear domain had ceased to be. Then he pierced his spear out just a single time. Die. 5 pillars of spear light descended from the skies like a judgment from the gods. Chapter 2907, Only Such. Chapter 2907, Only Such the fallen god beasts had scattered, running in 5 different directions. In the blink of an eye, they had already crossed over 100 kilometers, and with a sway of their tail, a flap of their wings, or a slash from their claws, they were prepared to cross another 100 in an instant. But that was when the skies and the earth connected. Their bodies froze, and the devastation below them erupted before it was even clear what had happened to them. Above them, the clouds dispersed in a whirlwind of spiraling whites. Below them, a hole as smooth as ice had appeared, as though it had been perfectly sculpted by an artisan rather than the result of a spear strike. And then blood rained. The strike was exactly the same for all 5. A spear descended, running right through their skulls and exiting out the bottom of their jaws. Even long after the spear had vanished, space around the region cracked and distorted as though a black hole had been formed. If one got too close, it would even feel as though time was being dilated and your body was quickly entering an event horizon. The beasts collapsed to the ground, and the world released a mournful wail. Leonel took long, heaving breaths. Just now, he had struck out horizontally, yet his blade came down from above. He only struck out once, yet 5 thrusts had manifested. He pierced out in 1 instant, yet his strike seemed to have landed at the exact same time. If this wasn't the pinnacle of spearmanship, it was close. And there were likely only a few people in all of existence who could strike as beautifully. Leonel lowered his spear and casually swung it to the side. The ground below him had a curving arc drawn through it, and his aura seemed to deflate at that moment. He hadn't expected to get so severely injured, and certainly not by his own forces. But it seemed that there was no way to escape that sort of fate. It seemed that his weapon forces had become even more unruly. Right now, his spear and bow practically followed the same path, and he found it incredibly easy to translate the understanding of one to the other. The reason his bow force had broken through at the same time wasn't just because it was unsatisfied with being left behind. It was because this application of absolute domain worked just the same for it as well. Leonel's spear vanished into his palm, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A god armament, huh? I wonder what that is. One of the elders had called out in shock when his spear appeared. He hadn't thought much about it until the end of the battle. As usual, though, the life tablet was able to give him an answer. In fact, it seemed to have documented all the god armaments in the world. Sitting at the very top, the Hourglass. That was the name. There was nothing else to it than that, and Leonel was sure that he had seen it before. Leonel's lip curled. One day I'll carve the name of something I created up there with Dad's self-path. A god armament was a part of an expert's body. It was just as useful as a force, or anything of the like, in the sense that it elevated one's state of being. If you fused with a strong enough god armament, it might be even better than forming a dharma in some cases. Of course, those were reserved for only the strongest of god armaments. And, just because you could attempt to fuse with one so powerful, didn't mean that you should. El Ryon, for example, most definitely hadn't fused with the Hourglass. That's because his body, regardless of how strong it was, would implode with any attempt to. One only need to look to see the state of Leonel after he finished his divine armor this time around to know that if one's foundations weren't great enough, a god armament would at best be useless to you, and at worst kill you. But Leonel found something else to be interesting about all of this, and that was the fact one of a god armament's characteristics, the fusing with the body and the elevation of constitution, was eerily similar to the Morales divine armor technique. In fact, now that Leonel thought about it, the Morales divine armor was the only method of its kind that he had ever seen. To create a treasure and then fuse with it, by now, Leonel had seen enough of the world to say with confidence that the Morales were the only existences capable of this. However, this didn't fill him with pride, but rather coldness. His gaze flashed with a murderous intent. The creation of the Morales was thanks to the demoness, wasn't it? It seemed that every aspect of his life was just one big experiment to this woman. However, his father had broken that mold. Leonel's divine armor this time wasn't a true god armament. That's because god armaments had to also be ninth dimensional and, obviously, gods. That said, it was effectively a god armament, and this was the strength of the self-path. With a sweep of his hand, he put all the corpses away. Like he had said, this divine armor of his would be the official uniform of his people. Of course, they wouldn't be able to withstand one as powerful as his, and he wouldn't make them spears, but having one would elevate their bodies to another level. It was just that it was only now that he knew that he was effectively creating god armaments for them all. And that was fine too. Leonel grinned. In this world there were probably only a few dozen characters capable of creating god armaments, and he was one of them. Leonel's aura faded, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. It seemed he had to hurry and heal up. Just as he was about to make a move, his pupils constricted, and he spun around. Standing there, barely 3 meters from him, Minerva stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Only such a Dreamforce expert could possibly sneak up on him like this. Looking at the crown of dream sovereignty above her head, Leonel's gaze couldn't help but narrow. Not only was her Dreamforce a level above his own, she was in the 9th dimension and was a sovereign. Chapter 29.8, Fully Drawn Bow. Chapter 29.8, Fully Drawn Bow. The two didn't speak immediately, nor did Leonel's expression waver. He just looked at her for a long time, feeling that her timing was pretty awful, or far too good, depending on how one looked at it. Leonel hadn't expected to end up as injured as he had during the first battle. He planned to use the trio of beasts as a whetstone, but had ultimately ended up suffering from success. The result was that Blackstar had used up all of his stamina, and Leonel could only send him into the segmented cube, and now even Leonel himself had to retract his divine armor. It had been a very long time since Leonel's divine armors had a stamina drain on him, but it also had to be remembered that one of his uncle's go-to methods of training was perpetually keeping his divine armor active. Leonel had seen this once before, and his uncle had ended up taking it off just so he could see the avalanche of sweat beneath. This was all to say that activating divine armor was certainly a sort of attack on the body, and it wasn't an easy thing to withstand. Unfortunately, in this case, it was even more exaggerated because Leonel had created an unprecedented divine armor, one that pulled on everything he had just to sustain it. There was a reason he had ended up half dead just attempting to fuse with it. So, it could be said that Minerva's timing truly was horrible. However, Leonel didn't seem to notice that, or her relative closeness. With Minerva's strength, even hundreds of meters of separation would have been far too close, but the fact that she was only 3 meters away seemed to be her making a point. She could get this close without him noticing anything, and yet she didn't even take advantage, just standing there quietly. The scariest part was that Leonel had no way of confirming exactly how long she had been standing there unless he had something like Elrion's reverse time ability to watch the sequence of events. For all he knew, she could have been behind him for hours. It certainly wasn't so exaggerated, because in the end, Leonel had still sensed her. But all of this still told Leonel something very important. She was here not just to kill him, but for revenge. The worst humiliation she had ever suffered in her life had come from Leonel, and twice over at that. First, she lost in the challenge sequence to a mere 5th-dimensional existence, losing her right to the segmented cube and the life tablet. Then, despite getting him in their Owlin bubble, she hadn't been able to stop him from turning the world upside down. The world thought that her disciple Celestia was number one, but even then, most were still aware that this was nothing more than a surface conclusion. There were very few that didn't accept that Leonel was the best crafter of the younger generation, and only Minerva knew that he had still held back. Memories of the two braces played in her mind, and a storminess grew in her heart before she extinguished it with a thought. She had suffered humiliation after humiliation at the hand of this boy. Now that she had washed away the rest of her shame, the only stain left was this boy right before her. After she was finished, she would conveniently collect the life tablet and the segmented cube. Then, their rise back to the status of gods would be complete. However, when she thought about how she wanted Leonel to react to her appearance, this wasn't it. Her beauty had returned, and her power was unfathomable, and yet he just stared at her with those cold, emotionless eyes. Minerva seemed to realize that this was the first time she had seen Leonel with this look. Before, he had always seemed so playful and unserious. Even during their first meeting when his life was on the line, he was talking about how she wasn't anywhere near as beautiful as his wife. He had always seemed like a person who didn't take anything seriously at all. But right now, he seemed to be like a different man entirely. His body was relaxed, but his mind was as sharp as a blade. She seemed to realize at that moment that even if she disappeared and tried to sneak up on Leonel again, it would become very difficult. She felt subtle ripples of space in the surroundings, and though her wings easily canceled them out, just the act of doing so exposed her position. Emulation spatial force, the perfect fusion of dream force and spatial force, and it was at the quasi-creation state. No, there was an innate node involved, so it was no weaker than a force at the true creation state. This meant that Leonel had at least 2 forces at that level. A shocking matter indeed. Nothing to say? Minerva suddenly asked. What? Leonel asked in an even tone. You want to hear that you're still not as beautiful as my wife? Minerva looked at Leonel curiously. He was speaking just the same as in the past, but the hints of playfulness were all gone. It made her realize something. Maybe she had truly never fought against a serious Leonel. And she was right. Leonel had been infuriated many times since coming to the complete worlds, and many more dangerous situations. But the last time he had truly taken things seriously was during the Air Wars. Since then, no one had been able to push him to the brink, and he seemed to always easily have enough power to overcome all obstacles. Even demigods and real gods were no strangers to his puppet strings. He even had to force himself to respect people by changing the path of his dream force. But right now, he seemed to be like a fully drawn bow, like a spear piercing through the skies. Chapter 2909, Mistake. Chapter 2909, Mistake. Minerva should have been enraged by this realization, but she wasn't. Her state of mind had completely changed, and her crown only shone more resplendently, because from the start, she too had never taken Leonel seriously, and it had caused her to suffer not just one loss, but two. It was humiliating that a junior dared to treat her so casually, but she also didn't have the right to complain. Hadn't she been the one to take the losses? In that case, let her crush him at his very peak. With a wave of her hand, a holy light descended and a strong surge of light came down. Leonel didn't dodge it, nor did his expression change. A golden feather danced, pinned into Minerva's flowing pink diamond hair, and soon Leonel was back to peak condition. Even if this treasure wasn't a god armament, it likely wasn't far off. And as the descendants of the Minerva, Leonel wouldn't be surprised if they had true god armaments waiting in the wings to be deployed. That was a mistake, Leonel said coolly. Minerva didn't respond immediately, drawing a line through the air with 2 fingers. The golden feather in her hair fluttered out and fell into the embrace of her fingers with a delicate touch. This golden feather is known as the ambrosia feather. It can fully heal a person from even a state of near death, but it takes time to charge. It uses the #1 light force in all of existence, holy force. She waved the feather in her hand, and it grew, sharpening into an elegant sword, 3 fingers wide and just over a meter long if the handle wasn't included. With just a gentle swing, it cut through space as though through butter. For much of my life, I ignored all my other affinities because my one obsession was with the Minerva race. I tossed away everything else, even ignoring my own Holy Force innate node for the sake of progressing my Dream Force, which I have a far weaker affinity in. Unfortunately, or I guess fortunately for you, that means my Holy Force is only at the higher life state right now and still needs much more time to progress. My Sword Force is also lacking for the same reason. I've heard that Golden Force supposedly has the strongest piercing power of all the light forces. But she swung the feather sword again and space split once again. The aura of her middle life state Sword Force spread like ripples in the water, not allowing the spatial rift to close. I'm not sure if I believe that. Minerva slowly lowered her sword and pointed it toward the ground. Far down below, despite her not discharging any force, the ground splintered as though a thin needle had just run through it. Just from her gentle action of lowering it, a fine line of blood ran across Leonel's chest despite the fact the blade had never touched him. Do you know why I'm telling you all this? Leonel looked into her eyes, his gaze still cold and indifferent. It's because I know too much about you. I know about your innate nodes, I know about your Y Star Order status, I know your strengths, your weaknesses, like the back of my hand. If we fought like this, it would be unfair to you. So I will give you the information you couldn't gather yourself. Leonel still didn't respond, looking into the woman's reflective pink eyes as her wings suddenly spread far and wide. They had grown larger, spreading out from 5 meters in both directions as she stood there elegantly and without a care. Runes began to pulse to life on them, and suddenly all the force in the region seemed to have been banished, as though they had been chained down by a mighty deity. Her crown flickered above her head, and her aura towered into the skies. In a sudden rush, the world trembled, and an even pressure appeared all around Leonel, pressing into every square inch of his skin with the same exact force. Leonel finally moved, stretching out a hand to the side. Tattoos began forming all across his body once again, and tufts of white and black fur came out from the waistband of his sweats. Rattling golden braces appeared around his ankles and wrists, while a black chain of tiger-blackened tiger teeth danced wildly in the wind around his neck. A halo appeared to his back, and his aura seemed to have changed completely. And yet, the entire focus of the world seemed to be on his outstretched arm. In it, a bow slowly manifested from his palm. On both ends, it had the golden red feather of a celestial ember. Its body was made of a gorgeous white leather that could have only been from a celestial storm, and its handle was carved out from the finest diamond crystal, reflecting a rainbow of colors. Despite only being 3 meters apart, Leonel casually raised the bow and aimed it at Minerva. The twin celestial ember feathers flexed, and a sudden curve of flames became the bow's bowstring. Leonel gently placed a finger on the bowstring and pulled back. Space fractured, and an arrow seemed to be carved out of it. The blackened tooth of a white spectral tiger became its tip. Minerva's eyes narrowed. Bringing out a bow when we are so close? You really don't fear death. She had never heard of Leonel using a bow. This was the very first time. It was like Leonel had brought it out on purpose to make fun of her earlier words without saying a thing about them. She originally believed that he was still as immature as before, more worried about optics than anything else. But then she felt that aura lock onto her. The scent of death loomed in the air. I told you already, Leonel spoke lightly for the 3rd time in their exchange. That was a mistake. Leonel loosed his arrow. Chapter 2910, Waveform. Chapter 2910, Waveform. The arrow left a tail of split space in its wake, moving with such conviction and speed that even the laws of the world spirit couldn't keep up and mend it all. Minerva reacted instantly. With how close they were, there was no time to do anything else but swing her sword upward. Her power exploded forth, and she met the arrow. But to her surprise, she couldn't seem to finish the arc of her swing. Her sword froze, and the angle of the arrow mysteriously changed, meeting her blade head-on, perfectly perpendicular. The force pressed down, and suddenly an overwhelming strength pushed her back. Minerva had soared an entire 20 meters back before she managed to flap her wings once, withstanding the great pressure to shatter the arrow. But by that point, Leonel had already pulled on his bowstring again. He stood in the skies, high and dignified. The entire bubble world seemed to be in his purview. Even hiding to the edges of the world couldn't hide any one of his targets from his sights. Distance simply didn't matter. They could be just 3 meters from him. They could be thousands of kilometers away. Or they could be just 20 meters away. Peng. This time, the tail of space was even more exaggerated. It looked like a speedboat shooting through a calm lake, splitting everything in its path apart. Peng. Peng. Leonel erupted, one arrow after another taking shape from seemingly empty air, and each and every one carried world-shaking power. Minerva realized quickly that her domain was worthless. Leonel wasn't even using bow force, so what was there to suppress? In fact, it was her force that was being suppressed beneath the strength of the Bornbane's teeth. Her holy force was also exceptionally good at shattering its way through force. It was known for its ability to purify and dispel. As such, while golden force was known as the strongest piercing force, that was only because holy force didn't technically do just this alone. Golden force had gained this title because all it could do was penetrate. But if one took into account holy force's ability to dispel forces, functionally, it had even stronger piercing power than golden force. As such, despite being on her back foot because she had been caught off guard, she quickly regained her bearings. Arrows of black and arcs of gold met in the skies. Sparks flew and shattered remnants fell from the clouds. Leonel's steady rhythm never wavered until he suddenly became faster. The flaming bowstring added a fire characteristic to his arrows, and his destruction sovereignty erupted. At the same time, the skies fell to the night, and a constellation appeared high in the skies. The stars rearranged and became an arrogant man standing tall and unhindered, pulling the string of a bow so far back that it seemed that it might snap at any moment. Domain fell, universe activated. Finality swirled to life, and Leonel's aura erupted all at once. Peng, peng, peng! Minerva's pupils constricted, and her sword trembled. A sword howl filled the skies, and she drew a circle in the air. A sword formation appeared in the skies, and several golden feathers peeled away from her golden sword. Her wings flapped once, and several runes came from it, fusing into the sword formation. The force art thrummed with life, and the aura of auspicious air filled the skies as a resonance of the ages was formed. The lineage factor of the Minerva god race activated. The sword formation rotated a single time, and Leonel's arrows were shredded to pieces. However, by this point, Leonel had already drawn his bow once again, the constellation in the skies shining so bright that it seemed to be day once more. Time rippled, and suddenly it felt like Leonel had split into dozens of overlapping versions of himself. Some had his bow at 20%, some at 40%, some at 100%. It looked as though he had dozens of arms and dozens of legs, each just slightly offset from each other. Suddenly, all of his iterations snapped into focus, and he became just one person again. But when he released his bowstring, the skies were filled with a rain of arrows. Friction, velocity, momentum, waveforming, folding. All 5 levels of universe seemed to be like play putty in Leonel's palms. Some arrows used friction to accelerate. Some used momentum and velocity to suddenly change direction in the air, shooting high up into the skies and suddenly beaming downward like a laser of silver from a sun god. Some approached Minerva straightforwardly, seemingly blinking across vast distances with a snap of the fingers. In one moment, they were by Leonel's side, and in the next, they were right in front of her. But just as Minerva swung, they used waveform, phasing right through her sword as though it wasn't even there at all and appearing before her vital organs. The last batch ignored all laws of reality. Fueled by finality, they blinked across space as though they didn't travel at all, but rather like space had been folded to accommodate them. They each carried the violent aura of destruction and the endless fire of Scarlet Starforce. Leonel seemed to be a bow god descending into the world. He controlled countless variables at once, and he alone seemed to be akin to an entire army. Minerva was instantly assaulted from all sides, blood flying as she failed to block many of them. Arrows tore into her body, and her sword failed to stop much more than just about 20% of them. Bang, bang, bang! Leonel stood high, never lowering his bow as he pulled again. The deathly cold in his gaze only seemed to become more frigid. He had not the slightest intention of giving Minerva even the smallest room to breathe, as he had said. She made a mistake. Maybe if he was still injured, she would stand a chance. Minerva coughed up a mouthful of blood and then suddenly grinned a maddened smile. Good. Chapter 29.1. Golden. Chapter 29.1. Golden Minerva had been stuck in a perpetual state of battle for over a year now. She had slayed gods and waded through rivers of blood. At this point, the sight of her own blood was like the air she breathed and the food she ate. It fueled her, making her body stand at attention and her hair flow wildly in the air. At that moment, she released a delicate roar as Leonel unleashed another arrow. Her sword formation exploded, and suddenly several more golden feathers came from her sword. In fact, just saying that they were just several more didn't do the gorgeous scene justice. It was as though thousands of golden-winged angels had fluttered their wings, spare feathers falling down from the skies like a touch of a golden sun's dew. 9 sets of 108 golden feathers bloomed in the skies, each one forming a formation of their own before coming together to form an enormous magic circle of twinkling feather swords. By this point, the golden sword in Minerva's palm had become nothing more than a thin needle, and yet the aura it gave off felt countless times more oppressive. The arrow that Leonel released was shattered by a rain of swordlight before it could even get close. Minerva rose high into the skies, her wings only gently flapping, and yet the strength of its winds leaving long trenches in the tough ground below. Beneath the high concentration of fire force in the region, the wind-fueled forest fires and entire mountains were melted down. Standing there, she didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corners of her mouth, let alone the rest of her body. She didn't seem to care that her carefully selected dress was riddled with holes. Her gaze sharpened as she met Leonel's gaze. The Minerva lineage factor was known as touch of creation. It could be said that the Minerva were destroyed because they flew too close to the sun, trying to replace the hole left behind by the god-beasts of creation. And one of the pillars of that destruction was the very same touch of creation being used here. It was the ability to find the root of a force art in any and all things, bringing it to life with a rush of auspicious air. It seemed like a simple ability, especially with it being summarized in so few lines. But it was precisely this that made it all the more shocking. Any ability index, any force, any treasure that a Minerva wielded in their possession could harmonize with nature, forming a magic circle that exponentially increased their abilities several times over. If before, the ambrosia feather was only close to the status of a god armament, but not quite there. Now, beneath the power of the touch of creation lineage factor, Minerva was able to arrange its pieces into a formation that multiplied its power 10 times over. Even without being a god armament, at this moment it displayed the power of a treasure that was no less than equal to 1. Leonel took a breath and released an arrow that split into thousands, raining down from above like a torrent. It looked like a heavy storm was falling from the skies, and each one left a tail of space in its wake. Ping, 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 ping. They all fell at once, but they were ripped apart by the formation, unable to get past its aura alone, let alone make it through to Minerva. Minerva raised her golden needle sword, and her posture caused the world to still. Her pink eyes sharpened, and a sword howl for the ages echoed across the skies, causing the ears of the weak who heard it to burst with rains of blood. The sword formation of golden feathers changed and became a supreme sword raising high up to the skies. Leonel's gaze narrowed, the violent signs of danger making his hair stand on his end and his heart skip a bit. The frostiness in his eyes grew as Minerva suddenly swung down. The world split in two. At that moment, twin innate nodes burst into flames on both of Leonel's hips. It looked like the eyes of a god without a head had opened up, and the tufts of fur coming from the waistband of his sweatpants were lit on fire. His scarlet star force soared to the creation state, and his aura of destruction multiplied several times over as 10 stars appeared to his back. However, 2 of these stars were entirely different from the rest, looking as though they had entire worlds contained within them. Leonel couldn't remember the last time he had summoned his stars, but the moment he did so this time, power flooded his body and his forces took another massive leap forward. His scarlet star force roared, springing to life as he pulled his bow back again. Universal force descended from the skies at the same time, wrapping him in white-silver light. The arrow took shape, having a tip of blackened teeth, a body wrapped in gorgeous white leather, and a spiraling spring of red-gold flames quickly flashing around it. A low, deep rumble came from Leonel's chest as his large heart beat just a single time. Boom. It sounded as though a giant had suddenly awoken from his slumber, and the world was torn apart as his arrow was released. The enormous sword-shaped formation of golden feathers met the spiraling arrow. The sight was both glorious and gorgeous, yet simultaneously fear-inducing and shocking. Gold, red, and silver flew in all directions, and a battle for the ages rocked the skies. Leonel released arrow after arrow, and Minerva, as elegant as ever, almost carelessly drew her golden needle sword across the skies. Both of them seemed to look as though they were the pinnacle of indifference, and yet their strikes were capable of flattening worlds. Mountains collapsed and rivers dried up, their auras continuing to grow stronger and stronger. Chapter 2912. Title Chapter 2912. Title: A violent whirlwind of golden blades suddenly appeared around Leonel and shredded into his shoulders and torso. He indifferently blinked away, his body stepping around the void and continuing his rain of arrows. On Minerva's side, an arrow cut into her cheek as she tilted her head to the side, but she remained unmoved. Their cold gazes met, and lightning seemed to spark. At that moment, Leonel made a bold move. Moving across space, he continuously fired arrows, each one capable of razing mountains to the ground. Bang, bang, bang! He released 3 world-ending arrows, each one targeting a specific location of the formation of swords. In that moment, Minerva's expression changed because she felt the natural force art suddenly let out a wild jolt of energy and she lost control for a brief instant. In that brief moment, Leonel had already stepped across the skies and released another arrow. It appeared before her in the blink of an eye, and she had no choice but to wave her sword to block it. However, that action caused her own formation to go even more wildly out of control. The golden feathers scattered, and Minerva realized it would take her at least 3 seconds to fuse them back into a formation. That was only a few blinks to mortals, but to existences like them she could die dozens of times over in that span. Without a choice, she could only abandon the formation for now and begin a slow and impassioned defense while she brought the feathers back in line. At this pace, it would take her at least 10 seconds, but Leonel was relentless. First, he had proven to her that he could just as easily match her with a bow, and now he reminded her that in terms of crafting, he was by far her superior. How dare she assume that her formation would be enough to stop his steps? Peng, peng, peng. Minerva's sword left 3 gorgeous arcs of gold in the air, swatting away dozens of arrows in a single sweep. She realized something and immediately abandoned reforming the formation. The 9 times 108 golden feathers rose into the skies once again, but this time not in a formation, but instead a relentless, unbridled rain. Her crown glowed above her head and a domain of Dreamforce spread out. From the start, Minerva had never used her ability index, but since things had come to this, she would show Leonel her truest strength. The world was instantly shrouded in the majesty of a sovereign middle creation state Dreamforce, and the golden feathers began to dance in a delicate pink mist. They multiplied in the skies, going from short of 1,000 to several tens of thousands in an instant. The world roared, and they whistled. Leonel was instantly enveloped by this pink mist, and he had a hard time telling up from down and left from right. He realized instantly that it was an illusion of some sort, but that knowledge didn't help him when the opponent's Dreamforce strength was so far above his own. However, he didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he became frighteningly calm, so much so that the world seemed to become painted in black and white before his eyes. A rush of majesty came from him as his eyes closed for but a moment before they snapped open. The halo behind him trembled, and the diamond pressed to his forehead glowed with a majestic light. At that moment, the halo behind Leonel began to reflect the scenes inside of his ethereal glabella, and the form of the mage core. An ancient tree with an array of colored leaves in the shape of runes appeared. It swayed gently in the wind just once. A sword suddenly pierced through Leonel's gut, ripping a hole right through him, but he didn't even flinch. The mage core swayed again just as another golden feather sword ripped into his shoulder, almost taking his entire arm off. The more wounds he suffered, the colder his gaze seemed to become. A sword flashed by, cutting half of his neck. Had he not moved slightly, his entire head would have been lopped off and sent high into the skies. In just a few moments, Leonel was in an injured state, even worse than what he had experienced at the hands of the elder fallen god beasts. However, his expression remained cold all the same, and then his lips suddenly parted. Disperse. The moment the words came from his lips, the world froze and an ancient rune came from his mouth. The strength of a second ability index took root, and the world of pink mist was forcefully ruptured and shredded apart. At that moment, the number of golden feather swords plummeted back down to less than 1,000, and Leonel's aura pierced into the skies like a spear. Leonel grabbed at the air, already readying his bow with the other hand. He stood there, beaten and bloodied, the only indifferent part of him his heart-shuddering gaze. They stood like 2 reflective marbles amidst the carnage, polished smooth and radiating a chilly pale violet light. Today, your title will be Swift. A rune formed in Leonel's palm and he pressed it into his bow. The bow trembled and sparks of lightning took shape in the skies as though the world spirit was infuriated, and maybe it should have been. Leonel had just forcefully taken a portion of its power. Even though his face paled, his back stood straight. Even though his arms were injured, he still pulled back the bowstring. Even though his head seemed it might fall from his shoulders at any time, he held it high. Die. The words were spoken softly, but the moment they descended, the world around Leonel shattered like fragmenting glass, reality fissuring, and the laws of this world rupturing. He released the bowstring and time stopped while space seemed to cease mattering. The arrow moved so swiftly that its tip had already pierced Minerva before she could react. Chapter 2913, T-Tets-Zip! Chapter 2913, TTTSSSSSSSSSSUUUUUUU. The arrow embodied the word. It didn't have to fold space or shatter its way into the void. It was speed in its truest essence, velocity in its sharpest definition. It moved so quickly that it truly did seem to do all of those things, and yet both Leonel and Minerva, with their sharp dream force, knew that this wasn't the case at all. There was no curve, no tricks, no distortions. It felt like it was ancient in its creed and almost arrogant in its directness. And in that instant, it pierced right through Minerva's body, ripping into her chest before she could even think to move to the side. TTT-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S. The sound came long afterward, a grating noise that made it feel as though the air was a pot and the arrow was a fork scraping along its bottom. The arrow seemed to have forced the world into submission, forcing it to remain steady to allow it to display its mighty speed, and it was only then that a trail of fire and fragmented space appeared in its wake. It was faster than even the world could react to. It was the embodiment of true, unbridled, unabashed speed. And it was because of that it ripped through Minerva's body before she even felt anything. She stood there, frozen, still wondering what had happened. Like a person who had been shot but had yet to realize because of the adrenaline, she stood there stunned. Her senses told her what had happened, but she still didn't dare to believe it. On the other side of the battlefield, Leonel was stunned as well, but for a completely different reason. I missed? The arrow had certainly ripped through Minerva's body, but not in the location he was aiming for. It missed her heart and went right through her lung, just centimeters from his intended target. Someone else might feel it was just unfortunate, but for Leonel, this left him shocked to the point he lacked the words to describe them. From the first moment he had picked up a bow, to this moment here, he had never missed. Surely many had dodged his attacks, blocked them, or parried them, but had he ever missed? Never. His arrow always seemed to be guided by his heart and landed on the exact target he was aiming for every time without the slightest hint of failure. But this time, he was actually off. He could have killed Minerva with that blow, but because he missed, he hadn't. At first, he thought it was because he had miscalculated. Maybe he misjudged the speed of the arrow, compensated for where he thought Minerva would try to dodge, and ended up overcompensating too much. But no, that wasn't the case. If that had happened, he wouldn't summarize the events as him having missed. It would have been worse than that. It would have been him misjudging his own strength, underestimating his own power, and that was likewise something that he had never done. Soon, he realized exactly what had happened. The power of the arrow was too great for him to control. He had missed because it was too unruly for him. He was so used to the bow coming so naturally to him that he didn't even think before he released the arrow, and that was part of the reason he didn't immediately understand why he had missed as well. He had been forced to use his ability index to return to that state to figure out exactly what happened, and it left him stunned. He had put in a lot of effort to begin to tap into the opposing half of his ability index. The applications of it felt endless, and it was a path that would allow his controllability index to transcend to an unprecedented level. If he could both perfectly control himself and perfectly control the world around him, what could possibly stop his steps? However, what he didn't expect was that this success would make him too powerful to the point he wasn't able to even control his own strength. It was almost ridiculous. No, it really was ridiculous. If it wasn't for the situation, he wouldn't have laughed at himself. However, just when he thought he was going to have to burst into action on another long, drawn-out round of this battle, Minerva violently coughed up mouthfuls of blood, her body shuddering. Leonel watched this in silence and almost couldn't help but laugh at himself again. He had missed, sure, but it was only by a few centimeters. For him, this was a devastating matter and entirely unacceptable. He had exceptionally high standards for himself, and he had projected his perceived failure onto the battle. However, was it the same for Minerva? The strength of Leonel's normal arrows could already shatter worlds. If he was in an incomplete world, a single one of his arrows could probably run through a gauntlet of planets and shatter their star in one sweep, eradicating a solar system. Every single one of his arrows ripped and tore open space. So how could his arrow pass through the body of a person and leave them unscathed? Whatever carnage this bubble world had to suffer every time he released an arrow, wouldn't Minerva also have to suffer just the same? Except this time, it was within her own body, and so close to her heart at that. Even though she wasn't dead like Leonel wanted, she was probably in no fighting condition. And unfortunately for her, the healing method she had as a trump card had been used on Leonel and had yet to replenish itself. It could be said that she had lifted a mountain only to drop it onto her own foot, but that was her pride. Looking at her, Leonel couldn't help but remember himself. If he hadn't changed his Dreamforce path, would he have ended up like this? Maybe he wouldn't have experienced personal failure, but wouldn't the death of his friends and family be another sort of heartbreak? Leonel's pupils suddenly constricted as a figure appeared by Minerva's side. Chapter 2914, One Chance. Chapter 2914. One chance Leonel hadn't sensed the appearance of this person at all. It was as though, in one instant, they were just there, as though they had always been there, as though they had never not been there. This person was powerful. He was a man, handsome beyond reason, and having a head of pink hair not much unlike Minerva. However, unlike Minerva, his wings were a frightening gold that reflected all light. No, it wasn't that they reflected all light, but rather that they reflected the light so fiercely that each ray that bounced off felt as sharp as the light of a sword. It felt like, if he wanted, he could cleave a world in two with a single flap. The man was valiant beyond reason, and exuded an otherworldly temperament that made it seem like he wasn't of this world, that even the gods themselves couldn't have personally sculpted him. And it was when Leonel had this thought that he frowned and shook himself awake. A cold sweat broke out on his back, and he felt that there was something particularly odd about this man. It was times like this that he wished he had kept the original path of his Dreamforce. But right now, he was being forced to respect this man. No, it was his choice to respect this man, he reminded himself. Is his dream force so tangible that he can affect even my mind so easily? No, it's not that. Is this what a true Dharma feels like? But not quite. Leonel's wise C and Star Order status acted to quickly dissect the aspects of this man he could understand and put them together, and soon he felt he had a grasp. This man was only a step away from becoming a true god. The feeling of awe and reverence came almost entirely from this feeling, but it was also a wake-up call. The strength of some at the peak of the creation state was on a completely different level. The strength of someone who had a quasi-dharma was even more exaggerated. It felt like a world apart. The separation between the two tiers was devastating, so much so that it was difficult for Leonel to even gather up the fighting intent right now. However, Leonel seemed to feel that his mind was being forcefully tempered by his resistance. The man didn't even look at Leonel as though he was entirely insignificant. He caught Minerva from falling from the skies, supporting her. Then, he took out a force pill and gave it to her. Minerva's situation quickly stabilized, though her face remained pale. However, it was hard to tell if this was because she had clearly lost, or if it was because she was still a bit injured. Her gaze dimmed, but from start to finish, she didn't look toward Leonel. It was like she didn't trust what she would do if she met his gaze right now. It was only after he had made certain that Minerva was in good condition that the man finally looked toward Leonel. At that moment, whatever pressure Leonel had felt before was multiplied several times over. It felt like he was watching a golden star approach from the skies, preparing to collide with his planet. But even as it approached, the forest caught fire, the oceans dried up, and large pieces were being ripped from this planet's surface. The visualization was so clear that Leonel truly felt that he was already there, about to lose his life. Sparks of dream force flickered to life, and a wildly dancing crown appeared above Leonel's head. Right then, he focused on the other half of his dream force sovereign path. Persistence. He stood proudly in the skies, meeting the gaze of the man that seemed to hold a pair of burning golden stars. Unyielding, the man said indifferently, as though he was passing judgment. His words didn't have any emotion in them, nor did he seem to care that Leonel was so persistent. As far as he was concerned, Leonel was a wave of the hand away from death, and had always been that, and would continue to be that into perpetuity. The arrogance of this man was practically its own towering monument. If not for their plans, he would have long become a god. In this world, no one was worthy of keeping up with his steps. He was the head of the Alwans. No, he was the head of the Minerva, Elysium. You may live only because you have some use. Your actions are your attempt at survival, and they're pleasing enough to me. However, the segmented cube and the life tablet, those aren't things that the likes of you can hold. Leonel continued to look at this man. After Elysium finished speaking, he just stood there as though he were waiting for Leonel to hand them over of his own accord. He didn't seem to think that he would need to take action at all. Leonel felt flickers of rage raise up within him that were suddenly doused by a dense cold. The cold seemed to come from Elysium, who was giving him a silent warning. But there was something else within Leonel radiating an even deeper cold. It was the remaining strands of his previous Dreamforce path. He almost subconsciously reached out toward them, wanting to return to the path of absolute confidence without the slightest regard for anything. Who was this man to try to trample over his dignity? Who was he to speak to him so casually, to look at him with that gaze? The only person who deserved to look down on people in this way was him, the only man to ever outlive existence itself. Leonel suddenly closed his eyes, taking a shaky breath. From an outsider's perspective, it truly looked as though he had lost his mind to fear. However, his words were anything but. I will give you one chance to scram, or else we both won't like the result. His voice was low, emotionless, and seemed to be layered with an unapproachable majesty. Chapter 29 5 Generations. Chapter 29 5 Generations. Leonel didn't look at Elysium, his gaze dark and aimed toward the ground as though he was still trying to control an impulse. His heart was thrumming wildly, and his fury was threatening to spill over. He took deep breaths and eventually even closed his eyes. It was almost a level of disregard that took Elysium aback for the first time, but then he shook his head. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed as though Leonel was just truly afraid. In the world, there was a fine line between bravery, ignorance, and stupidity. To be brave meant to understand the threat you were under and face it valiantly nonetheless. To be ignorant was to face off against challenges you had no knowledge or understanding of, simply because it fed your ego. To be stupid was to understand your situation, know you had another choice, and yet choose the path of most resistance because of, once again, your ego. In Elysium's opinion, the fear that Leonel felt was real. He should see the gap between the two of them, and his reaction was only natural. This was just the normal reaction of prey meeting their apex predator. Elysium was the perfect counter to Leonel, not only just because he was extremely powerful, but also because he had comprehended Dreamforce to an extreme extent as well. Any advantages that a Dreamforce user might have had against another powerful opponent were useless against him. He did not fear Dreamforce because he, too, wielded it. In the end, that meant to him that Leonel was only speaking such idiotic words because he was unwilling. In fact, now that Elysium thought about it, when had Leonel ever taken a step back? He had seemed sensible during the gathering of minds, but wasn't that just him throwing another tantrum? He had said that he would give up the life tablet and segmented cube if he lost, but he ended up stealing it back. Elysium had never really thought about these things before because a character as small as Leonel wasn't worth so much effort to think about in normal circumstances. If not for the situation now, he wouldn't have even bothered. But now that he had thought of them, he couldn't help but feel a sliver of disdain for him, even though he only looked at Leonel as an elder would a child. A man who couldn't even keep his own word, a man who treated the words he spoke and said as though they were air to be passed through the world and ignored, wasn't a man at all. Any potential he might have felt that Leonel had was directly ignored by him. He already felt that no one he had already surpassed could ever catch up to his steps, but now he didn't even feel that Leonel had the right to chase him. He had wasted enough time here. There was no point in wasting any more. So, he raised his hand to take action, feeling disgust all the while. Acting against a child was truly beneath. It made him feel even more disgusted that Leonel had forced him to do this. And that was when Leonel's voice rang out. "It seems you've made your decision." A dangerous aura shuddered the skies as Leonel's bow began to tremble. It didn't seem like it was struggling, but rather that it was far too excited. Leonel's face was already pale before, but now it seemed to have grown several times paler, his skin sinking and his cheekbones becoming more prominent. However, when he slowly opened his eyes, there was nothing but a deep, unfathomable indifference. Elysium's hand paused in the air. Was it an illusion? What was that feeling? Suddenly, the world shook and quaked. The repaired reality around Leonel shattered once again, and golden bow force began to accumulate. A halo-like bracelet began to appear around both of his wrists, but this time they were even more spine-tingling than the last time they appeared. Even before entering the creation state, Leonel's spear force had been seconds from shattering one of the strongest mortal realm bubbles in existence. But now that they had entered the creation state, there was a qualitative change the likes of which were almost impossible to describe. It felt like it wasn't just this world that was crumbling, but all of reality itself. And it was clear that Leonel control was even weaker now than it had been before, but this time, by design. "Do you feel that?" Leonel asked plainly. All the while, she had been silent and couldn't even look at Leonel. But right now, how could she not feel this oppressive aura? It was as though she might be swallowed up at any moment. "You know, I found that I really hate when people look down on me. It's probably a character flaw and I should fix it. The opinions of the insignificant shouldn't be worth anything at all. I still remember when I was just a teenager, I didn't think that kneeling was a big deal. I was raised in an empire and practically worshipping the annoying old man that turned out to be grandfather was commonplace. So when I met a certain King Arthur, I thought it was only natural that I showed him the same respect, until, that is, he tried to weaponize it against me." Leonel spoke slowly as more of his life seemed to leave his body, and yet he remained entirely indifferent to it all. "I guess you can say that that's when it started. I have a particular distaste for people who think too much of themselves, which is ironic considering my opinion of myself, but the difference is that you are not me." Leonel looked away from Elysium and toward the world around him. "You tell me, oh mighty patriarch of the Minerva, if your little formation of worlds was suddenly missing one, what would happen to your generations of planning?" Chapter 2916, Who Really? Chapter 2916, Who Really? Hearing these words, Elysium's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. When a man like him lost control of his emotions, the skies changed color and the earth seemed to flip. The entirely artistic conception of the world was flipped on its head as though it had been plunged into a world of nightmares. Swirls of chaos began to appear in space like the canvas of a Van Gogh painting. A rainbow of dark colors slathered themselves across the skies, and part of the earth below seemed to act both as careless currents of water and the hardest diamond. It was a casual use of strength and power that Leonel had never seen before, one that should have rocked him to the very core, and yet the indifference in his eyes only deepened to the point that it gave way to disdain, as though he had just broken through another one of the 9 levels of hell. So bold, so arrogant, so uncaring, and dismissive of the world in one moment, and yet the instant he came across the slightest obstruction, this was his reaction. And he called himself an expert? Elysium had probably lived a life that was carefree and easy. He probably thought that he had had it hard, having to raise up a race back to godhood. Poor him. It must have been extremely difficult being raised in one of the wealthiest demigod races in existence, being handed his patriarch position, and then sitting on the sidelines while everyone else fought his battles. He had no idea the kind of trials and tribulations that Leonel had been through, so much so that he actually dismissed Leonel's heroic reversals, distilling them down to going back on his word. Elysium certainly had no idea just how much of his thoughts that Leonel could see right through. Wise sea order alone was already enough to be hailed as an oracle by the people of the incomplete world. When it was layered with wise sea order, the reality of it all was that Leonel couldn't just be said to be a Dreamforce sovereign anymore, he was something far beyond that. Even the combination of a sovereignty and an innate node stacked atop of one another was inferior to the boost that he had to his Dreamforce right now. Of course, this boost wasn't in the normal sense, or else the likes of Minerva wouldn't have been able to outmaneuver him. Even so, it wasn't something that could be easily ignored nonetheless, because this boost was precisely focused on comprehending and understanding the world around him. He had only had it for a few weeks, and yet he had already broken through with 2 forces into the creation state. Had his battle not been interrupted, he might very well have broken through in another. The thoughts of this overly arrogant man could never be hidden from him. What he did best now was understand, and Elysium's mind might as well have been an open book, especially because he was so arrogant he didn't even try to bar it from being read. It all bore out exactly as he expected. The moment Elysium sensed that the situation was being pulled away from his control, he reacted. It even seemed that he might flip out in a rage. When his lips were about to part, Leonel interrupted him. "Don't waste my time with a stupid back and forth. You do not have the capability to kill me before this world is ultimately destroyed. You might be close to being a god, but you are not yet a god. I have trump cards you wouldn't imagine, including one that would have allowed me to beat you into the ground with my own fists. You are just lucky that I would rather destroy this world and be hunted down by the gods than to take that route. So maybe you are right that I take the path of most resistance, even when I probably shouldn't." But so what? Leonel's momentum grew so lofty that the world around him returned to normal, shedding the suppression that came from Elysium's warping of the world. In that moment, his dream force soared, entering the middle creation state in a single bound. The flickering crown above his head solidified, and a bit of the paleness on his face seemed to have recovered. Not all paths of most resistance chosen were done out of stupidity. Some of them were chosen out of principle, out of love, out of conviction. If Leonel destroyed this world, it would mean that the plan of the Owlins and fallen god beasts would fail. Once that happened, the ire of the world would be likely to fall on him. Even if they suffered greatly, the Owlins and fallen god beasts would certainly come after him, not to mention the variant Invalids. At the same time, once the Void Race found out the true ins and outs of the situation, because they would no longer have to weigh their options and deal with the appearance of a new god realm, they could certainly come after him as well. It could be said that regardless of whether it was Leonel or Elysium, the both of them would lose a lot the moment this world was destroyed. And yet, this was still the choice that Leonel chose to take. He would rather take this path than use the blood of that woman. He had sworn it before, and he would never hesitate to say it again. Until she died beneath the palm of his hands, he would never use his dream Asura lineage factor again. And that was the dividing the line between these two men. On one side, there was a man blinded by his arrogance and still unwilling to give up, even now. And on the other, there was a man staunch in his convictions and resilient in his thoughts. Between the two of them, who really was the stupid one? Chapter 21:7, Gruesome. Chapter 21:7, Gruesome. Elysium didn't say a single word. He just stood there, and his expression had already returned to calm. It was just unfortunate that the changes to the world never seemed to stop, so no matter what his face looked like, it was worthless. Just like Leonel had said, he was an open book. Then, to Leonel's surprise, Elysium vanished without a word. He might have thought that it was for an attempted attack if it wasn't for the fact that he also took Minerva with him. Even after several moments, there were no other movements, and even the change to the world slowly faded away. "It seems I've made a powerful enemy again." Leonel said these words almost carelessly, as though he didn't care. In truth, he knew that Elysium might try it if it hadn't been for his Dreamforce breakthrough. But after that, it had become several times more difficult to outmaneuver Leonel. This was because Elysium's main force certainly wasn't Dreamforce, and though his Dreamforce was definitely in the creation state as well, it wasn't his sovereignty. The combination of his dimension and his constitution made his Dreamforce extend far further than Leonel's did. But in the end, Leonel was confident in bridging that gap with his Y-star and C-order status. It wouldn't be enough to overwhelm them or even truly be equal, but it would be enough for him to protect himself long enough to destroy this world. When he realized that, Elysium reacted as only a man so arrogant would. Rather than trying to threaten or persuade Leonel, he directly left. That was because he felt that Leonel should know himself the kind of enemy he had just made. There was no need to inform him that was arrogance of the Minerva racehead. If before he had been fine with giving Leonel a path to live, when the time was ripe, Leonel would be the first head he took. Leonel's lip curled into a sneer, but soon afterward his bow force dispersed and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but glare at the fading halo-like bracelets. To think that his own forces would still be so unruly. I truly think the only way to fix this is to find two separate incomplete worlds that can accommodate them. Only that way will they not clash and I can finally use them again. But finding worlds perfect for weapon forces, Leonel sighed, that was far too difficult. Weapon forces were created by humanoids as a method of self-protection. They weren't like other forces, and you wouldn't necessarily be blessed with an affinity either. Rather, what people mistook for weapon force affinities were other lesser forces that you happen to have an appropriate combination of affinities for. These were forces like sharpness or swiftness, and they were precisely the building block forces that Drake was currently using to try to create his gun force. This was to say that finding an incomplete world for his bow and spear would be nigh impossible. He would have to completely reshape an incomplete world instead. Or he would have to find an incomplete world with a tribe or race of people with particular affinities and then make them the dominant race. But whether that was possible with his current skill was hard to say. It felt like that would take more than he had. And just finding the incomplete worlds themselves would be a tall task. Leonel coughed up another mouthful of blood, feeling annoyed by the weakness of his body, but not being able to do much about it. If there's a next incomplete world I need to focus on, it should certainly be for my vital star force. It's the one force I have the least affinity for, and I need all the help I can get. Vital Star Force had been the last of Leonel's forces to reach the quasi-creation state, and it was the most slow-going. Incomplete worlds focused on life force were also rare, as would be the case for all high-level forces. However, it would certainly be far easier than doing the same with weapon forces. One step at a time. Leonel thought this as his eyes flashed with a cold light. It should be that the fallen god beasts were sufficiently infuriated now, and now Elysium was aware that he was aware of their plan. The level of hatred they would have toward him would certainly be at an all-time high now, and almost all of his pieces had been perfectly set on the board. In the end, arrogant or not, he'd be the one who got the last life. Oop, better run. Leonel went from a frigid cold to a spry rabbit in the blink of an eye. Barely minutes after he had vanished, red gold feathers fell from the skies as an ancestor celestial ember appeared. Nova looked down with narrowed eyes. The carnage was palpable, but she could see it, and Leonel hadn't bothered to clean it up. The life signatures of 9 distinct existences were down there, and now all of them were gone. Just the fact that Leonel could draw blood from all 9 of them was something that was shocking enough, but what did it mean that they were gone now? They were dead. It was a thought Nova didn't want to believe, but it was one she had to. A single human boy had fought 9 elders of their fallen god-beast lineage alone and actually won? No, it even seemed that he had another battle afterward with an Owlin, Minerva, and he seemed to have won that battle as well. Nova drew a line across the skies with her wing, and the volatile space in the region seemed to retrace a particularly valiant arrow, one that made her pupils constrict into fiery pinholes. She flapped her wings once and soared across the world. Leonel Morales, you will die a gruesome death. It was a gentle voice, but it shook the world. Chapter 2918. Unbeatable, Chapter 2918. Unbeatable Leonel heard the voice, and he burst into a laughter, uncaring for the state of his body. Every rumbling chuckle seems to cause another rain of blood to fall from him, but he was at complete peace, even with his body being ravaged to this extent. That interaction with Elysium had truly pissed him off. Even making him back off like that wasn't enough, because it was clear the man was still as arrogant as ever. The only way Leonel would feel satisfied is if he truly made them suffer. All of them. The variant Invalids tried to steal his wife right from under his nose. The Celestial Embers had cooperated with the Owlins to try to steal his life tablet and Anastasia. Minerva had tried to kill him more than once, humiliating him several times, and in the end, he could only let her get away because he didn't have the strength to stop Elysium. The frustration was boiling over to the point he had almost returned to his old ways, but it was fine. If he couldn't crush them with his fists, then he would take advantage with his blade when he could, and then crush them with his mind. His laughter echoed throughout the world, and yet the celestial ember that was able to cross an entire world with just a single flap of her wings couldn't seem to find him at all. It was like he had truly vanished. At that moment, in another corner of the battlefield, a familiar Void Race member appeared in a cosmic swirl of black and violet. She frowned, her senses spreading, and almost instantly she retreated into the portal again. The fury of Nova was palpable, and it had spread across the entire world. As arrogant as Shanrei was, she knew that she was no match for an Ancestor-level character. Ironically, the moment she stepped into the world, he had been forced to vanish once again. Leonel crossed the voice, his body shuddering. Soon he found a simple and plain complete world and fell into it. He buried himself deep underground and then entered the segmented cube. He fell like a flopping fish and gasped for breath. Son of a bitch, that really almost killed me. Leonel slowly took his time to catch his breath, but in the end, he chose to just activate instant recovery. He wasn't sure if it would work, but it was better to find out now than another time. After all, he was completely safe within the segmented cube, and since the world was entirely under Anastasia's control, he didn't need to worry about being sensed by others. To Leonel's surprise, it really did still work, almost shockingly well. What? Leonel shot up as curtains of gold fell onto him. He was stunned. This was the first time he had used instant recovery since coming to wider existence. But looking at it not, he felt that it was on a completely different level. Was it because he had devoured the Golden Tiger lineage factor, or was it because of the mutated path he was taking? No, it's all more complicated than that. As far as Leonel could tell, there was a second important factor, and that was the complete worlds themselves. He had always thought that instant recovery was pulling from himself, but that only seemed to be part of the case. The reason there were always such phenomena in the outside world was precisely because it was communicating with the outside world as well. It seemed that just now, not only had instant recovery perfectly healed him, but his body had increased to a proportional amount. If Leonel was correct, then this was a normal function of instant recovery when used in an incomplete world. But because he had swallowed the lineage factors and turned them into his body potential, the effect was multiplicative. As a result, the improvement to his constitution might have been small, but it was still noticeable. It was enough that even if he didn't have the controllability index, he would have still noticed. Even someone who had only recently begun to take their training seriously would notice. An entire percentage point? Can I replicate that? Is it because my state of injury was just that bad? Or is it something else? Leonel looked deeper and found that he had actually moved along in the stages of progress that Ina had mentioned all that time ago. Right now, he had reached 30% integration. As Ina had said back then, to push it past 30%, they needed to take drastic measure, forming a feedback loop between his body, brain, ethereal glabella, and soul. But just now, it felt like instant recovery had done that all on its own. Leonel suddenly wanted to run and tell his wife, but he couldn't do that. She was in the middle of having a breakthrough of her own. That much is fine. I don't need a huge boost in my strength right now. Now that I'm certain that instant recovery holds a secret to elevating my body to a new level, I can do it any time. Right now, my mind is more important, and this is just secondary. That said, Leonel did a few more tests, trying to figure something out. Then he had a thought. If instant recovery still worked, then the Dark Northern Lineage factor reciprocal, their lifesteal ability, should likewise work. Leonel walked to one of the many fallen god beast corpses he had accumulated and placed a hand on one. Then he used lifesteal. His eyes opened wide immediately as he felt the changes to his body. Holy shit. Once again, there was a feedback between the world and the technique that amplified their abilities, and, on top of that, the amplification only seemed to increase because of the modifications he had made to the lineage factor. If only I could use these techniques openly, I would be an unbeatable monster. Chapter 29.9 Keen. Couldn't afford. Chapter 29.9. Couldn't afford. Leonel realized something shocking. The same bodily improvements that instant recovery allowed him appeared in lifesteal, but it was even more straightforward. In fact, it felt more complex than that. He could even feel that he could make changes to his divine armor through this method, using the blood of stronger beasts to strengthen it further and make it run smoother. These elder beasts would have been impossible to kill without his divine armor, but it seemed that now he could accept the fruits of his labor. Not quite. It's more complex than that. If I absorbed the blood of a celestial ember, I would throw the balance off. I would need to use it on all four at the same time, but I can't do that since I can only cast the technique once. It seemed that, once again, he would need to wait for his wife. Only her blood sovereignty could help him get past this barrier. However, if he ignored his divine armor for the moment, he could directly improve his body. It felt like a soothing tonic was running right through him. I can do that too? Leonel's gaze flickered. He realized that he could pass on this refined energy to his incomplete worlds, and then, when he needed them, he could take them out. Didn't that mean that he could secure healing for himself in a stealthy way? Did he find a method to use it in public? But once again, Leonel was disappointed. There were two problems with this approach. The first issue was the fact that his worlds were technically worlds of destruction now. No, more accurately, they were fueling and amplifying his destruction world into a real world. The aspects of destruction were still there, so over time, the energy was depleted and crushed. He could store the energy inside the incomplete worlds themselves that seemed to be just fine, but then it would be no different from storing it in a spatial ring or something of the sort. The moment he took it out, the aura of the lifesteal technique would leak, and then it would make no difference that he hadn't used it directly. If he could store it in his destruction world itself, it would have been a direct link, and he would never need to take it out of his body to use it. So many issues everywhere. Maybe I should really take a look at those life tablet techniques again to see if I can find a technique that won't get me killed. Leonel chuckled to himself and stretched his back out. He had rested for more than enough. Well, if enough could be counted in a couple minutes at best, it was time to get back to work. As for the matters surrounding the life tablet, he didn't have time to consider it. As for what questions people might have about his recovery, didn't he have Anastasia as the perfect cover? Let them assume the pods had warped time for him and given him enough time to recover. It seems that I've still been too nice until now. Leonel ripped a fist through the post of an Owlin. Without another word, he turned and left. That was already his 7th Owlin-level elder killed. He seemed to have completely forgotten about his grudge with the Void Race and was just unleashing unholy hell on the so-called New Age Minerva. Everywhere past, there was only blood left in his wake. He didn't even bother to count those beneath the elder level any longer. He moved unhindered, and if before the elders could only pressure him together, now they had a hard time doing so at all. News of Leonel's carnage spread, but by the time anyone strong enough to stop him came, he had already left through the void to unleash another rampage on another world. The number of elders they were losing was starting to hurt their bottom line. There was no denying it. If too many of these old monsters died, then even if they succeeded in rising to the god realm, it wouldn't matter at all. That's because without enough of a foundation, what good would it be? They would just be massacred. Although these elders weren't their true trump cards, much of their potential would be unearthed by returning to god realms as well. By then, they wouldn't be a strong enough deterrent force to stop the gods from launching another war against them, and this was what they least wanted to see. However, no matter what they did, it didn't seem to matter. It was as though they couldn't catch traces of Leonel anymore. Even the peak creation state experts they sent couldn't do anything. After Leonel's Dreamforce breakthrough, only the like of Elysium and the other monsters of the fallen god beasts could possibly catch him unawares. But what was even worse was that it seemed that Leonel only seemed to be getting stronger with every exchange. The battles became shorter and shorter. Soon, they weren't even getting information about battles anymore. They were only confirming deaths by disappearances. And worse than that, they had confirmed that Leonel almost certainly had a method of traveling between worlds exceptionally quickly, but that left them stunned. They had sealed all these worlds, and the only thing that should be capable of this was spatial force. And yet, why? Elysium sat in silence, his expression the same picture of indifference. He listened to the reports one another without a word. At this rate, someone of his caliber would really have to step out. The problem was that the fallen god beasts didn't have the mastery over dream force necessary to counter Leonel's escapes. But where would he put his face if he had to act again, and what would they do about Leonel's threat to destroy the worlds? In the end, it looked like he had gone and provoked someone he couldn't afford to. Chapter 2920, My Path. Chapter 2920, My Path. Elysium would never think such thoughts, of course. He even felt that Leonel's actions were very stupid and only proved that he was far too weak. Why else would he be throwing such a tantrum? In Elysium's opinion, Leonel had certainly felt threatened by his leaving without a word, and this was how he was venting his hatred. It was made only clearer by the fact he was only targeting the Owlins now, when before he had been slaughtering the fallen god beasts. Maybe knowing that he was going to die anyway, he decided to try to deal the Owlins a blow in any way he could. It was working, because unfortunately there was little Elysium could do. Even if he went, they would just end up in the same stalemate. Then would he have to leave without a word again? And then what? The easy way to deal with this was to force Leonel's hand by targeting the human bubble, but he had received reports that it was being protected by a formation exchanged for from the Dream Pavilion. Its level of strength wasn't something that could be underestimated, and it would likely take someone as strong as him personally moving to even begin to harm it. And even then, by his calculations, it would take him several days to shatter his way through. There didn't seem to be a road to turn to. Even if he was willing to swallow his pride and go, what kind of carnage could Leonel unleash in 3 days? Did he even care about the humans that much? No one had ever seen him care very much for anyone other than his wife and his own personal interests. And in the case that he did care for them, what was he going to do? Hold them hostage? He certainly couldn't kill them all, or else what would he do if Leonel lost himself in fury and truly did destroy one of their worlds? At this point, the trouble was rooted in something Elysium had tried to ignore. How could an ant have the power to destroy a demigod world? He had tried to convince himself that it was some sort of external method, but in the end he had landed on it being a special sacrificial technique Leonel had exchanged for in the life tablet. It seemed that even Elysium couldn't quite feel what it was that Leonel had been about to bring out. That was because this time, Leonel had even less control over forming it. The erratic energy was so disjointed and fragmented that even Elysium couldn't entirely see through it, though Dream Force also wasn't his strongest force. In the end, it seemed that there was only one path to take. This couldn't continue. There seemed to be only one path that could be taken. Zypherian, you will have to start pulling some weight. Elysium spoke indifferently. Minerva sat in silence. There was some trembling in her hands, but as the hours slowly passed, they became steadier and steadier. At some point, her mother had appeared by her side. These days, the return of her parents felt so surreal that she didn't know how to react. She felt that it should have been the best day of her life, and yet she just felt so distant from it all. She had hardly looked at their faces. They were still the same vague, foggy images she recalled from her childhood. Whatever that barrier was, she couldn't seem to break it down. Maybe it was resentment toward them leaving her behind to suffer so much these years, or maybe it was because she had grown too used to not depending on anyone else. However, she still couldn't help but feel some comfort as her elegant mother sat there in silence, saying nothing at all. Days later, Minerva seemed to have fully calmed down, her body steady and her gaze deep and unfathomable. Her mother, watching to the side, nodded to herself. Losses were inevitable on the road forward. It was how you took them that mattered most. With this, Minerva's mind had been tempered once again. But then again, maybe this wasn't a surprise. How many times had she been pushed into the corner without them here? If she was going to collapse, she would have done so long ago. This is the way, she said lightly. It is just unfortunate that you did not learn it from us. I can only apologize for that. Minerva didn't respond, sitting in silence. It's okay to hate, her mother continued. To hate us, or to hate him. I don't hate him, Minerva suddenly spoke. Not anymore. The him she spoke of was obviously Leonel. Her mother was taken aback by the clarification, and didn't know what to say that she spoke out for her enemy, but not her own parents. But what Minerva said next shocked her even more. In fact, I think I might love him. Silence fell over the room, and at this point, Minerva's mother, who had experienced millennia of life, didn't even know what to say to such a thing. This was the first time she had heard of a woman falling in love in such a way. But I still must kill him, Minerva continued, just as indifferently. He is the only man to truly defeat me in all aspects, but I'm destined to not be with him, both because of his own feelings and my own ambitions. I long severed the path of love. It is not for me in any sense of the word. As the mother and daughter spoke, a deep, churning undercurrent was beginning to swell. The skies were overturned as several incomplete worlds began to tremble. Soon, armies of invalids began to move out, churning through the skies. The movement was so large that it was impossible to miss. For the first time in 9 generations, an invalid tide had been triggered and the whole of the mortal realm was alerted. Chapter 2921, Why Not? Chapter 2921, Why Not? Leonel sat cross-legged in the void, leaning his head on a hand while his spear was in between his legs. His gaze looked calm and somehow also reflected the world, and at some unknown point, his lip curled into a smirk. That was easier than I thought. That Elysium character is actually so retarded. The moment Leonel saw Elysium's arrogance, he knew that it could be taken advantage of. He had no idea how someone with such a temperament had made it so far, but as Leonel had said, Elysium mistook his patience for hardship. Between the two of them, Leonel was the only one that had to teeter on life and death to make it this far. Elysium just sat cozily in the back of the Owlin family, waiting for his time to come. Maybe he had done something, proven himself at some point, or taken on some of the burden, but it was destined to be nothing compared to Leonel, and now Leonel had gotten exactly what he wanted. Because the moment the invalids appeared like this, they exposed their location to him. Slowly, Leonel stood, his gaze blazing. He swept his spear out once, and a spark of light seemed to dance across it, lighting like a flame and flickering with wildness. Bang! Leonel shot out. Soon, Leonel had appeared over an incomplete world. He unceremoniously slashed out, cutting his way in. The regulator reacted fiercely, but in a blink of an eye, it was as though it had never been there at all. He could sense the scent of death in this world. It wasn't true death, not like he had felt from Death Force before, but rather a kind of helpless indifference, one of someone whose life had hit rock bottom, and yet they had no intention of picking themselves up. So this was what happened to incomplete worlds that couldn't fight off their invalids. It was almost decaying in plain sight, but what was interesting was that this decaying almost felt stable. Watching it, Leonel felt endlessly fascinating because it was like watching a cycle of creation and destruction where destruction had won, and it was the first time he had ever laid his eyes on such a thing. What are invalids? Leonel suddenly felt endlessly curious. Invalids were just those that had failed to awaken their ability indexes. No, it wasn't quite that. Invalids had ability indexes as well, but it was like their bodies weren't prepared to take it on, so their minds had to be cleared to make room. Leonel suddenly felt enlightened. So that was it. Is that why variant invalids are so powerful? They're akin to spirituals who managed to break free of their shackles, entering the creation state and then finally riding a rocket to godhood. Variant invalids were invalids that had managed to regain a consciousness after their former one had been lost, allowing them to evolve to a new level. The trouble was that their consciousness was warped. It was grown from a state of endless hunger, of endless seeking for evolution and improvement. At least that was what Leonel might have thought in the past, but seeing the state of this world, he had a different thought. Their consciousnesses are warped because they're not fundamentally creatures of creation anymore. They're, contradictorily, creatures of destruction, created through destruction. Leonel felt waves of enlightenment hitting him. At that moment, his true destruction sovereignty shed the restraints of the silver grade and entered the gold grade. The world trembled around him and seemed like it might shatter at any moment, and yet he was still lost in a daze. His Scarlet Star Force had birthed destruction, but it was, in reality, the ultimate form of creation. So what kind of destruction was he seeking? Was he seeking a destruction that was birthed from too much creation? Or was he seeking a destruction that pursued it to the end to become creation itself? That was when Leonel understood something. All this time, his destruction sovereignty and his Scarlet Star Force seemed to have been linked as one. But were they? Why was he not a fire sovereign, but instead a destruction sovereign? And why was it that his Scarlet Star Force didn't truly show many characteristics of destruction sovereignty other than being personally destructive? In these days, he had run into a lot of characters. He had always been used to having superior forces to those around him, not in terms of comprehension, though he was superior in that aspect as well, but rather in the quality of force itself. But now, he was running into characters that could firmly suppress his Scarlet Star Force. It was quite funny, he didn't often use his Scarlet Star Force or their innate nodes, saving them as a trump card. But now, they felt useless at that, and he also felt that he should just take them out as soon as possible to try to end the battle ahead of time. But what if he was approaching this the wrong way all along? He already knew what he should do, but he was in a daze, trying to figure it out. He had to create a cycle, forming a wheel between his Scarlet Star Force and his destruction sovereignty. Down one path, his Scarlet Star Force would become the extreme of creation, that would lead to the truest destruction in his destruction sovereignty. Down the other path, his Scarlet Star Force would reach past the extreme of creation, entering a state of destruction, while his destruction sovereignty would reach past the extreme of destruction, becoming creation. It felt like a subtle difference, but it was akin to night and day for Leonel to see as far ahead as he could, because depending on the road he took, he could lean into the truest state of destruction in all facets, or the truest state of creation in all facets. In that case, why not both? Boom. Chapter 2922. Balance. Chapter 2922. Balance. Leonel's body shuddered, and at that moment his destruction sovereignty became layered in two, reaching beyond the gold grade and entering the life grade, soaring past that, then entering a new grade altogether. One that Leonel could only call the self-grade. It was a road of his own choosing, one that allowed both paths of a sovereignty to exist as one. And as for why he could do that, wasn't it because he had two perfect and whole Scarlet Starforce innate nodes? Boom! Fire sovereignty poured out from Leonel in waves. His red-gold flames became a solid, striking gold without the slightest hints of impurities. Once again, it was two complete forms. The both of them soared upward, and a dazzling crown appeared above Leonel's head. At that moment, Leonel had perfectly formed four sovereignties, and yet unlike his spear and bow force, they were in perfect balance with one another. With one wave, he would create a world. With another, he could wipe it out. The world shook and quaked around him, and by this point, the strongest experts of the world had long been alerted that there was something wrong. Leonel raised his head slowly, feeling the power coursing through his body. He felt somewhat blotted, but in a particularly full kind of way, rather than a stuffed sort of way. It was like he had reached the limit of his humanity, but hadn't gone even a step further. If he consumed any more, it was either he would need a breakthrough, or he would die and his soul would shatter and scatter like ash in the wind. However, it was a feeling that made him feel endlessly comfortable nonetheless. This must be what it means to reach your truest limit. To think that he would comprehend so much that his body simply couldn't handle it anymore. Sensing the auras rushing toward him, Leonel laughed into the skies. With a wave of his hand, all the flames in the world seemed to obey his command. Across worlds, volcanoes erupted, scorching temperature descended, and even stars expanded as though they would all explode at any moment. Leonel took a step forward. You actually dare to come here. A variant invalid appeared, old and wizened. To his back, armies of invalids looked prepped and ready for battle. It seemed that despite how many they had sent out, they still had trillions more. The number was truly astonishing, but what was even more astonishing was that there were several ninth-dimensional existences among them, as though the limits of the incomplete world didn't matter to them. Leonel wasn't surprised by this. That was because he had already sensed that this world had been entirely warped by the invalids. The regulator wasn't suppressing them here any longer because it was just fine with its destruction. In another few thousand years, this incomplete world would collapse beneath its own weight, and then all these invalids would go to devour another. They were a sickness that would spread wherever they went. Insatiable and violent in their tendencies. That was the reality of the invalids. Leonel didn't even bother to speak to them. A flame to shape in his hands like a whip. It slashed out once, and thousands of invalids died in droves, but in truth, it was just a casual flick of Leonel's wrist. The whip curved in an arc and then suddenly went rigid as Leonel held out his arm. It concentrated into a radiant golden spear, emitting blinding runes that seemed to want to suppress the world and force it into obedience. Leonel took a step forward, thrust out once. The void creaked, and the world shuddered. Another drove of thousands fell. In the skies, they formed into motes of light, and yet their companions only looked greedily at these motes as though they wanted to absorb them right then and there. Leonel, however, saw a different sight entirely. He could feel the push and pull of the world, a struggle that superseded what could be seen with the naked eye and existed on a plane that even the gods couldn't fight on. One that existed in the first dimension. It was the reality of a fight in the darkness, one between life and death and creation and destruction. The invalids might represent destruction, but when they died, what they left behind, wasn't it the truest kernel of creation? It was the only force in existence that could be freely consumed to strengthen oneself at no cost at all, or any backlash and hidden troubles. In the past, Leonel had wondered why it was that existence provided ability indexes. In all the powers of the world, it seemed to be the most out of place and the most inexplicable. It could be entirely unrelated to your affinities, your lineage factors, or your preferences. You could be born into a family of spear wielders and yet be meant to use your fists for the rest of your life. It wasn't until today that Leonel got his answer. Ability indexes were existence's way of reshuffling the board, stopping from one family or power from monopolizing everything, while also bringing a counterbalance to creation in the destruction path of the invalids. It was a single move that expended energy to regain a myriad of rewards in return. It was the kind of mindlessly cruel matter that only a lofty god above all could choose to do, all because, in the end, it would counterbalance the bad from becoming worse. When Leonel understood this, he looked toward the invalids in a different light. Unfortunately, that wouldn't change his actions. His moral compass had long since been set to a different cadence. He knew that for the greater good, invalids had to exist and would continue to. He just didn't give a damn. All threats to his wife deserved death. He suddenly grasped out with a hand, and his path of creation churned. All at once, the motes of light surged toward him. Chapter 2923, Creation. Chapter 2923, Creation, feeling the creation that came from it. Leonel took a breath, and it was like the entire world had been sucked into his body. He wasn't using the motes of light to strengthen himself, though he could have. Rather, he was using them to listen to the voice of creation. Right now, although he had two destruction sovereignties, it might even be more accurate to separate them, calling one destruction sovereignty and the other creation sovereignty. He knew well enough what destruction sovereignty could do, or so he thought. Usually, he just used it to amplify his attack power. But what about creation sovereignty? Or, on a deeper layer of complexity, destruction sovereignty following the path of creation? He could feel his innate nodes churning, their runes lighting up as his fire sovereignty rolled. It was truly the perfect conduit. Fire was an object that could bring wealth, fuel ingenuity, and maybe learning how to spark it was the most important discovery in human history. But it was also destructive, relentless. Fueled by oxygen, it could swallow everything in its path and burn worlds to the ground. In a lot of ways, it was the purest essence of chaos, wasting much of its power in crackling lights and erratic wisps of flickering flames. Leonel looked up almost lazily, but the truth was that his mind was surrounded by insights, incorporating everything that he had learned in the last 10 years and forming it all together in a single burst of potential. He thrust out with his spear again, but this time it looked simple and unadorned, hardly holding any strength or power at all. But then his lips parted. Split. It was a simple word of English when Leonel spoke it, and yet to the ears of the Invalids it sounded as though he had just spoken the language of the gods. It was cryptic and unassuming, and yet layered and profound. It was impossible for them to hear the exact word he spoke, and even if a Dreamforce expert tried to see through its mysteries, their soul might directly shatter. The simple thrust did exactly as Leonel said, splitting into an endless rain. If thousands were dying before, then it could only be said that hundreds of thousands were dying with every stroke now. Leonel moved, formed, and every time he thrust, he spoke a word. It was like he was a child trying out a new toy. With the creation path destruction sovereignty, he could exhibit as much as 20% of the power of the strike he had used to nearly kill Minerva. Before grasping this, even 1% would have been a pipe dream, no matter how hard he had tried over the years to exhibit King Alexander's ability index. Although he had the life tablet, it could only help him access the ability, but helping him to progress through the tiers of control and power wasn't in its purview. However, right now, he truly felt like the world was in his palm. If he used this method and his divine armor at the same time, what kind of power would he be able to exhibit? The Sea of Invalids was truly endless, but only a few of them were true threats as variant invalids. The rest were only normal invalids, brainless and capable of being mowed down like grass. Of course, such existences weren't meant to be so weak. Even normal invalids had seemingly endless evolution potential and could always progress by devouring. But Leonel seemed to be the perfect counter to them, his presence suffocating and his 4 sovereignties ripping them apart one after another. Even wading through armies of billions upon billions, he was relentless. The variant invalids were all stunned, not quite knowing what to do. Some tried to close in and surround Leonel, but it seemed that they were either repelled away or directly killed every time. The worst part was that their entire world seemed to have become the battlefield, and there was nowhere to escape. It wasn't so easy to break through and out of an incomplete world. It was the reason that most in incomplete worlds felt that their universes were infinite. That was because, without the strength or understanding, it functionally was. Those of their worlds with the means to leave had already done so to unleash their carnage onto the world. Who would have thought that Leonel would truly take this chance to come here and wipe them out? The horrifying part about him was that they wouldn't have even known that Leonel was here if not for his breakthrough. Didn't that mean that he could have just gone to their planets one by one and killed them all if not for this? And yet, the fact they had all gathered up together seemed to be irrelevant. The laws of an incomplete world were like paper. That was why their regulators had no choice but to suppress powerful existences. But what happened when you were not only in a world with such fragile laws, but could also easily ignore its restrictions, and then suddenly gain the ability to speak your thoughts to reality, creating with every step you took? What kind of devastation would that cause? One would assume that it would look a lot like a singular young man facing off against an army of trillions and cutting them down by the millions, moving unfettered and without care or restraint. How many years of accumulation had it taken them to form a world where they could live? Was it all going to be taken down in a single day? Leonel didn't seem to feel their plight at all. In fact, his control was becoming more focused, more streamlined. At some point, instead of having to visualize exactly what he wanted to happen every time, he created dreamscapes of them. Then, he used Dream Clone, an ability he hadn't in a long time, and built models of them. In that instant, Leonel's efficiency skyrocketed, his gaze glowing. He was going to enjoy the downfall of the Owlins, this time even better than the last. Chapter 2924, Zephi. Chapter 2924, Zephi. Leonel took a breath. Even with his increased rate of killing, it was still a heavy task to kill so many. Had he not had such a breakthrough, it would have been much easier because no one would have sensed him and he could have taken his time to go planet to planet. But since he had, there was no avoiding the large-scale battle. Such a shame. Leonel looked around and couldn't help but shake his head. This invalid warped world was actually perfect for him to absorb. The creation and destruction aspects were exactly what he needed, but he couldn't. This world was part of the formation of worlds. If he absorbed it, he would break the formation, and that wasn't what he wanted. It would affect him just as much as it would those that planned all of this out. He could only leave them. As for whether he might get a chance in the future, that would have to depend on whether these things worked out. Next. After regaining his breath, Leonel's gaze flashed with a coldness. With the power he had just gained, he was even more confident in the next steps. He proceeded from World of Invalids to World of Invalids, unleashing a slaughter for the ages. He was no less than a Reaper death god. All along the way, the number of invalids he absorbed likewise skyrocketed, and through this battle, he was actually becoming more and more powerful. Leonel knew that this opportunity could only come once. He had no choice but to take advantage. In these incomplete worlds, the laws were so pliable in his hands that even invalids that could give him a great deal of trouble in the outside worlds didn't stand a single chance. Although these invalids had warped the world to fit their needs, there was ultimately a ceiling that an incomplete world wouldn't allow you to break past no matter what. Even these invalids would face backlash. When they tried to break beyond those limits, as expected, these variant invalids found themselves being attacked by their own regulators, dying without Leonel having to do anything. But even when they made a conscious effort to stay beneath these limits, they were then crushed by Leonel, who didn't seem affected by them at all. Of course, what they didn't know was that Leonel was affected by these limits. The problem for them was that he could extract much more worth within these limits than anyone else could. This was akin to how one only needed impetus state dream force to access the dream plane in incomplete worlds, while you had to be in the life state to do the same in the outside world. In this case, Leonel's creation abilities were like a tiger with wings in these incomplete worlds. He bent, twisted, and folded reality to his whims, and the regulator didn't even resist. This allowed him to break laws of physics constantly and accomplish spine-tingling and blood-curdling feats that could only leave the invalids in despair. In the end, he massacred one world after another, ignoring the matters of the outside world until he got to the last incomplete world. Leonel was very tired in mind and in spirit by now. Luckily, the process had been much easier in these last few worlds because he could just sneak in silently. But staring at this world in particular, he couldn't help but frown. Then, without hesitation, he turned and left. There was something in there he couldn't face, regardless of his advantages. He was confident in himself, but not foolish. This world in particular also felt very special. It surprisingly seemed to be on the verge of becoming a god realm all on its own. This was on an entirely different level than what Leonel had done to his current incomplete worlds. While they had the potential to become god realms, they were at most equivalent to mortal realms right now, and in practice, they were still incomplete realms, not complete ones. However, this incomplete world was the equivalent of a demigod world brought right to the brink. It was no different from a complete world. If Leonel stepped into it, there would be no telling if he'd have any advantages at all. If there were no advantages, and there was a world-shaking powerhouse on the inside, then he would just be a moth to a flame. In the end, he made the right decision. That was because within this world, a man the demoness had once called Zephi looked up, a light of curiosity in his eyes as though he had just sensed something vague and illusory, but had ultimately missed out. In the end, even he couldn't just casually see through the veil of a world. Maybe he could have done so if it was a normal, incomplete world, but Leonel had saved his own life by not crossing the barrier. What would be extremely shocking to the man, though, was that while he couldn't see through the veil, Leonel had somehow sensed the danger without ever stepping foot inside. And unbeknownst to him, over 90% of his armies had been wiped out. He had thought that he was being clever, sending out a trickle to wreak carnage on the mortal worlds while keeping the bulk of his fighting strength on the back line. What he didn't know was that his actions had revealed the exact locations of his worlds to Leonel. While Leonel had known that there were incomplete worlds that had to make up the formation, the scope of his dream force and his abilities weren't nearly deep enough to find them all. In the end, this alliance had picked up a boulder, only to drop it onto their own foot. And even more unfortunately for them, Leonel was only just getting started. Because when little Zephi learned of what happened to his worlds, that was when the real games would begin. Leonel vanished into the distance, never once looking back. Chapter 2925, Solemnity. Chapter 2925, Solemnity. The mortal realms were thrown into complete chaos. The appearance of so many invalids after such a long dormancy caught almost them all off guard, with the exception of a few. The human bubble, the Ma'at bubble, and a certain dwarven bubble. By extension, the bubble of the Moonstones were also alerted. It wasn't exactly what Leonel wanted, but there were also some objective sacrifices he had to make if he truly wanted to align with the spirituals. In the end, all four bubbles were protected by formations the moment they received Leonel's signal, wasting away their generations of Dream Pavilion points for this single moment, and precisely because they knew that there wasn't another choice to be made. However, that didn't stop them from feeling shock and awe about the accuracy of Leonel's prediction. In the end, things had really ended up like this. Lady Emberheart looked out, a solemn air pinched between her furrowed brows. Her husband was by her side, wearing a very similar expression. They could feel the bombardment of the formation that covered their world, and it left them feeling suffocated. At this rate, the formation would only hold up for a few more months at most. In fact, they'd be lucky to get more than 2. There were simply too many invalids, and they were led by exceptionally powerful variant invalids that struck fear into their own hearts as well. If even a single one of those variant invalids made their way in, they'd have no choice but to call out the ancestors. But the issue was that even if they did so, they had no guarantee of winning. Even from so far away, they could sense the strength of these invalids clearly. Leonel said that everything would be resolved before it came to that, but they had a hard time believing it. How could such a thing be resolved by a single young man? Although Leonel had shared a method for the spirituals to break free of their shackles with them, it had only been a few weeks since then. It was impossible to change their fate so quickly, so, as of now, they could only stand helplessly. Hoping that Leonel's predictive skills were just as good as they had proven themselves to be until now, Spectre and Avlorin of the Dwarven race stood with impressions that were just as solemn as the Emberheart couple. The Dwarven race had hidden for so long, but they had never expected to suddenly stumble into such a problem. At that moment, a valiant little pixie walked in with a stormy momentum, the wind around her rampaged thrumming with a contradictorily life-filled, violent aura. She was as beautiful as a fairy, and looked quite like one as well, her wings flapping delicately as she walked through the air like it was flat ground. She wasn't even 5 feet tall, and yet her aura seemed much larger than that, especially when one glanced at the halberd in her small palms. It looked ridiculous in her hands. The halberd was over 8 feet long, nearly double her height. And yet, while one's eyes told them one thing, their hearts spoke different words. It was as though this young woman couldn't possibly wield any other weapon in this world. The halberd was made for her, and she for the halberd. Spectre and Lumiel were taken aback by the sudden appearance of their granddaughter. When they sensed her murderous aura, they looked at one another and smiled bitterly. They opened their minds to explain when their expressions changed. Creation state. She had actually succeeded. An 8th-dimensional existence with a creation state force. Just what sort of concept was this? Maybe it would have been acceptable if she was a demigod genius, but she wasn't. She was born to the weakest of the mortal races aside from the human race themselves. And even then, the Dwarven race had by far the weakest history of the races. At the very least, the humans had once been monsters feared by even some gods. What Lumiel had accomplished was unprecedented, and they could only smile even more bitterly. Wasn't all of this because of Leonel? If not for the Forgetful Orb, it would have taken Lumiel several more decades to reach this stage, if not centuries. But now she was pissed off. Because of their surprise, the old couple didn't get a chance to explain before their granddaughter spoke first. "Why are we just standing here like caged rats? Open up the formation. Let me out." Her body was small, but both her tone and volume were enormous. She looked like she was ready to cleave everything in her path. Seeing this, the old couple exhaled, feeling much better. They thought that she was about to blow her top about Aaron, but it seems she either didn't know yet, or had found something else to be mad about. "We cannot. They are too powerful. Just sit here and wait," Spectre said sternly. "Ridiculous." Lumiel seemed to grow more enraged when she heard this. "Calm down, Lumiel. Let us explain." The pixie's chest heaved, but eventually she listened. Inwardly, she wanted to charge out already. She was tired of the Dwarven race always taking the passive position. This is necessary. Not only are they too powerful, but there's a plan in place. They began to explain patiently. "What kind of plan requires the Invalids to overrun our world?" The two smiled bitterly once again. Maybe they had truly spoiled their granddaughter too much, but it was hard not to. She was such a talent, and she was equally as hardworking. Or in this environment, she would have never made it so far, Forgetful Orb or not. "Give us some time to explain," Avlorin said a bit bitterly. "Trust us, there's a good reason for all of this." Lumiel eventually calmed enough to listen, and as she listened, her understanding deepened, but she soon had a solemn expression just like her grandparents did. Was this really possible? Chapter 2926. Might. Chapter 2926. Might Leonel walked through the void, his steps slow and steady. He was unhurried, his mind churning. He could see through this path forward from the very beginning. He knew that once things had reached this stage, they would eventually force the Invalids to take action. And there was a very good reason for that. The gods, or more accurately, in this case, gods that had ascended from mortal races. Under normal circumstances, the likes of the Void race and others of their stature would be happy to ignore this situation for a while, allowing the Invalids to run rampant and clear out more mortal realms to allow existence's burden to lessen and slow the approach of the Northern Star. However, this wouldn't be so easy to do. The god realms had their own laws, and the Invalids were well known to be the enemies of existence. They were hated even more than the Fox of the past. Everyone was meant to take up arms to wipe out the Invalids. Something like using them just for the sake of convenience would be going against their own doctrines. Of course, rules were dead, and the powerful decided everything. And that was where the gods of the mortal races came into play. How could these existences just sit back and do nothing as their descendants were slaughtered? They would certainly pressure the other god races to make a decision on the matter, and even if the god races dragged their feet, these gods would be well within their right to take personal action. After all, it would no longer be breaking the rules of the god courts. Leonel understood this, and so did the Owlins, fallen god beasts, and most certainly the variant Invalids who had been hiding away from the god realms all this time. So why did the Invalids take such action? Obviously, this was part of their plan from the beginning. An opening up of a passage from the god realm to the lower realms on a large scale would only make it easier for them to succeed. But this was also obviously a method of targeting Leonel. The truth was that even if the mortal race gods pressured the god court to make a decision, it was still something that would take years. With the assault of the Invalids, the human bubble would certainly be at the top of their list of targets, and it would likewise force Leonel to appear in a predictable region instead of just allowing him to run around unabated. It wasn't the ideal time to take this action, but it also wasn't the worst either. Even further, it was clear that the fallen god beasts and the Owlins planned on relying on plausible deniability to excuse the coordination of their actions and the Invalids. Or, likely from the very beginning, they had their own methods of keeping these things separate. Leonel, however, didn't feel that it would take years. In fact, he felt that 1 year was still too much. This will end in 3 months. His original timeline was 2 months. However, because he couldn't wipe out all the invalids left in the incomplete worlds, he had ended up in a bit of a precarious situation. That would make the timeline he had to work with quite tight. The formations would certainly last for at least 2 months, but 3 months was pushing it. There might have to be some sacrifices made. However, Leonel pushed this thought down, his gaze still completely focused. There was only one path out of this, and he would have to thread it. And while he was at it, he might as well lure out some scurrying rats and tie up some loose ends. At that moment, Leonel appeared high above the human bubble, standing on its dimensional edges as though he was truly balancing himself upon a bubble. The invasion of the invalids was already in full swing. It was clear that what Leonel had done to protect the coordinate of the human bubble hadn't been permanent, nor very effective against the strongest existences. For the invalids to make it here so fast, it could only mean that they had specifically targeted it, and, as expected, the number of invalids and variant invalids here far outnumbered the amount he could have found anywhere else. They numbered in the billions, and at this pace, let alone 3 months, the barrier would last a month total, and maybe an extra week after that at best, depending on how relentless they were. Leonel watched all of this from above, the glow of the formation beneath his feet and his gaze flickering with a cold light. He didn't take action immediately. First, he wanted to get a feel for not only the army, but also how his new comprehensions interacted with the world around him. The in-between worlds and their anarchic force, would they clash or help his destruction sovereignty comprehensions? Was anarchic force a path of creation, destruction, or neither? The answer seemed to obviously be destruction, but Leonel's way of viewing the world was no longer so binary. Even so, that was a secondary matter, because after observing the army for a while, he realized that he was correct, this wouldn't be easy at all. These invalids were truly powerful, and without the advantage of being in an incomplete world, if he threw himself at this army, he'd be lucky to cut down a few 100,000 before he died. Leonel pursed his lips a bit, nodding. Then they curled into a sneer. Without a sound, he sunk into the barrier, appearing in the human bubble for the first time in almost 2 years. Well, that was how long it had been to them. To him, it had already been more than 10 years. With a step, he appeared around Godland territory. Now wasn't the time for reminiscing, unfortunately. His own power, at least in its raw form, wasn't enough for this, so it was a good thing he already knew what to do. He would show the world the might of a god armament crafter. Deep in the in-between world, the disturbance caught a ragged Flora sat in silence. At that moment, she looked up, her violet eyes glowing. Chapter 2927, Split. Chapter 2927, Split. Leonel strolled through the skies slowly. It looked as though he couldn't tell that there was a devastating danger waiting for him outside of the human bubble. However, this slow, casual walk by Leonel went on for an entire month. It looked as though he was just casually taking in the scenery, and it felt as though his feet had touched every inch of the world. By this point, the world around him looked like fragile glass that could shatter with the touch of a single finger. The invalids had caused great damage to the formation, so much so that it couldn't be hidden even from the eyes of normal individuals any longer. However, even so, Leonel neither sped up nor slowed down his pace. When the month was over, he strolled into the Dream Pavilion, still without any intention of meeting his brothers. It felt as though he had forgotten about their existences entirely, but only he knew just how focused he was right now. Almost as though the rest of his body was on autopilot while his brain underwent countless deductions, Leonel slipped into the Dream Pavilion exchange and then sold information about the location of an incomplete world. Then he walked out as though nothing at all had happened. Once again, he began to walk around the world. But this time, his pace was much faster. With a single step, he crossed hundreds of kilometers as though they were only a foot apart. His pace still seemed to be leisurely, but the result was entirely different. From time to time, he would come to a stop at various natural phenomena, tall mountains, raging rivers, forests perpetually rolling in thunder and lightning, and even more fantastical sights that seemed to be right out of a fairy tale. An entire month later, he returned to the Dream Pavilion to see that the coordinates he had given had been confirmed, and a large sum of points had been returned to him. In fact, the number of points he received was more than 10 times what he had paid for the Sea God Incomplete World. Leonel smirked. The verification process of incomplete worlds was not done in person, but rather confirmed by the Dream Pavilion itself. This was a rule put in place by the creation god beasts, and it was one that those annoying higher-ups wouldn't easily change because it would ruin things for them as well. Everything was done autonomously. And of course, the location of the incomplete world that Leonel had given was for the very one he didn't dare to step into. As for what happened after, that would have nothing to do with him. He was sure that since the variant invalids dared to step into the god realm, they were likewise confident in themselves and had plenty of trump cards to deal with this situation. And deal with it they must, because it seemed that in just a month, 2 figures had already bought the rights to this incomplete world, which also explained why he had made so much. Not only did he receive a bonus because the world was far more powerful than a normal incomplete world, but he had also received a portion of the payment that these two entities had given, boosting the price even further. It was far more than what Leonel needed, but it amused him nonetheless. It seemed that he was no longer broke and could finally feed that wife of his. Aye. The life of a husband is truly hard. Leonel sensed a murderous intent coming from Ina and laughed heartily. Without much more fanfare, he began to exchange for item after item, his mind working on an entirely different plane as though it had no limits at all. With his now middle creation state dream force, he was already close to being able to withstand the full brunt of the life tablet's knowledge. But since he hadn't attempted to do so, the space in his mind was even more exaggerated. By the end of this second month, the human bubble looked like it might collapse at any moment, struggling and teetering on the edge. But it was precisely in these days that Leonel began to appear at the corners of the world one step after another without the slightest hint of fatigue. In fact, the more he moved, the more valiant his aura seemed to become. Swirls of auspicious air were beginning to accumulate around him, and the fierceness in his eyes only grew with every passing second. By the third day in his third expedition across the world, his body seemed to be as towering as a giant despite not having changed its size at all. On the outside of the human bubble's formation, a certain variant invalid who was known as Sunshine stood. He was 3 meters tall and had a shimmering bald head that reflected with bronze lights. But it was hard to tell if this was where his name came from. But then again, it certainly couldn't come from his bright and adoring personality. His face was practically a brick wall of emotion, and it was only when it looked like the formation was about to collapse did he slowly seem to begin waking up. His body coursed with golden lines of veins pumping across him. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless barrage of the invalids fell like Armageddon. By this point, all the humans had been alerted to what was happening, and Leonel's brothers and friends stared out solemnly, not knowing what was happening. In these last 2 months, Leonel simply couldn't spare any time. If he wasted even a second, it was possible that he wouldn't make it. And it was precisely because of that the moment the barrier collapsed and an enormous, fragmented hole that looked like a fissure in reality appeared, that a new one rose up. The entire world trembled and was suddenly split into 12. The bright skies darkened, and an unprecedented power descended upon the world. Chapter 2928. 13 pieces. Chapter 2928. 13 pieces. Joel and the others looked into the skies, only to find that Leonel was already there. He stood in the simplest clothes imaginable, without shoes or even a shirt. Nothing but a pair of sweats adorned his body, and yet it somehow didn't seem out of place. Instead, it felt natural and all-encompassing, almost as though these garbs were the most sacred in all of existence. The skies blackened and lines of silver split it into 12. The clouds vanished, and the blackness became dotted with sparkles of lights. Soon, those sparks coalesced and began to form maybe the most beautiful sight they had ever seen in their lives. The first, bright and imposing, formed a long chain of a body curling into a point. It formed claws and a carapace that looked as though it could within the wear and tear of ages. Scorpius. The second formed a balance in the air, one weighing a feather and the other a heart. Those that laid eyes on it trembled as though they could feel judgment being cast on them, their entire lives being seen through in a single breath. Libra. The third was a beautiful maiden, wielding a large leaf in one hand and a quiver of arrows in the other. She looked out of place, and yet so in tune with everything around her, embodying a childish naivete that was protected by the stars in the sky. Virgo. The first thing one saw when gazing upon the fourth was a valiant mane and a pair of bestial eyes. The aura of a king billowed out in waves, suffocating all those that saw it. Staring at it too long made a roar reverberate in your heart, and if you weren't careful, your flesh just might be rended to pieces. Leo. The fifth had a body not too dissimilar from Scorpius, but rather than being incisive and poisonous, this one exuded far more poise and patience, while hiding an even keener sharpness. Cancer. The sixth was a pair of warriors standing in the skies, backs pressed against one another. One wielded a bow and the other a spear and shield. They seemed to carry the momentum of an entire battlefield on their own, standing up to the masses and displaying a might of valiance that stood the test of time. Gemini. The seventh was the second beast. But rather than a mane and bestial eyes, the first thing one saw was a pair of horns that could pierce through the stormiest of clouds and disperse the heaviest of rains. Taurus. The eighth had a pair of horns as well, but the aura it exuded was entirely different. Rather than piercing, it was blunt and violent, willing to ram through every and anything, no matter the obstacle. Aries. The ninth was a pair of fish, both seemingly leaping over a dragon's gate and both in perfect harmony with one another. They swam through the sea of stars and gave one the feeling of peace and prosperity. Pisces. The 10th was a valiant warrior, adorned in scales and wielding a trident. The mighty seas heeded his call, and the stars became his waves. Aquarius. The 11th was mysterious in its existence and mythical in its temperament. Having the body of a goat and the tail of a merman, it seemed to exude endless wisdom. Capricorn. The 12th and final exuded a similarly mythical air, a creature of dreams and a warrior of nightmares. It had the torso and intelligence of a man, and the body and fierceness of a purebred steed. It wielded a bow and arrow that seemed prepared to pierce across all things and devastate the world. A single arrow could sunder the stars. Sagittarius. These 12 pieces of the skies were adorned by constellations that hadn't appeared in generations, and at that moment, countless individuals in the Godland city felt their bloodlines thrumming with life and vitality, and yet they felt waves of fatigue hitting them one after another. In the end, they could only weakly look into the skies, their eyes sparkling with something much different. In the middle of it all, Leonel stood proudly, his eyes still closed and his aura only steadily growing. The amount of auspicious air around him doubled every second, and soon the entire world hummed. At that moment, the world spirits of the human bubble rose up. It had to be remembered that the current human bubble was only named as such because it had been formed by the fusion of 6. And then, on top of that, several demon bubbles were added to it as well. As such, this human bubble had almost 10 world spirits vying for supremacy. And Leonel just felt that it was about time he brought them into one, and while he was at it, he might as well wipe out an army of scum. Boom! Leonel's eyes snapped open. His hair fluttered wildly, veins popping up all across his body. That was when a 13th constellation appeared. Standing high in the skies, it was a man adorned in gorgeous armor formed of silver-blue starlight. He wielded a spear in one hand and a bow was strapped across his back. With a valiant air, he seemed capable of suppressing all the others. Leonel pressed 2 fingers together and drew them through the skies in a curved arc. A bow formed from his thoughts. He reached out a second hand and plucked an arrow from Virgo's quiver. At the same time, the bow from Gemini fused into his creation. His aura skyrocketed once again, and at that moment, he seemed to be more energy than man, his hair, his eyes, and even his limbs billowing out with a foggy, almost dust-like bronze energy. His gaze descended and landed on the army of invalids. At that moment, they didn't look like normal eyes at all, but were rather like 3 brass-cast spheres, shimmering with dense lights. He knocked Virgo's arrow and pulled back slowly. The further he pulled, the clearer a pair of halo bracelets around his wrists became. At that moment, a bow force that shocked the world appeared. Chapter 2929, Peng. Chapter 2929, Eng. Leonel felt like an explosion had suddenly gone off in his mind, but rather than pain, it felt like he was a blind man that could now finally see. Using the formation to finally be able to feel the full brunt of his own force, his body roared with life and his cells shimmered like their own individual stars. The halo bracelets around his arms solidified, and the world shuddered. The world spirits, that had been somewhat fighting against Leonel's actions before, fell into complete silence, and their fusion was completed without the slightest hindrance. The halo bracelets hovering around Leonel's wrists with a silent majesty looked absolutely gorgeous. The sight was truly without equal. They were simple, just an unclosed, smooth loop of gold pinching a bow in its one gap. It felt like one could reach out and pluck these weapons, completing the might of a true god. At that moment, a crown appeared above Leonel's head. Bits and pieces of armor descended from the void, clasping themselves onto his body in woven tapestries of gold and gorgeous browns. All of this happened in an instant, but with Leonel's thinking speed, he had grasped it all in a single blink. And it was a change that made him quite shocked, because he wasn't the one who had created this armor. It was like existence was resonating with him, taking reference from all the most famous bowmen to ever exist, and forming their armor for him. If it wasn't for the situation, Leonel wouldn't be able to help shouting out how cool the uniform was. Even so, his eyes glowed with a fierce light, as though his gaze carried the shimmering shine of blinding stars. He was covered in milky brown leather armor embroidered with leaflets of gold. His arms were braced with golden braces, and his hands had been covered in gloves with small plate armor on the backs of his hands that almost looked like the scales of a dragon. A brown cloak fluttered behind him, and its hood covered his head, casting his face in a deep darkness that only allowed his violet irises to shimmer with just the same brightness out from within the blackness. The contrast of bright gold and warm browns made him look like an emperor archer, a god of the bow that could strike down entire armies with just a single stroke. And that was when a quiver took shape on his back. It was then that the world truly fell into silence. It just hovered there, not attached to him, and yet looming over everything. Despite having already drawn an arrow, Leonel still subconsciously reached back, taking an arrow from this quiver. He suddenly came to an understanding he never had before. Bow force was the only one of the forces stuck in an odd, in-between state. That was because the bow was actually pulled from 2 weapons, technically, not just one. In fact, if one wanted to be even more accurate, it seemed that the bow was just the driving force, while it was the arrow that was the true weapon. This was only made more obvious when Leonel always applied his bow force to his arrows and not his actual bow. If he used it on his bow, the effect would be much weaker. So, why was the force known as bow force and not arrow force? Under normal circumstances, Leonel might casually dismiss it. But over these last few years, he had listened to and translated more languages than he cared to count. Across languages, across cultures, across dialects, bow force was always bow force and nothing else. The arrow from the quiver connected with Leonel's original arrow, and an explosion of force in a spiral of swirling gold took shape. The violence of the change caused the constellations in the sky to blink and waver. Leonel's gaze couldn't help but narrow, but his focus remained the same. It's called bow force because the bow is truly the center of everything. An archer focuses on control, to dictate life and death even from worlds away. The arrow was never important. No, the arrow, from the very beginning, was just my heart, my will. It cannot be the weapon force because it is me, to fire and to never miss. To fire and for your enemies to guide themselves to death. To fire and to control worlds. All with nothing more than your own will. This is the clearest form of bow force. Leonel's fingers released. The world remained silent. It was as though he had never attacked at all. And unlike the devastating strikes he levied against Minerva, the world remained perfectly intact, as though it couldn't sense this arrow at all, as though this arrow truly only existed in Leonel's heart. Unfortunately for the Invalids charging into the world, they weren't nearly so lucky. The single arrow wiped them out in droves. As though the god of death had descended one after another, they were devastated. In a single sweep, over 1 million had died. It was a level of carnage that made little sense, and one that should have certainly not come from a sixth-dimensional existence. Leonel reached back once again, and the trembling of the constellations grew fiercer. However, his heart was as still as a calm lake. His force manipulation hadn't increased, but he felt that he had found a way to resolve the conflict in his forces. If the bow was guided by his heart, how dare it not listen to him? A large spiral of golden force appeared around this second arrow, growing so large that it looked as though he was about to shoot a lance rather than an arrow. With every breath, the arrow grew larger and larger, swelling as though pushing itself to the limit to what Leonel's heart could handle. Veins of violet began to appear across it, and Leonel suddenly felt a shocking synergy with his king's might. Penge, Chapter 2930, Luck, Chapter 2930, Luck. It was a sonorous, beautiful sound. It was just the twang of a bow, and yet it sounded more like the string of a harp. Commander Sunshine was frozen in shock. Logically, he knew that the arrow wasn't coming toward him, and yet it felt that way nonetheless. In fact, his feelings were much the same as everyone else's. The range of the arrow was clearly enormous, and yet it felt like each and every one of them was being targeted individually. There was simply no escape. Invalids began being wiped out one after another long before the arrow even descended. The shocking scene was enough to pull one's soul out of their bodies. How could such a terrifying arrow exist? It sucked up all the energy of the formation in the blink of an eye. 2 months of work in exchange for 2 arrows. Leonel couldn't remember ever having such a power return on investment before. It was only made worse by the fact he had pretty much spent all of his accumulated points to finish setting up this formation as well. It had to be remembered that Leonel originally made 10 times more than what he paid for the incomplete world in the past. Yet, all of that was gone for the sake of 2 arrows. But they didn't disappoint in the slightest. Not a single invalid seemed capable of resisting. One after another, they were mowed down. Most not even having the right to fight against the arrow directly and could only watch in horror as it passed by and their bodies crumbled to ash. Commander Sunshine roared, his body's temperature rising to the point he looked like a burning sun, and yet he was also ironically the moth to the flame. The devastation was unending and unyielding. Even the anarchic force of the in-between worlds couldn't seem to stop the arrows, and by the time they disappeared into the distance, there were hardly a few thousand invalids left. On the ground, Leonel's brothers, who had been ready to fight out a battle of life and death for the sake of the human race, stood stunned. They had been working hard in these last near 2 years, and they had been given all sorts of resources by Leonel. In fact, they had even taken the risk to go to the outside world several times as well, tempering themselves in other worlds and exploring the dangers existence had to offer. And yet, they seemed to have only fallen even further behind. "I think I hate that guy," James finally said, shaking his head. "What an annoying prick, right?" Raj muttered. "Look at that ugly mug of his. I bet he thinks he looks so cool." "Narcissistic asshat for sure," James confirmed. "Just look at that self-satisfied smile. Who does he think he is?" "Right? What kind of lame uses a bow?" Franco jumped in. "That's a girl's weapon, either that or a sissy's. Where's the shame?" They all piled on one after another, even to the point the likes of Arnold spoke. Annoying. That was the only word the buff, military-cut brute said, yet they all looked at him weirdly. Since when did Arnold have this in him? Milan wrapped an arm around Arnold's shoulder. Hey, what was that? Sounds like you have something to get off your chest, friend." Arnold seemed a bit embarrassed. He was the most stoic of them all, but even he had lost control of his emotions at this point. "Don't you guys have something better to do than talk so much shit?" Leonel's voice echoed from above. "Look at this bastard, flexing again." "You don't get brownie points for being able to hear us from so far away," James spat. "Almighty God, talking to us from above, we apologize for being so inferior," Milan jeered. "Can't even spare the time to come down to interact with us poor little commoners. What a big shot." High in the skies, Leonel smiled, but in reality, he was gassed. The reason he was still standing in the skies now was because if he went down now, he wasn't sure if he could go back up if the situation warranted it. He had pushed his mind to the limit in these last 2 months, then he had to exert himself even further to not only summon such a strong bow force, but to likewise control such a large-scale formation. None of these things could come without a price, and it was exceptionally heavy. His entire body felt drained, but at the same time, he felt that if he could find the time to replenish himself, the benefits would be likewise unimaginable. It was very rare for Leonel to run out of mental stamina. And before, that peculiar state of his cells all shining at once made him feel unprecedented changes taking place, as though his foundation was being entirely reformed from the ground up. At the same time, his mind was occupied by something else. His bow force, when fully summoned, manifested an armor. Was that a coincidence? He looked up to the fading Morales family constitution, a weapon force summoning an armor from the void. Leonel had never heard of such a thing before, and it couldn't help but remind him of a certain constellation and lineage factor. Just how much of this was planned by the demoness? Leonel took deep breaths, trying to calm his rushing heart rate, but at that moment his expression suddenly changed. He looked down. By this point, the cracks to the human bubble were quickly mending beneath the increased power of the fused world spirit. It was likely that after all of this settled down, the human bubble would even be on the verge of entering the demigod ranks. However, it seemed that Leonel's luck wasn't so good. In that moment, he sensed the appearance of a figure that made his gaze sharpen, a dream Ashura, Flora. Chapter 2931. Chapter 2931a. Seeing this woman, Leonel almost couldn't help but chuckle. Her timing was, indeed, quite good. One could even call it quite shameless. But then again, considering how much suffering he had put her through these last few years, she would probably do anything just to take a bite out of him. Let alone this, she was willing to do far more. Unfortunately, Leonel didn't see Goggles with her, which was a bit disappointing. Having had this thought, he couldn't help but laugh to himself again. He was completely spent, but it seemed that he was happy that Flora had delivered herself to him. This sort of enemy was the most annoying when they were skulking around in the darkness. But now, she was here. So what if he was at the end of his rope? He would find a way to deal with her right here, right now, once and for all. Leonel took a shaky breath and felt his body whining and creaking as though an old engine running on fumes. Even so, his back was straight. He could feel it vaguely. This feeling of confidence was coming from his bow force. He had built it on unbridled, untouchable confidence. And it was precisely because of this that he had reacted in such a way. Guided by my heart? It seems that this is a double-edged sword. While it is true that my arrows will be far stronger and strike far truer in the end, my heart yearns to be uncaring and approach all things with dauntless confidence. But it was precisely this mentality that I wanted to leave behind, a mentality that seems to want to worm its way back into my life. Leonel slowly clenched his fist and the bow in his hand shattered. The lingering bow force in the air still influenced him. A world-shaking power lingered in the air. Down below, Flora's expression was calm. Despite how haggard she looked, she almost casually stepped through the crack of the human bubble before it completely sealed up. She looked around without much of an expression before looking up and meeting Leonel's gaze. There didn't seem to be much of a reaction on her face at all. One wouldn't have thought that she had a bone-deep hatred for Leonel at all. It was instead like she was calmly observing the world around her, as though everything was already being controlled in the palm of her hands. Leonel couldn't help but admit that at least in terms of bearing, this woman was bad. It was just too bad he had a hard time seeing her as anything other than shameless right now. If not for the situation, would she even dare to appear before him right now? Leonel's brothers seemed to realize the precariousness of it all as well, and their gazes turned serious. Flora was in the 9th dimension. They could feel that clearly. But more important than that, Leonel could sense that she had a quasi-creation state force that seemed to be on the verge of breaking through. This should be something that truly infuriated Flora. Because she was on the run, she had no choice but to ruin her foundation and continue to progress through the dimensions without adequate preparation. It had to be known that most of the 7th dimensional geniuses in the demigod realms and above were only so because of purposeful suppression. If El Ryan wanted, he could have entered the 9th dimension before he was even 10 years old, for example. But now, thanks to Leonel, not only had she been kicked out of her family, but she had also ruined her future. If she didn't get revenge, would she even still be a Dream Asura? In these last few years, she had tried all sorts of things to bring down the human bubble and had spent quite a long time hanging around and near it. She was lucky to at least have some decent Dreamforce control herself, or else all of her plans and her location would have long been exposed before Leonel. However, Leonel couldn't complain too much about this. It was also because this was possible that he could protect himself from his so-called grandmother. If not, he would have been firmly controlled by the demoness long ago. But now, Flora wanted to put an end to it all. She would find a way to rebuild what she had lost, whether in wealth, status, or foundation, in the future. Right now, however, Leonel deserved nothing short of death. Just when Leonel thought that she was going to attack, she pulled out a bottle of wine and took a large swig. The once elegant woman didn't seem to care about finding a nice, clear glass to use, and instead chugged it directly from the bottle. After she was finished, she wiped away the lingering, fragrant crimson with the back of her hand. Her blood surged and her body expanded. Holding a wine bottle in one hand and a whip in another, she suddenly became over 3 meters tall. Her body was covered in violet scales, and a pair of horns twisted into the skies. Her ragged clothing couldn't even accommodate the expansion of her size and were almost ripped to shreds. Tidbits of straps and rags here and there covered some of her decency, but still left barely anything to the imagination. What did seem to accommodate her size, though, was the wine bottle that seemed to have almost doubled in size, much like she had. She took another long swig, and her gaze flashed with contempt for the world, the first sign of emotion she had displayed since this all began. A human, a wise star order, a fox, a dream Ashura. It turned out that what truly made Flora react like this was because the moment she saw Leonel, she could actually sense hints of familiarity that could only come from two people who shared the same bloodline. Chapter 2932, Only Path. Chapter 2932, Only Path. It could only be said that Flora was even sharper than her brother. And as for her comments about the fox, Leonel was already aware that she knew. It was just unfortunate for her that the world no longer believed her words anymore. So unless she could find concrete evidence, it wouldn't matter in the slightest. And very soon, Leonel wouldn't even care if the world knew at all. Because soon he would have offended so many that the difference between whether they knew or not simply wouldn't matter. Leonel grasped at the air, his innate nodes churning and forming a spear that radiated a bright light. At that moment, the strength of innate nodes shone through. Despite having been drained, he still had something to pull on. But to Leonel's surprise, before he could take action, his brothers moved without a single word. Leonel's expression changed. He had been so focused on other things that he didn't even notice their intentions. Though it also didn't help that his mind was completely spent. He truly hadn't had the energy to waste on other things. Seeing them move without informing him, he understood immediately. His brothers had their own pride, and though they had been joking before, all jokes had kernels of truth in them. After some hesitation, Leonel slowly lowered his spear and took a shaky breath. In that moment, they looked more like moths to a flame. However, they carried an undeniable determination. Flora's reaction was understandably disdainful. She didn't take humans seriously at all. Other than Leonel and Ina, they had no one else. As expected, her advantage was immediately crushing, but she couldn't help but narrow her eyes when she couldn't kill them immediately. Wielding a whip in one hand and a wine bottle in the other, she drank and attacked all at once. A domain of snaking shadows filled the air, and the world shuddered, space shaking beneath her might. PA, 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 PA. James's shields shattered one after another, but to his back, Drake held out a pair of pistols, firing continuously to support. Arnold stood above, his palms falling like meteors. Leonel was actually stunned to see that he was only a step away from the Constellation Realm with his universal force, but he had been stuck there. He had always had great talent in universal force, but Leonel hadn't expected him to make it so far so quickly. The skies were supported by a winding array of swords. Alan used his magnetic-like ability index to freely control an array of weapons. The swords seemed to only be one part. In fact, there were a total of 9, exuding an ancient aura that seemed both like and not like a natural force art. They all worked together, and soon, Flora's own expression couldn't help but become serious. She had come here to kill Leonel, but she had never expected that, before she could even get close, she would be stopped by these few. Soon, she realized that the situation wasn't good at all. If things continued like this, even if she could kill them all one by one, Leonel would have gained far too much time to recover. In fact, when she sent a glance over, she noticed that Leonel was already gone. In his place, there was nothing more than a cube of jigsaw puzzles slowly pulsing with a silver-blue light. He hadn't even stayed to watch the battle. Flora felt a billowing frustration rising up inside her. It was suffocating to the point she wanted to shriek to the skies. Her head flung back and she took a large swig. The wine spilled over her lips and down her body. At that moment, her violet hair flared out wildly, and when her gaze turned to the battlefield once again, they were filled with the true light of madness. All of you deserve death. They didn't respond. James and Milan slammed their palms together at the same time, both forming an energy shield that overlapped over one another and then multiplied in strength several times over. At that moment, Flora's whip force was suppressed to the point it could hardly rise up anymore. At the same time, her ankles were trapped by the earth, chaotic particle force adding the weight of planets to her legs courtesy of Raj. The others moved at once, Gil leaving streaks of lightning in the air. The pieces of metal on him were all accelerated forward at once at the hands of Alan, and he landed a punch on Flora's gut before she could react. Lightning sparked and Flora shivered, her body freezing for just a brief instant. Franco and Drake unleashed a barrage in that brief instant, the former with fists and the latter with a sniper rifle. Drake had put away his pistols, pulling out a gun with a barrel as long as a meter and a violent black aura. Boom! Flora felt her bones shatter and blood flew from her mouth. That was when Arnold attacked. The palm descended with an undying majesty, and he seemed to recall the 13 constellations he had seen earlier and was about to undergo an unprecedented change. Unfortunately, he couldn't take that step in the end. However, that didn't stop his strike from firmly grasping a level of power it had never touched before. Bang! Flora fell to a knee. Unwillingness and helplessness on her face, but it was soon replaced by a malevolent rage. She deserved more, so much more. But unfortunately, she had spent too many years scheming. How much effort had she ever put into her actual combat prowess? Almost none at all. And even worse than that, was Leonel really the only one at the end of his rope? She had been on the run for 2 years. Her mind and body had long been brought to their limits. Under this situation, even in the face of these supposed mortals, her only path was death. Joel appeared before her, his brown eyes carrying a frightening chill. The blade of his polearm descended and pierced right through her chest. Chapter 2933. True Destruction. Chapter 2933. True Destruction. Flora coughed up a mouthful of blood, falling to her knees. She never thought that things would end like this. From the very beginning, everything had been under her control. Everything had gone exactly how she expected them to. But she never thought that after meeting Leone, she would be met with failure after failure. Even when she won a move against Leonel, it was as though he was capable of just taking it on the chin and moving on as though she hadn't done anything at all. It was the most unfortunate thing that she had ever seen. Now, as her life faded away, she didn't even get to see Leonel. He had already left as though he felt that he never had to take action at all. It was the greatest form of humiliation she had ever experienced in her lifetime. She was unwilling, so very unwilling, however. There didn't seem to be anything that she could do to stop her vision from dimming. Leonel had entered the segmented cube not to ignore Flora, but rather for the sake of using the pods to recover as quickly as possible. He truly didn't know whether his brothers had the strength to win or not. The reason for that was because his mind was too spent to scan them, so he could only hope that they could hold on for 15 minutes. Just a day. That was all he needed, and the pod could shrink down that time to a span of 15 minutes for him. He threw away all other thoughts and focused entirely on his recovery, pulling out everything he had in terms of resources to replenish his body. He could feel his cells greedily swallowing up everything they could, but at that moment he truly felt like a bottomless pit. It was like his body had become a bottomless hole, and that was when Leonel remembered. He had not just one incomplete world, but 2 in his body right now. The idea of him being spent was vastly different for him compared to most people. Just the fact he was fatigued meant that he had practically drained entire worlds of energy. He knew that he had pushed himself hard these days, but it was only now that he had time to register just the kind of limits he had pushed himself past. But at the same time, he found something else. It felt like his worlds were becoming more of a part of him. As he drained them and then replenished them, it was like the final barriers that existed between the two were being knocked down one after another, almost like a pair of shoes that was being broken in. Leonel was a bit surprised when he saw this happening. He didn't expect that there would be such a thing. But now that he thought about it, he had only been using these worlds passively. He had only taken energy from them this time because he was desperate. But usually, the force of a true mortal world, and certainly of a demigod world or better, would be better. If one had to choose between taking the energy of an incomplete world and a complete one, the answer was obvious. Leonel valued the incomplete world far more for the extra sturdy foundation they could give him in breaking through the dimensions and also helping him to display more of the strength of his forces. But he had neglected the fact that this wasn't all the technique was supposed to be for. It was truly meant to be the foundation to create a world of destruction, not much unlike the Shadow World or even the Dream Plane. But in this context, it would be entirely under Leonel's control, and he wouldn't have to fight others for jurisdiction over it. In a lot of ways, this could be considered to be even more powerful than a domain, and its potential was likely even beyond that of an idol. It was just that Leonel hadn't been able to see how truly special this ability was until it finally started to integrate with him properly. As he felt the incomplete worlds truly becoming his own, his body began to phase in and out of existence as though it was passing through layers of reality to enter the destruction world. Leonel suddenly saw visions of an endless flat plain. The skies were black, and the ground was a dull, cracked, rusted bronze color. The air felt stuffy and smelled of sulfur, and wisps of a dangerous aura lurked around as though prepared to pounce at any time. Destruction world? The moment Leonel had the thought, he looked up to find 10 stars slowly orbiting one another and rotating on their own as well. Their addition made the world seem more fantastical and almost unreal, especially as they shimmered against the backdrop of endless darkness. Leonel clenched a fist and a wisp of destruction passed by him. It didn't harm him in the slightest, and yet it still made his soul quake. Dangerous? It was the most dangerous aura he had ever felt. Was this true? Destruction? Why was it that he hadn't sensed such a thing before? That was when Leonel understood. All sovereignties had a path, but what was the path of his destruction sovereignty? Before his recent breakthrough, it had been built from his Scarlet Star Force innate node, but was that true sovereignty? He had learned long ago that his Scarlet Star Force wasn't the embodiment of destruction, but was rather creation taken to an absolute extreme. Even so, it was a completely different sort of destruction. This energy, this destructive wisp he had just sensed, that was true destruction, and it could wipe out anything in its path. Just as Leonel was lost in thought, his mind shuddered and his eyes widened. He left the pod before he was fully recovered and rushed out of the segmented cube, his heart hammering out of his chest. Chapter 2934, Not Very Nice. Chapter 2934, Not Very Nice. Leonel rushed out only to find a scene that left him floored. His heart sank to the bottom of an endless abyss, beating so fast that it thrummed like thunder in the air. The bodies of his brothers lay scattered, splintered, and strewn across distances hundreds of kilometers apart. Deep trenches and collapsed mountains lay in their wake, and looking at them now, it was hard to tell if they were even dead or alive. They were missing many limbs, their blood formed long lines in the dirt and grass, and their consciousnesses seemed to have long since collapsed. Even if they weren't dead, it seemed that they weren't far off from it. What happened? He had only been gone for a few minutes at worst, and he had given his everything to recovering. Even if his brothers weren't a match for Flora, things shouldn't have ended this way. They most certainly should have been able to hold out, or else he wouldn't have dared to even step foot into the segmented cube in the first place. His worry before had been because he hated the lack of control he had over the situation, but it wasn't to the point of feeling despair for them. But now, Leonel's head turned, and he looked toward where he sensed Flora, but his pupils trembled. She stood with a broken blade in her chest. In one hand, there was a whip, and in the other, there was a broken wine bottle. It looked as though she was finished, and yet she continued to stand there as though she could continue to do so into infinity. That was when she looked up. The first thing Leonel saw were her eyes, and almost the same instant he did, he felt as though a blade was running through his chest instead, because he would never forget those eyes. Those weren't Flora's eyes. Those were the eyes he had seen when he had to watch his wife be brutally ripped to shreds right in front of his face. Those were the eyes of the demoness. Leonel's fury suddenly reached a towering peak. He forgot about his shock and trepidation, a violent air rippling around him. His body cracked like fragmented glass, veins of crimson red appearing in the fissures. At that moment, the faint redness that had always been hidden in his eyes spilled over. It was only now that Leonel understood what that energy was. It had been there ever since he almost failed to awaken his metal synergy lineage factor, back when he still called it that. His failure had caused a wisp of redness to appear in the midst of a beautiful violet. Every time he was enraged, it flared up as though it wouldn't be calm until the world was razed to the ground. From the very beginning, it should have been obvious to him what it was. It could have only ever been one thing, the truest essence of destruction. Bang! The world around Leonel shattered. The fissures of crimson concentrated across his body like they were the glue holding him together. His eyes were painted red, and he grabbed at the air, forming a spear from nothing. At that moment, his usual golden red spear became suffused with a dark gold instead, an eerie blackness coming with it. Its blade was also nowhere near as smooth. It looked instead like a fissure in space, jagged and irregular in its patterns. Leonel's heart boiled over with fury. Star fusion, King's might. A dark, violent color wrapped around his spear, and as though a blackened purple nebula had exploded from inside of him, the world was painted in magenta. Leonel took a step forward, and just as easily as it had with his bow, his spear blade was suddenly guided by his heart, and this time he didn't hold back his King's might in the slightest. The violence in his chest was all concentrated into a single point. Everywhere it passed, it ripped everything to shreds. Before an attack of this level, even the likes of Minerva would lose her life to a single stroke. And yet, wielding Flora's body, the demoness just continued to smile. She reached out with the broken wine bottle as though wanting to use it as a weapon. But then she only flicked her wrist. A droplet of liquid came out from it and soared forward, colliding with the tip of Leonel's spear perfectly. In that brief instant, Leonel felt as though he was facing against an entire ocean rather than a droplet of wine. The power was relentless and endless in its pursuit, whittling away at his powers of destruction with the most brute force method, quantity. He felt a shuddering impact in his wrist, and his body quaked. He was sent flying backward even faster than he came, his star fusion almost blinking out entirely. Leonel coughed up a mouthful of blood and rammed into a mountain. It collapsed onto him, and the human bubble shook as though it would fall apart at the seams. His fury hadn't abated in the slightest. If anything, he could feel more and more wisps of destruction coming from his destruction world, and soon the mountain began to crumble to ash. He roared into the skies, and they changed color, being painted in red. "That's not a very nice way to greet your grandmother," Flora said in a sweet voice that could melt bones. "You don't want to talk to me first, little lion? I have plenty of stories and wisdom to share with you. Don't you think you should take this opportunity to learn from your elder? Little lion?" Leonel's mind went blank. No, not blank, but it seemed as though every aspect of his mind had been consumed by the want to destroy everything. Flames billowed out from him, and a crown of blackness appeared above his head. How dare she call him by the same name his mother did? Even if it was a wisp of a soul, he would do everything he could to kill this woman. Chapter 2935, I Want. You. Dead. Chapter 2935, I Want. You. Dead. The red and violet in Leonel's eyes mixed into a single uniform color that swirled like a nebula. When he roared, the skies shook and quaked. At that moment, hundreds of fallen god-beast corpses appeared around Leonel. He grabbed at the air, and souls, barely lingering and holding on, were ripped out of their bodies. He held his spear out, and the fierceness of his aura grew several times over. At that moment, Leonel seemed to have returned to a state he had long since forgotten, a state of boundless fury, a state of uncaring lust for battle and blood that painted the skies above and shattered the earth below. Assimilate. The hundreds of souls surged into Leonel's spear, and its aura grew again and again. Every split second seemed to come with a doubling of strength. The world split at the seams, the healed fracture shattering once again. The mountain that had collapsed around Leonel fell into a rain of ash, and he burst into the skies in a pillar of blackened violet. Runes that exuded the air of untold majesty and ancient ancestry swirled on its surface, and then focused. The pillar shattered, its energy surging into Leonel's spear. At that moment, a pair of dark gold halo bracelets appeared around Leonel's wrists. Rather than shimmering with the beautiful gold of a sovereignty, it had become a dense dark gold instead, thrumming with darkness and violence. Then a rush of wind passed by and the world fell into silence. The fissures remained on the world, but they no longer quaked. Even Leonel's hair had settled down. The only changes were to the pulsing crimson cracks that scattered across his body. When his eyes focused, the cracks coming out the side of his eyes extended and glowed with a fiercer light. Then he moved. His spear thrust through the skies, and his fury seemed to have been suppressed into the depths of his heart and then concentrated into his blade. Until now, his spear had always been gorgeous. He started as a man who could only be said to be crude in the way of the spear, but he had grown into an elite that caused the hearts of those who witnessed his blade dance to shudder with awe. But now, he seemed to have reverted to a realm of absolute simplicity. His blade would cut through any and all. The spear was the king weapon of the battlefield, invincible within its range and powerful in its stance. When the demoness controlling Flora's body saw this blade and felt the prowess of this spear force that had finally been unleashed into the world, she no longer raised the broken wine bottle, instead flicking her other wrist. Bang, 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 bang! The sounds of the collisions were dull, and for a moment, it looked like a pair of mortals were duking it out in the middle of a deserted land. One had a smile on their face, and the other had a gaze of striking indifference, burying a cold, heartless fury in his depths. Leonel unleashed absolutely everything, his spear simple and to the point, but swift and violent. His divine armor, his 10 stars, his king's might all came out in wave after wave, a cascade of universal force falling toward him from the skies above. His sovereignties wove in and out of one another, violent wisps of destruction pulsing with an equally violent tendency. Even the demoness wasn't directly confronting it. Instead, she was using tricks and force manipulation of impossible quality to divert it all. Fighting against her felt like battling against the relentless waves of the ocean, as though his every strike was being met by hundreds, thousands at a time. However, he was absolutely relentless. It was as though he didn't know fatigue, and with every strike he levied, his stroke became purer, and the sharpness of his heart grew more pronounced. His spear blade suddenly slipped out of its simplicity, covering the skies in twinkling, jagged blades that looked like silver-black rips in space. When simplicity reached its extreme, it could easily become complexity once again. Leonel's spear seemed to evolve once again, every strike carrying with it waves of auspicious air. It was as though he wasn't just eliciting concepts as simple as swiftness or heaviness any longer, but rather like every stroke contained an entire world. The harshness of a snowy plain, the vision of a mountain soaked in flames, meteors falling from the skies and the death of stars. Every time he thrust out, the complexity of his spear grew until it even seemed to embody life and death. He focused so much on the woman before him that the rest of the world seemed to fade away. He wanted her dead maybe more than he had wanted anything else in his life. This was the woman who took his father away from him, who left his mother without a husband. She had forced his wife to a dead end, pushing her to a death that could only be reversed with the help of his future self. She had treated his life like a puppet on her strings, controlling his entire family line. The relationship between his father and uncle, the life of his grandfather, the very own twists and turns in his life. Every time he thought of one of these things, his spear seemed to become sharper and more radiant. And every time, she carried the same twinkling eyes and gorgeous smile, almost as though he was doing her proud rather than infuriating her. I want you dead. Leonel's voice carried an abyssal hatred that sounded like the rumbling of a demon in the darkest depths. His spear force burst forth, and out from the void, a skin-tight bodysuit took shape. Countless tiny scales reflected on its surface. However, Leonel didn't feel like it had elevated his defense much at all. Instead, it made his body feel as light as a feather and as resilient as a boulder. He wielded the spear. Everything in his range was his absolute domain. He didn't need defense. His battle intent erupted. Chapter 2936. Blinding. Chapter 2936. Blinding. Leonel took a step forward, and the earth shattered. A mountain appeared high in the skies above him as he struck out. The laws of reality bent and twisted, and it seemed that for a moment that it wasn't his spear descending, but the mountain behind him. The demoness caused Flora's wrist to flick out again, and then again. She was as steady and unmoving as a titanic ship in raging waves. Every one of her movements flowed like water, but Leonel seemed to be improving at breakneck speeds. His heart shone forth like a guiding beacon, and he had never wanted anything more in his life. His spear underwent a myriad of changes, even warping time and space around it. However, these warps in time didn't seem to affect the demoness at all. She stepped through blades that appeared to her back, slid out of the way of blades that pincered her from the sides, and stepped through attacks from her front with a flick of her wrist. Everything was seamless, everything was unhurried, everything was almost careless. And it was exactly this that pissed Leonel off all the more. Even when she was playing with the lives of people, she didn't seem to care in the slightest, as though it was all just another game to her. The more he felt that way, the deeper the cold settled in, and the hotter his innate nodes burned. His scarlet star force seemed to catch fire, and the roar of beasts came from his body. Again, and again, he unleashed strikes that would make even ancestors of demigods feel trepidation and seriousness, each one landing like a clap of thunder. Above every strike, the dome of the sky would shatter like fragile glass, and below it, craters the size of meteors would appear. And every time, Leonel's power only seemed to grow sharper, swifter, more violent. Every strike carried the roar of 1,000 beasts, spearheaded by the heart of a man infuriated enough to want to watch the world burn to the ground. Even as his body was being spent to its last drop, he didn't seem to care in the slightest, pulling on more and more until he saw a sea of blood red. His heartbeat echoed like the shattering of the sound barrier, every ripple causing space to collapse. The world spirit hurried to repair everything after him, but it wasn't long before it was shredded apart once again. He dug deeper and deeper until something suddenly snapped. The crimson fissures across his body grew a size, and the roars coming from his spear became twisted and demented. At that moment, the black crown above his head pulsed with a dense air of death, and deep in his destruction world, a pair of eyes seemed to appear out of nowhere. They were as deep and cool as an abyss, as unfathomable a pool of nothingness as the end of one's life. There was nothing but despair and hopelessness to be seen reflected back from it, and Leonel was only able to be reminded of a single thing when he looked into their depths, void beast. His heart suddenly ruptured, and a rain of blood fell from his body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his spear blade wavered for just a moment. There was just the slightest flicker in the eyes of the demoness, but as though understanding something, her smile never faded, and her calm returned to much the same state it had always been in, almost like someone who was surprised by the result, but felt that the outcome was close enough to her initial goals regardless. Bang, 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 bang. With sheer will, Leonel shrugged off everything. Even pain was nothing more than a distant memory of the past as he shed it through dream sense. He forcefully reined in control of his body, keeping it together and his heart beating regardless of the lacerations running through it. With blood seeping through his teeth, down the corners of his mouth and along his chin, he seemed to have come to exude a savage air from ancient times, and deep in the reflection of his eyes, a pair of eyes that didn't seem to be his own shone out into the world. He erupted with 3 spear strikes, a dense blackened red aura coming out from him in waves. The first attack splintered the whip. The second attack shattered its body. The third pierced through its handle and destroyed it from the inside out, causing an explosion of force to burst out from Flora's palm. There should have been a rain of blood and bone, but somehow she seemed to be just fine, and yet Leonel almost didn't notice as he continued a relentless barrage. The demoness began to control Flora's body to retreat step after step. Leonel seemed capable of cutting through every and anything. Worse than the born Banes, it was like he was created for nothing short of destruction. Every step he took turned the ground beneath him to ash. Every stride across the skies caused the clouds above him to become grayed and worn. The world seemed to wither around him, and in his relentless barrage he forgot any and everything but the woman before him. With a swipe of his spear, the broken wine bottle was shattered to pieces. With another swipe, an arm was sent flying into the skies. With another, the tendons of her knees were cut and she fell to the ground. With yet another, a blade was drawn across her neck. Leonel forgot it all, every strike still coming fiercer and fiercer, his blood overheating to the point it became a crimson vapor emitting from his pores. Even his heart seemed to only be pumping half gas, half liquid. His spear pierced into her mouth and shredded her tongue to pieces and a hole out the back of her skull. He pulled back, then drew a line right across those infuriating eyes, blinding them forever. Chapter 2937, Trap. Chapter 2937, Trap. The roars of the beasts were relentless, and the echo of Leonel's heartbeat even more so. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. He wanted her dead, truly dead. But he could still feel that arrogant pair of eyes, that annoying smile, that chuckle that seemed to say that she had everything under control. It was so infuriating. It was so... Leonel's mind swam, and his heart seemed to have run to the end of its rope. He trembled once and then fell backward, his gaze dimming. He had run into his limits and then pushed past them again and again, all before he had even managed to fully recover from the first time. He simply didn't have the energy to do anything else. He collapsed with a thud, and the pair of eyes in his destruction world slowly vanished. The fissures across Leonel's body began to fade, but only in part. If before they looked like glowing lines of jagged red, they were instead more like true wounds, bubbling as though they were infected, when in reality it was because his blood was still truly running so hot. Even his blood itself was evaporating into the air. His consciousness faded, and he ran to the truest ends of his limit. The last thought he had was that not only was this not nearly as satisfying as he wanted it to be, something was telling him that he had played right into her hands. What he didn't know was that years ago, the demoness had visited a certain emperor of the variant Invalids to stop him from killing Flora, just so that she could have this very moment. As for what her purpose was, only she knew. Even Leonel was completely in the dark, brewing in his frustration and fury without anywhere to vent it. The death of Flora meant absolutely nothing to him. He just wanted her death. Just her. Zephyrian's gaze flashed like lightning. 2 months ago, he had sensed someone come to this incomplete world. He had originally thought that he had seen wrongly. But he still felt that the odds of him making such a mistake were far too low. With his skill, how could he possibly be easily mistaken by something? Unfortunately, the person never actually stepped foot into the world, so it was impossible to find their trail because Zephyrian himself didn't dare to step out of the world until the time was right and proper. He couldn't reveal his tale too soon and had to bide his time. However, he had already thought of the potential worst-case scenario and had been prepared for it, so when the time actually came, he could only sigh. Outside the variant invalid bubble, there was a peculiar duo. At least, they were peculiar in terms of what someone like Leonel was used to seeing. But if they were to appear on the god plane, the shock that they would bring wasn't small in the slightest. The pair was humanoid, but that was about the only thing human-like about them. Their bodies were formed of thick green vines that formed tight knots and bundles that looked almost like muscle fibers running through their bodies. They were especially tall and lanky, the shorter one between the two still standing at over 4 meters tall, while the other was almost 5 meters tall. Their clothing seemed to be bark-dotted around their private regions, and faces looked like they had been carved out of ancient brown wood. What was most spectacular about them had to be their eyes. They were delicate orbs of a dark shade of gold. Though it wasn't quite dark gold, it wasn't quite gold either. They were like polished brass balls, but not refined down to a high grit, leaving some murkiness behind. However, it was precisely because of this that they held some vicissitudes of ancientness and untold wisdom. These two were a part of a race of powerful gods, the Sylvan race. They were known for their vitality and their wisdom. Even in comparison to the Void race that seemed to be able to endlessly regenerate, they were on another level. And in terms of all the creatures in existence, they were known to be the most intelligent. When they saw the incomplete world before them, they realized that it was shocking immediately. "You've seen the problem, Bracken?" The female Sylvan spoke lightly. "This incomplete world should be worth thousands of times what we paid. If the world heard these words, they would be shocked beyond compare." It had to be known that Leonel had already made an outrageous amount of money just for selling the information, enough that he was even able to lay a formation that changed the landscape of the entire human bubble. And yet, according to Bracken, it was still not even a single % of what he should have received. The female, Willowin, nodded in agreement without any pushback. There should be great danger inside, causing the price to be lowered. The Dream Pavilions automate everything. It should be able to calculate this as well. How could the person who found this incomplete world possibly sell such information so casually? There are only really two explanations, both of which have the same ending. It's a trap. Either it's a trap for us, or it's a trap for whoever's on the inside. The two spoke seamlessly and without a care. They flowed from one deduction to the next without the slightest hiccup, as though they were looking back in time rather than trying to deduce something that they hadn't been a first-party witness to. "What would you like to do about it?" Willowin asked. "My assumption is that whoever is inside is likely responsible for the evolution of this incomplete world. In which case, there's a very short list of who could possibly do this. Either the fallen god beast and Owlin Alliance, one of the god races, or the variant Invalids. Chapter 2938, a pair of eyes. Chapter 2938, a pair of eyes. It's unlikely to be one of the god races. The god realm has been in too great a state of peace for this to happen. That leaves two. The two didn't even discuss the original conclusion because they already implicitly understood the logic. They were known as the wisest of all the races in existence, so they obviously had an understanding of the situation of the god realm that few could match. They had already concluded that this was a trap. So if it was really related to one of the god races, that would mean that a relationship between two factions should have deteriorated to the point of bloodshed. But there were simply no grudges that were this bad yet. Of course, the Pluto race was being suppressed by many, but they were still firmly the top dog of the god realm. It didn't make sense to expect anyone to take such drastic measures to deal a blow to a competitor in this way. Obviously, they had also tacitly come to understand that this was more of a trap for whoever was on the inside than whoever was on their way here. We do not have enough information about the happenings in the lower realms to make a proper conclusion. Agreed. Would you like to investigate? Regardless of what the answer is, this world is too valuable, and there has already been a second buyer of this information, most likely another god race as well. It is doubtful that a demigod race would have enough liquidity to take such a risk. It may potentially be a risk for us as well. If it is the Alliance, then it can be handled to some extent, but it will still be troublesome. If it is the variant Invalids, it will be many times more difficult. I will go to gather more information about the happenings of this world. You remain here, observe the situation, and see what happens when the second of the gods arrives." Willowin nodded and didn't say anything else as Bracken vanished into the distance. Willowin truly had the patience of an ancient tree. Let alone moving, she didn't even seem to be breathing at all. She just stood in the vast, empty void in silence, her hands clasped behind her back and her head slightly lowered. It wasn't until a long while later, days even, that she slowly raised her head. Her dull, golden eyes seemed to pierce through the void, and she landed on a particular pair of figures in the far-off distance. The pair were humanoid, much like the Sylvans, though this wasn't a surprise. What was a surprise was that they both had the heads of lions. The Beastmen race. They were a savage race of humanoids known for their overbearing physical strength. In fact, in terms of physical prowess, they were only weaker than the Plutos. Their endurance was practically everlasting, and it was said that their battle lust could burn even the stars. It was rare just in general for them to participate in such things. In this way, they were a lot like the barbarian race, focusing on battle rather than external matters like collecting incomplete worlds. But then again, what race and organization didn't need money to function? Even the Beastmen were no different, and as such, maybe it wasn't too surprising that they'd make a move this time. It couldn't have been better in Willowin's opinion. These brutes would almost certainly take the bait, and the uses of their souls weren't nearly as refined. Though they did have special abilities like the rampages that could protect them. The rampages were capable of innately hiding away from internal sight, but the Beastmen were on another level entirely. They were immune to mental manipulation and the tricks of Dreamforce. This strength came not just out of nowhere, but rather because of their battle prowess. Beastmen were able to channel their emotions into a battle lust lineage factor. This allowed them control over their states of mind that made it almost impossible for outsiders to shake them. However, that didn't make them any more intelligent. That said, the only reason Willowin was able to spy on them without being seen was because of the special ability of her own race. The Sylvans had powerful senses, but they didn't rely on internal sight or the dream plane. Instead, the longer they spent rooted in place, the further their natural domain could spread. As though a tree spreading their canopy through the world, they could make a region into their own personal forest, whether the enemies noticed or not. Both Beastmen stood boldly in the void, their chests rippling with dense hair and dancing, vascular muscles. Their manes were braided down the length of their heads and jaws, and then adorned with various trinkets that seemed to be spoils of battle. The combination made them look particularly tribal. However, what neither Willowin nor the Beastmen expected was that before the latter could take the vanguard and enter, the world would lose its color. The change didn't come from the incomplete world, but rather the entirety of existence itself. At that moment, it seemed as though a pair of looming eyes had appeared over every horizon. No matter where you looked, so long as it was into the distance, it would strike fear into one's very heart. Even the Sylvans and Beastmen were no different. They had felt this before. It was the feeling of staring at a void beast. Their hearts sunk to the bottom of an abyss and sweat coated their bodies. Many who looked at this scene with far too much ferocity and carelessness fainted. If not for the fact that the sight was mostly illusory, they would have directly lost their lives without the slightest suspense. The image persisted for a short while before it slowly faded. However, even though it was only a short while, it sent the entire god realm into a wild upheaval. The appearance of those eyes could only mean one thing. The Northern Star lineage factor had once again birthed a void beast. Dreamforce experts of all shapes and creeds raised their methods to the limits as they scoured existence for this person. Even the Dharmas moved out. But what they didn't expect was that it would be far easier than any of them could ever expect. They all found him at once. A boy, beaten and broken, laying in a pool of his own blood in a mere mortal realm. Leonel Morales, Chapter 2939. Die. Chapter 2939. Die existence seemed to be set ablaze. If there were any existences that they hated with an absolute passion, the first was likely to be the variant Invalids, and it was then a race for second between the fox and the remnants of the god beasts of creation and destruction. It could be said, then, that the humans firmly occupied two of those top three spots, a great irony for a supposedly weak race. And yet, no one knew who this young man was, or so they thought until a great deal of information began to be disseminated in full force. The abilities of these monstrous Dreamforce experts could only be said to be frightening. If Leonel had the abilities to ignore space, transporting his mind across countless light years to appear in a location where his name had been mentioned, then these existences could ignore even time itself. It was a matter of great ease for them to watch all of Leonel's deeds as though it was nothing more than a snap of the finger. Going through the past, combing through the locations he had made his imprint, and watching them all again as though they had been spectators nearby all the while, came as easily to them as flipping over a hand. And when the target was an existence that would normally never even appear on their radar, it was even more shockingly easy than normal. That was when they began to piece together things that no existence otherwise could have. Things that Leonel had hidden so perfectly all along, shocking matters that left them furrowing their brows. But what was most shocking to these existences was that there were actually some things that they couldn't see. Anything related to Anastasia seemed to be wiped clean. Anastasia was a world spirit of a true god realm, and she had been created by the hands of the Minerva. While she might have her faults and flaws, she was still an existence that couldn't be underestimated. If any one of them entered her world, then even these shocking existences could only bow their heads. If this was all, maybe it would still be acceptable, but it felt that after Leonel got the life tablet, they were looking at his life through a peephole. There were some things that were out of their range to see, and things beyond the foreground that felt obscured. However, it was also precisely because of this that the time Leonel spent without the life tablet was all the more blatant. When they saw the action of Leonel toying with the Owlins, they realized the gravity of the situation. This human was the reason for the current ongoing war. They couldn't see how Leonel had managed to get the life tablet back because it was too tied with Anastasia. However, that didn't mean that they couldn't put the pieces together themselves. They found Leonel's ties with the dwarven race, then beyond that his ties with the spirituals. They found his relationship with the sea god Incomplete World and felt even more shock when they realized that it was no longer there. Unfortunately, by this point, everything was so obscured that they weren't exactly sure of what happened. But what they did know was that Leonel's battle prowess had taken an enormous leap forward the moment he appeared. Everything felt too shocking to accept. These were all things that they felt the youngsters of their race could do as well. But they had been born to a god race, and if what they knew about Leonel was correct, then he didn't even know anything about this world until he was mere days from his 18th birthday. He was still several years from 30. Didn't that mean that he was functionally not even 10 years old? If they put that into context, it was even more difficult to accept. Though, to be fair, they had no idea that Leonel had experienced 10 years in a zone, but even if they had, would it change much? To these existences, 10 years might as well have been a blink of an eye. Plus, which of their youths hadn't also experienced time dilation in some way, shape, or form? Time dilation was probably the reason that the Pluto were even still standing now. And yet, the more they learned, the more unacceptable they felt that it was, especially in the thoughts of the Void race. Leonel was someone that had already infuriated Shanrei, but they had completely disregarded this matter. Why would they care about the grudges of children? Though, if Shanrei ended up losing her life, it would certainly be a different matter entirely. That aside, it was clear that the situation was much different now, and much more difficult to ignore. Despite the fact that there were no god races that specialized in Dreamforce any longer, all of them had at least one behemoth capable of scrolling through time with their Dreamforce in this way. And when they reported their findings, the turmoil in existence only grew. Leonel's current location might as well have been an open book to them, and discussions about what to do in this situation were abound. The moment Leonel woke up, it would certainly be far more difficult to find him. There was a second location that was difficult for these old fogies to read, and that was in the in-between worlds. There was a very good reason for that: anarchic force. The Void Beast wielded this force and was the natural embodiment of nothingness. It was likely that had Leonel been awake, none of this would be possible. If they didn't hurry, it would be impossible to say if the situation would change or not. There were also concerns about potential remnants making a move. No one believed that the envoys had truly entirely been wiped out, so wouldn't they take action? However, everyone had come to a single conclusion. Leonel had to die. Chapter 2940 because of. Chapter 2940 because of. Elryan sat in silent meditation. The world around him could only be described as fantastical, not because it was beautiful or sinister, but because it truly made one question life by making one feel exceptionally small. The room felt like a space filled with mirrors and spatial fissures. Bits and pieces of reality were strewn about, and by reaching out and plucking one could end up in just one of what felt like trillions of worlds. Small, insignificant, a mere speck of dust. These were the feelings that this room elicited, and it was precisely this sort of room that the elites of the Pluto race trained in. For Elryan, given his standing, he had been granted such treatment long ago. But with the decline of the Pluto race, at least until recently, very few other than the oldest of monsters were given the right to frequent this place. Of course, the reason that this was only until recently was because things had changed the moment the idle battlefield had appeared. If there was one thing the Pluto race was exceptional at, it was seizing an opportunity. There was a reason that they had reigned since the fall of the god beasts. Their decline had little to do with outside interference and entirely to do with a matter far more difficult to combat: the cycle of life. No one could remain alive forever, and much the same, no family or organization could ever exist into perpetuity. The Pluto were declining for no other reason than the fact they had already been the strongest for too long. With the ebbs and flows of time, those that were once on top were bound to fall as well, ushering a new age that came in behind them. Before, it had been the god beasts, and now it seemed that it would be their turn, or it would have had it not been for the appearance of the idle battlefield. With its appearance, the chance for the Pluto to rise again had appeared before them, and as a result, they had already gone all out. Elryan had already been experiencing excellent treatment, but even his own had been elevated in recent months. The Pluto took out everything they planned to hold in reserve and pushed all their chips to the middle of the table. It was under these circumstances that the storm that had taken hold of existence also reached the Pluto. Elryan opened his eyes, sensing the disturbance long before it came to him. If the Dreamforce experts could ignore time, then the Pluto were the one and only race that passed down an inheritance of time, and the only one since the beginning of existence itself to have a lineage factor related to the rare force. Time force affinities always appeared through ability indexes, as though it was a gift granted by existence. For others, they could only gain some control over time by increasing their forces to a certain level, but even then, it would always be auxiliary and almost perfunctory in a way. Only the Pluto broke this rule, and they were the only example of it being broken. So, Elryan sensed the commotion even before it truly came, and as expected, someone came to alert him not long afterward. Soon, Elryan found himself in a meeting that was far above his station. He knew the real reason he was here. It wasn't because his father was their leader or that his grandfather was the strongest of the Pluto. It was ironically because he was the only one among them all to have contact with the boy that set the world ablaze. Yes, I knew. Elryan answered the millionth question, but this time the reaction was quite fierce. Of course, the question had been whether or not he knew that Leonel was the one to set up the Void Race. Back then, Elryan had already pieced it together. The Void Race wasn't the only one being used, but the Pluto had been being used by Leonel as well. It was just that the big shots of other god races couldn't see this because, unlike Leonel, Elryan had protection against such probing. When they went back into Leonel's memories, it was like Elryan had been edited out of them all. Why did you say nothing? A Pluto that seemed to be the size of a planet spoke. None of them were truly enraged. They just looked at Elryan questioningly. This seemed like quite an important matter. I didn't believe it was important enough to inform the elders about. It is also my personal grudge to repay. The elders didn't mind the first part. Maybe only the Pluto race could feel that it wasn't a big deal that the Void race had been played like this and forced into a war by a human. Although they were declining, there wasn't a single race that would dare to openly provoke the Pluto. The reason they were said to be declining was that the middle range of their experts was beginning to lag behind, while the current generation was even worse. However, the old monsters who held up the skies were still very much there. Until they died, no one would dare to have thoughts about a full-scale offensive. That said, the second part intrigued them. They knew that Elryan already had the strength to kill this boy. He had had the strength long ago. So what kind of revenge was he seeking? Elryan shook his head. My starting point and his are different. Acting against him now wouldn't change that I suffered a loss at his hands. But I also know that I am not as intelligent as he is either. So I can only settle the score with my fists when he has had ample opportunity to catch up. The elders fell into silence and didn't reply for a long while until it was Elryan's father who spoke. There is news that will soon bring this commotion to another level. Elryan frowned because he heard a hint of solemnity in his father's voice, something that was impossibly rare. What is it? He asked. The idle battlefield has descended because of the boy. Chapter 2941. Himself. Chapter 2941. Himself. This information was like a second detonation through existence. The number of people who could see through this was too few. It had to be remembered that when the idle battlefield descended, many had already made their attempts at finding out what happened. It was clear and obvious to them that someone had triggered it, but they couldn't find out who that someone was. The reason for this was that Leonel's weapon forces, especially their awakening process, had become a form of protection itself. They couldn't be seen through by these existences, at least not from so far away. It also didn't help that no one could have possibly guessed that the culprit was located in the mortal realm at the time. Even now, the number that could put this together were far too few. The Pluto were among the very few who could. Even the Void race didn't know. Because of this matter would have normally remained a secret. But unfortunately, the Sylvan race was among the second group to learn of this information. Trying to scour existence for Leonel without knowing he was the culprit was impossible. However, because everyone was investigating just Leonel alone for so long, it was impossible for them to not put something together. When the puzzle pieces fit together, they were entirely floored. The Pluto wouldn't sell this information, but the information networks of the God Realm were under the control of the Sylvans. And because there were several races that weren't very proficient in Dreamforce, the Sylvans saw this as an opportunity to make a killing. They separated the information into tiers, with the highest tier containing this information. There wasn't a single god faction that wouldn't buy this information. It would most definitely be related to a storm that would sweep through the entirety of existence. So how could they be the only ones in the dark? As a result, soon, a great number of individuals learned of something that Leonel had managed to hide by a fluke. And suddenly, the importance of Leonel and the danger he posed rose to an entirely different level. A single young man, and yet after less than 10 years of practice, he had 3 creation state forces, one of which was already in the middle creation state on top of being a sovereignty. As though that wasn't enough, he had several more forces, all of which were at the quasi-creation state, 2 more of which were attached to innate nodes that allowed them to display strength no weaker than the creation state. And yet, it didn't end there either. He had 7 sovereignties, had already comprehended a constellation realm, and he was speculated to be a god armament crafter. This last one was pure speculation and didn't have nearly as much evidence as the others. What made them fear the most was his dimensional method. It was something that they had simply never seen before, the combination of 2 that came together to form a perfect whole. And yet, they couldn't see it clearly either. The more information about Leonel came out, the more shocking the matter became, and the hotter and brighter the flames burned. At first, this information was exclusive to the God Realm alone. But as those ascended demigod and mortal race gods began to get their hands on this information, that changed wholly. Information was sent back to the dwarven and spiritual races the most quickly because they were the ones seen to be tied to Leonel. Their gods realized the precarious situation they were all in, and unless they wanted their entire races to be wiped out to the last man, they had to create a contingency plan for their next steps as quickly as possible. When this news entered the demigod realms, and then the mortal realms next, it could be said that the entirety of existence was truly put on high alert. In the middle of this storm, the variant Invalid invasion was still ongoing. The chaos could only be said to be at an unprecedented level. And yet, the reason for all of this was still in a state of unconsciousness, his body in a complete mess. It was only seconds before Ina was alerted by Anastasia to take action, just a few brief instances before Leonel was taken out of the human bubble and back into the segmented cube. And yet, those few seconds were already enough for almost everything about Leonel to be exposed to the world. Ina stood worriedly over Leonel. She didn't know what was happening in the outside world, but she felt a great uneasiness welling up in her heart. And she was very much right to feel that way. That was because it was no longer just the Owlins and the fallen god beasts that had placed him on their hit list. It could be said that the entirety of existence wanted his head on a platter, and there were just as many who took action. The location of the human bubble was exposed to the world, and countless figures were making their way forward. At the same time, Anastasia could sense that there was something wrong, but she didn't quite know how to put it into words, or exactly what to check on. She felt frustrated as she hovered in the skies, her little brows furrowed. The worry in her heart was only growing, but she didn't have the intelligence to figure out where it was coming from. It was more instinct than anything else, and in the end, she couldn't grasp what it was. And due to that, they would lose the chance they had to escape. At the same time, the Pluto race was making a decision, though it was hard to say that this was the case at all. That was because it didn't take them much time to come to a nonchalant conclusion. The debt they owed the Fox had already been repaid. They had no obligation to save Leonel. His fate would be left up to himself. Chapter 2942, Who Cared? Chapter 2942, Who Cared? Leonel's mind was in a state of turmoil. His memories had become fragmented. Thoughts that he hadn't had in years, memories he hadn't touched in even longer, floated around in pieces of broken glass akin to fissures in space. It felt like his entire mind had completely collapsed under a power he had little to no understanding of. And the worst part seemed to be that he couldn't quite think his way out of it too. He was stuck in limbo, his thoughts just as fragmented as his memories. It was impossible to deduce anything if he couldn't complete a single sentence. All he could see was that single pair of lingering eyes, but the irony was that while everyone else was thinking about the eyes of the Void Beast, Leonel was thinking about a completely different pair of eyes. The eyes of that woman, the eyes of the person he hated more than anyone else in this world, the eyes that he had wanted to slash apart, and yet found staring at him even more intently as a result. It was like everything that his father had done to give him a chance to break free of her had been worthless. He was right back at square one. No, he was in an even worse spot than square one, a place where the demoness had more control over his life, his thoughts, his existence now, than she had ever had before. Then there was the rage. It was just as omnipresent as the eyes, lurking in every corner of his mind. Everything seemed to only enrage him further, and the glass and mirror fragments of his memories became tinted with red at their edges. The shade of red was all too familiar. It was a red that had followed him for years, a red that had been with him ever since he awakened his metal synergy lineage factor. But now it felt even more potent than before, and it fed off his rage, growing larger and more substantial. Kill, kill, kill. The word echoed in his mind again and again, and for a moment he felt that he had been transported back to the first time he had heard Molexi's name, that woman that seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No, she was dead. In the past, Leonel wouldn't have been certain of this. But with his current abilities, seeing through the life and death of someone that he had already met was a breeze. Especially when he knew that that person only had an impetus force at best. What right did she have to hide from him, Black Tablet or not? Leonel couldn't even cohesively finish these thoughts. It was like the images and short form of them ran through his mind instead before storming away and slipping through his fingers. But then that was when something unexpected happened. His mind worked on its own, and he seemed to peer through the layers of time, only to watch Molexi kill herself. Something about that scene stirred something deep within Leonel, and he felt shaken to his core. Molexi was a woman he didn't know much about, and objectively speaking, she had never helped him either. Although she had provided some form of shielding in the beginning, it was only for the purpose of making use of himself and Ina. Back then, she always seemed to have a particular distaste for Ina, and Leonel had deduced that it was because she didn't like the fact she thought Ina was using him. In fact, it was because of this that Leonel was able to get the upper hand on her and eventually escape. For the him of then, trying to slip through the cracks and outsmart an impetus state Dreamforce user was impossible. But thanks to this mental weakness, he had been able to take advantage. He never really thought about why she felt that way, but seeing her choose to take such a step now, Leonel felt hints of melancholy for an unknown reason. She hadn't done it for fame or attention, she didn't do it out of revenge or hatred, she had just truly given up on her own life and felt that it simply wasn't worth living. Leonel had grown a long way since his youth. It was only a short time in the eyes of the old monsters of the God Realms, but in his views, it was an entire third of his life. This was to say that he was no longer the boy who pined over every life and felt that every death was a tragedy. And yet, watching this old woman silently take her own life without any witnesses or care to be seen, almost as though she wanted to be wiped from existence forever and forgotten by the world, he couldn't help but feel saddened. What was the worth of a life? It was the answer to this question that had left him so shaken and confused for so many years. It led him to treasuring every life, then to a pursuit of kinghood, and then to a complete disregard for life entirely. It could be said that this one question and his varying changing answers to it had dictated more of his life than almost anything else. Sometimes, the destruction of a life could truly be so fleeting and unimpressive. In fact, it often was. The annoying part about the answer to the question was that there probably wasn't one, or worse than that the answer changed based on the situation. To a mother, the life of her baby was worth more than the world itself. To a meteor falling from the skies, a tsunami hitting a coastline, a hurricane sweeping through the ocean, a life wasn't worth very much at all, now was it? So fleeting, so fragile, so tragic. Cham May. Maybe when you reached a certain level of power, this was always bound to happen. Who cared about lives when you could crush stars in your palm? Chapter 2943 Hymn. Chapter 2943 Hymn. The thoughts came in a whirlwind, moving faster and faster, and at some unknown time, Leonel's thoughts began to flow. It was like the thoughts of his heart had helped him to focus, trying to find a central kernel of truth that was Leonel Morales. For a long time, he had been lost. In the first portion of his life, he had been led by his future self, led by the nose and controlled by a man who he had yet to become, a man he wasn't even sure if he wanted to be. Not long ago, he had broken free of those constraints, but it left him confused. His personality seemed to sway with the wind, confused and aimless, as though he had no sense of self or being at all. And the one thing that was truly him, the singular kernel that he was undoubtedly certain was Leonel Morales, also happened to be the one thing that he was just as certain would harm him. Now his mind was cracked and fissured, and the only thing that could seem to fix it was understanding himself, but he didn't even know who he was even after all this time. And he couldn't help but wonder if anyone ever truly understood themselves. Thankfully, Malexi's memory seemed to have awakened something within him. He had felt feelings just now that he hadn't experienced in years. It wasn't just that it was sadness, he had been capable of feeling that long ago, especially whenever he recalled his father. What he was truly feeling now was guilt, sympathy, a moral compass that he had thought that he had long since forgotten. A part of him, a part that was buried extraordinarily deep, hidden beneath layers of logic and indifference, wanted to reach out and help Malexi. It was a shocking feeling. He thought he had long since gotten over his savior complex, but he had only ever been looking at things a single way. Now that he thought about it, wasn't this just as much a part of him as anything else? A part of him that he was ignoring just to justify his childish tantrums and trauma in losing his father. Now that Leonel thought about it, when he had concluded that all lives were equal and that no one could objectively decide that one was better than the other, couldn't he have easily made the opposite conclusion? Wasn't there another path that was just as logical? That path was obvious. If it was the case that there was no objective value for life, then who was to say a human life was worth more than an animal's? What of a plant? If there was no objective value for life at all, then who was to say a mere rock by the side of the road wasn't just as valuable? In that case, who cared how much he killed? How many people he tore apart, families he slaughtered, populations he genocided if their lives weren't worth anything to begin with? So why had he taken the opposite direction? Everything he had said just now was just as logically consistent, so why had he chosen to become a protector rather than a mass murderer? If not for the death of his father, he would have remained on that path, seeking out a mountaintop that protected as many people as possible. But instead, he had lost his way to grief. He gave up on everything that had once made him Leonel Morales, committing all sorts of foul deeds that would have made the former him blanch in shame. And then he justified it all, feeling that there was no use in caring about anything else anymore. Indeed, because he was powerful, was there even a need to think about those things anymore? Was it worth his time, his patience? Were those he had killed that day even worth his guilt? To say that he had ignored it would be incorrect because he truly did not care. To say that he had forgotten them would be a bridge too far, but quite frankly, he couldn't be bothered to remember them. Much like when he had given up all the people of the Valiant Heart Zone in exchange for his brothers, he had made his own assessment of life and acted on it without the slightest care in the world. He passed judgment, valued life, and weighed the hearts of people for no other reason than he could. When it suited him, he was even willing to flout and ignore his own so-called logic. It wasn't until now that he realized that he had let himself down the most. That youthful vibrance that had been within him had been jaded by the world to the point that he had ignored it, to the point he even thought that it wasn't him at all. When he thought about things in this way, it was almost amusing, and maybe it would have been had it not cost so many their lives. It was difficult to even reconcile with the fact now. As his mind seemed to come together once more, the red aura only seemed to have less and less of an effect on Leonel. What was interesting about this current situation was that it was only possible thanks to his breakthrough in weapon force. Without the ability to lead his thoughts with his heart, he would have fallen completely, becoming a true creature of destruction. At that point, maybe the fears of a certain Anya would have come true. And maybe that was the goal, or at least one of the goals of the demoness. Maybe since she could no longer control him, she preferred to destroy him. Or maybe watching him descend into madness was precisely what she needed to finish the last leg of her experiments. But at this moment, Leonel's heart was unprecedentedly clear. He finally knew who he was. And the moment he did, his eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 2944, Remind. Chapter 2944, Remind. The first thing Leonel felt was the wave of pain. He used instant recovery immediately, feeling that his situation would be bad if he didn't. It wasn't just that he was injured. That didn't do it justice. His entire body was fractured, his inner organs filled with lacerations, and his blood pooling into parts of his body it had no business being in. However, his expression couldn't help but change when it didn't work. There was some change, and a pillar definitely fell from the skies, but it was as though it was rebuffed. Barely a small percentage of it actually entered his body while the rest was whisked away into another land and time. Leonel was stunned, and the stinging pain came back even swifter than before. He struggled to try and sit up, not understanding what was happening to him. It was only then that he saw that Aina was by his side, her face filled with panic. She seemed to have been slow to react to the fact that he was actually awake now. However, before Leonel could say anything, his expression changed once again. His dream force had broken through again, twice in just a few days, and had entered the higher creation state. But that wasn't why he was shocked. The trouble was what he could feel now that he was awake. His body might have been in a mess, but his soul and mind had already reached an unprecedented level of peace and elevated tranquility. So he immediately saw through several things in a single instant of time, and his eyes couldn't help but sharpen. The wave of panic came for only a short while before he snuffed it out like it was an insignificant flame. It wasn't Aina or Anastasia's fault. He learned long ago that Anastasia had some troubling issues that she was struggling to deal with. She had more power than most could fathom, at least within this world, but she was likewise at a loss in how to actually use it. As for Aina, she might have access to his Dream Force affinity, but she didn't have any true idea on how to use it. Her might was also so occupied by his life and death that she didn't have the time to consider anything else. How could she have the mind to understand the storm that was erupting in the outside world right this moment? Even so, Leonel seemed to have shrugged it all off almost too easily, almost as though it wasn't worth much of anything to him at all. "Where are the boys?" Leonel asked in a hoarse voice. He hadn't forgotten that his brothers were in a bad situation before he lost his mind to fury. Rather than mentioning what happened in the outside world, this was what he was the most concerned about. I've stabilized their situations. Their lives shouldn't be in any danger. They're doing fine. In truth, Aina could have already healed them completely, but her mind was in a mess because of Leonel's situation, so she couldn't spare the thought for anything else. Leonel's eyes narrowed. He didn't think that the demoness spared them because she had suddenly gone soft. This was a woman that drove the father of her own children to death, and pitted those very same children against one another for most of her life. If she let them live, it was only for one reason. She felt that they were a weakness that she could exploit in the future. Leonel turned his attention to his body and couldn't help but frown. Void Beast? Had he awakened such a thing? He hadn't even seen the life-grade legacy tablet before. It was presumably still in the hands of the four great families. So how could he take that step without it? And why was it that he couldn't sense a difference immediately? Also, he had already abandoned the lineage factor, using it as a conduit to elevate his constitution instead, so how had this even happened in the first place? It has nothing to do with the lineage factor. Leonel suddenly came to a realization. The completion of his destruction world seemed to have awakened something, but that was only part of it. That red aura, the violet winds rise north, the echoes of the words boomed in his mind, and Leonel only seemed to finally understand them now. This red aura only appeared when he was about to fail to awaken his lineage factor. It was a berserk aura and meant that one was about to undergo a sort of deviation of sorts. But didn't that sound a lot like Invalids? Weren't they precisely people who had failed to awaken their lineage factors and as such ended up in their current situation? North, that could only refer to the Northern Star, the truest face of destruction. The violet seemed to have bloomed from the mutation to his metal synergy lineage factor, but it could also refer to his king's might and the truest essence of his will. Then Leonel remembered that the Void Beast wasn't the first god beast of destruction, and according to his speculation, wasn't that the Celestial Terra? The Primordial Terror? Had he become a god of destruction on his own? So where the hell was his power? Leonel coughed up a mouthful of blood and wiped his lips with the back of his hand as he struggled to stand. No. You have to rest, Aina said sternly, holding him. She had been racking her brain trying to figure out a way to cure Leonel, only to realize that she truly had no idea. Her force pill crafting skill actually wasn't enough. Leonel smiled bitterly. We unfortunately don't have time for that. How long has it been since I've been out? Aina frowned. A few hours. Normally, I would be out for months with this kind of injury. I'm up right now because I forced myself to wake up. Losing hours already means we're getting painted into a corner right now. What happened? Leonel stood all the way to his feet, wincing as scabs began to peel across his body. The details don't really matter right now, but it seems your husband's currently the enemy of the world. They think I'm some sort of easy prey. In that case, I'll just have to show them how much I've been holding back. In truth, Leonel was being a bit unfair. That was because considering how many had been mobilized, they were certainly taking him far more seriously than anyone would expect. These were gods, after all, taking action. Whether it was directly or not, it was a fact that they were taking him seriously, and at the moment, even Leonel feeling some of that pressure. However, that wouldn't change his true feelings on the matter at all. Respect first, then persistence. It was just that he chose to bend the definition of persistence just a tiny bit. They hated him because they mistook his breakthrough for being related to the Northern Star lineage factor. Wait until they learned he was a fox. It was about time to remind the world why this family was feared so much. Chapter 2945. True Sovereignty. Chapter 2945. True Sovereignty. The more Leonel walked, despite his ginger steps, the more his pain faded and the colder his eyes became. The reveal of the location of the variant invalid stronghold was still a huge deal. No matter how much the God Realm hated the Northern Star lineage factor, they had even greater hatred for the variant invalids. This was just a matter of nature. No matter how against the Northern Star lineage factor they were, it wasn't comparable to the variant invalids who followed a completely different path. It wasn't until Leonel had truly grasped destruction that he knew where this difference lay. Although it sounded somewhat exaggerated, it could even be said that the threat of the variant invalids was comparable to the Northern Star. As for why that was, it was a matter of their path. It could be said that the variant invalids were more of a conduit for destruction than even the Northern Star itself, or more accurately, they were the vessel through which the universe spread destruction. There had been something that Leonel had been neglecting all of this time. Force manipulation followed a set path. It unfolded the forces to the state of impetus, and then it compacted them, trying to help them to reach the first dimension. What was all of this a product of? Wasn't it all following a path of creation? The impetus state referred to the impetus of life. The life state was where the kernel for potential of life lay. The creation state was where the kernel for potential of life began, the location that gave existence the tendency to move toward life in the first place. Each and every one of these steps was best described as a type of creation, where creation itself was the pinnacle. Even when one formed a dharma and even further, an idol, this was just a process of taking the burden of creation away from existence and placing it within yourself, forming your godhood. Every step along the way, this was a measure of creation. Then, in that case, where did destruction fit into all of this? Suddenly, it clicked for Leonel. Why was it that out of all of his sovereignties, destruction was the only one that wasn't attached to a force of its own? Shadow sovereignty was always attached to dark force and its various kinds. Dream sovereignty was attached to dream force, obviously. Blood sovereignty was attached to blood force. Destruction sovereignty was the only one attached to Scarlet Star Force? It didn't make any sense. But then, Leonel understood. Destruction sovereignty was a separate existence all in its own right. It didn't follow the usual steps of force manipulation to begin with because all forces tended toward creation. Even anarchic force was only a method of breaking down forces into their simplest parts, allowing them to be recycled and reused in other facets of life. Destruction sovereignty was nothing like this. Even Leonel's Scarlet Star Force wasn't an example of destruction at all, but was rather instead an example of creation brought to an absolute extreme. When Leonel had these thoughts, he finally well and truly understood what his destruction sovereignty was. It was a conduit. It was a method of taking his force manipulation that followed a path of creation and pulling it toward destructive force manipulation. It didn't matter what force he used. It was just that Scarlet Star Force happened to be among the forces where he could sense it far more clearly. But the reality was that there was nothing stopping him from using it with a water force, a healing force of some sort. He could even turn the greatest forces of vitality into ones that wanted for nothing more than death. This was destruction force manipulation, and it was the path that rended and sundered everything in the world, leaving not the slightest shred of anything behind. But now, Leonel had also mastered creation sovereignty. So what did that really mean? He had understood it in the context he created it in, but when he woke up to this reality, he also came to understand that things weren't exactly how they seemed. However, the more Leonel walked, the more that confusion faded away, and the brighter his gaze became. His mind became sharper, and the light in his eyes only grew colder. Aina walked by Leonel's side, not sure what he was doing. He had made it sound like they were in a great deal of trouble, so why was he just strolling around now as though nothing at all was happening? However, soon, her eyes narrowed as she realized that they had appeared in the valley that housed a beast that made her heart shake. She had seen it once before, a void beast corpse. It was a menacing creature that felt difficult to understand the shape and form of, but it was a shocking jolt to the senses nonetheless. Leonel gave Kira a smile and then suddenly pressed his palm on the beast. Life steal. A drop of blood from the void beast was forcefully ripped out of its body and entered Leonel. Chapter man. He grit his teeth, veins of black suddenly appearing all across him. However, he was frighteningly calm. How interesting that even in the end, you weren't the true god beast of destruction at all, now were you? Leonel looked down at this beast that everyone feared, his mind in an unprecedented state of calm. No, more accurately, only some of you were. The void beasts could use anarchic force, but just like Leonel had said, anarchic force was just another form of creation, just like every other force in existence. Much like his Scarlet Star Force, it was just a convenient conduit for these creatures to use destruction sovereignty through. However, being the true god of destruction was far deeper than that, something far greater and far beyond measure. Leonel's injuries began to quickly heal, and his heart suddenly released a beat that shattered the scales of the void beast. Chapter 2946, Pikes, Chapter 2946. Pike's Leonel raised his head and took a deep breath. Black, spiderweb-like veins pulsed up his neck and across his sharp jawline. He had only absorbed a single drop of blood, and yet it seemed like it was going to consume his own body. At this point, even Ina was feeling worried. At the same time, though, Tolliver seemed to have been triggered by something. All along, the little guy had been wrapped around Leonel's left arm like a sleeve tattoo, silent and unassuming, but at that very moment, it too began to pulse wildly. All at once, veins of black and gold began to fight for supremacy in Leonel's body, but the calmness in his eyes never faded for a single instant. However, what the world didn't know was that by this point, Leonel was no longer paying attention to it. Instead, he was standing within the world of the Life Tablet. He looked up at the enormous library, no longer in shock and awe about its size, but rather focusing all of his attention on something. Wise Star Order. Wise Sea Order. The names no longer mattered to Leonel, because what he cared the most about was what they represented. The first sought out the stars, seeking to understand the universe and all of its mysteries. Ability indexes, lineage factors, fantastical abilities that couldn't be fathomed by man in a time long since past. The second sought out the seas, down to earth, focused on earth and water, the two substances that probably had the most to do with keeping the frailest of creatures alive. It focused on understanding the self and the living beings of the world. Free from the shackles of existence and its pressure to evolve and grow, it focused on the purest definition of what it meant to live and breathe. One shot for the stars in an irony of ironies, and the other was grounded. Together they formed a perfect and whole image of the world, one that went beyond just being an oracle. It felt like the mysteries of the universe were all laid out before him, and the mysteries of his own body might as well have been an open book. Through their union, he could feel the Northern Star lineage factors within himself more clearly than ever before, and the moment they sensed some stimulation, he was able to grasp them in his hands and force them back into focus. In the past, he had sacrificed his lineage factors for the sake of elevating his constitution and rising above his mortal coil. However, it had never truly vanished precisely because of that. And now, he was going to do what wise orders did best, pass on knowledge. However, this time, he was going to do something absolutely unprecedented. Not only would he both awaken the Infinity Beast and Void Beast in a single body, something that had not been done in countless generations, but he would elevate them to something beyond. Anarchic force? He didn't need it. He reached out a hand, wisps of airy crimson flashing around it. Cracks of red began to appear across his skin, shimmering like molten metal. Infinity force? He also didn't need it. He reached out another hand, and wisps of silver gold floated around it. What made these god beasts so special were never their forces. Infinity Force might have been the number one ranked force, but it was a jack-of-all force, difficult to use on its own and capable of following far too many paths. Anarchic Force was technically also its own number one ranked force, though it was more accurate to say that it existed outside the rankings entirely because more mistook it for pure destruction when it wasn't that at all. However, it was unruly, could break down even one's own body, and didn't allow for the use of any other force in existence. They were extremely powerful, but likewise extremely limiting. Of course, with creation sovereignty and destruction sovereignty, Leonel didn't need to worry about such things, but it was just that he didn't have the time to start from scratch to learn the force manipulation of a whole new set of forces. No matter how powerful they were, if he was in the mere unfurled state with them, they would be far weaker than any of his other forces. But now, he truly didn't need them. Leonel's body seemed to be split in two. One half had skin that paled considerably, and hair and eyes that became as black as night. On the other half, his skin shone like a dazzling gold, and his hair and eyes were a shade of silver that was even brighter than that, looking like polished utensils. His aura continued to grow, but Leonel firmly suppressed it every time, compacting it into a smaller and smaller space. He knew that his cells could take more, that they could swallow more. At that moment, his hungry cells were akin to greedy leeches, sucking away everything they could. Slowly, the transformation began to come to a stop. And in the end, Leonel stood firmly at the pinnacle of what was possible for demigods. Every one of his movements made the world shudder. When his eyes finally regained their focus and he paid attention to the world again, he exhaled slowly. His heartbeat echoed just once, causing the world around him to fragment once again. He clenched his fists. No. I have more to take. This is just a foundation that's given to me by two worlds. If I absorb more, the difference will be even more exaggerated. In that case, Leonel's aura seemed to plummet, and at that moment he did exactly what Ina had before, but to a far more exaggerated extent. In that moment, he became immortal once again. And yet, when he shifted his steps just the slightest before, an enormous crater was formed beneath him. He exhaled and his hair returned to its pale violet color, as did his eyes. It's time to go, Leonel said. Go where? Ina asked. You just stay here and look pretty. Ina rolled her eyes, but when she was about to say something, Leonel spoke first. I know you haven't finished your breakthrough yet. Do that first. Eventually, I'm going to need you, But not yet. Where are you going? To put a few godheads on pikes. Chapter 2947, you tell me. Chapter 2947, you tell me. Leonel walked out of the world, his bearing calm, or so it seemed. With every step he took, the temperature seemed to plummet. It wasn't that he was exuding a frostiness, but rather that heat, or what allowed heat to exist, was being stripped from reality around him. Vibrating molecules fell into a dormant state, the sun's rays couldn't seem to shine properly, and the laws of the world collapsed. Leonel walked out of the bubble as though it was a gateway. Standing out in the in-between world, he let his rage bubble over. But this time, it was far more constrained than it was in the past. Despite what he had told Aina, this time the trouble was truly large, bigger than he knew if he could handle. It wasn't that he feared for his life, he was always confident in protecting it. But in the interim, before he truly became powerful enough to snub the faces of the gods with impunity, what would he do? Was it even possible for him to stop the human race from being eradicated down to their last man? The only reason the human bubble hadn't already been attacked was likely because of the hole he had poked through the plans of the variant Invalids. No matter how much they hated the humans, they wouldn't hate them as much as those scourges. But that thin paper defense would only last for so long, and even if he took the initiative to unleash unholy hell, there was only so far that he would be able to make it before the god realms started ignoring the consequences and sending down the real powerhouses. Right now, Leonel wasn't even confident in wiping out the demigods, let alone full armies of gods. The waters of these powers ran far too deep, and even now he felt that he had only seen the tip of the iceberg. That was why his plan was never to destroy them, but to take advantage of their weaknesses instead, to make them work for him against their will. But what were the weaknesses of the gods? He simply didn't know. He was going in blind, and there was too much he didn't know or understand. Even his reference for what the gods were happened to just be stories listed and broken down into tidbits of folktale and lore. It was hard to tell how much of it still applied to this day. Right now, he was confident that his mind was strong enough to assimilate all the information of the life tablet to see if there was more. He simply didn't have the time. Since you're already here, why are you wasting my time? Leonel's gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked in a certain direction. There, hidden in the void, or so they thought, there was a Sylvan. It was none other than Bracken, who had gone out to seek information and yet had yet to return. Bracken was taken aback by the fact he had been discovered. In reality, he had been hiding here for a long while already, so there was already enough time for his roots to take root and for his domain to spread. It had to be remembered that even fellow gods hadn't been able to sense Willowin back then, but Leonel had only been here for a few seconds and found him instantly. In fact, by his posture, he seemed to have known that he was there even before stepping out of the bubble world. Also, wasn't Leonel supposed to be heavily injured? Why was it that he seemed to be just fine now? Realizing that hiding was going to be a worthless endeavor, Bracken made a move, but that was when Leonel suddenly raised a hand. No. Since you're already there, stay there. Leonel raised a hand and formed a claw. A mighty momentum surged, and anarchic force rushed into Bracken's roots, catching him off guard. Originally, Leonel had planned to fight it out with Bracken the normal way. But then he learned through the life tablet that Sylvans had very magical abilities, but also happened to be the most vulnerable when they laid their roots. Usually, they would only do so when they had absolute confidence in not being detected. Maybe if Bracken was in a real world, Leonel wouldn't have been able to sense him, but in this expanse of anarchic force, he stuck out like a sore thumb in Leonel's mind. Leonel's sensitivity to the dichotomy of creation versus destruction was all too potent at the moment. And though he had already concluded that anarchic force was just another form of creation, just now he had been using his destruction sovereignty to influence it to see if he might be able to gain some sort of advantage by battling in in-between worlds. On that front, he had been half correct and also ended up finding the Sylvan, who was a very clear branch of creation trying to hide in a sea of destruction. He couldn't have made himself more obvious to Leonel even if he tried. "Stop! What are you doing?" the Sylvan barked, and his voice seemed to carry the vicissitudes of life. "I hear that the Sylvans like to buy and sell information about people." Leonel said something seemingly completely unrelated to the question being asked of him. "You're only in the 6th dimension, but to get here so quickly, I bet that you were already here before information about my awakening spread, right? That probably means you came for the variant invalid incomplete world, and it probably also means that your standing in the Sylvan race probably isn't too low, huh?" Leonel continued to talk nonchalantly, almost as though he was thinking to himself rather than speaking to a god. However, the more he spoke like this, the chillier Bracken seemed to feel. His heart leapt into his throat and his branches and roots trembled. "You tell me, would your race buy information about your life and death?" Chapter 2948, Miracle. Chapter 2948, Miracle. If not for the Sylvans, much of the information about Leonel wouldn't have already spread so far. They were the only ones capable of seeing through him so easily, and it had only made Leonel's situation all the worse. Now, there was one camping outside of his world as though he was eager to capitalize on his situation even more. Leonel was already pissed off to an extreme. Seeing this, he was even more infuriated. He remembered words he had said a long time ago. There would come a time when people heard the Morales name and quaked in fear. In that case, he would kill and kill and kill and kill, not until they feared, but until he alone was satisfied. Bracken's screams rang out as he tried to rip himself out of the ground, but it was already too late. The moment he appeared before Leonel in such a precarious situation, he was already finished. He had no one but himself to blame for underestimating the human race so much. Bang! The Sylvan's heart exploded, and Leonel's gaze blazed with a fierce violet light. Arise! He felt his own soul shudder when he grasped Bracken's soul. There was actually a layer of protection left there. Almost the moment he began his attempt, an infuriated roar echoed. Faucus scum! A tree with bark of blackened ash rose up and out of Bracken's body. It carried an aura no less heart-shuddering than the ancestor that Leonel had seen come and protect Sean Ray. But clearly, this time, they were here to protect Bracken instead. Leonel only took a moment to understand. It seemed that all the most powerful existences of the god race had protections against this sort of lineage factor. Not just that, but they used it as a method of tracking the fox at the first instant. He could feel the infuriated aura of the true god. Just a single wisp could wipe him out 10 times over. But so what? He wasn't just a fox. He had a mutated King's Might lineage factor and a life tablet. Piss off. Leonel communicated with the life tablet, and suddenly it ripped Bracken's soul out of the ancestor's control. In that instant, an illusory humanoid wearing violet armor and having a body of wrapped vines appeared before Leonel, kneeling. My king. Bracken's voice echoed with a boom, almost like its own personal slap across his ancestor's face. The infuriated roar pealed across the skies. Leonel Morales. Yes, that's my name, and after these events you'll learn not to speak it so casually. Leonel took a step and vanished, entirely ignoring the unprecedented aura. Behind him, Bracken rushed with his fastest speed, ignoring his ancestor as though the most important person in his life was Leonel. The ancestor grabbed at the air, but it was all in vain. His true body wasn't here, and the lingering attachments he had left were being eroded by the anarchic force and the suppression of the lingering regulators in the area. His infuriated roar could only echo aimlessly, but Leonel had already disappeared into the distance, stepping into the void and crossing across the vastness of existence as though it was his own backyard. The situation in the dwarven race wasn't good. Their formation was still holding up, but it was hard to tell how much longer it would last. It seemed that any time now everything could come crashing down. But worse than this, the gods had sent back a message that left them shaken. Spectre and Avlorin were at a loss of what to do. The one time they stuck their necks out, choosing to do something they normally never would, they had actually ended up suffering like this. Their dwarven race had always been low-key. It was because of Leonel that they had changed that policy and chose to take a different path. Though this was also because they had been targeted. Even so, it was hard to not feel some sort of discontent. It was simply humanoid nature to blame a complicated problem on a single thing instead of taking in the whole picture and accepting part of the blame or passing it on to others that deserved it. However, though the elders felt this way, they still took a breath and calmed themselves. They knew it wasn't Leonel's fault. At the very least, this invalid attack would have come one way or another. But being exposed as Leonel's partners just after he had been exposed to be related to the Northern Star lineage factor had truly left them shaken. It was only now that they had no choice but to finally tell Lumiel the whole truth about what was happening. The rampaging girl couldn't help but frown when she heard all of this. However, before she could even reconcile with this matter, their protective formation finally couldn't hold up any longer. The dwarven race looked ahead with a solemn expression. Their world looked like a shattered snow globe, the fractures in reality allowing the invalids to pull forward. Lumiel, who had been pent up for too long already, unleashed a roar as she wanted to charge, but her grandparents held onto her shoulder and stopped her. At that moment, an array of force arts lit up and their mountains became like artillery weapons. In the end, the dwarven race had always survived because of their ingenuity, not their combat prowess. As much as Lumiel wanted to fight, now was not the time. By this point, the entire dwarven race had already been evacuated underground. It wasn't even particularly difficult as they had always preferred this style of living. That left the entire surface world as a place of combat. If they wanted to hold on for another half year even, they were confident in doing so. They could only hope that the situation would change in that time. They took deep breaths, trying to calm their agitated hearts. They could only hope that there would be some sort of miracle, otherwise the dwarven race would be finished. Chapter 2949 Sylvan Heart. Chapter 2949 Sylvan Heart. The world shook and groaned as force arts filled the skies. Supported by the mountains they were built upon, they wiped out invalids in droves, and yet for every one they killed, there seemed to always be 10 more lying in wait. However, it wasn't the numbers that made the dwarven race so solemn. It was the idea that the powerhouses of the invalids had still yet to take any action at all. They treated the lives of their fellow invalids so casually and without the slightest care. They were more than willing to let them whittle down the strength of the opposition like moths to a flame. Ultimately, if you gathered enough of them up, even the most eternal of flames would be snuffed out. By this point in the battle, after having been raging for an entire 2 months, armies of mortal races had been organized and deployed. There were even many demigod armies that had descended from the demigod realms to help out. However, in all of this, the two powers that had been shown to have links to Leonel were completely ignored, and by contrast, the Invalids seemed to focus on them all the more. These two facts led to a situation where the dwarven and spiritual race bubbles that Leonel had once been to were both in the worst situations and seemed like they might be on the verge of collapsing at any time. To make matters worse than that, they understood that even if they managed to survive by some miracle, what would be waiting for them on the other side? Right now, the world was letting the Invalids deal with them. But what about when the world itself decided to turn their blades on them? Deep in the Invalid army stood two variant Invalids who wore black armor and seemed to breathe and exhale acidic black fog. They looked more ghoul than anything else, their eyes sunken and wrapped in a band of black. Their skin was incredibly pale, their posture was terrible, and they had a bony lankiness to them that made one uncomfortable to even stare at them for too long. However, those familiar with this pair of commanders knew that even compared to the usual, their gloom now was on another level. This wasn't because of the deaths of their invalids, they couldn't care less about such a thing. The problem was the news they had gotten from their headquarters. Not only had their headquarters been found, but at some unknown point, their reserves had been massacred to the last man. Somehow, in what felt like an overnight situation, over 90% of their armies had been snuffed out, including some of their most powerful war generals. The Invalids had accumulated armies of trillions upon trillions in recent years, and they had always kept them well hidden, ready for the perfect time. According to their original plan, they would only unleash these numbers after entering the God Realm, sacrificing a large number of them for the sake of claiming a true foothold. But now, would that even be possible? Of course, the core of their power was still hidden away in their headquarters. But now that it had been found, how much longer could this status quo remain? They had been so close to forming a God Realm of Invalids, but now this had happened? What was maybe the most infuriating was that all signs pointed to the fact that it could have only been Leonel Morales who did this. They didn't understand how. They couldn't grasp how it could be possible for a sixth-dimensional existence to wipe out so many powerhouses and do so in such a short time that they didn't even notice. But when all else failed, the simplest answer was often the most correct one. The fury the Invalids had for Leonel was on an entirely different level, and they had sent the most Invalids after him now. But what they had yet to realize was that this army had already been wiped out once again by Leonel single-handedly, and now he wouldn't mind doing it again. Leonel appeared in the in-between world, stepping out of the void with Bracken obediently standing to his back. He observed the situation for a moment, feeling that the problems he had to deal with now were truly far too large and all-consuming. Just 10 years ago, he was worried about asking the girl he liked out and playing in a high school football game, wondering what going pro would feel like. Now, he was standing above the universe, watching a world be besieged from all sides and basking in the fragmented reality of a shattering world order. After finding his true self, locked away in his body and hidden beneath layers of fury and hurt, it all felt all the more surreal now than it ever had before. He reached out with a hand and a spear appeared. He looked at it silently, not moving immediately. This spear was one that he had created in a rage, a spear that carried the accumulated souls of hundreds of fallen god beasts. Just sitting there in his palm, even the anarchic force in the surroundings seemed to want to stay away from it, fearing what would happen if it got too close. Tattoos began to appear across Leonel's body, his sweatpants gaining tufts of white fur and a halo appearing to his back. Golden red braces, rattling in a violent wind, appeared around his ankles and wrists, a necklace of blackened tiger teeth fluttering even more wildly around his neck. He waved another hand and a heart appeared. It was a true heart, one presumably ripped out of the chest of a living, breathing creature. Even so, it continued to pump, every shallow shudder causing a ring of gold to ripple into the surroundings. This heart was known as the Sylvan Heart, one of the most valuable treasures in the entire world, and an enormous taboo that couldn't be encroached upon lest you bring down the fury of the entire Sylvan god race. Chapter 2950, Another to Fear. Chapter 2950, Another to Fear. Leonel brought this heart out without a care in the world. In fact, looking at it now, it didn't even seem like he was staring at something that had once been part of a living being at all. The Sylvans were known as the race with the greatest vitality in the world, and it could be said that the reason for this was their Sylvan heart. Or, maybe, their Sylvan heart was a product of this truth. When one reached the level of such a race, such a chicken versus the egg situation was common. Their impact on reality made their legends be reality, while their reality were legends. This was a very profound thought, and yet it came to Leonel as smooth as flowing water. It was said that even a drop of Sylvan heart blood that could only come from the Sylvan heart was enough to bring even gods back from the brink of death. In fact, even if one was already dead, it could make your corpse seem as though it was in a deep sleep rather than an eternal slumber, allowing your body to continue to work without true life. However, this was only the simplest function of the heart. The most ancient and mythical function was described in a single line: the meaning of life. This sounded like an abstract and high philosophical ability, but in reality it was actually quite straightforward, and it was tied to the second matter the Sylvans were so well known for: wisdom. With the Sylvan Heart, things with vitality couldn't help but bring out their truest nature, and when they did, it allowed much greater ease in understanding them. The golden ring that echoed every time this Sylvan Heart pumped was a domain of sorts. When a living entity entered its range, it would exude the aura of its truest self, making it as easy to read as an open book. Near a force herb, Leonel would be able to tell all of its functions with a glance. Near a person, Leonel would be able to see through all of their abilities on the one hand, and even understand how best to improve them on the other. The possibilities felt truly endless, and maybe it was the case that they were, only limited by the strength of the Sylvan Heart itself. However, Leonel didn't feel like he needed any of this at all. He only wanted the Sylvan Heart for a single reason alone: life steal. Bang! Leonel's aura began to skyrocket as though burning through jet fuel. Golden veins rushed through his body, and soon he began to feel bloated as though he might burst at any time. However, he kept going, his focus so unprecedented that it seemed he would rather watch the world burn to the ground first before he gave up. He wasn't trying to strengthen himself at the moment, at least not by normal means. The weakest affinity of his abilities had always been his vital star force. If not for this, his future self wouldn't have gone through so much trouble just so that he could save Ina. He had no affinity for the life forces at all, and it made it difficult for his vital star force to progress. However, it had to also be remembered that Leonel's Morales lineage factor was different from the other Morales. Before the Morales constellation appeared, Leonel had fused the Florer, Radix, and Midas lineage factors into his body. One of the key changes that happened after this was the enlargement of his heart. Back then, a single one of his heartbeats could probably shatter a planet, and it wasn't until much later he learned to rein it in. These lineage factors were ultimately all tied to vitality and how to make use of it as a conduit or a foundation for abilities. But Leonel had never had much affinity for it, so he could likewise never truly take advantage of it all either, and much of those strengths had remained dormant within him except for a passive healing factor. However, while he wouldn't be able to change that in a single bound, what he could do was use this Sylvan Heart to take a step that had left him suffocated for a long while. "Kill them all," Leonel said lightly. Bracken didn't need to hear a second word. At that moment, he dove into the army of invalids, unleashing carnage only possible for a god. He looked like a reaper amongst men, the vines that made up his body lashing out and killing in droves of hundreds. Watching this as his body shuddered, Leonel could very clearly feel the strength of the gods. Bracken was in the sixth dimension just like him, and Leonel had made more progress in the last few days than he could even have fathomed in the past as his accumulation of 10 years burst forth, and yet he still wasn't sure if in a normal one-on-one battle he could have defeated Bracken. Well, at least not without using his ability index and making it a battle of wit rather than pure strength. In that case, he was confident in defeating those even 50% more powerful than Bracken, let alone Bracken himself. As for the Sylvans being the wisest of the races, when had he ever cared about such a thing? He had yet to meet someone that could match his intelligence, and the only one he thought might be able to. Leonel looked up into the skies with a cold glint in his eyes as though he could see that pair of condescending, flirtatious irises. He would kill her with his own hands soon enough. Boom! A golden force art appeared on Leonel's chest, and his aura spilled over in wild waves. At that moment, the Sylvan Heart, once entirely made of flesh, began to grow bark. Quickly, this bark grew and extended until a small tree was formed. Then, it shrank down, forming a ring on Leonel's finger. This was none other than the Florer family's ability to take plants and form them into weapons. The Sylvans were technically a humanoid race and not a plant race, but clearly, this didn't matter to Leonel. The world feared the Northern Star lineage factor. They feared the fox. Now, he would give them something else to fear. The simple wooden ring on Leonel's finger pierced into his skin, and a vitality that could dwarf stars erupted from him. Star fusion. He took a breath, and the world inhaled with him. King's might.